He is a handsome man, attracting many beautiful women. He is a skilled master, causing evildoers to tremble in fear. Do not provoke me, or you shall face a most tragic demise. With unwavering determination, Qiao Yu proclaimed, I shall stand tall above the world and completely erase myself from this dream-chasing life. This is the price of provoking him. He is wild. He is domineering. So what? He possesses the capital. He is reckless, willing to sacrifice his level to save a brother. So what? He values loyalty above all. Chapter 1. Entering the game. On a vibrant planet known as Lu RXNG, there exist 4 nations: SHN LNG Gu, Inghu Gu, Miji Gu, and Lin MNG Gu. Among them, SHN LNG Gu stands as the most formidable, while the other 3 nations are relatively equal, with Inghu Gu and Miji Gu being independent states, and Lin MNG Gu formed by an amalgamation of smaller nations. The tale unfolds within SHN LNG Gu, a land of advanced technology and lush greenery that it may be hard for many to believe that in such a technologically advanced society, there exists a primitive area. Yet, this is the stark reality, for it is a slum. My goodness, such is the world the impoverished have their places, alas. What has this world come to? Even the meager rations are embezzled from me. Moreover, it seems I am the sole target, as if they are conspiring against me. Qiao Yu lamented as he collected his rations today. Though he often felt indignant, he had grown accustomed over the years to working for others without pay, selling trash that no one would accept. Fortunately, the government provided relief rations. Otherwise, Qiao Yu would truly starve on the streets. He had contemplated teaching them a lesson more than once, but the memories of that fateful night always deterred him. At the age of 18, Qiao Yu, despite his strikingly handsome appearance and perfectly proportioned physique, often dressed like a beggar. Logically, he should be the ideal lover in the eyes of countless beauties. Yet his experiences over the past decade have led him to ponder, what significance does good looks hold? What value does a great physique possess? He still endures a life of scarcity. Good looks cannot be consumed as sustenance. To understand this, we must journey back 10 years, when he was just 8 years old. Life was once so blissful. After playing outside, he would return home covered in dirt, and his mother would always smile and say, "Little you, if you don't learn to be clean, you may find it hard to get a wife." Yet, Qiao Yu paid little heed to such concerns, relishing the warmth his mother provided. Then, one fateful night, he would never forget. As he slept, he heard his mother calling for him, and she rushed into his room, urging him to wake. "Little you, hurry. I have something to tell you." Drowsily, Qiao Yu climbed out of bed, still unsure of what was amiss. "Little you, take this book and leave here. Never mention it to anyone. It is a treasure passed down from your father's lineage. You must practice diligently and never show it before others." His mother, in a state of urgency, thrust a silk-wrapped book into his hands and led him to the back door, tearfully pushing him outside before turning back to the living room. Outside, Qiao Yu could hear the commotion within the house. "Hand over the Tinlongju, and your family will remain unharmed," a menacing voice commanded. "You shameless scoundrels. To resort to the Qju Run GSN, and then demand the Tinlongju." That was his father's voice. Otherwise, how could you be so compliant? At that moment, Qiao Yu realized the book his mother had given him was in danger. Peering through the dim light of the room, he opened the silk wrapping to reveal 3 ancient characters: Tinlongju, resolute. Qiao Yu perused the Tinlongju, his photographic memory allowing him to absorb every word. He then stealthily made his way to the kitchen, locating some liquor and pouring it liberally over the Tinlongju. Grabbing a lighter, he prepared to leave. Just then, a horrified scream pierced the air. "Ah, you shall not die in peace." It was his mother's voice. "Haha. What will you do now, Qiao Yun? Will you surrender or not?" The sinister voice echoed again, and Qiao Yu committed it to memory. "Humph. You dare to dream." His father shouted in fury. "Very well. You possess the spirit of the Qiao family, but alas, this illustrious lineage shall end with you." The villain commanded. "Brothers, beat them mercilessly." Following that, anguished cries from his parents filled the air. Unable to bear it any longer, Qiao Yu kicked the door open. Unfortunately, his young age rendered his actions feeble and ineffective. "Stop. Let my parents go," he roared at the leader. "Dodo? A little one, huh? Now this will be fun. Ahaha." The leader approached his father menacingly. "Little you, why must you be so disobedient?" His mother wept. Ignoring her, Qiao Yu addressed the leader. "The Tinlongju is here." "Tinlongju?" The eyes of the assassins shifted hungrily to the book in his hands. "Little brat, hand over the Tinlongju, and we will release your parents," the leader tempted. "Fine, but you must let them go first," Qiao Yu retorted. The leader gestured, and 2 assassins stepped forward to untie Qiao Yu's parents. "Now, give me the book, little brat." The leader showed no fear of Qiao Yu escaping. "No, you must let my parents leave first. Otherwise, I shall destroy it," Qiao Yu declared, turning the lighter to its maximum flame. The flickering flame threatened to engulf the book at any moment. "Very clever, Little brat, the leader seethed, unable to unleash his fury upon Qiao Yu. Little Yu, his mother began, but Qiao Yu interrupted her. Father, mother, you must go first. I will manage. Tears streamed down his parents' faces, filled with deep emotion. At such a critical moment, they could delay no longer. They resigned themselves to fate. With weary bodies, Qiao Yu's parents slowly departed, glancing back at him, taking in his frail silhouette. 5 minutes, a full 5 minutes. Qiao Yu estimated that his parents had likely escaped far enough, and he then shouted to the leader, "If you want the book, follow me. Little brat, do not try to play tricks. Otherwise, your parents will meet a grim fate," the leader threatened, yet he followed Qiao Yu nonetheless. However, upon reaching the back door, Qiao Yu was taken aback. His parents lay motionless in a pool of blood. Overcome with grief and rage, he screamed, "You beast shall not die in peace. Hey, race your Tinlingju. Fine, take it." With that, he ignited the Tinlingju and hurled it into the air with all his strength. He then raced towards his fallen parents, shaking his father and calling for his mother. Yet, they would never awaken again. Meanwhile, as Qiao Yu cast the burning Tinlingju into the sky, a contingent of figures surged forth from the darkness. The leaders of both factions swiftly moved toward the Tinlingju, realizing they could not outpace one another, and thus, they engaged in combat midair, exchanging blows in a fierce struggle. The Tinlingju descended amidst the ashes, falling to the ground. "Leader, it's bad. The Tinlingju has been destroyed," an assassin from one faction exclaimed. Both leaders halted their conflict. "What? You fool. Did you not think to seize it before it was destroyed?" Slap. The leader struck the assassin. In that moment, Qiao Yu silently committed the voice to memory. The assassin, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, lamented his own foolishness. Following the dramatic conclusion, both parties gazed at Qiao Yu, who had long since lost the ability to weep. Each contemplated silencing him, but a fleeting thought crossed their minds. With the Tianlongju lost, this boy would hardly amount to anything significant. They swiftly dispersed, leaving behind what had initially been a well-laid plan for Qiao Yu, now unexpectedly disrupted by an unforeseen circumstance. After interring his parents, Qiao Yu underwent a transformation. Becoming taciturn and reserved, he concealed his feelings deep within. This change led to his current disposition of minimal interaction with others. In a matter of days, intruders arrived to ransack his home, and Qiao Yu observed the scene with a cold detachment. Subsequently, he relocated to the impoverished district where he now resided. From the moment of his parents' departure, Qiao Yu recognized the Tianlongju as an invaluable treasure. Thus, he commenced the secretive cultivation of this technique. With an exceptional degree of comprehension and unwavering determination, he advanced to the 3rd level of the Tianlongju. As he prepared to return home, he suddenly remembered that he had not checked the news that day. His living environment resembled a primitive society, and he received his rations from a nearby city. Therefore, he felt a strong urge to understand the world beyond his immediate surroundings, yet lacked the funds to purchase books for study. Each time, he would venture to the city square to watch the large-screen television. Much of the knowledge he had acquired over the years came from those broadcasts. It was indeed astonishing to think that one could learn solely from a television. It's the international news channel. Qiao Yu exclaimed, visibly excited. Indeed, international news could swiftly inform one of recent global events. Now, we interrupt this broadcast for an advertisement. Qiao Yu was perplexed. Such interruptions had never occurred during international news before. The 4 leading nations have collaborated to create the most technologically advanced virtual online game, Chasing Dreams. According to reports from the interview team, this virtual game amalgamates the strengths of the most powerful computers from these nations and is now capable of autonomous operation, eliminating the previous Game Master system. It employs cutting-edge holographic virtual technology, achieving a simulation fidelity of 99.9. Please enjoy the game footage. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, everyone felt as if they had entered an ancient battlefield. A warrior wielding a colossal sword battled valiantly amidst a sea of foes, spilling blood as he struck down an enemy with a single blow. The adversaries surged forth like a relentless tide, and the warrior continued to vanquish them in droves. Witnessing this, Qiao Yu felt a surge of adrenaline, clenching his fists with fervor. "Oh, how I wish to be like that warrior." Qiao Yu mused. Alas, he possessed no funds to partake in such a game. He decided to return home. Regrettably, he lacked the patience to continue watching, or else he would have been utterly overwhelmed with excitement. The 4 nations have deemed this a monumental shift. To support the impoverished, each government has allocated 500 billion world coins to provide every impoverished household with a virtual helmet. The distribution is expected to be completed within 2 weeks, with the official launch in early May of the world's first year. Yay! The square erupted with jubilant cheers. Such explosive news would surely reach every corner of the globe. Chapter 2, Prelude to the Game. As Qiao Yu trudged back to his dwelling, he felt as though he were in a daze. His mind lingered on the game footage he had witnessed. Ever since the moment he lost his parents, he had yearned for the capability to change his circumstances. With enough strength, he could secure milk and bread, perhaps even encounter beautiful women. Oh, what a delightful fantasy. He sighed and resolved to focus on his training. Qiao Yu, unwilling to dwell on such thoughts, feared he might succumb to daydreaming. Sitting cross-legged, he embraced tranquility and began to cultivate the Tianlong Ju as usual. How frustrating. Yet, before long, he found himself complaining he could not summon the motivation to continue his practice. Exhausting his energy, he lay on the ground, resting his head on his hands and gazing at the ceiling, his thoughts a whirlwind. He reminisced about his parents and the joy of his childhood, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he recalled those serene and innocent moments. But then, his mind turned to that fateful night. Father, mother, wake up. His expression darkened, revealing the anger and anguish that surged within him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qiao Yu fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he heard a serene elder's voice. Child, you have suffered. Be strong, you will surpass others in time. Following this, he dreamt of an enchanting scene. Unbeknownst to him, as he concluded a fierce battle with a lovely maiden in his dream, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony. Early in the morning, urgent knocks echoed through the air. Open the door. Open the door. Came the frantic calls. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Qiao Yu groaned. Who is it? Can't a person get some peace in the morning? Apologies for the disturbance. We are from the Shenlong Kingdom's Chasing Dreams Game Equipment Distribution Department. Here is your game-specific helmet and connecting computer. Please sign for it. A gentle voice accompanied by a well-dressed individual stood at the door. The sight of Qiao Yu's earlier fierce demeanor appeared to frighten him slightly. Despite Qiao Yu's strikingly handsome features, I didn't purchase a Chasing Dreams game helmet. Qiao Yu responded, bewildered. If you're giving it away, that's another matter. Otherwise, I might just take it. Another uninformed, impoverished individual. The staff member thought, yet felt compelled to adhere to the orders from above. Indeed, the four nations have recognized that Chasing Dreams represents a groundbreaking evolution. To support the impoverished, each government has allocated 500 billion world coins to equip every impoverished household with a virtual helmet and a connecting computer. We are tasked with distributing the gaming equipment. The staff member patiently explained. Is that true? Qiao Yu was ecstatic. If so, then the beauties of Shenlong Kingdom. Here I come. As you can see, this is the Chasing Dreams game helmet. Simply sign here, and it will belong to you. We charge no fees. The staff member continued, pointing to a box while handing Qiao Yu a form and a pen. Qiao Yu could hardly believe what he was hearing. He was rendered speechless. Seeing Qiao Yu in a daze, the staff member waved a hand in front of him. Oh, I apologize for losing composure, Qiao Yu replied, his excitement bubbling over with visions of grandeur filling his mind. Not a problem. Please sign. Qiao Yu took the pen and form, and with a flourish, inscribed his name Qiao Yu. Thank you for your cooperation. Here is your game helmet and connecting computer. The staff member collected the pen and form, handing Qiao Yu a box, while two uniformed individuals approached carrying a large crate. Once the staff departed, Qiao Yu could not help but murmur, when did the four nations elect impoverished individuals as leaders? It seems like the underprivileged are being favored now. Regardless, the day's unexpected joy left Qiao Yu elated. He eagerly tore open the packaging, revealing a gleaming silver helmet nestled within, accompanied by a thick instruction manual. Qiao Yu examined the helmet from various angles. His mind filled with questions about its operation that he then picked up the instruction manual to delve deeper. Qiao Yu, an astute individual, refrained from hastily discovering how to play the game and instead focused on the essential question. How could he begin? Connect your gaming helmet to the computer via the connection cable. He muttered, realizing, oh, damn, I haven't even set up the computer yet. He absent-mindedly scratched his head. Thus, Qiao Yu unwrapped the computer packaging and meticulously followed the instructions. For 3 entire days, he abstained from food and drink, ultimately assembling the computer just before dawn on the 4th day, successfully linking it to the gaming helmet. Apologies, the server for VRMMORPG is not yet operational. Please return at 8 o'clock on the evening of May 1st, Year 1 of the World, a mechanical voice announced. Today is April 25th, Year 1 of the World, which means there's still a week until it launches, Qiao Yu pondered. Let's take a look at the game introduction. VRMMORPG offers you another chance to pursue your dreams, turning the impossible into reality. Qiao Yu found himself increasingly intrigued. A brief tagline, yet it sparked boundless imagination. The game is set against the backdrop of historical tales from 4 nations, all hosted on a single server. The daily maintenance team comprises representatives from each nation. Players from each country may select their starting location from any of the 4 nations. Game time is calculated at a ratio of 1/3 between reality and the virtual world. For game strategies, please explore independently. For game guidelines, please explore independently. This section is aimed at players who have never played an online game, outlining basic operations common to online gaming. Such vague instructions are practically useless. Qiao Yu exclaimed, contemplating discarding the manual before he had even finished reading it was, in his view, the least practical instruction manual he had ever encountered. Wait, what is this? The game features a conversion rate of 1 world coin to 1 silver coin, and each player has an independent bank account compatible with both game and world currencies. Tell me this isn't true? Qiao Yu pinched his thigh with conviction. Ah, that hurts. Yay. Does this mean I could potentially earn a living within the game? I could engage with beautiful women, build a career. Qiao Yu daydreamed for quite some time, envisioning a scenario where someone suddenly remarked, "Look, he's drooling." In such a case, Qiao Yu would instinctively wipe the corner of his mouth with his hand and respond with a foolish grin, "Hee, not at all. Only 7 days remain until I can play Zhe Meng Ren Shang. I can hardly contain my excitement." Qiao Yu rested his chin on his hands, lost in delightful thoughts. At that moment, his mind was solely focused on overcoming life's challenges. As long as he no longer had to rely on government assistance, he would embrace the adventure ahead. Simultaneously, gamers across the 4 nations echoed his sentiments. Only 7 days until we can play Zhe Meng Ren Shang. I must make a name for myself in there. Only 7 days until we can play Zhe Meng Ren Shang. I plan to charm the ladies. Only 7 days until we can play Zhe Meng Ren Shang. I will amass a fortune, unleashing my entrepreneurial prowess. Only 7 days until we can play Zhe Meng Ren Shang. I will go admire the handsome men. One infatuated individual declared. Only 7 days until we can play Zhe Meng Ren Shang. In the shadows of the 4 nations' governments, plans were being laid. In just 7 days, Zhe Meng Ren Shang will launch. You must establish a stronghold within the game. In 7 days, Zhe Meng Ren Shang will launch. Task assignments must be organized among the teams. In 7 days, Zhe Meng Ren Shang will launch. This time, we will surely avenge our grievances against Inghuagua. In 7 days, Zhe Meng Ren Shang will launch. Ensure you fulfill your responsibilities. Chapter 3. Entering the game. As the launch date of Zhe Meng Ren Shang drew nearer with each passing day, Qiao Yu found himself increasingly restless, almost in a state of agitation. He felt an inexplicable void within him, as if entering the game immediately was imperative. Not just Qiao Yu, but the inhabitants of the entire Luri Xingqiu felt the same anticipation. This game transcended all online games and stood at the pinnacle of history. Naturally, for those who cherished online gaming, the longing was even more profound. The crux of the matter lay with those who had never before engaged with online games. Some sought to escape the pressures of work and study, while others yearned to explore scenic vistas or perhaps even discover a second romance. The allure resided in the astonishing 99.9 virtual realism, which left everyone awestruck. It was rumored that one could even. On the evening of the 1st of May in the world's first year, precisely at 8 o'clock, as the clock on the wall pointed to 8, a delightful and gentle female voice resonated. "Welcome to Zhe Meng Ren Shang. Please enter your citizen identification number to create your character." How do I input this? What is this? Qiao Yu felt as though he were in a dream, detached from his body, with only a lucid consciousness remaining. Moreover, there seemed to be no place to input information, and he cast a puzzled glance at the virtual form of the alluring receptionist. "Please simply think of your citizen identification number," the gentle receptionist instructed. "Oh, so that's how it works. Just think it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, Qiao Yu pondered. "Identity verification successful. Please select your birthplace." I suppose my hometown will do. Let us choose Shenlonggua. Please select gender. Male. Currently, Zhe Meng Ren Shang offers the following professions. Please make your selection. Warrior, close combat profession. Mage, mid to long-range attack profession. Priest, support combat profession. Assassin, specializes in assassination and stealth. Thief, this should be self-explanatory, skilled in stealing. Archer, long-range bow attack profession. Hidden profession, randomly generated, extremely low probability. Specific name confidential. Warrior. Qiao Yu had long decided. He aspired to be an invincible warrior. Please enter your character name. Yin Xiao? Sorry. That name has already been taken by another player. Please choose another. Yun. Sorry. That name has also been taken. Please choose another. This player can be registered. Do you confirm? Cancel. Please enter your character name. Feng Xiao Yun. Character name created successfully. Please select your initial basic attribute scheme. You have 2 options. 1. Based on physical condition scan. 2. Randomly generated. I shall opt for the physical condition scan. Qiao Yu did not wish to leave such an important matter to chance. A warm white light enveloped Qiao Yu, scanning him from head to toe. Physical condition scan successful, generating basic attributes. Please wait. The announcement echoed twice for Qiao Yu. Your initial basic attributes have been generated. You may open the control panel to view them. Qiao Yu quickly located the control panel, eager to open it. A data table materialized before his eyes. Character name, Feng Xiao Yun. Profession, warrior. Hidden profession, hunter. Level, 0 current experience points, 0 health points. 100 internal energy points, 50 attack power, 5 defense power, 10 strength, 20 maximum limit, 20 stamina, 20 maximum limit, 20 agility, 18 maximum limit, 20 intelligence, 19 maximum limit, 20 comprehension, charm, luck, reputation, 0 good evil value, 0 money, 100 copper coins. Good heavens, a hidden profession? How perfect is this? Am I not invincible now? Qiao Yu was taken aback. In truth, this was largely due to his childhood practice of the Tianlong Ju, which endowed him with a robust physique. Oh no, it should be termed formidable. How could an ordinary person possess such might? However, the probability of this hidden profession was indeed reliant on luck. At this moment, the gentle voice of the receptionist resounded once more. You may choose to adjust your appearance up or down by 20, or leave it unchanged. Unchanged. Qiao Yu, out of nostalgia for his parents, would not alter himself in any way. The character has been successfully created. Do you have any further inquiries? Shall we enter the game immediately? No. Enter the game immediately, Qiao Yu succinctly replied. At the moment of character creation, many players encountered difficulties. Miss, may we have a chat? He reached out to touch the beautiful receptionist. Wow, just perfect, the physique of a golden beauty, exquisite indeed. Boom, a thunderclap resounded, and the unfortunate individual was left charred and furious. With a wave of her hand, the beauty summoned a flash of white light, and Qiao Yu found himself in a stunning novice village, clad in a coarse garment. It felt as though he had stepped into another world, so incredibly real. The cacophony and clamor filled the entire novice village. It appeared Qiao Yu had arrived a bit late. Outside the novice village, the crowd was bustling, the air rife with cries of battle. Everyone was busily coming and going. Step aside, buddy. Don't block my path to leveling up. A brawny man shouted at the player ahead. Yay, finally leveled up. Where to begin? Qiao Yu felt bewildered. Before playing the game, he had yearned for Zhuiming Renxing. Yet upon entering, he found himself at a loss. Never mind, I'll observe first, Qiao Yu thought. Thus, he became an anomaly, not rushing to level up frantically nor shouting battle cries. Qiao Yu strolled leisurely, taking in the sights around him. Ding, clang, ding, clang. Qiao Yu arrived at the blacksmith shop and beheld an elderly man bare-chested, revealing a robust physique, skillfully hammering a weapon. The rhythmic sound of the forge resonated, leading Qiao Yu to ponder that this must be a seasoned master. Ding, clang, ding, clang. Qiao Yu remained quietly observant. Suddenly, the noise ceased. The old blacksmith glanced curiously at Qiao Yu. Young man, what is so captivating about blacksmithing? Aren't you off to battle monsters and gain levels? The blacksmith inquired with a warm tone. Oh, sir, the sound of your hammering is truly enchanting. I simply could not resist lingering a bit longer, Qiao Yu replied earnestly. Oh, the blacksmith's lips curled slightly. Would you like to learn? He regarded Qiao Yu with newfound respect, realizing that this lad could discern his mastery merely from the sounds. I wish to learn blacksmithing. A gruff voice interjected. It was Quangfing Xing, who then addressed Qiao Yu. Brother, while you possess a commendable physique, this labor requires muscles like mine. Perhaps you should pursue another endeavor. He patted his chest, indicating his own impressive build. Oh, you wish to learn? Let us see how strong you are. The blacksmith shifted his tone, tossing the hammer towards Quangfing Xing. Ah, old man, are you attempting murder? Quangfing Xing fumbled to catch it, exclaiming, how can this be? It's so heavy. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned his brow. Well, you can manage. But there remains one final test. The blacksmith gently patted Quangfing Xing's shoulder. Under the light touch, Quangfing Xing's formidable frame appeared somewhat feeble. Sir, perhaps you should reconsider. This brother Quangfing has a gentle disposition. Qiao Yu interceded, empathizing with Quangfing Xing. Ha. Young man, why not give the hammer a try? The blacksmith suggested, turning his attention to Qiao Yu. All right, I shall give it my best shot. Qiao Yu responded, though uncertain, having witnessed Quangfing Xing's struggle. To both their astonishment, Qiao Yu effortlessly lifted the hammer with one hand and twirled it around. What? How can this be? Quangfing Xing gazed at Qiao Yu in disbelief. The old blacksmith merely smiled in silence. Oh, this is nothing. Qiao Yu felt a tad awkward. Young man, do you wish to learn blacksmithing? The old blacksmith seemed unwilling to let such a promising talent slip away. After much contemplation, Qiao Yu decided that he had nothing to lose. Yes, I shall learn. Come here, both of you. The blacksmith called to them. Ding. System notification. The old blacksmith wishes to impart the mining skill to you. Will you accept or decline? Accept. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Player Feng Xiao Yun has learned the mining skill. Reputation 5. The old blacksmith then tossed each of them an iron pickaxe. Within 3 days, each of you must mine 300 copper ores and 300 iron ores, then deliver them to me. Ding. System notification. The old blacksmith has assigned Feng Xiao Yun the task, mining trial. This task cannot be declined, and the completion time is 3 days. Leaving Qiao Yu and Quang Fingxing in a state of shock, the old blacksmith strode back into the shop. Oh, good heavens, 300 pieces? Of 2 types of ores. Quang Fingxing could not help but complain. Thank you for helping me earlier, brother. I am Quang Fingxing. I would like to befriend you. If anyone troubles you in the future, just let me know, and I will ensure you are avenged. With that, he requested to add Qiao Yu as a friend. Ding. System notification. Player Quang Fingxing has requested to add Feng Xiao Yun as a friend. Accept or decline. Ding. System notification. The system has automatically added player Quang Fingxing to your friend list. So your name is Feng Xiao Yun. What a powerful name. Until next time. Quang Fingxing exclaimed before dashing off to mine. Chapter 4. Battling the tiger for the task. Feng Xiao Yun surveyed his surroundings and noticed the bustling figures of numerous individuals. Shaking his head, he began searching for a bookstore, as he had no map and was at a loss regarding mining. After considerable effort, Feng Xiaoyan finally discovered the bookstore tucked away in a corner. A sign hung askew at the entrance. And had it not been for the official description of game buildings adhering to certain historical contexts, he would have assumed the bookstore was on the verge of closing down. As he approached, a sense of eerie foreboding enveloped him, perhaps due to the shop's desolate location and low foot traffic. Feng Xiaoyun reassured himself to stave off excessive fear. Excuse me, is the owner present? He timidly called out upon noticing the absence of the proprietor. His voice reminiscent of a thief testing the waters. What do you want? The bookstore owner suddenly appeared before Feng Xiaoyun, speaking in a slow and frightening tone. May I inquire if you have a map? Feng Xiaoyun was startled, stuttering as he spoke. Here, 1 silver coin. The owner brusquely tossed a map onto the counter before squatting down to busy himself with something else. What? 1 silver coin? But I, Feng Xiaoyun, have only the 100 copper coins gifted by the system, he thought, contemplating how he might leave with the map unnoticed, wondering if the owner was squatting below. Are you short on money? It's obvious you're a novice player. How about this? If you bring me a tiger skin, I will give you the map for free. Here, take it for now, the owner proposed, a smile breaking across his face. Feng Xiaoyun felt a twinge of caution. Was this a sign of a hidden agenda? All right, but I, Feng Xiaoyun faltered, unsure how to express his lack of knowledge. Ding. System notification. The bookstore owner has granted player Feng Xiaoyun the gathering skill. Will you accept or decline? The system prompted. Does the player Feng Xiaoyun accept the bookstore owner's commission to find a tiger skin? At that moment, Feng Xiaoyun could only apathetically choose to accept. Ding. The system announced. Congratulations to player Feng Xiaoyun for learning the gathering skill, reputation 5. Ding. The system informed. Player Feng Xiaoyun has accepted the quest, the bookstore owner's commission. Completion reward, a novice village map and 1 gold coin. Time limit, 2 days. Hurry back. I need it, urged the bookstore owner, who then seemed to energetically squat beneath the counter. Oh, stammered Feng Xiaoyun, showing no concern for the bookstore owner's attitude. Whatever, it would be better if I exhaust myself. Having acquired the map, Feng Xiaoyun recorded it and began searching for the tiger's habitat. Along the way, he completed 2 additional quests, particularly intrigued by one that was impossible to refuse. However, he decided to obtain the map properly first and proceeded toward the Shishan Gorge. During his journey, Feng Xiaoyun passed through an area where level 5 Dwuggo cats respawned, and he chanced upon a solitary one. He contemplated defeating a monster for fun, but was dismayed to discover he had no weapon. Dwuggo cat level, 5 attack power, 25 defense, 20 health, 60 what to do? Fight barehanded. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The old blacksmith had given him an iron pickaxe for mining. Iron pickaxe durability, 5 equipment requirement, none strength, 5 attack power, 110 perfect. It would grant an additional 5 points to strength and 10 points to attack. With that, Feng Xiaoyun equipped the iron pickaxe, boosting his attack power to 15. Here I come, Dwuggo cat. Feng Xiaoyun shouted as he struck the creature. A crimson number 20 floated above the cat's head. Meow. The Dwuggo cat yelped in pain and leapt toward Feng Xiaoyun. Ding. Player Feng Xiaoyun has been attacked by the Dwuggo cat. Health, 25. Oh no. I lost 25 health in 1 hit. With only 100 health, I'm in trouble. Feng Xiaoyun was alarmed, realizing the Dwuggo cat was far more formidable than expected. He was indeed a naive newcomer, oblivious to the dangers. While others hesitated to challenge monsters of a higher level, he had unwisely struck the Dwuggo cat first. Consequently, Feng Xiaoyun cautiously maneuvered behind the Dwuggo cat and attacked again. This time, a 10 appeared above its head. How curious. Just moments ago, it had taken 20 damage. Why did it now only take 10? Feng Xiaoyun was oblivious to the intricacies of the game's mechanics. Despite the oddity, he adeptly rolled away each time the Dwuggo cat lunged at him, landing strikes in between. Although his stance was somewhat unrefined, it effectively safeguarded him. After persistent efforts, Feng Xiaoyun finally defeated the Dwuggo cat. Half an hour later, with a chime, he noticed a gleaming knife lying quietly where the Dwuggo cat's body had faded away. Simultaneously, ding, Congratulations to player Feng Xiaoyan for killing the Dwuggo cat, earning 50 experience points. As you have defeated a creature of a higher level, you receive a bonus of 35 experience points and a reputation increase of 20. Ding. Congratulations to player Feng Xiaoyan for leveling up. Ding. Congratulations to player Feng Xiaoyan for leveling up. Wow. 2 levels gained in succession. What a windfall. Elated, Feng Xiaoyan did not forget the dropped equipment. He was well aware of the significance of this moment and trembled as he picked up the knife. The exhilaration of acquiring equipment for the first time was irresistibly thrilling, causing his hands to tremble with anticipation. Imagine stepping outside and being suddenly handed a large bag filled with stacks of $100 bills. The rush of excitement would surely send shivers throughout your body. Diamond Blade Silver Grade Equipment Durability, 10 Equipment Requirement, Strength 20 Attack, 10 35 Defense, 10 Attack Speed. 1 What a treasure. Just the right strength. This should suffice against the tiger. Feng Xiaoyan was overjoyed. After organizing his gear, he continued toward the Xishan Gorge. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Before him were small, snow-white tigers. Any infatuated observer would surely exclaim, "Wow, how beautiful and adorable." Despite being called tigers, these creatures resembled kittens. Xishan White Tiger level, 10 attack power, 45 defense, 30 health, 200 however, their attack power and defense were not to be underestimated. Having leveled up twice, he had gained 5 attribute points with each level. For safety's sake, he allocated all his attribute points to strength, ensuring he was adequately prepared. Player Feng Xiaoyan level, 2 current experience, 23 health, 120 inner strength, 60 attack power, 1040 defense, 20 reputation, 30 money, 50 copper coins equipment, rough cloth clothes. Diamond Blade auxiliary skills. Mining, gathering he chuckled to himself, feeling confident that his attack power was now sufficient. However, an important question remained. How could he lure out a Xishan White Tiger? Eureka! Feng Xiaoyan snapped his fingers. He hid behind a tree that was just the right size to conceal his body and threw a stone at the nearest Xishan White Tiger. Roar! The Xishan White Tiger seemed annoyed, though its call resembled that of a small cat. He threw another stone. Come on, don't you dare ignore me. Roar! Throw! I throw! Roar! Roar! Yet the Xishan White Tiger remained unfazed. I am utterly exasperated. Bring forth several large stones. Huh, this time, let us see if you can evade me. Alas, the XSHNBIH seems to wail as if in sorrow, yet it stubbornly remains unmoved. F. Ingshi Oi N, filled with indignation, declared, "So you choose not to come? Let me show you how to deal with you." With that, he hoisted a sizable stone high above his head and hurled it at the nearest XSHNBIH. Thud. It struck true, and a crimson numeral of 50 floated above the beast's head. Is this tactic effective? He mused gleefully, realizing that one could indeed vanquish monsters by means of blunt force. Under the relentless onslaught of stones from F. Ingshi Oi N, the XSHNBIH succumbed to its injuries. Ding. Player F. Ingshi Oi N has successfully slain the XSHNBIH, earning 150 experience points. Due to your overcoming a higher level foe, you receive a bonus of 50 experience points and 20 reputation. Ding. Congratulations, player F. Ingshi Oi N has leveled up. Unperturbed by these notifications, F. Ingshi Oi N's gaze remained fixated on the lifeless form of the tiger. He pondered how best to harvest its pelt. With a fierce roar, F. Ingshi Oi N emerged from behind the trees, bellowing to attract the attention of the surrounding tigers, as if he were the true king of beasts. A chorus of XSHNBIH roars erupted, and suddenly, all of them dashed towards F. Ingshi Oi N. Grinning triumphantly, he fled. For this was precisely his aim. Chapter 5. The XSHNHWing thus. F. Ingshi Oi N engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with the multitude of XSHNBIH. After a hearty meal's duration, as he completed his 8th lap, F. Ingshi Oi N felt a surge of satisfaction and decided to return, intending to collect the pelt of the fallen XSHNBIH. Oh, thank goodness. It's still here, he exclaimed, lunging towards the deceased tiger. Harvesting technique. He cast the spell repeatedly. Ding. Harvest failed. Ding. Harvest failed. The object has been exposed for too long and cannot be harvested. What is this nonsense? F. Ingshi Oi N felt on the verge of madness. After exerting tremendous effort alongside the XSHNBIH, it seemed to have all been in vain. I refuse to believe that I cannot acquire a pelt before logging off today. With determination, F. Ingshi Oi N headed back toward the XSHNBIH, hoping to lure out a solitary one. Just then, a true tiger's roar echoed. XSHNHW Ing level, 20 attack power, 100 defense power, 45 health, 500 skill. Ter F. Ingshi Oi N felt dazed. Encountering such a creature meant harvesting was out of the question for today. Damn it, even if I cannot collect, I will fight with all my might. Anger surged within him, unwilling to concede so easily after leading the XSH-NBIH on such a wild chase. Equipped with his diamond blade, Qiao Yu charged at the XSH-NHWing. With a solid strike, a crimson numeral of 10 appeared above the Tiger King. Enraged, the HWing bellowed, "How dare you demean me? I shall tear you apart." With claws extended, the HWing lunged at Qiao Yu, who was caught off guard and sustained a scratch. Ding! You have been attacked by the XSH-NHWing, losing 40 health. Qiao Yu was dismayed. With a mere 130 health remaining, he promptly allocated all 5 points from his recent level up to stamina, increasing his health by 25. Yet, this was insufficient. He could not withstand many more of the HWing's ferocious strikes. Resorting to a strategy of evasion, Qiao Yu struck and then fled, seeking opportunities to attack again. Suddenly, the XSH-NHWing unleashed its tier skill, inflicting a grievous wound on Qiao Yu's chest, blood gushing forth. Ding! You have been attacked by the XSH-NHWing's tier skill. Losing 80 health. Health critically low. Please consume a healing item. In an instant, Qiao Yu was left with merely 35 health, while the HWing still possessed over 300, a daunting amount. Panic gripped Qiao Yu. Healing items? Where are they? He was bewildered. Yet, with death imminent, he had to act decisively. Rummaging through his storage belt, he finally unearthed 5 life preservation pills provided by the system. Without hesitation, he swallowed one. Instantly, Qiao Yu's health surged by 100. Caution became paramount. He narrowly evaded another onslaught from the XSH-NHWing. A splendid opportunity presented itself. Qiao Yu dashed towards a massive stone. Just before colliding, he executed a backflip to avoid the impending disaster. However, the HWing was not so fortunate, suffering a loss of 100 health. Yet, due to the height of his leap, Qiao Yu lost 10 health upon landing. Roaring in frustration, the XSH-NHWing accelerated towards him. Qiao Yu, unable to evade this time, lost another 40 health. This could not continue. The HWing's speed had significantly increased, and his remaining health would soon dwindle. With a glimmer of mischief, Qiao Yu climbed a large tree. "You surely cannot reach me up here," he taunted. The HWing glared up at him, howling in anger. "Come on, try to bite me." Qiao Yu laughed. "Just wait, you will regret this," he muttered, drawing his diamond blade to chop at the branches. After severing a branch, he fashioned it into a spear-like shape. Ding! Congratulations. Player Qiao Yu has comprehended a new skill. Please name it. Can this work? He pondered. Then I shall call it woodcutting technique. Ding! Player Qiao Yu has successfully named the new skill woodcutting technique, earning 200 experience points, 10 gold coins, and 100 reputation. Wow, 10 gold coins. That's equivalent to 1,000 world currency. Feng Xiaoyan had never encountered 1,000 world coins before. Despite his musings, he remained steadfast in his weapon crafting endeavors. With great effort, he managed to forge a dozen long spears. With a chuckle, he hurled one of the javelins towards the Shishan Tiger King, who was circling the base of a grand tree. A roar erupted as the Shishan Tiger King's health plummeted by 50 points, indicating a promising effect. This time, you shall pay dearly. Feng Xiaoyan vented his frustration, venting the anger he had recently endured. I shall throw you to your demise. He cursed vehemently as he continued to launch javelins at the Shishan Tiger King. Soon enough, the creature's life points dwindled to the brink. At that moment, a faint red glow emanated from the Shishan Tiger King. An anomaly? Feng Xiaoyan exclaimed, recognizing the phenomenon. The mutated Shishan Tiger King was now level 30, boasting an attack power of 200, a defense of 100, and a health of 75. Even if you have mutated, I shall still vanquish you, Feng Xiaoyan declared resolutely, exerting more force into his throws. However, after several attempts, his hands were empty. What happened? Due to the mutation, the Tiger King's defense had doubled, making it increasingly challenging to deplete its health. With his javelins exhausted, Feng Xiaoyan gazed at the mutated Shishan Tiger King with a hint of helplessness. Only 15 health points left. Surely, I cannot leap down to retrieve my javelins. At my current level, a mere touch would lead to my demise. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, jump down? Feng Xiaoyan seemed to grasp a solution. Indeed, he brandished his diamond blade and leapt from the towering tree. The heavens part. He swung mightily. Before the mutated Tiger King could emit its final roar, it succumbed to defeat. Ding! A grand explosion. The ground was littered with gleaming equipment. Ding! Congratulations, player Feng Xiaoyan, for slaying the mutated Tiger King. Experience gained, 20,000. Reputation, 5,000. Ding! As you have defeated a creature beyond level 20. You receive a bonus of 5,000 experience and 1,000 reputation. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. To his astonishment, Feng Xiaoyun had ascended 3 levels. Ding. As the first player to defeat a creature beyond level 20, you are rewarded with 600 experience, 800 reputation, and 100 gold coins. Ding. System announcement. Player Feng Xiaoyun has successfully defeated a creature beyond level 20. The system echoed this announcement thrice. What a remarkable player to surpass level 20. Wow. Just one word, impressive. 2 words, extraordinarily impressive. A certain beauty mused silently. Haha, I knew this lad was extraordinary, came the voice of Quang Fengxing. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyun paid no heed to the system notifications, as a plethora of equipment lay unclaimed on the ground. With a heart full of excitement and trembling anticipation, he hurriedly gathered the items into his storage belt, not daring to glance back. However, he did not forget the task concerning the tiger skin. Gathering skill. Ding. Gathering successful. You have obtained a piece of mutated tiger king hide. Yay. Feng Xiaoyun jubilantly returned to the novice village, declaring it a day of bountiful harvests. Bookstore. Boss. Here is the tiger hide you requested. Feng Xiaoyun proclaimed, placing the mutated tiger king hide on the counter. Ah, is this truly the hide of the mutated tiger king? The bookstore owner nearly swooned with happiness. Indeed. Boss, is this acceptable? Feng Xiaoyun asked, fearing the owner might refuse. Yes. The owner was still in disbelief. Alas. The bookstore owner sighed. Feng Xiaoyun was perplexed, unsure why the owner sighed in such a manner. Ding. The bookstore owner imparts the skill of identification to player Feng Xiaoyun. Will you accept or decline? The system's voice rang out. Accept. Feng Xiaoyun, bewildered, realized that this identification skill was something one could rarely acquire. Yet here it was offered by the bookstore owner. Moreover, how could the owner possess such a skill? Young man, thank you for bringing me this piece of mutated tiger king hide. Consider this identification skill an additional task reward. The owner's tone softened considerably. Ding. Congratulations. Player Feng Xiaoyun, for exceeding the bookstore owner's commission, receiving a reward of 1,000 experience, 50 gold coins, 100 reputation, and a novice village map. Feng Xiaoyun was taken aback. When did exceeding a task yield such generous rewards? Shaking his head, he departed. Right, let me see what equipment I have obtained. Feng Xiaoyun rummaged through his storage belt. Flying tiger boots, golden equipment requirements, none durability, 20 defense, 50 agility, 80 illusory ring, celestial artifact requirements, blood bond durability, 30 infinite storage capacity. Cannot be dropped or stolen. Automatically collects items within a 10-meter radius. Tiger King helmet, silver equipment requirements, strength 40 attack, 15 defense, 10 Tiger King gauntlets, 2 requirements, agility 25 Tiger King pants requirements, strength 20, agility 30 attack, 20 defense, 18 agility, 5. In addition to these already identified items, there was one piece of clothing requiring identification. Yet Feng Xiaoyun found himself unable to identify it after much effort. Alas, he would have to wait until the city's teleportation array was activated for that. Feng Xiaoyun was elated. Each piece of equipment could fetch a staggering price. However, he hesitated to sell them, as they would serve as a means to derive further benefits. Moreover, given that the game had only just begun, equipment was in high demand. Selling them outright would surely cause a stir. It is estimated that it won't be long before a multitude of individuals comes knocking at his door, seeking to provoke him. Feng Xiaoyun allocated the attribute points from his level up according to the requirements of his equipment, donned them, and then checked his stats. Level 6, current upgrade experience, 80. Health, 250, mana, 160, attack power, 1090, defense, 128, prestige, 7050, wealth, 150 gold, 48 silver, 50 copper. Equipment, King Kong blade, Tiger King set, illusory ring, flying tiger boots. His attributes were exceedingly impressive, and his gear was formidable. Feng Xiaoyun could not help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed that with this equipment, he would no longer have to fret about financial difficulties. At present, Feng Xiaoyun's thoughts were still primarily focused on becoming stronger and accumulating wealth. After all, life often necessitates reliance on government aid. He had endured enough over the years and was determined not to continue living in such a state of helplessness. He yearned for strength, for wealth, for currency. Ding. System notification. You have only 5 minutes left of game time today. Please log off immediately. Reluctantly, Feng Xiaoyun logged off. Being forcibly ejected by the system was hardly an enjoyable experience. Just as Feng Xiaoyun logged off, the international official forum of Dreaming Life erupted in chaos. A thread about the extraordinary player Feng Xiaoyun soared to the top, shimmering brightly. Preliminary estimates indicated that on the very first day of the game, this individual had already claimed the top spots on numerous leaderboards. First in equipment, first in highest level, first in wealth, first in overall strength. Several similar threads also garnered immense popularity, inquiring about the extraordinary player Feng Xiaoyun and questioning whether he had cheated. Even infatuated players wrote, "If you seek a husband, choose Feng Xiaoyun." If Qiao Yu were aware of this, he would surely break out in a cold sweat. He had hardly interacted with anyone, yet had already become a world-renowned figure. Upon logging off, Qiao Yu continued his daily practice of the Tianlong Ju. Chapter 6, Zilong Sword. Smoke emitted purple qi, sounding like a dragon as the sword was drawn, its momentum akin to a rainbow. After logging back in, Feng Xiaoyun, armed with the knowledge from yesterday's gameplay, planned to first visit the potion shop to replenish his supplies. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits once again. Just as he had the previous day, without any potions. Clad in gleaming silver equipment, his handsome visage complemented by a well-proportioned physique. He attracted envious glances from fellow players along the way. However, the keen-eyed had already begun to speculate. "Look, isn't that the extraordinary player Feng Xiaoyun?" One person exclaimed. "Indeed, it seems so, just look at his equipment." Others chimed in. "How strange. What extraordinary player. I'm only level 6, Feng Xiaoyun mumbled to himself, somewhat dazed. Ignoring the comments of onlookers, Feng Xiaoyun entered the potion shop, purchased a few potions for gold coins, and proceeded towards the mine marked on the map. Although it cost a few gold coins, it made the surrounding players salivate. To put it into perspective, 1 purple gold equals 1,000 gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. It was likely that at most, they had no more than 5 silver coins in their pockets. My goodness, the game currency was exceedingly difficult to obtain. Upon arriving at the mine, Feng Xiaoyun felt a slight darkness envelop him. The light within the cave was dismally dim, akin to stepping into a coffin, sending chills down his spine. At this moment, only Feng Xiaotian was present, busily mining with a pickaxe. The ore he unearthed was automatically collected by the illusory ring, allowing Feng Xiaotian to focus solely on mining, oblivious to the specific ores he was gathering. When fatigue set in, he would rest briefly before resuming his work, completely disregarding any system notifications. Sigh, so exhausting. Feng Xiaoyun muttered to himself. Have I gathered enough? Damn it, this is tiring. Copper ore, 368. Iron ore, 455. Amethyst ore, 8. Emerald ore, 13. Red rock ore, 5. Gold ore, 180. Silver ore, 205. Feng Xiaoyun recited as he checked. That's sufficient. Time to turn in the quest. As he walked, he delightedly pondered. Having exceeded the task requirements, I wonder if there will be any additional rewards? At the blacksmith shop. Old man, I've finished mining. Oh, let me see. Feng Xiaoyun poured out a large pile of copper and iron ore. The old blacksmith examined the ores on the ground, occasionally making sounds of approval. The quality is quite good. Young man, you have completed your task. Ding. Congratulations to player Feng Xiaoyun for completing the mining trial. Experience reward, 100, gold, 5, prestige, 10. As the old blacksmith finished speaking, the system notification arrived right on cue. The rewards for this task are so low. Feng Xiaoyun thought. Ding. Due to player Feng Xiaotian's successful completion of the mining trial, the title of blacksmith apprentice has been bestowed upon him. How about it? Young man, are you ready to learn the art of blacksmithing? The old blacksmith said with a smile. Feng Xiaoyun nodded. All right, I trust my judgment in you. Follow me. The old blacksmith instructed, leading Feng Xiaoyun to the forge. You will tend the fire here while observing. Feng Xiaoyun operated the bellows, watching the old blacksmith's technique. The old blacksmith skillfully wielded a hammer in his right hand, while his left hand grasped a pair of tongs to retrieve a red-hot iron piece from the forge. He placed it on the anvil with a resounding clang, then transferred the hammered iron to another furnace to melt it down. Subsequently, the old blacksmith took out a handful of colorful ores and tossed them into a new furnace. After a considerable time had passed, the iron had melted halfway, while the colorful ores had completely liquefied. The old blacksmith refined the ores, and just as the iron was fully melted, he poured the refined ore into the molten iron. A dazzling light flashed as the molten iron transformed into a silvery hue and cooled down. After a lengthy wait, once the iron block containing the ore had melted again, the old blacksmith patted himself down, realizing he had forgotten to reward himself with the red rock. Oregon old man, is it like this? Feng Xiaoyun picked up a piece of Qiyan ore. Truly, where did you obtain this? The blacksmith's voice was filled with urgency. I mined it. Feng Xiaoyun replied. Nonsense. I sought after those ores for ages and could only acquire a few pieces, which I've already exhausted. You went just once and managed to find some? The blacksmith seemed incredulous. I truly mined it. If you don't believe me, look. As he spoke, Feng Xiaoyun poured out all the ores he had collected. Exceptional emerald ore. Exceptional amethyst ore. The blacksmith was becoming somewhat frantic. Old man, aren't you in a hurry to use these? Hurry up, Feng Xiaoyun urged, disregarding the blacksmith's wild gaze. There's no rush now. With this emerald and amethyst, I can take my time. Soon, I shall show you my true craftsmanship, the blacksmith chuckled, his joy somewhat exaggerated. After a while, the blacksmith began to melt the Qiao ore into a crystalline liquid, pouring it into the molten iron block and then cooling it down. He placed it back into the furnace, where it was heated until it glowed a vibrant red. He then hammered it relentlessly while simultaneously merging the exceptional emerald and amethyst in a more advanced furnace. It's almost time, the blacksmith said as he observed the molten emerald and amethyst. He brought the processed iron block near the molten emerald and amethyst. Hiss. The iron block absorbed all the molten liquid. Following this, he placed the iron block into a new, superior furnace for further melting, instructing the shop assistant to keep watch. Young man, what type of weapon do you desire? The blacksmith inquired. Me? I would like a sword. Feng Xiaoyun answered truthfully. Haha, just wait. I shall surprise you shortly, the blacksmith responded, continuing to smile without further explanation. Master, it has melted, an assistant rushed over to report. Oh good. The blacksmith approached the furnace and poured the molten liquid into a sword mold. Then, he applied an unknown liquid that was certainly not plain water. Hiss. A thick purple smoke billowed forth. The blacksmith leaned in and lifted the mold, revealing a blinding purple light that burst forth. Buzz. A melodious dragon's roar resonated. Ah, a magnificent sword. Feng Xiaoyun couldn't help but exclaim. Young man, how about you give it a fitting name? The blacksmith asked. How about calling it the Zilong sword? Haha, splendid. It shall be known as the Zilong sword, the blacksmith declared with delight. Here, young man. This sword is a gift for you. The blacksmith extended the Zilong sword towards Feng Xiaoyun. But this is too much. Feng Xiaoyun protested. Nonsense. If it weren't for your precious ores, this would merely be a worthless piece of iron in my eyes. Feng Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback. Zilong sword durability, 100 attack, 50125 defense, 50 attack speed, 10 bonus skill. Zilong roar, I cannot accept this. Old man, it is far too valuable. Young man, OGZ, never take back what I give away, the blacksmith said, somewhat irritated by Feng Xiaoyun's lack of understanding. So you are the esteemed OGZ. Haha. So, will you accept it now? Yes. Thank you, senior. Now that's more like it. Quickly acknowledge it as yours. Or if someone else claims it, I will not be responsible. Indeed, a figure of such caliber has crafted countless celestial artifacts, not to mention several divine weapons. How could he care about this one? Moreover, OGZ had just stated the truth. Without Feng Xiaoyun's or materials, it would be nothing more than scrap metal. Alright. Feng Xiaoyun bit his finger and let his blood touch the sword, a gentle light flashing as the sword became his. What do you think? Go select a tassel and sheath for your sword. Feng Xiaoyun no longer felt the need to be overly courteous to OGZ, as it would seem too pretentious. A purple sword should have a purple tassel and sheath, Feng Xiaoyun stated, then chose a purple tassel and sheath to match. Feng Xiaoyun was exceedingly joyful today. With this sword, he felt elated. Alright, young man, this Zilong sword is yours. The purple tassel and sheath will cost you 500 gold coins, which is quite a bargain. Senior, I cannot accept that. Feng Xiaoyun nearly fainted. Haha, you cannot refuse. If word gets out, where would I put my face? OGZ feigned anger. Senior, I do not have that much money. Well, how about this? You can work for me for 5 days to offset the 500 gold coins. Really? That is wonderful. Feng Xiaoyun exclaimed joyfully, thinking that if OGZ sold him, he might even help count the money. This was truly a scheme, haha. Here, use this. It might help you find some good ores. OGZ tossed a mining tool to Feng Xiaoyun. Detection silver pickaxe attack, 10 defense, 8 success rate for exceptional, or 5 thus. For the following days, Feng Xiaoyun devoted himself solely to mining, nearly exhausting the small mine. After repaying the debt for the tassel and sheath, OGZ, perhaps out of sympathy, bestowed upon Feng Xiaoyun the title of blacksmith. Haha, young man, thank you. It seems I have work to do again. Senior, please do not mention it. Suddenly, a notification chimed. You have only 5 minutes left of game time for today. Please log off immediately. Oh, senior, I must log off now. I'm leaving. Take care. Until next time, OGZ said with a smile. Feng Xiaoyun dashed away, and from a distance, OGZ heard a loud shout. Damn it, old man. I never want to see you again. A greedy old fool. Chapter 7. Infinite. After logging off, Qiao Yu let out a sigh of relief. He found the old man to be utterly perplexing, presenting himself as a master while simultaneously appearing as a miser. What an oddity. Alas, his food supplies were dwindling once more, and he wondered when this ordeal would come to an end. Qiao Yu harbored immense grievances about having to collect government relief every 7 days. Unfortunately, he felt powerless to resolve his survival issues. What could he do? Life must go on, he thought with a bittersweet smile. Once prepared, Qiao Yu swiftly exited his home, casting a lingering glance at the gaming headset lying quietly in the corner. It was evident that his thoughts were consumed by the pursuit of his dreams. As he navigated the bustling streets, Qiao Yu stood out remarkably. It was unmistakable, given his attire and appearance. He was a striking figure, yet his clothing left much to be desired. Those with even a hint of fashion sense might have mistaken his outfit for this year's trend. But despite scouring every clothing store, they found nothing akin to what Qiao Yu wore, only to lament their own misfortune. Had they approached him for an explanation, he would likely have nonchalantly replied, "Just a change." Oblivious to the stares of passers-by, Qiao Yu remained focused on his game. Just as he was lost in his infinite reverie, a melodious voice jolted him back to reality. "Hey, you bumped into me." He had collided with something soft, and, instinctively, felt it. Its elasticity was delightful. What could it be? He was baffled by the pleasant sensation. Before he could fully comprehend, he noticed an elegant beauty blushing before him, her demeanor exuding grace. She possessed a tall, delicate figure, with long hair cascading down her back, swaying gently in the breeze, releasing a faint, enchanting fragrance. Her elongated face, paired with a petite nose, rendered her utterly charming. Yet, upon closer inspection, she bore a hint of maturity, embodying the classic shy girl archetype, as Qiao Yu pondered. Having watched numerous television shows over the years, his appreciation for beauty was formidable. "Ah, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you," Qiao Yu stammered, his face flushing crimson upon realizing he had inadvertently touched the beauty's bosom. How unfortunate. He mused silently, wishing for just a moment longer. "Why are you walking like that? Don't you look where you're going?" She chided, visibly annoyed, but her blush deepened as she recalled the earlier incident. "You didn't even notice when you bumped into me. How rude." I'm sorry," Qiao Yu managed to utter, feeling the weight of the situation. He knew that escalating this could lead to unwanted trouble in these turbulent times, where the world was filled with all sorts of characters. At that moment, a playful voice chimed in, "Sister, there you are? Where have you been? We've been looking for you." The voice, reminiscent of gunfire, interrupted the scene. Qiao Yu found it peculiar. The sister appeared more like a younger sibling, and the younger one seemed to suspect something untoward was afoot. "Is something wrong with him?" the younger girl queried, misinterpreting the situation. "Of course not. Don't say silly things," the sister retorted, playfully tapping her nose, her face aflame with embarrassment. "Hey, what are you doing standing here?" the younger girl questioned, her tone somewhat hostile. I was just passing by," Qiao Yu replied meekly. "Then why are you still here?" she pressed, seemingly intent on driving him away. "Oh, excuse me. I'll be on my way," Qiao Yu said hurriedly, shaking his head as he continued on his path. While the beauty was captivating, he deemed his survival more pressing than flirting, setting aside such thoughts for the moment. Why are there so many people today? Qiao Yu wondered, perplexed by the unusual crowd of impoverished individuals seeking relief. In the throng, he had no choice but to wait patiently, unless one wished to forgo their rations. Standing in line was unavoidable. After what felt like an eternity, it was finally Qiao Yu's turn. As usual, the process was marred by corruption. After collecting his relief, he made his way to the central square to catch the news. According to reliable sources, due to pressure from countless players, the game Zhui Meng Rensheng would soon launch an exchange system. This operation would be managed entirely by an international bank, with further details available on the official forum. Finally, the exchange is opening. I haven't had money to spare for ages, not even for potions, exclaimed a nearby rotund man to his slender companion. Yes, I've only got 2 copper coins left, the thin man replied, feigning coolness as he rummaged through his pockets. I heard there's going to be an auction soon. I plan to exchange my game currency. Maybe I'll snag some good equipment, he added. An auction? Qiao Yu silently chuckled to himself. He still possessed several pieces of fine equipment that he believed would fetch a handsome price. Throughout his journey, Qiao Yu remained enveloped in his infinite daydreams. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A row of luxurious cars parked in the vacant lot, including a world-famous limited edition model. Although Qiao Yu resided in the slums, he occupied a substantial plot of land all on his own, far removed from the others. The location is somewhat remote. Yet overall the environment remains quite pleasant. Initially, Qiao Yu found it perplexing that such a splendid place had no inhabitants. The sentiment was that the impoverished residents were too numerous, while the affluent could not lower their pride to dwell here. Some had contemplated forcefully evicting them, but the sheer volume of the poor made such endeavors futile, and they were at a loss as to where to send them. Consequently, the matter was left unresolved, and no wealthy individuals were inclined to settle here. Regardless, Qiao Yu stepped inside, but the sight before him made him want to scream in disbelief. It's you, Qiao Yu exclaimed, astonished that the beautiful sister he had just encountered in the city had come to his home, accompanied by her younger sister. You again? The sisters chorused in unison. How did you two end up in my house? Qiao Yu asked, a tad anxious. He feared encountering 2 beautiful thieves might lead to the ruin of his gaming helmet. My sister is a bit nervous. After all, we did intrude uninvited. The younger sister chimed in, her demeanor less than polite, almost brazen. Is this your home? I wasn't aware. It doesn't seem to bear your name, does it? Are you stalking us? The younger sister eyed him suspiciously, portraying him as a rogue. Qiao Yu frowned. Well, let me clarify. This is indeed my home, Qiao Yu's residence. He asserted emphatically to the little sister. Humph. Understood, Qiao Yu. The younger sister mimicked him mockingly. May I inquire, what brings you to my abode? Ah, nothing much. The elder sister interjected hastily. What do you mean nothing? We intend to build a villa here. The younger sister declared with audacious confidence. Suit yourselves. As long as it does not disturb me, do as you please. Qiao Yu replied with a sense of resignation. Build away. As long as you don't demolish this dilapidated house of mine that lacks even a door, I have no desire to concern myself with your affairs. In his words, he expressed indifference. Why should it matter to me? Excuse me, I wish to play my game now, he said, turning his back as he retreated into the inner room. Unconcerned even if thieves were to invade. His home was exceedingly modest, devoid of any valuable possessions. Haha, dream chaser, here I come. Qiao Yu thought to himself as he logged in, entirely oblivious to the two sisters standing behind him, their eyes wide with astonishment. Sister, so he is the perverted man. The younger sister blinked in surprise. Stop. Do not defame him. What about him seems perverse? The elder sister defended Qiao Yu, then added, besides, apart from his unremarkable attire. What is so extraordinary about him? Sister, are you smitten with him? Why else would you defend him? I am not. The elder sister replied, her cheeks flushing. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoyun was completely unaware of this unfolding drama. He was engrossed in his game. Let me see what the official forum has to say, he mused. Perverted genius Feng Xiaoyun. If you seek a husband, look for Feng Xiaoyun. What nonsense is this? When did I become a perverted genius? Astonishment washed over him. Profound astonishment. Riches are rare, and equipment is hard to find. Lacking funds for potions leads to a slow demise. The game had only just begun, and he found himself in a dire predicament. That day, while battling monsters, he suddenly fell victim to poisoning. Noticing his health plummeting, he realized the gravity of the situation. In a frantic bid, he fled back to the novice village, racing to the potion shop. Shopkeeper, 1 bottle of antidote, please. Here, 2 gold coins. Could you possibly lower the price? No way, take it or leave it. Come on, have a heart. I'm poisoned and cannot afford the antidote, he pleaded, showing his meager 3 copper coins. Please, dear lady, spare a little. I cannot buy the antidote. No money, the shopkeeper retorted. Thus, he stood helplessly in the potion shop, watching his health drain away until he met his tragic end. 1 million world coins for 10 gold coins, 10 million world coins for silver-level equipment. The forum was flooded with similar posts lamenting and seeking game currency, equipment, and more. Ah, is money really that scarce? How do I have over 100 gold coins then? Feng Xiaoyan pondered. Indeed, 3 days later, the world coin exchange system would activate, simultaneously. Due to players reaching level 10, the teleportation arrays in major cities would commence, culminating in an auction in by whose city 3 days hence. Feng Xiaoyan exclaimed in delight. It seems I can auction off the diamond blade, its silver equipment. Surely, it will fetch a handsome price. The Tiger King set could also be considered. Escaping his financial woes was of utmost importance. Feng Xiaoyun was filled with dreams of grandeur. Chapter 8, A Fortuitous Encounter. Thus, with visions of wealth in mind, Feng Xiaoyun ventured into a spawn area of the Songyuan Wolf. Songyuan Wolf, level 18, attack 105, defense 80, health 350. Feng Xiaoyun, wishing to avoid drawing attention to himself, was not clad in the Tiger King set, but rather wore a simple cloth garment and wielded a purple dragon sword. He also donned the flying tiger boots. Attack power 50 to 174, defense power 90, equipment purple dragon sword, illusory ring, flying tiger boots. As soon as Feng Xiaoyun appeared, several oblivious Songyuan wolves lunged at him. Although Feng Xiaoyun was only level 6, the aid of the celestial purple dragon sword and flying tiger boots rendered the Songyuan wolves inconsequential. He swiftly dispatched them with a flurry of strikes. The others were similarly dealt with minimal effort. Occasionally, he would sustain a scratch, but his retaliatory strikes swiftly felled his attackers. The thrill of defeating monsters beyond his level was exhilarating. Feng Xiaoyun watched in delight as his experience points soared, his heart filled with joy. After more than 3 hours of relentless battling, he finally reached level 10. At that moment, he noticed a figure in the distance. Their method of combating monsters appeared peculiar. He observed that they engaged in one-on-one combat. While lacking Feng Xiaoyun's extraordinary equipment, they navigated through the pack of Songyuan wolves without losing much health. They would strike once, then swiftly change direction to strike again, repeating this rhythm. Feng Xiaoyun found it curious. Why could the Songyuan wolves hardly breach their defenses? Yet they still chose to dodge and evade. Standing still to slay monsters seemed entirely feasible. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Feng Yun approached the individual. Each swing of the sword was executed with such perfection, the positioning so precise. Feng Yun found himself momentarily entranced, convinced that this person was undoubtedly a master in the real world. After delivering a strike to the left side of the Tsungyuan wolf, the individual swiftly returned to confront the beast, seemingly oblivious to the exact spot of impact. Yet, the Tsungyuan wolf's health of 350 points plummeted to 0 in an instant. Feng Yun contemplated the nature of such combat in his mind, feeling a flicker of understanding, yet grasping nothing firmly. The individual, noticing Feng Yun's state, refrained from interrupting him, instead continuing to methodically slay the Tsungyuan wolf. Following several more deliberate strikes, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, player Feng Yun has comprehended an astonishing new skill. Reward, 1 insight. Astonished, Feng Yun stood in a daze. Hey, my friend, did you catch that? The individual approached Feng Yun, smiling, and introduced himself. I am Jing Tian. It is a pleasure to meet you. While his name bore a somewhat ominous tone, his words and demeanor radiated warmth. Oh, greetings, Jing Tian. I am Feng Yun, he replied. Jing Tian, unfazed, continued to wear his captivating smile. Hee, we shall meet again. With that, he departed. Feng Yun remained in a stupor, not at Jing Tian's exit, but at the recent system notification. So, advanced skills are derived from comprehension. Standing still for quite some time, Feng Yun repeated the word comprehend in his mind. Although he had grasped Jing Tian's skill, he yearned to develop a skill that reflected his own uniqueness. This ambition suggested that Feng Yun's future was boundless. Ultimately, Feng Yun exchanged his Zilong sword for the King Kong blade and charged into the throng of Tsungyuan wolves. Without the Zilong sword, he resembled a toothless tiger, fierce yet unable to bite. However, it was not as dire as it seemed, as he could still manage the Tsungyuan wolves. The ensuing battle was nothing short of spectacular, with Jing Tian observing from a distance, having not actually departed. Kill. Feng Yun immersed himself in his imagined techniques, relying solely on instinct and reflexes to combat the Tsungyuan wolves. He contemplated endlessly, practicing repeatedly. Covered in blood, he navigated through the pack, his blade striking down wolf heads. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. The Tsungyuan wolves, intended to provide experience and equipment, were instead utilized by Feng Yun for skill practice. Well, not too shabby, quite clever indeed. But I wonder if he is one of the 4 great martial arts families. Jing Tian mused silently. Why could he not complete the series of movements? Feng Yun found himself growing increasingly frustrated. Perhaps I should log off and ponder this more thoroughly, he muttered to himself, then vacantly headed toward the novice village. Jing Tian shook his head, chuckling softly, and also turned back to the novice village. At this moment, Qiao Yu noticed the front room was empty. It was peculiar for no one to be around after such a long playtime. How can I achieve this? Qiao Yu pondered, feeling a twinge of vexation. The intricacies of thought were tangled, leaving a strange sensation in his heart. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Jianyuan City, a tall, graceful figure leaned on the balcony, silently gazing into the distance. What manner of person are you, to stir such turmoil within me? It was none other than the beautiful sister whom Qiao Yu had inadvertently bumped into earlier that day. Sister, I have reached level 10, exclaimed a mischievous little girl, her excitement palpable. In truth, this clever child frequently roamed with several friends, seeking assistance for leveling up. Today, fortune seemed to favor her. Having advanced from level 7 to 10, if left to her own devices to battle, she would undoubtedly exhaust her experience points. Ah, so you are here. Sister, you have neglected Xiner. The charming little girl, Xiner, pouted while tugging at her sister's arm. All right, my little darling. Is this sufficient? Her sister replied with a smile, playfully ruffling Xiner's excessively clever hair. Sister, who are you thinking of? Xiner's bright, dark eyes twinkled like stars in the night sky. Little rascal, off to bed with you. Caught off guard, the beautiful sister blushed, thankful that it was nighttime and visibility was poor. She quickly shifted the topic. Fine. I shall go to sleep. Good night, sister. Xiner chimed, skipping away. The beautiful sister shook her head, feeling a hint of exasperation. I know. It must be that Qiao Yu I encountered during the day. Xiner suddenly dashed back, exclaiming. It seemed she feared her sister would be upset, and she quickly turned to flee. Chapter 9. A transformation into wealth. 3 days later, Qiao Yu pondered, what is happening? Why am I so inept? He recalled spending these days in the Tsungyuan wolf spawning area, practicing and experimenting, yet each day ended in failure. For 3 consecutive days, it had been the same. After finishing his training, Qiao Yu rested his head on his hands, staring at the ceiling. Restless and anxious, he questioned himself, what must I do to succeed? Uncertain if it was a matter of mindset, he realized his Tianlong Ju had lingered at the 3rd level for an extended period. He could sense he was on the verge of breaking into the 4th level, yet he could not take that final step. In the game, each attempt brought a fleeting sense of grasping something elusive, yet he could not discern what it was. This sensation truly troubled Qiao Yu. But thinking of her from that day brightened his mood. He vividly recalled the scene. "Ah, you strange? Hey, you bumped into me. Ah, I apologize. How do you walk? Not looking where you are going." He collided with someone without realizing it. Yet Qiao Yu smiled radiantly, gently closing his eyes as he slowly recalled her appearance. Should he venture into the game today? Qiao Yu couldn't help but engage in a self-dialogue. With such a dreadful mood, how could he possibly play? Suddenly, the thought of the auction flashed through his mind. He rolled over with a sudden burst of inspiration and vanished. He chuckled to himself, thinking of the fortune that awaited him today. The prospect of earning a substantial sum made him feel delightfully mischievous inside. Upon entering the game, Feng Yun removed all his gear except for the Fei Hu boots and donned a novice's coarse cloth attire as he made his way to the teleportation array. Where to? The teleportation attendant appeared overly humanized, displaying the demeanor of a mercenary businessman, showing indifference towards Feng Yun in his novice garb. "I'll deal with you later," Feng Yun muttered under his breath, stating aloud, "By whose city?" "1 gold coin." The attendant replied. "Are you serious? A gold coin?" Feng Yun was momentarily stunned. Realizing that 1 gold coin equated to 100 world coins, he could take 100 bus rides with that. "Are we going or not, brother? I'm hurrying to the auction to procure some good gear. I've heard there are many silver-grade items this time." A robust voice exclaimed. "Ah, I'm coming." Feng Yun had no choice but to part with a gold coin for the teleportation. After a flash of white light, he found himself in Baihu City. What a magnificent architectural layout. Feng Yun marveled at the scene before him. Rows of ancient jade-carved auspicious beasts and intricately patterned stone slabs underfoot, all simply breathtaking. Upon arriving at the auction venue, Feng Yun inquired about the backstage direction and proceeded accordingly. The officials had initially intended to use the system's functions for the auction, but they realized that a lively atmosphere was essential. Hence, a super-luxurious grand auction house was established in Baihu City, which would also prove beneficial as the game progressed. "Good day. May I assist you? If not, please return to the auction hall. The event is about to commence." An attendant inquired. "Oh, I have a batch of equipment I wish to auction. Is that permitted?" Feng Yun, unfamiliar with the customary procedures, asked earnestly. "Absolutely. We would be delighted to have you." The attendant responded, leading Feng Yun into a modernly decorated office. "Manager, this player has a batch of equipment he wishes to auction." The attendant reported. "Oh, Feng Yun?" The manager replied, his tone laden with curiosity but without direct affirmation. "Yes, I am Feng Yun. May I proceed?" Despite the attendant's previous assurance, Feng Yun felt it prudent to confirm, as it was customary that the superior's word carried weight. "Call me Manager Tang. Let me see your equipment." The manager, a portly man resembling a pregnant woman, stated directly. His appearance elicited a strong urge in Feng Yun to confront him. To Feng Yun's surprise, the manager asked him to display his equipment in front of the crowd. Observing the throngs of people entering and exiting, Feng Yun found himself questioning whether this was indeed an official setting. "Not to worry, everyone here is simply you," the manager said, noticing Feng Yun's hesitance and offering an encouraging smile. "That gaze of yours is rather lascivious." Feng Yun thought to himself, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "You too?" "Indeed." The server operates autonomously, requiring no intervention from the officials. Reluctantly, Feng Yun took out his equipment, aware that he could hardly fend off any potential robbers alone. Vajra blade. A silver weapon. Manager Tang expressed clear astonishment. Silver-grade weapons were notoriously difficult to acquire. Golden set? "Ah, excellent, excellent." Manager Tang's demeanor brightened as if he had struck gold. "Very well, I accept your auction items. Additionally, the system's handling fee is 1. You may proceed to the VIP box to observe the auction. Here is your VIP card. In the future, should you choose to purchase items at the auction, we will offer you a 20% discount." Manager Tang concluded, instructing the attendant to escort Feng Yun to the VIP box. "Hey, can you sell me your equipment? I'll offer you 80 million world coins." A shrewd voice suddenly interjected. Feng Yun glanced around. "Manager Tang, didn't you say there were no players here?" Manager Tang quickly realized he had been exposed and attempted to cover it up. "Indeed, there are no players. Our auction operates directly with world coins, as the system has enabled currency exchange functionality. This is one of my colleagues. He was merely jesting with you." The explanation felt insufficient to Feng Yun, but he chose not to expose the ruse and entered the VIP box with new questions swirling in his mind. "Hey, Manager Tang, why not let him know we're not?" The voice that had offered 80 million world coins questioned. "You needn't worry about that. We cannot disclose the orders from above to the players. Good evening, friends. Welcome to the inaugural auction of Chasing Dreams. First, let me express my gratitude for your attendance." It was none other than Manager Tang. The auction felt more like a corporate presentation to Feng Yun, who was growing increasingly drowsy, and the other players appeared even less engaged. Suddenly, the atmosphere became chaotic, with groups of people stirring. "It shouldn't be long before we can start forming guilds." Feng Yun pondered. Now, for this auction, we have a golden set as the highlight. Let us begin with the first item up for bid, the entwined bracelet. At the mere mention of the golden set, the audience's expressions transformed into a mix of fervor, envy, and impatience. It seemed they had all come solely for the golden set, showing little interest in the preceding items. Yet, the prices remained steep, which was Feng Yun's immediate impression. It appears that today's auction for the Golden Tiger King set is highly competitive. Feng Yun has set his sights on a rival group. Whenever one of them places a bid, the others follow suit, creating a rather adversarial atmosphere. Below, a player is auctioning a silver-grade weapon, the Diamond Blade, with a minimum price of 5 million world coins. Manager Tang subsequently announced the attributes of the Diamond Blade. Wow, a silver-grade weapon, quite rare. I bid 8 million. Feng Yun was taken aback. The base price for a Diamond Blade is merely 5 million world coins. What is happening in this world? Is money not still money? I bid 5 million. Humph. Is that all you can increase? I bid 10 million. Came a somewhat gloomy voice, almost boasting. 11 million. 12 million. 15 million. I bid 30 million. A loud voice declared, revealing itself to be Quang Fengxing. Who would have thought he possessed such wealth? Feng Yun secretly speculated about Quang Fengxing's identity. The previous silver-grade equipment had mostly fetched only 1 million, with many going for merely 300,000 or 500,000. Despite the current high price, Feng Yun maintained an air of indifference, showing no change in expression. All right, 30 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Going once at 30 million. Going twice at 30 million. Going thrice at 30 million. Sold. Congratulations to player Quang Fengxing for acquiring the Diamond Blade. As Manager Tang finished speaking, a servant immediately approached Quang Fengxing with a microcomputer. Clearly, it was to collect the payment. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. Manager Tang announced with his somewhat raspy voice. As the previous auction had seen little participation, what we have next is the highlight of this auction, the Golden Tiger King set. He then proceeded to announce the equipment attributes. Enough talk. The starting price is 50 million. Let the bidding commence. Each increment must be at least 10 million. Suddenly, the previously cool atmosphere of the auction hall became charged with excitement. An exhilarating moment was approaching. I bid 60 million. Humph. Impressive 60 million. I bid 80 million. I bid 100 million. Came a somewhat brazen voice. 100 million is nothing. 120 million. Oh no, 130 million. You can take that back. I bid 180 million. The voice seemed rather agitated. Eat my dust. 250 million. 250 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? Manager Tang appeared somewhat stunned. This was beyond imagination. 300 million. Came a languid voice. Silence fell. Absolute silence. 300 million. 300 million. Exclaimed Tang. Before he could finish, a voice slowly declared, 350 million. The silence deepened. Daring to flaunt wealth in front of me. You've got a death wish. 500 million. A cheeky young man chimed in. Manager Tang found himself at a loss for words. Hey, old man. Speak up. It seemed even the auctioneer had become mute. Apologies. Going once at 500 million. Going twice at 500 million. Is there any higher bid? If not, it's sold. Congratulations to player Qiao Yu Huatsong for winning the Tiger King Golden Set. May I ask if you have any thoughts? Manager Tang's question inadvertently provided an opening for Qiao Yu Huakong. I would like to say, everyone, the Ao Shi Tianxia Guild is about to be established. We welcome all to join us. Our goal, to stand tall above the world. The audience below erupted into a buzz. Feng Yun truly struck it rich at this auction, becoming an instant millionaire. In total, he amassed 300 million, and after deducting fees, he was left with 247 million. 5 billion. How shall I spend it? How shall I spend it? Feng Yun murmured to himself in the VIP box. Chapter 10. Guild Establishment Order. Upon leaving the auction, Feng Yun felt light as a feather, finally free from the burdens of life. Indeed, considering the years Feng Yun had endured in reality, each day had been a struggle against poverty, often uncertain of where the next meal would come from. In the bitter cold of winter, he had lacked proper clothing. Thankfully, Feng Yun had practiced the Tianlong Ju since childhood. Otherwise, he might have vanished from this world long ago. After logging off, Qiao Yu immediately headed to the International Bank to make a withdrawal. Originally, Qiao Yu had intended to purchase a villa in a big city, but he soon realized he could not part with the humble abode he had called home for over a decade. After withdrawing a few million, he bought a plethora of items, books, daily necessities, most importantly, food, though no longer the coarse variety. He then contacted a construction company to select a luxurious villa design and returned to the slums with the engineers. Upon arriving home, Qiao Yu realized he had forgotten to buy a car. However, he couldn't drive anyway. After completing all the tasks, Qiao Yu felt considerably more at ease. Kill. Feng Yun charged single-handedly into the swarm of fire scorpions in the magic fire cave. Typically, few players ventured here, as this perilous area was no playground. Yet, who could blame Feng Yun for his audacity with an immortal weapon in hand? Fire Scorpion level, 25 attack, 180 defense, 100 health, 450 fire-resistant monster attack power, 60. 168 gold, 200 coins, 20 silver coins equipment, purple dragon sword, illusory ring, light armor, flying tiger boots auxiliary skills, mining, gathering, lumberjacking, identification, positioning attack in comparison. Feng Yun's attack power was inferior to that of the Fire Scorpion. However, the intelligence of this creature was rather remarkable, as it was indeed alive. Feng Yun attacked one Fire Scorpion with a flurry of strikes, relentlessly. The Fire Scorpion, imbued with fire attributes, initially caused Feng Yun some discomfort. But as the battle progressed and he grew accustomed to the sensation, Feng Yun suddenly unleashed a flurry of attacks, employing a combat style reminiscent of positioning attacks, yet distinctly different. With each strike, instead of moving like a whirlwind, he glided across the battlefield. This remarkable ability was attributed to Feng Yun's innate attributes and the flying tiger boots, which allowed him to accelerate to astonishing speeds momentarily before coming to an immediate halt. Feng Yun experienced a peculiar sensation, as if upon returning to reality, his Tianlong Ju would effortlessly ascend to new heights. Often, enlightenment occurs in an instant. A shift in one's mindset can illuminate the path ahead. This signifies an elevation in one's realm. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have created a new skill through comprehension, earning 40,000 experience points, leveling up by 1, and receiving 100 gold coins and 10,000 reputation points. Ding. Congratulations on your level up. Henceforth, let it be named Dislocated Gliding Step. Ding. Congratulations, player. The name Dislocated Gliding Step has been successfully designated. A peculiar sound caught Feng Yun's attention. Without hesitation, he dashed towards it. Fire Scorpion King level, 40 attack, 255 defense, 180 health, 650 skill. Magic Fire. Feng Yun was taken aback. He had anticipated the Fire Scorpion's form to be grander. However, what he encountered was rather diminutive. Despite its relatively small stature, Feng Yun dared not underestimate it. The moment he stepped into the vicinity, the Fire Scorpion King charged towards him. Exuding a searing heat, Feng Yun quickly employed his Dislocated Gliding Step to evade, yet his new skill seemed of little use against the Fire Scorpion King, whose speed surpassed his own. In terms of attack, he was inferior. In speed and defense, he was outmatched, and in health, the disparity was even greater. This stark contrast set it apart from ordinary foes. Yet, only through peril can one progress. A player's combat prowess is accumulated through arduous battles. It is not merely the acquisition of formidable skills that renders one invincible. Skills serve merely as auxiliary tools in combat. The essence lies in one's own training. Just as in martial arts, Feng Yun understood that while practicing the Tianlong Ju in reality could enhance one's physical capabilities, he occasionally engaged in targeted self-training. The Fire Scorpion King lunged at him, enveloped in waves of heat. Feng Yun, caught off guard, felt a sharp claw graze his arm. Astonished by the creature's swiftness, he exclaimed in surprise. Seizing an opportunity, Feng Yun swiftly thrust his Zilong sword. The Fire Scorpion King cried out in pain, swiftly twisting its body to bite Feng Yun. This was not a conventional bite. As it drew near, it unleashed a burst of flames. Alas, at such close range, Feng Yun had no chance to evade, enduring the onslaught. With a swift motion, his health plummeted by half, leaving him feeling as though he had been scorched by infernal flames. In a state of panic, he grasped a high-grade healing potion, fleeing while gulping it down, for survival was paramount. Yet, the relentless Fire Scorpion King pursued him fiercely. Feng Yun felt a wave of frustration. Could he not catch his breath? The Fire Scorpion King, however, was unyielding. In the blink of an eye, it struck again, its small claws raking across his chest. The pain was excruciating, the hyper-realistic sensation of 99. 9 was no trifling matter, akin to being wounded in reality. One could only imagine the torment Feng Yun endured. The agony galvanized him. His muscles tensed as he executed a powerful mountain splitter strike towards the Fire Scorpion King, swiftly pivoting to its right side for another decisive blow. These two strikes nearly claimed the Fire Scorpion King's life, reducing its health from 400 to 200. Enraged, the creature darted about wildly, its temperament seemingly disproportionate to its size. In the ensuing chaos, Feng Yun was once again clawed by the Fire Scorpion King, a long gash marring his arm. He fought back valiantly, dodging with great effort. At that moment, an opportunity presented itself. The Fire Scorpion King hesitated briefly. Feng Yun executed a Dislocated Gliding Step, deftly maneuvering to the creature's flank, delivering a heavy blow that left its health teetering on the brink of demise, with only a fragile sliver remaining. Ignoring his own wounds and the agony coursing through his muscles, he hastily consumed another healing potion before charging at the Fire Scorpion King. This time, He could not afford to allow it to mutate as before. Should it transform, Feng Yun feared his demise would be imminent. With a final, desperate strike, Feng Yun felled the Fire Scorpion King, which collapsed with a roar of defiance. Ding! A burst of radiant light revealed 2 shimmering items on the ground. Feng Yun's ethereal ring automatically collected them. Ding! Congratulations, player Feng Yun. You have leveled up. Ding! Feng Yun was now examining the spoils dropped by the Fire Scorpion King, a bracelet and an unidentified insignia in need of appraisal. Feng Yun picked up the bracelet and cast an identification spell upon it. A flash of golden light ensued. Ding! Player Feng Yun has identified the golden silk bracelet, earning 500 experience points and 100 reputation points. Golden silk bracelet attack, 35 defense, 48 attack speed, 2 luck. 1 What a splendid item. Especially that luck attribute, which brought a smile to Feng Yun's lips. But what was this? A mysterious gray insignia that eluded identification? Feng Yun scrutinized it from every angle, yet it remained inscrutable. Wiping the sweat from his brow due to mental exertion, he made his way back to the appraiser. Ah, this is a fine item, young man. The appraisal fee is 1,000 gold coins. The appraiser declared. What? 1,000 gold coins? Feng Yun could hardly believe that such an unassuming insignia warranted such a price. You are unaware of its true value, young man. So, have you made your decision? Will you proceed with the appraisal? If only I had that much gold. Feng Yun stammered. Do you take me for a fool? What business do you have here if you lack funds? The appraiser retorted, his demeanor brimming with disdain. Astounded, Feng Yun wondered why the appraiser was so irate. Wait a moment, is it not permissible for me to have it appraised? Feng Yun said, navigating the control panel to locate the exchange function, transferring 10,000 world coins from his account. Here, this is 1,000 gold coins. A brilliant flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, leaving Feng Yun utterly astonished. Am I not dreaming? The Jianbang Ling has actually come to me. At that moment, a system announcement jolted Feng Yun back to reality. Ding! System announcement. The first Jianbang Ling of Dream Pursuit Life has been discovered, and the guild task system is officially activated. Should I establish a guild? If I do, I must make it grand. Feng Yun clenched his teeth, contemplating. How pitiful it is that the team led by Xiao Ao Huatsong boasted at the auction about creating a guild called Pride of the World. Yet they are still besieging an ice wolf. They lack even a single Jianbang Ling, but wish to form a guild. The entire game is in chaos. The first Jianbang Ling, who can seize the opportunity to establish a guild first, will reap tremendous rewards. Chapter 11. All oddities. Hello. Is this Brother Quangfeng? This is Feng Yun. Feng Yun dialed Quangfeng's communication number. Haha, you kid. Looks like you're doing quite well. Quangfeng truly carried the demeanor of a big brother. I have something to discuss with you. Do you have time? What is it? It requires time. Establishing a guild. Feng Yun succinctly uttered those 2 words. Establish what? Establish a guild? Could this Jianbang Ling be in your possession? Quangfeng seemed incredulous. Yes, I want you to be the leader of the guild. How can that be? Don't misunderstand. I mean for us both to be guild masters, while I operate from behind the scenes. Fine. However, establishing a guild involves a multitude of troublesome matters. Where do you live? How about we meet to discuss? No problem. Tell me where you are, and I will come to find you. No problem. Come to the Howdy Hotel in Jianyuan City tomorrow. Call me when you arrive. My number is 8888. All right, it's settled. See you tomorrow. After Qiao Yu logged off, it was already past 2 a.m. Thus, he began to practice the Tianlong Ju. True to form, by around 6 a.m. Qiao Yu had broken through to the 4th level, significantly enhancing his strength. Now he hardly needed sleep, as the Tianlong Ju served as the perfect substitute for rest. After stretching his limbs, Qiao Yu darted outside like lightning. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, causing a resident from the slums to rub his eyes in disbelief. Fearing he had seen a ghost. Terrified, he hurried home. Qiao Yu, clad in snug white casual attire and with long flowing hair, appeared from a distance like an exceptionally tall beauty, though her only flaw was the lack of curvaceous elegance. Previously, Qiao Yu had been disheveled and unkempt. Dressed in the rags typical of the impoverished, despite his handsome features, he remained unremarkable. Now, however, he had undergone a complete transformation as he walked down the street. He attracted the attention of many women, garnering numerous glances. At the entrance of the Howdy Hotel, Qiao Yu stood in awe. Hardly believing the opulence of the largest city in Shenlong country, the Howdy Hotel rivaled the splendor of a royal palace. Just as he contemplated entering, a waiter stopped him, asking, "Sir, may I see your VIP card?" At that moment, a robust middle-aged man emerged from within, exuding a formidable presence. He had a mature, distinguished face that belied his rugged exterior. Noticing Qiao Yu's hesitation to enter, he approached and asked, "Young brother, are you Feng Yun?" Addressing him directly by his in-game name. "Yes, I am. You must be Quangfeng." Qiao Yu inquired uncertainly. Haha, young brother, come, let me take you inside. The two entered the hotel side by side. I was wondering why you hadn't called. Turns out you came on your own, huh? They laughed heartily as they stepped into a private room. Upon opening the door, Qiao Yu was taken aback. Wow, handsome. Oh, so stylish. Ah, so unique. A chorus of voices left Qiao Yu dumbfounded. A group of individuals had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Come, let me introduce you. This is the Feng Yun I mentioned, who is going to establish a guild. Guangfeng addressed the gathering. Please introduce yourselves, so we don't end up not recognizing each other later. Hello, young brother. I am Wang Lianxin, a mage known as Ice Lotus in the game. To Qiao Yu, she seemed anything but icy. On the contrary, she was quite warm-hearted. Greetings, I am Xiao Fei, a warrior known as Flying Wall. Cui Xing, an assassin known as Cat's Eye. Yin Wan, a mage known as Illiterate. Lu Li, a warrior known as Ruffian. Lu Jia, a mage known as Rogue. Yun Yin, a warrior known as Murderer. After Qiao Yu listened to their introductions, he introduced himself. Although Guangfeng had mentioned him, they were unfamiliar with his real name. It is a pleasure to meet everyone. I am Qiao Yu, a warrior in the game called Feng Yun. I hope you will take care of this younger brother. This was not mere pleasantries. Aside from him being the youngest, the others were middle-aged individuals. Haha, Qiao Yu. You probably don't know my name yet. I am Liang. Guangfeng laughed heartily, patting Qiao Yu on the shoulder. Ah, Liang. Qiao Yu appeared astonished. Liang was a renowned figure internationally, the head of the world's largest corporation, Xingho Group. Do not be surprised. Young brother, let me be frank. Everyone here is a notable figure. As Liang spoke, he introduced each individual to Qiao Yu. Look over there at Lianxin. Her Wutsang group is ranked 12th globally. And that is Cui Xing, whose permanent security group is a leading name in security companies. By the end of Liang's explanations, Qiao Yu felt dizzy. To organize such a group would require a fortune. However, this time they would not provide the funds. They only wished to be the vanguard soldiers. They were all accomplished individuals who needed money. Beautiful women, handsome men. It seemed none of them were lacking in charm. They simply sought to relish the thrill of gaming in peace. After the exchange of pleasantries, Qiao Yu found himself inexplicably drawn into a spirited camaraderie with the group, discovering that despite their advanced years, they exhibited a childlike exuberance. To his astonishment, they often resorted to coarse language, laced with innuendo. In this lively atmosphere, Qiao Yu quickly became well acquainted with them, even exchanging contact information. Ultimately, they agreed that Qiao Yu would provide the funding for the gang, while Lai Yang would manage the outward affairs, with Qiao Yu operating from behind the scenes. Perhaps these eccentric individuals, accustomed to commanding others, yearned to experience being directed within the game. Qiao Yu mused with a smile. When he proposed an investment of 500 million, the formidable Lien Xin significantly chastised him, remarking that such a sum was hardly sufficient for a little brother's allowance. Fortunately, Lai Yang came to Qiao Yu's defense, preventing a considerable embarrassment. To them, 500 million truly was a meager pocket change. Qiao Yu's character endeared him to them, as they expressed that such youthful talent was precisely to their liking, almost as if they wished to devour him. As they departed, Lien Xin pulled Qiao Yu aside, saying, "Little brother, if you ever find yourself short on pocket money, don't hesitate to come to your sister. You seem like quite a catch. Why not come and assist me?" Qiao Yu could only chuckle helplessly and shake his head. Chapter 12. Establishing a gang. Upon returning home, Qiao Yu promptly logged into the game. Feng Yun eagerly sought out information regarding gang establishment, immersing himself in research. Soon, he learned that to establish a gang, they needed to apply to the Lord of Baihu City. After contacting Guangfeng Xing, the two made their way to the Lord's residence. Halt! What are you doing? Do you not know that the Lord's residence is not to be trifled with? A guard obstructed their path. Well, we're here to apply for gang establishment, Guangfeng Xing replied. Is that so? Please wait here while I inform the Lord, the guard said, turning away without further acknowledgement. This game is quite tedious with its formalities, Guangfeng Xing grumbled. What is the issue? ISNT the realism at 99. 9. It ought to feel authentic. Feng Yun retorted. Hey, the Lord will see you now, came the guard's mechanical announcement. Let us go. We have business to attend to, Feng Yun urged. Upon entering the Lord's residence, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in ancient official robes seated in the center of the hall. Commoners pay their respects to the Lord, they both said simultaneously, merely offering a slight bow without performing any elaborate gestures. Haha, esteemed heroes, you flatter me. I am Bai Yun, the Lord of Baihu City. I understand from the guard that you wish to establish a gang? Bai Yun inquired, though he already knew the answer. Indeed, we are here to apply for gang establishment, Guangfeng Xing affirmed, displaying a level of composure befitting someone accustomed to public interactions. To establish a gang, you require a gang order and must select a gang residence. The gang will face 3 monster sieges from the system after 1 month. If successful in defending, the gang will be firmly established. Should you fail, Well, I need not elaborate, Bai Yun stated with utmost seriousness. Here, this is the gang order. Let us consider where to establish our residence. Feng Yun handed over the order to Bai Yun. You can choose from any of the 4 major cities, though the costs vary by location. I suggest Baihu City. As it currently hosts the most players and is the largest city, Feng Yun proposed to Kuang Fengxing agreed. Let us select Baihu City. Kuang Fengxing concurred. Oh, then please take a moment to review the residences available in Baihu City. There are over 100 options, both large and small, Bai Yun said, presenting them with a map. After deliberating, the two decided on the easternmost residence in Baihu City, which was equipped with 2 teleportation arrays, one in the gang's plaza and the other within the main hall, and included a range of shops. Each month, the gang would receive a system rebate of 10. The residence was of a relatively high standard, though the price was steep, totaling 120 million. Following a series of negotiations, Bai Yun prompted them to decide on a gang name and leader. Long Tongue Gang. He shall be the leader, and I will be the vice leader, Kuang Fengxing declared after settling the payment for the residence. Originally, Feng Yun intended for Kuang Fengxing to assume the leader's role, but ultimately conceded after persuasion. After all, their reliance would be on Kuang Fengxing moving forward. Nevertheless, Feng Yun concealed the name of the gang leader, as maintaining an air of mystery was essential for operating from behind the scenes. Congratulations on establishing the first gang in the history of dream-chasing life. Bai Yun congratulated them. Ding. World announcement. Players of Shenlong Nation have established the gang Long Tongue Gang. Then followed a series of system notifications. Since Feng Yun opted to keep his name hidden, it was not announced publicly. The entire dream-chasing life community erupted in excitement, with players from various nations starting to stir with anticipation. Meanwhile, Feng Yun and Kuang Fengxing were busy adding their friends to the gang, with the eccentric group from reality being appointed as the gang elders. Once everything was settled, Feng Yun instructed Kuang Fengxing to broadcast several world announcements. Ding. World broadcast. Vice leader Kuang Fengxing of Long Tongue Gang announces, the Long Tongue Gang has just been established today. We welcome all like-minded friends to join us at Baihu City. After sending out 10 world broadcasts, 100,000 gold coins were swiftly depleted. In the following days, Feng Yun enjoyed a relatively relaxed pace, while the other members were overwhelmed with activity, as tens of thousands of players gathered in the plaza of Long Tongue Gang. With only half a month since the game's launch, the average player level hovered around 10 to 15, while the Long Tongue Gang required a minimum level of 14. Furthermore, due to Feng Yun's meticulous selection process, which involved a series of question tests, they successfully recruited 150,000 players within 3 days. Any player failing to meet the gang's criteria, based on their responses to 5 variable questions, was promptly dismissed, ensuring a high level of overall strength and quality among the members of Long Tongue Gang. Players who have not met the level requirements have rushed to level up frantically, while those who answered questions incorrectly are left feeling frustrated, unsure of how to remedy their situation. The Longting Gang, led by gang leader Kuang Fengxing and vice leader Binglian, with elders Feiqiang Zhuobi, Maoyan, Wenmin, and Pitzi. The Longting Gang consists of 6 divisions: Longting First Army, Longting Second Army, and Longting Sixth Army. The leaders of these divisions are Binglian, Feiqiang Zhuobi, Wenmin, and Pitzi, while Maoyan oversees the intelligence department with a staff of 10,000. After half a month of chaos, the Dream Chaser's life returned to normal. However, the presence of the Longting Gang in Baihu City has significantly reduced incidents. Under the management of Kuang Fengxing and the peculiar members, the gang has flourished. Members engage daily in collective leveling, treasure hunting, and preparing for the upcoming system monster siege in 2 weeks. After stepping back from his responsibilities, Feng Yun returned to solitude. Whenever there are major matters in the gang, Kuang Fengxing takes care of everything for him. This is not due to Feng Yun's lack of concern, but rather because he feels it is not yet his time to emerge. Moreover, with the system monster siege approaching, he must improve his level. It is imperative that he steps up. Kuang Fengxing knows that he is rather formidable and has placed this burden upon Feng Yun. After all, he is the true master. The dark forest evokes a sense of terror, with its black soil and strange vegetation. Feng Yun treads carefully, raising his sword at the slightest sound, his heart racing with apprehension. Suddenly, the ground shakes with a series of loud thuds, causing him to stagger. He thinks to himself, either it is a horde or just one creature. Gradually, he moves toward the source of the noise, only to find himself stunned. It is neither a horde nor a single creature, but rather an individual. A stone golem. Stone golem level, 50 attack, 400 defense, 188 health, 1000 skill. Rock throw indeed, it is a formidable foe with high attack power. At this moment, Feng Yun is not contemplating escape, but rather how to vanquish it. Level, 14 current experience, 49. 6 health, 450 energy, 266 attack power, 95240 defense, 230 reputation, 12,000 gold, 10,000 coins, 88 silver equipment, Zilong sword, phantom ring, light leather armor, golden silk bracelet. Flying tiger boots support skills, mining, gathering, lumbering, appraisal, positioning attack. Displacement slide attributes alone cannot determine one's strength. High attributes do not necessarily equate to overwhelming power. Drawing from his extensive combat experience, Feng Yun resolves to take a risk. If it were anyone else, they would have fled long ago. For a level 14 against a level 50 is a daunting challenge. Gripping the Zilong sword tightly, he charges towards the stone golem's back, seizing the opportunity to strike first. He swings his sword, landing a clean blow to the golem's waist. It causes a mere 15 damage, revealing its extraordinary resilience. The golem reacts, albeit with little ferocity. Feng Yun thinks to himself, as long as it remains quiet, I shall slowly whittle away at its health. Perhaps the golem is unresponsive due to its size or its sluggishness. Regardless, Feng Yun maneuvers around it to strike, as it struggles to turn. Over time, he inflicts more damage, reducing the golem's health to just over 200. Suddenly, the golem slams a large rock down at his feet, striking Feng Yun on the head and bringing his health perilously low. It is then that he realizes the true terror of the stone golem. Another light tap could spell his doom. Each time Feng Yun attempts a sliding attack, the golem manages to preemptively hurl rocks, and the speed of its strikes increases. He wonders, where does it procure the rocks? It dawns on him that the golem possesses a skill called rock throw, which allows it to endlessly hurl stones without needing to collect them, as they vanish mere seconds after impact. Once again, Feng Yun is struck, prompting him to quickly consume a healing potion while keeping a distance that is neither too far nor too close. If he retreats too far, he would lose the chance to defeat the stone golem. What should he do? Should he allow it to rampage uncontrollably? Feng Yun contemplates. No, that would render all his previous efforts futile. Moreover, he has already experienced the crushing weight of a boulder. He must avenge that encounter. Just as Feng Yun ponders his strategy, the stone golem suddenly ceases its rock throwing. It is as if he sees a multitude of dazzling high-level equipment scattered before him, and he recklessly charges in, launching a frenzied assault. To his surprise, the golem eventually exhausts its supply of rocks. Without this threat, it becomes but a trivial challenge for Feng Yun. At his current pace, he can easily evade the golem's hand strikes. After a relentless effort, the stone golem finally collapses without uttering a sound. Feng Yun begins to wonder if his relentless assault was perceived as a form of enjoyment by the creature. A cascade of multicolored items falls to the ground, and upon inspection, Feng Yun discovers 2 pieces of clothing, a scroll, a large cleaver, and a peculiar small shovel. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the stone golem, earning 100,000 experience points, 2,000 gold, and 5,000 reputation. Feng Yun levels up 5 times in an instant, leaving him in a state of blissful disbelief. Especially since he faced minimal consequences in this encounter, save for a sizable bump on his head, struck upon the head by a colossal rock hurled by a stone beast. It is nothing short of a stroke of luck that he emerged without a gory wound. Ah, let us see what treasures have been unearthed, exclaimed Feng Yun, only to be disheartened by the realization that all the items required identification. It vexed him greatly, as he detested the necessity of having to present his spoils to an appraiser. However, he had no choice but to employ the identification technique. On the bright side, this method spared him the need to part with his coins at the hands of the appraiser. The items he had acquired were undoubtedly of superior quality, and had he taken them to the elderly appraiser, he would have certainly felt a pang of regret. Among the spoils lay the Injan armor, a dark gold piece of equipment with the following stats: duration, 25, attack, 2080, defense, 49, agility, 15, accuracy, 3. Next was the Lu Jin robe with a magical power of 1555, and the Lu Yi Kindao, boasting an attack of 2,592, defense of 55, agility of 20, and accuracy of 2. He also discovered a hunter skill book, encompassing skills such as traps, mechanisms, and hidden weapons, specifically for hunters. The hunter shovel, with an attack of 20, enhanced trap attack power by 50, increased trap durability by 5, and offered a stamina recovery of 5. Feng Yun was elated. The Injan armor alone was a tremendous boon, as he had been lacking a fitting piece of armor. Although the Lu Jin robe and Lu Yi Kindao were commendable items, they were of no use to him, and he contemplated gifting them. Reflecting on his journey since the inception of the game, he had donned the hidden profession of a hunter, yet despite his diligent research through forums and official channels, relevant information had eluded him, compelling him to navigate the unknown on his own. Now, it appeared that Providence had smiled upon him, as he had acquired both the skill book and the hunter's shovel. How could Feng Yun not feel jubilant? He mused, fortune is on the horizon. Without delay, he directed the hunter skill book towards himself, enveloped in a radiant white light. Ding! Congratulations to player Feng Yun. Your hidden profession has been officially recognized. and you have learned the hunter-specific skills, traps, mechanisms, and hidden weapons. You are awarded experience points, 200,000, gold, 10,000, and reputation, 50,000. Splendid. Feng Yun exclaimed to himself, delighted that mastering a hunter skill could lead to an upgrade. However, this was merely the reward for officially assuming the hunter's hidden profession. Simply learning the skill would not have granted him such a bounty. At that moment, Feng Yun opened his control panel and observed a transformation in his profession, player Feng Yun. Hidden profession, Advanced Hunter, level 20. With the newly acquired hunter skills, Feng Yun felt invigorated, akin to a tiger with wings. When faced with a horde of monsters, warriors often found themselves at a disadvantage. However, with these newfound skills, Feng Yun, a warrior, now possessed the means to confront a multitude of foes simultaneously. In a vast, open plain, traps lay strewn about, and a swarm of monsters struggled within them. Feng Yun's experience points surged, causing him to drift into a daydream. Feng Yun, at heart, was somewhat indolent. He preferred to delegate tasks he could not accomplish himself, and was even keener to let others handle what he could do. Such was the essence of Feng Yun's thoughts. Once his online time concluded, he logged off to have a bite to eat, thereafter immersing himself in the cultivation of the Tianlong Ju. The following day, Feng Yun awoke early and logged back in. Where shall I venture to level up today? He pondered, vexed by the difficulty of finding a suitable location for advancement. Chaos Paradise? What is that place? He decided to investigate. Strangely, Feng Yun had never ventured to the usual leveling spots frequented by players. After determining the direction to Chaos Paradise, he set off briskly in his Feihu boots. He preferred to explore on foot rather than teleport to a fixed system coordinate. True to its name, Chaos Paradise was indeed a realm of disorder, resembling the scene from Feng Yun's dream the previous day, where an expansive plain was surrounded by lush forests. The scenery was undeniably beautiful, yet sometimes devoid of resources. It could be perilous. Feng Yun instinctively sensed that the monsters were likely concealed within the surrounding woods, prompting him to proceed with caution. He scoured the plain for a suitable location and equipped the hunter shovel, diligently beginning his excavation. Unexpectedly, digging traps felt akin to mining, exhausting work. Nevertheless, with the promise of greater endeavors ahead, Feng Yun redoubled his efforts. Panting heavily, he surveyed his laborious results. A multitude of large pits dotted the landscape within a radius of several hundred meters, filled with sharpened stakes of wood. Time to lure some monsters, Feng Yun exclaimed excitedly as he dashed into the forest. To his astonishment, the interior revealed a wondrous realm. Feng Yun had anticipated an endless expanse of trees, but instead found that the forest merely served as a barrier between two plains. Though initially disappointed, his spirits soared upon spotting monsters in the adjacent plain. He shouted in exhilaration. A vast herd of rhinoceroses and wolves roamed leisurely in their respective groups. The unicorn rhinoceros, level 30, exhibited attack, 215, defense, 300, and health, 400, while the crooked-eyed wolf, with an attack of 250 and defense of 150, appeared somewhat diminutive yet formidable in its own right. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yun allocated half of his previous upgrade points to agility and the other half to strength. Uncertain if he could outrun the crooked-eyed wolf, while the rhinoceros's eyes left little doubt as to its capabilities. With a fierce howl, Feng Yun charged into the fray between the unicorn rhinoceros and the crooked-eyed wolf. The cacophony of roars resonated like a thrilling symphony reaching its climactic crescendo. Dust swirled across the plain as the unicorn rhinoceros and crooked-eyed wolf surged toward Feng Yun. Huzzah! He shouted, leaping high in jubilation. Then, in a hurried yet measured manner, he retraced his steps. He certainly did not wish to stand there and be trampled into a pulp. Although he acknowledged a certain eccentricity within himself, he was far from being a match for such a multitude of monsters. The level of danger was exceedingly high. Leading the charge was the crooked-eyed wolf, and it appeared that Feng Yun's estimation had been correct. Indeed, the crooked-eyed wolf was remarkably swift, yet it would meet its demise even more swiftly. In Chapter 14, Becoming a Hunter and Going Wild, 2, 3 one-eyed wolves displayed astonishing speed, closing in on Feng Yun in the blink of an eye. Dealing with a single one was a trivial matter for Feng Yun. However, 3 posed a greater challenge and would consume more time. In this scenario, Feng Yun would soon find himself encircled by a throng of one-horned rhinoceroses and one-eyed wolves. What to do? Feng Yun could only marginally quicken his pace to create some distance, all the while contemplating a strategy as he ran. Yet, the one-eyed wolves were relentless in their pursuit, rapidly gaining ground. If one were to observe from afar, they would witness a vivid scene. On the emerald plains, a solitary figure sprinted before a vast assembly of rhinoceroses and wolves, with 3 wolves trailing closely behind. A mere meter away, determined, Feng Yun abruptly pivoted and swung his sword at the foremost one-eyed wolf. Howling in surprise, just moments ago, it had been hot on his heels. The one-eyed wolf had not anticipated that Feng Yun, who had hastily evaded them, would now turn to attack. With a careless misstep, it was struck down. With one less adversary, Feng Yun hastened to increase his speed, distancing himself from the bulk of the horde. Then, with unexpected agility, he injured the other two pursuing one-eyed wolves, bringing them to the ground. His primary focus now rested on the one-horned rhinoceroses and one-eyed wolves behind him, rather than the ones immediately before him. Thus, there was no need to annihilate them all. As long as they ceased to threaten his safety, that sufficed. Now, Feng Yun felt a sense of calm wash over him. While luring the monsters, he also took in the scenic beauty of the forest flanking him. At last, he spotted the traps he had previously dug. With renewed vigor, he continued to attract the monsters. Abruptly halting, he waited until the bulk of the monstrous horde was almost upon him, and then he surged forward once more. This incited the monsters into a frenzied uproar, their enraged cries echoing as they hastened after him. Upon reaching the traps, Feng Yun promptly navigated the narrow, winding path between them. He dared not run, for a misstep could lead to dire consequences. When he originally designed the traps, he had intentionally created a convoluted pathway, knowing that most monsters possessed low intelligence and would be unable to recognize it. Thus, they would easily fall into the traps. Indeed, the frenzied one-horned rhinoceroses and one-eyed wolves tumbled into the first trap, only to be trampled by their companions, which in turn fell into the second trap. In this manner, the one-horned rhinoceroses and one-eyed wolves charged recklessly like moths to a flame. Wave after wave, they trampled over their fallen comrades, plunging into the next trap, gradually succumbing to the torment of the traps, leaving behind a plethora of gear, wealth, and items. Feng Yun now ambled leisurely along the path between the traps. Watching his experience points soar and listening to the system's notifications of upgrades brought him immense pleasure. Occasionally, a lone one-eyed wolf would leap high, attempting to pounce on Feng Yun. However, he remained unfazed, dispatching one with a single stroke and two with a swift double strike, sending them tumbling into the traps. The one-horned rhinoceroses, however, were less fortunate, their massive frames unable to leap. On the vast plains, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the heavy scent of blood, while the traps overflowed with the corpses of monsters, gear, wealth, and items, creating a stark contrast to the originally picturesque landscape. After a considerable time, nearly all the monsters had met their end. The air was filled with anguished cries, expressions of defiance and fury. Yet, Feng Yun was not one to indulge in sentimentality. When the time came to strike, he would do so without hesitation. In this moment, he resembled a cold, merciless reaper. The function of the illusory ring was formidable. It not only possessed infinite space, but also automatically collected items within a 10-meter radius. Feng Yun brandished his sword, ever vigilant for any sudden monster assaults. While he circled the traps, each item collected refreshing the records displayed before him. A sweetness akin to honey filled his heart. This method of leveling up felt as effortless as flying. At this juncture, Feng Yun had ascended to level 32, claiming the top position on the leaderboard, with the second-ranked individual, a woman named Ziyue, at level 30, and the third, named Chunshui Donglu, at level 29. Clearly, there existed a significant gap in levels between Feng Yun and the others. While they labored tirelessly to slay monsters for experience, he reveled in the spectacle of their demise to elevate his own status. Alas, the disparity between individuals could be quite exasperating. After a considerable duration, the monsters on the plains had long since perished, and Feng Yun had nearly collected all the gear, items, and wealth that had fallen from their lifeless forms. Noticing that time was still on his side, and the traps had yet to be refreshed by the system, Feng Yun found himself tempted to engage once more. After all, the allure of leveling up and acquiring equipment was simply irresistible. Thus, Feng Yun equipped his hunter's shovel once more. Preparing to repair the traps, this time, he opted to place not merely sharpened wooden stakes within the majority of the traps, but actual blades and weapons. Having just collected hundreds of commonplace and bronze weapons, and a few silver ones, from the illusory ring, he mused that such extravagance was unthinkable for others. However, in Feng Yun's eyes, there was no distinction between extravagance and simplicity. What mattered was the utility of the items. For him, anything that proved useful, regardless of its perceived importance, would be employed. Moreover, the weapons he possessed would eventually find their way back to him. In other words, what belonged to him was irrevocably his. There was no escaping that reality. After expending some effort to restore the traps, he shifted directions in search of monsters. The previous path had likely been devoid of creatures for some time, as both groups had been nearly wiped out. As before, Feng Yun advanced cautiously, attentively listening for the sounds of monsters. In this instance, Feng Yun encountered even more terrifying monsters, an entire plain filled with them, as if they were convening for a meeting. These creatures were the level 35 wilderness lions. The wilderness lion, level 35, attack 310, defense 250, health 600. An attack power exceeding 300 is indeed quite formidable. And at Fengyun's current level 32, even with the attribute points gained from the recent upgrade, he could not surpass that threshold. Should he be struck repeatedly, he would undoubtedly perish. The danger was extreme. With so many wilderness lions around, the chances of escaping unscathed were slim. Thus, Fengyun exercised utmost caution. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the lion's roar, and upon hearing a call akin to their own, the wilderness lions joined in a chorus of growls. This was the true lion's roar. Realizing something was amiss, Fengyun immediately retreated. The speed of the wilderness lions was astonishing. A horde of them pursued him like ravenous wolves. As he retraced his steps, Fengyun noticed that his speed was only marginally different from that of the wilderness lions. Occasionally, a wilderness lion would leap at him, leaving him in a state of panic. He dared not look back and continuously gulped down healing potions. His health fluctuated alarmingly, plummeting to a mere sliver before recovering to a significant extent. Fengyun was in a dire predicament, leading the monsters while his back was already bloodied from their attacks, yet he persevered. Any momentary lapse could lead to a brutal demise at the claws of these ferocious wilderness lions. Mustering his resolve, he encouraged himself, unaware that he was treading on dangerous ground, akin to touching a tiger's tail. With great skill, Fengyun navigated the convoluted path he had previously traversed. The wilderness lions, unable to halt their rapid charge, fell into traps, thrashing and roaring in frustration. Nevertheless, some of them possessed remarkable jumping abilities, leaping over several traps to land right in front of Fengyun, who quickly dodged. He dared not confront them directly, knowing the immense force behind their assaults. In this environment, attempting to absorb their impact would only result in him falling into a trap. The plains reverberated with their roars, nearly deafening Fengyun. Fortunately, he had strategically placed weapons in most traps. Had he relied on sharpened wooden stakes, the situation would have been far more chaotic. The sharp weapons pointed skyward within the traps impaled any wilderness lion that fell in, rendering their struggles futile. This time, Fengyun was cautious, avoiding the narrow pathways between traps. He kept his distance. If a wilderness lion were to suddenly charge and knock him into a trap, it would spell disaster. Being torn apart by a pack of wilderness lions was a chilling thought. Finally, after a prolonged struggle, the number of wilderness lions dwindled, and the once deafening cries and roars gradually subsided. With determination, Fengyun resolved to gather his belongings. Otherwise, he would lose everything when the system refreshed. However, he remained vigilant, not daring to let his guard down. Thanks to his efforts, he managed to collect most of his equipment. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Oh no! That came from the direction where the wilderness lions had originally gathered. Could they be returning? At that moment, the system notified him that it was time to log off. Fengyun watched in dismay as numerous pieces of equipment and weapons embedded in traps remained uncollected. Time was of the essence. He had 5 more minutes. Determined, he quickened his pace. 5 minutes can feel both long and short. Ultimately, Fengyun succeeded in retrieving the majority of the weapons. As for the equipment dropped by the wilderness lions, aside from what he had already collected, there was little left to salvage. He made a decisive choice, for he noticed a massive lion charging towards him. With a resigned smile, he bid farewell to the approaching lion and, in a flash, disappeared from sight. He logged off. Chapter 15. Unspoken affections once offline. Fengyun exhaled a noticeable sigh of relief. He stepped outside to assess the progress of the villa. There, he spotted Qiao Yu leisurely strolling by the entrance, glancing around. Suddenly, he heard 2 melodious laughs approaching from a distance. "Sister, you still say? If you hadn't pulled me back, I would have reached level 25 today," a mischievous voice teased. "You little rascal, still complaining about your sister? Let us see if I'll share equipment with you next time," replied a voice akin to a celestial being, prompting Qiao Yu to contemplate. Could it be her? He recalled how similar her voice was to the one he was hearing now. Engrossed in thought, he stood still, oblivious to the 2 girls approaching. "Sister, look. That perverted guy is daydreaming." Xiner pointed at Qiao Yu, addressing her sister. "You little imp, how is he perverted now? Why must you slander him?" Ziyue defended Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu, now devoid of his previous weariness and lethargy, donned a pristine white casual outfit, his long hair cascading elegantly over his shoulders, exuding an alluring charm even in his contemplative state. Indeed, Xiner sheepishly scratched her head, seemingly concocting a mischievous plan. She then turned to her sister. "Sister, do you think he would take me leveling up with him?" The little girl couldn't help but plot against Qiao Yu. "How would I know? You little rascal. Why don't you give it a try? Let us see what happens." Xiner replied, determined. The young girl emitted a dissatisfied hum, and then walked up to Qiao Yu. "Hey, big pervert." It seemed she had forgotten Qiao Yu's name. "Huh, what do you want?" Only then did Qiao Yu awaken from his beautiful dream, discovering that 2 individuals had approached him. These 2 were the stunning sisters who had visited his home previously. "Hee, big pervert, are you playing Dream Chaser?" The young girl unabashedly referred to Qiao Yu as big pervert. Big pervert? What are you talking about, little girl? Are you getting impatient? Qiao Yu couldn't help but feel a tinge of annoyance, recalling how this little girl had been quite unreasonable the last time they met. Unable to remain polite, Qiao Yu gave her a light tap on the head as a form of admonishment. Ugh, you dare to hit me, you perverse man? The young girl was momentarily irked, having kicked against an iron plate. However, she was not easily intimidated. Her family belonged to the Ouyang clan, one of the 4 great ancient martial arts families, and she had trained since childhood. Initially intending to teach him a lesson, she hesitated to reveal her martial skills. Ultimately, she resorted to employing the tactic of tears. Yet, Qiao Yu was not swayed by her act and called her out. Ah, little beauty, stop pretending to cry. It's exhausting. Upon being exposed, the young girl stomped her feet in frustration. At that moment, Ziyu stepped forward and said, I apologize. My sister Xiner is just like that. Please don't take it to heart. Oh, it's fine. Ziyu had intended to say more, but found herself at a loss for words, her heart racing with anxiety. Qiao Yu felt similarly, sensing the awkward atmosphere, when Xiner shouted, What are you two doing? Both remained speechless, like wooden statues. Hey, what is your name in the game? Xiner asked Qiao Yu, testing his honesty. She already knew his gaming name from their last encounter, but at that time, they had been too engrossed in the game to notice their chatter behind him. I go by Feng Yun in the game. What about you? Qiao Yu replied, though his gaze remained fixed on Ziyu. My sister's name is Ziyu, and I'm Xiner. Xiner was eager to respond, as she hoped to lean against this sturdy tree for shade in the future. Ziyu? Qiao Yu was taken aback. Could she be the second-ranked female player on the leaderboard? Yes, Ziyu shyly replied. It was hard to believe that Ziyu was such a bashful girl, in stark contrast to her more spirited sister, Xiner. That's impressive. The second place on the leaderboard. Qiao Yu praised her. Not at all. You are even more remarkable, aren't you? Isn't the first position yours? Ziyu inadvertently let slip. How do you know? Qiao Yu was taken aback, questioning her tone, as if they knew every detail about him. Suddenly, he felt exposed, a chill running down his spine. Ziyu sensed Qiao Yu's displeasure and momentarily forgot her words. There was nothing to conceal, and had Qiao Yu not invited them into his home, they would not have discovered his gaming name. Remember that day when you were playing the game? We saw you from behind, Xiner interjected, unable to contain herself. Oh, so that's how it was. Haha, I apologize. Ziyu, my previous tone may have been inappropriate. Please don't mind. Noticing something was off, Qiao Yu quickly offered an apology. It's all right. Ziyu replied nonchalantly. As she understood Qiao Yu, she would have reacted similarly if she were in his position, perhaps even more so. At least you have some conscience. So how about it? From now on, take me along every day to level up. Xiner declared, adopting a posture of reliance. Little Xiner, I'm truly sorry. I don't particularly enjoy playing games with others, Qiao Yu attempted to explain. However, his words only made matters worse. What do you mean? Do you dislike me? Xiner was on the verge of exploding. Xiner, don't be like that. Ziyu interjected to mediate the situation. She too understood Xiner's perspective, but was more composed and ladylike. Hence her words lacked Xiner's intensity. Hehe, I think you might have misunderstood my intention. I don't dislike you. It's just that I have many tasks to attend to in the game. How about this? I'll take care of your equipment in the game, and if anyone bullies you, I will definitely stand up for you. How does that sound, Xiner? Does that satisfy you? Qiao Yu patiently explained, remaining calm despite the misunderstanding. Really? Xiner was more thrilled than if Qiao Yu had promised to level with her every day. After all, her level could be managed by anyone. Her sister was a master, yet always struggled to acquire good equipment. The last time she saw Qiao Yu's gear, she nearly lost her mind. Although their family had plenty of money, they preferred to rely on their own abilities rather than purchasing equipment. Yes, really. Just remember to inform me of any matters in the game. I have to go now. See you next time. With that, Qiao Yu swiftly departed. He was not in a hurry to return to practice or play games. Rather, he could not bear the sorrowful gaze of Ziyu, which made him feel deep pain in his heart. Yet, instead of inquiring about the reason or offering comfort, he chose to escape. Sister, why are you silent? After Qiao Yu left, Xiner noticed her sister's eyes seemed somewhat lost. Ah, it's nothing. Xiner, let us head back. Ziyu urged. Sister, didn't we agree to go see how the villa looks? Why are we leaving before we've even arrived? Felt inexplicably perplexed. Her sister had never appeared so lost before. Although she seemed like a child, her mind was already quite mature. How could she not understand why her sister was in such a state? Ziyu was left speechless. As for Qiao Yu, upon returning to his room, he found his mind in turmoil, unable to find peace. The memory of Ziyu's sorrowful gaze caused him immense heartache. He hated himself for being so foolish. Wondering why he could not comfort her, Qiao Yu lay on the floor, resting his head on his hands, gazing at the ceiling. In the past, he would simply lay on the ground, but now, due to a significant improvement in living standards, there was a carpet spread out beneath him. Nevertheless, Qiao Yu still found himself somewhat haunted by the shadows of his past, feeling a tinge of inferiority in his heart. Although he may not have been the wealthiest man in the world, he at least considered himself among the affluent. Yet, he pondered, what was the worth of wealth without a prestigious family background? People still looked down upon him. In a daze, Qiao Yu dreamed of conquering the world and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 16. The Fury of the Lion King. The next day, Qiao Yu awoke with a heavy heart and entered the game. Upon logging in, he was immediately ambushed by the Wild Lion King, who had been lurking in the wilderness since he had logged out there the previous day. Before he could comprehend the situation, his health points plummeted, prompting him to frantically consume a healing potion and flee at once. The Wild Lion King had noticed the sudden disappearance of its minions and heard their cries for help, hurrying to investigate. Upon arrival, it was appalled to see its underlings on the brink of annihilation. In a fit of rage, the Wild Lion King targeted Qiao Yu and charged at him. However, to its surprise, Qiao Yu met its fierce gaze with an audacious smile before promptly logging out. The Wild Lion King, possessing some intellect, decided to remain vigilant, ready to attack as soon as Qiao Yu reappeared. Sure enough, as soon as Qiao Yu logged back in, he was caught off guard and nearly met his demise. The frustration he felt was indescribable. He had hoped to find a moment of joy by checking his gains from the previous day, only to encounter the Wild Lion King waiting for him. The lion, with its golden mane and piercing gaze, seemed intent on devouring him whole. Wild Lion King level, 50 attack power, 480 defense, 350 health points, 2000 skill. Rapid charge. Qiao Yu's mood plummeted further, yet he managed to suppress his frustration. He realized that if he did not consider his current predicament carefully, he would surely perish. Checking his level, he discovered that he had risen to level 42 due to the 2 large-scale trap attacks from the previous day. He hastily allocated his newly gained attribute points, knowing that every little bit could increase his chances of survival in this dire situation. As he fled, Qiao Yu contemplated his strategy. In terms of speed, he was nearly equal to the Wild Lion King. In terms of attack, he fell short, but when it came to intellect, he had the upper hand. Just as the Wild Lion King prepared to pounce, Qiao Yu swept his sword backward, hoping to catch it off guard. Yet, the cunning lion swiftly altered its course midair, evading the attack and resuming its pursuit. How dare you pursue me after I have shown you mercy? Qiao Yu's pain from the previous scratch ignited his anger, prompting him to halt and raise his sword in defense. The Wild Lion King, initially intent on chasing him until exhaustion set in, was momentarily thrown off guard by his sudden stop. The two stood in a tense standoff, the lion's eyes gleaming with a menacing red light, while Qiao Yu's gaze was icy and resolute. Unable to endure the tension any longer, Qiao Yu charged at the Wild Lion King with a fierce cry. The lion, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, leapt aside to evade the attack. However, Qiao Yu saw the opportunity and rolled to dodge the lion's frontal assault, countering with a sweeping strike toward its hind leg before retreating hastily. A roar of pain erupted from the Wild Lion King. It had expected Qiao Yu to confront it head-on, but the latter had opted for a more strategic approach. In that brief moment of distraction, Qiao Yu surged forward, feigning an attack from the front. The lion sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the issue. As Qiao Yu sidestepped, he swiftly struck the lion's robust body with his sword. The Wild Lion King was severely wounded, letting out a series of furious roars as it charged at Qiao Yu once more, disregarding its injuries. The rapid charge sent Qiao Yu flying, nearly costing him his life. In a panic, he drank another healing potion, but as he sat up, the Wild Lion King was upon him again. Helpless, Qiao Yu found himself once more tasting the bitter sting of being thrown aside. Ding. System notification. Please replenish your health points immediately, or you will. Fengyun, immersed in the chaos, had no time to spare for contemplation. He hastily grabbed a handful of healing potions and stuffed them into his mouth, simultaneously rolling and crawling away. If the Wilderness Lion King were to charge at him before he regained his footing, Fengyun would undoubtedly meet his demise. Fortunately, the Wilderness Lion King chose to remain stationary, resting while keeping its piercing gaze fixed upon Fengyun. A sense of relief washed over him. He had narrowly escaped death this time. Realizing that maintaining a distance from the Wilderness Lion King played to its advantage, Fengyun opted for close combat. Hoping to whittle down the beast's health with the help of the healing potions, he engaged in a prolonged battle, employing evasive maneuvers to dodge the lioness attacks. Though the Wilderness Lion King managed to inflict wounds upon him, it could not claim his life. Each fierce strike was either narrowly evaded or mitigated by the restorative effects of the potions. Gradually, he chipped away at the lion's health until it was reduced to a mere 200 points, despite the healing potions effectively replenishing his vitality. The injuries he sustained meant a full recovery was unattainable in such a short span. Fengyun fought valiantly, each engagement with the Wilderness Lion King feeling increasingly arduous. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, alternating between consuming potions and battling. Perhaps the lion sensed his resilience, for it suddenly leapt back, an impressive distance away. Fengyun, puzzled by its speed and lack of aggression, soon witnessed the lion unleash a thunderous roar, as if provoked by an unseen force. The lion trembled, and Fengyun understood that a more perilous moment was imminent. Indeed, the wilderness lion king seemed to have tapped into some latent potential, soaring from several meters away with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it rocketed towards Fengyun, covering the distance in an instant. Fengyun could only watch in horror as the lion's claws descended upon his chest. The pain was excruciating, prompting a visceral scream as he struggled to alleviate the anguish wrought by the lion's assault. To his shock, the lion's ferocity and velocity had multiplied exponentially, leaving Fengyun utterly bewildered. The ghastly gash across his chest ignited a fury within him. If the lion could rage, so could he. With reckless abandon, Fengyun charged at the wilderness lion king, his eyes filled with a determination that bordered on desperation. In truth, he recognized that his own strength and speed paled in comparison to the lioness. If he wished to survive, he had no choice but to advance with courage. After all, death awaited him regardless of his choice. The lion's roar echoed, vast and intimidating, instilling a palpable fear. Yet, as Fengyun approached with his sword raised, the wilderness lion king opted to evade rather than engage, much to Fengyun's astonishment. He had anticipated his final strike would coincide with his demise, only to find the lion retreating. Repeated attempts yielded the same result. The lion refused to confront him directly. The answer dawned upon Fengyun. Something had triggered the lion's sudden spike in power, revealing its vulnerability. Emboldened, Fengyun strode forward, wielding his sword as if invincible. The lion's continuous roars confirmed its fear. Fengyun's keen ears discerned the lion's emotional state through its cries. Positioning himself 5 meters from the lion, Fengyun devised a bolder plan, standing firm and mimicking the lion's roar. However, his overzealous inhalation aggravated his fresh wounds, causing him to wince in pain. The wilderness lion king was utterly perplexed by Fengyun's actions, unable to discern his intentions. In truth, Fengyun appeared vigilant, yet he was secretly rummaging through his inventory for weapons. Suddenly, a multitude of blades materialized in his grasp, and he hurled them indiscriminately at the lion. Realizing too late the purpose behind Fengyun's antics, the lion attempted to escape the onslaught. However, speed alone could not save it. Fengyun had been preparing for this moment, and a deluge of weapons followed in swift succession. The wilderness lion king, cornered and overwhelmed, succumbed beneath a barrage of blades. With a chime, Fengyun noticed a book tumble from the lioness' side. Rushing to inspect it, he discovered it to be a universal skill book, one that allowed for instantaneous conversion between health, inner strength, attack power, defense, and agility. Such a formidable skill left Fengyun momentarily awestruck, as he contemplated the implications of wielding such power. At that moment, the source of the lion's incredible speed and strength became clear. It had sacrificed all defenses in pursuit of overwhelming offense. Though its attacks were fearsome, the absence of defense proved to be its fatal flaw. Once he had gathered his composure, Fengyun reclined to rest, having sustained sufficient healing from the potions. Chapter 17. The Monster's Siege. After resting adequately, Fengyun found that the healing properties of the potions had significantly mended his wounds. He took stock of his equipment before preparing to return to his guild. It then struck him that he ought to deliver some superior gear to Quangfeng and his companions. Fengyun may still be unaware that the majority of players from Shanlonggua in the Pursuit of Dreams are speculating about the true identity of the leader of the Lungting gang. Members of the gang have claimed that they have never laid eyes on this individual. Originally, it was anticipated that the absence of a clear leader would result in chaos. However, to everyone's surprise, the gang has instead become remarkably organized. A significant part of this commendable order can be attributed to Quangfeng and his companions. While Fengyun was inventorying his equipment, he could hardly believe his eyes. The void ring alone contained enough golden gear to assemble over a dozen complete sets, not to mention the numerous silver items. He intended to present some of the finest pieces to Quangfeng and his associates. Recognizing that they must have devoted a considerable amount of time to managing gang affairs, potentially at the expense of their personal power levels. After completing his tasks, Fengyun reached out to Quangfeng and his crew. He planned to invite them to the largest tavern, Fumansion, in Baihu City. However, upon reflection, he realized that none of them would likely be able to accommodate the equipment contained within his void ring. Consequently, Fengyun decided against notifying Quangfeng and proceeded directly to the Lungting gang's headquarters in Baihu City. With only 3 days remaining until the system monsters would launch their siege, it was evident that although Quangfeng and his team frequently organized group hunts for leveling up, the results were not particularly effective due to the inadequacy of their equipment. At that moment, Quangfeng was pacing anxiously in the gang's conference hall, troubled by concerns regarding their gear, while his companions engaged in casual conversation. To his astonishment, Feng Yun noted that the gang's headquarters appeared even more magnificent than he remembered from his brief visit after its establishment. Since the day he chose the location for the gang, he had not returned to the Longting gang's base. Now, with an influx of players, the atmosphere of the headquarters had undergone a significant transformation, resembling a small city bustling with players and thriving system shops. Stop. What is your purpose here? A duty officer stationed at the entrance of the gang's headquarters halted Feng Yun, noticing his lack of Longting gang insignia. Oh, I have some matters to discuss with your leader, Quang Fengxing. Could you kindly relay my request? Feng Yun wished to keep his identity concealed for the time being, so he had stored all his Longting gang-related items within his void ring to maintain appearances. This was his only option. Understood, please wait here for a moment. The duty officer replied amiably. Feng Yun sensed that the quality of the players in the Longting gang was commendable. Had he been at another gang, he would surely have faced difficulties, especially given that he was merely clad in a novice-esque coarse cloth tunic. At that moment, he couldn't help but regard Quang Fengxing and his comrades with newfound respect. In reality, they were exceptional individuals, and their prowess in the game was equally impressive. Shortly thereafter, the duty officer escorted him inside. Haha, our esteemed leader has returned, Quang Fengxing exclaimed, taking advantage of the absence of outsiders to speak freely and enveloping Feng Yun in a hearty embrace. Little brother, where have you been all this time? Your sister has missed you dearly. There was no doubt that this was Bing Lian, who always teased Feng Yun, making him feel somewhat flustered. I've come to see you all, Feng Yun replied honestly, knowing better than to lose his temper with his comrades. Big brother, your hard work during this time is truly appreciated, Feng Yun continued, addressing the group. Not at all. It's wonderful to have you here. We understand you can't reveal yourself right now. After all, we are not outsiders, Quang Fengxing reassured him, well aware of the guilt Feng Yun felt at that moment. Big brother, I have specifically come to deliver equipment for you all. As he spoke, Feng Yun produced a Liuya Kindan, offering it to Quang Fengxing. What? An epic weapon, Quang Fengxing exclaimed with delight. Even at level 28, he had been wielding the golden knife he had purchased at the last auction, which had already enhanced his strength considerably. Now, with the addition of the Liuya Kindan, his power would undoubtedly soar. Little brother, can't you leave us something good? You've given everything to the big brother, Bing Lian interjected, having noticed Feng Yun producing an entire set of golden gear along with several pieces of dark gold equipment for Quang Fengxing. Feeling somewhat left out. Sister, don't worry. You all have your share, Feng Yun replied with a smile, knowing that if he upset her, she could be quite temperamental. Here, sister, this is for you. Feng Yun then presented her with a set of golden mage gear, but playfully concealed a particularly exquisite mage robe. Robe brother. These are for the rest of you. Feng Yun had meticulously prepared gear according to each individual's class. At that moment, everyone received a set of golden gear, alongside several pieces of dark gold equipment, leaving them in a state of euphoric disbelief. However, Quang Fengxing's demeanor shifted as he questioned Feng Yun, little brother. Did you purchase this equipment with money? We play games for enjoyment, not through such means. His tone held an undertone of reproach. Not at all, big brother. This is the result of my own hard work, Feng Yun replied mysteriously with a smile. Just then, Bing Lian chimed in. Little brother, why don't I have any golden gear? Are you intentionally trying to make my life difficult? She approached Feng Yun, playfully tugging at his ear. Feng Yun felt an overwhelming wave of mature feminine energy envelop him. Causing his face to flush, he stammered, oh no. Sister, please, I simply forgot. He had no choice. If he didn't give her something, he would surely be embarrassed in front of everyone. Bing Lian's allure was simply too compelling. That is strange. After receiving her gear, she finally released Feng Yun from her grasp. Little brother, where did you acquire so much golden equipment? Quang Fengxing inquired, curiosity piqued. Excluding a few pieces of dark gold gear, the 7 or 8 sets of golden equipment alone would be worth billions of world coins. It was no wonder Quang Fengxing was astonished and intrigued. In Feng Yun's eyes, however, golden gear was merely commonplace. He had already replaced nearly all of his previous golden equipment, except for the Feihu boots, with dark gold level gear. And the levels were shockingly high. Brother, may I share a secret? Feng Yun attempted to pique everyone's curiosity. Humph. The murderer, still oblivious to Feng Yun's intentions, gestured dismissively at him. Little brother, feeling a bit restless, are we? Bing Lian remarked as she approached, prompting Feng Yun to hastily interject. Well, I suppose I can reveal to everyone that I am a hidden class. A hidden class? Undoubtedly, this statement landed like a bombshell among the crowd. All right, let's put that aside for now. I also have some golden and silver equipment here. Would you please help find a place to store it? Feng Yun continued to astonish everyone. The series of surprises left the crowd breathless, and Feng Yun repeated his words. Ah, good. Quang Fengxing and his group escorted Feng Yun to the guild's warehouse. Upon entering, Feng Yun dramatically poured out a massive heap of gleaming equipment. There were thousands of sets of silver gear. The number of bronze equipment was simply beyond counting. How about that? Are you all satisfied now? Feng boasted. The crowd fell silent, collectively gesturing in unison. This guy is no ordinary person. Upon returning to the Longting Gang's conference hall, the group began to discuss the details concerning the monster siege. With the addition of these gears from the little brother, our guild's strength is sure to surge. However, we must remain cautious during the system siege, Quang Fengxing cautioned as he addressed the assembly. After a thorough deliberation, it was unanimously decided that Quang Fengxing would take command. The others would lead their respective legions in mutual support. As for Feng Yun, he would be designated as a special operations guest. Of course, for such a daunting task, Quang Fengxing had already excluded him, stating that Feng Yun's power was simply too formidable. Very well, it is settled then. Everyone, take your time to rest these next few days. In 3 days, we shall ensure that the Longting Gang's reputation reverberates across the seas, Quang Fengxing proclaimed with grandiosity. Reverberate across the seas. The crowd echoed in unison, their fervent hands stacked tightly together. Chapter 18, Monster Siege. 1. In the early July of the first year of the world, at precisely 8 p.m. Ding. System announcement. The Longting Gang's monster siege of Baihu City has commenced. Countdown. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Ding. System announcement. The Longting Gang's monster siege of Baihu City has commenced. Countdown. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Ding. System announcement. The Longting Gang's monster siege of Baihu City has commenced. Countdown. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. The entire Tenlong Gang was ablaze with excitement, a resounding chorus of shouts echoing in all directions. Feng Yun perched upon a high parapet of the city wall, awaiting the monster's arrival. During the preceding 3 days, he had tirelessly leveled up, and now, he had astonishingly reached level 50, adorned in equipment that was either celestial or dark gold. He was poised like a tiger. Current experience, 20. 45. Health, 988. Inner power, 602. Attack power, 160,566. Defense power, 432. Reputation, 153,500. Money, 208,500 gold coins and 75 silver coins. Equipment, Zilong sword, illusory ring, dark battle armor, crimson flame helmet, mixed origin necklace, red flame bracelet, magic tiger ring. Flying tiger boots. Auxiliary skills, mining, gathering, logging, identification, tactical movement, evasive sliding, substitution. As the system announcement initiated, the first wave of siege monsters surged toward the Longting Gang from the distance. Brothers and sisters of the Longting Gang, the moment to defend our reputation and bolster our prestige is upon us. Let us seize our weapons and fight. Quang Fengxing shouted in the guild channel, inspiring the guild players' morale. Indeed, Quang Fengxing's rhetoric was quite impressive. The guild channel was silenced for players below elder rank. Yet the collective roar of the Longting Gang could likely be heard throughout Baihu City. Outside the walls of the Longting Gang, a large horde of monsters, approximately levels 5 to 10, marched forward. The walls were lined with pairs of mages and archers. At Quang Fengxing's command, the gates swung open. Charge! Led by the rogue and the murderer, the 4th and 6th legions surged forth with high spirits. These 2 legions were predominantly composed of warriors, supplemented by a number of archers and priests. The 4th legion, under the rogue's command, was tasked with a frontal assault. The murderer commanded the 6th legion to split into 2 groups and flank the sides. The time for the brothers to contribute to the Longting Gang has come. Brothers, charge! With Quang Fengxing's brief yet charismatic call to arms, dazzling magic and a torrent of arrows ignited the first volley of the siege battle. The rogue's audacity in slaying monsters was nothing short of brazen. Wherever he went, blood flowed freely. Clad in resplendent golden gear, his imposing presence inspired the brothers of the 4th Legion, igniting their fervor. Seeing their fearless leader charging into battle, how could they lag behind? Undoubtedly, the 4th Legion in direct combat was the most radiant and courageous. They defended not merely a city or a guild within the game, but their dignity, their home. The mages stationed atop the city walls comprised Binglian's 1st Legion. Even they, witnessing the scene below, felt an urge to leap into battle against the monsters. However, it was evident that they lacked the robust combat capabilities required. Nonetheless, they exerted themselves to unleash their magic. A battlefield populated solely by warriors would be rather monotonous. With the addition of archers, it would gain some color, but the presence of mages casting brilliant spells rendered the battlefield utterly magnificent. The entire battle was captured and broadcasted live by the system. In an instant, even those who did not participate in the Longting Gang were stirred with fervor. Indeed, there were some belligerent individuals who could not resist seeking out others to join the fray. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle, blood splattering as arrows, akin to a swarm of locusts, pierced the chests of the monstrous foes. The warriors fought valiantly, while the priests offered their unwavering support. Despite the occasional disappearance of comrades in a flash of white light, their resolve remained unshaken. Instead, they fought with even greater fervor. Though fine equipment lay strewn upon the ground, no one dared to retrieve it. A few days prior, Huang Fengxing had expressly forbade such actions, declaring it absolutely unacceptable. However, he reassured his brothers that should they lack equipment in the end, he would ensure they were well equipped before himself. With such magnanimity from their leader, how could the subordinates be stingy? Soon, the first wave of monsters, being of a lower level, was dispatched with little casualty thanks to the fervent efforts of the brothers. The Legion returned victorious, and Huang Fengxing dispatched the specialized team, Cat Si, to clear the battlefield. Although Cat Si was recognized for his exceptional personal strength, his subordinates, skilled in intelligence work, had somewhat lower combat capabilities. At that moment, with safety at its peak, Cat Si and his team set off towards the bountiful fields beyond the city. A jubilant cheer erupted from the members of the Tenglong gang. Huang Fengxing boldly proclaimed, "Brothers of the 4th and 6th Legions, you have toiled greatly. Welcome back victorious. To the other members of the Longting gang, do not fret. The battles ahead will be fierce. If you are warriors, the outcome of the city defense will soon be revealed. Let me hear your determination, brothers of Longting gang." The cries of warriors, warriors, from the brothers of Longting gang reverberated with fervor. Then, Huang Fengxing addressed everyone in the guild channel. "All right, my brothers, you have all worked hard. Take a well-deserved rest, for more intense battles await us shortly." The members settled down to recuperate. None noticed a ghostly figure leap from the city wall, vanishing into the distance in an instant. Feng Yun, having observed the earlier skirmish, noted the resilience of his comrades and refrained from joining the fray. Yet he was no fool. The first wave of monsters was merely a warm-up. He needed to set traps as a precaution, just as the Tenglong gang members were resting. The second wave of monsters arrived, albeit belatedly. Their arrival was marked by a tumultuous cloud of dust and thunderous roars. This new batch of monsters was evidently far more terrifying than the last, a fact easily discernible from their imposing presence. As the members prepared to charge out of the city, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. Many of the monsters seemed to vanish into thin air, with only a few charging forward. Yet, the sounds that followed were louder and tinged with a sense of brutality. "Cat Si, take your team to investigate." Seeing the diminished number of monsters, Huang Fengxing dispatched Cat Si's intelligence squad, but then recalled that a few monsters were still approaching. He immediately commanded, "3rd Legion, follow closely to protect our brothers in front." Thus, they advanced in a grand procession. Kill. The members of the 3rd Legion, undeterred by the meager number of monsters, charged forth. After all, Cat Si's team numbered over 10,000. Surely they could handle this few monsters. Another fierce battle commenced. Although the number of foes had dwindled, their levels were significantly higher, approximately between levels 15 and 25. Thus, the 1st Legion had to rely on strategy to prevail. They surrounded a single monster, effectively neutralizing its assault. Meanwhile, Cat Si and his intelligence team hastened to the scene of the incident to assess the situation. Upon arrival, they were met with a sight that left them dumbfounded. Countless monsters struggled within what resembled a perfectly square field. Not an ordinary one, but filled with deep pits rising 4 to 5 meters, lined with upright blades and swords. Cat Si quickly reported back to Huang Fengxing via the guild channel. However, after reporting, Cat Si chuckled and declared to his comrades, "Brothers, who says we cannot enter the battlefield? Let us cut them down. Charge." Thus, another exhilarating spectacle unfolded, coincidentally captured by the system's cameras. Players watching the live broadcast were left in a state of disbelief. How could this be possible? Yet, the astute among them grasped the answer that simultaneously dawned upon their minds. Hidden class. In a villa within Jianyuan City, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of wisdom and dressed in the most unassuming Tang suit, sat in the main seat of the living room. "Quickly send someone to investigate who in the Longting gang possesses a hidden class," he instructed a young man. "Yes, father, I understand," the young man replied respectfully, revealing that he was indeed Qiao Yu, the son of the Qiao family, one of the 4 ancient martial arts clans. As the members of the Longting gang reveled in their spoils, Feng Yun remained at his original high perch on the city wall, meditating. Unbeknownst to him, members of the 4 ancient martial arts families had begun to take notice of him. The 4 ancient martial arts families of Shenlong Nation, Xiao family, Ouyang family, the family of Xian and Ziyue, Mingyue family, and Sikong family, were all keenly observing the unfolding events. It was important to note that the spectacle captured by Cat Si's team was a singular achievement. Even mages capable of wide-range magical attacks could not replicate such prowess. One can only imagine the allure a hidden class would hold for them. The 4 ancient martial arts families had their eyes set on Zhuang Meng Rinsheng, each discreetly cultivating their own influence within. Typically, these families engaged in fierce competition. Yet it appeared Feng Yun might soon find himself entangled in their schemes. Soon after, the second wave of monsters was vanquished, and the members of the Longting gang completed the cleanup of the battlefield. Feng Yun realized it was time for him to set his traps. As Feng Yun arrived at the site where traps had previously been set, he was taken aback. The ground seemed to tremble beneath him. He had not anticipated the monsters would arrive with such swiftness. With a quiet sigh, it became clear that the plan to set traps had failed. Consequently, he had no choice but to send a message to Quang Fengxing, ensuring they were prepared for battle. Brothers, the moment of reckoning is upon us. The pivotal battle to defend Longting is about to commence. All legions, prepare as per the plan. The excited shouts of Quang Fengxing echoed through the Longting gang's channel. Why is it happening so soon? Wei only just returned. Maoyan expressed his astonishment at the rapid arrival of the third wave of monsters. This was largely due to the system's calculations after each battle, implementing measures to increase difficulty. The success of Feng Yun's previous traps had necessitated a quicker appearance of the monsters this time. Otherwise, the event would cease to be a siege and would resemble a mere hunt for monsters. Thus, the third wave of monsters appeared with unprecedented speed, and their levels were exceedingly high, around 30 to 40. Having engaged in 2 battles, the members of Longting had also experienced rapid level increases, most hovering around levels 20 to 30. Therefore, defending the gang's stronghold not only served to protect their territory, but also to enhance their levels and improve their equipment. The cacophony of roars resonated in the ears of the Longting members as the monsters surged like a tidal wave toward their walls. Kill! As the gates swung open, the majority of Longting's forces, led by the Ice Lotus sorcerers, surged out to meet the enemy. This was a critical moment. They could no longer conceal their strength. In an instant, the members of Longting were embroiled in fierce combat with the monsters. Form groups of 4 or 5. Target one monster at a time, Quang Fengxing commanded, having witnessed several monsters attacking a single player, who was swiftly eliminated. A thunderous roar echoed across the horizon, jolting Feng Yun from his thoughts. Following that mighty bellow, a portion of the monsters on the eastern front retreated, regrouped, and charged once more. Suddenly, the battlefield was littered with casualties. The force of the monsters was not to be trifled with, capable of trampling their foes. At that moment, the monsters resembled a cavalry unit, and Feng Yun could hardly believe they employed tactics. The Magical Spider King, level 60, attack, 580, defense, 360, health, 4000, skills, venom, web. Feng Yun was astonished to face a level 60 adversary. Players nearby were swiftly dispatched. Meanwhile, members of Longting engaged with other monsters often found themselves overwhelmed and perished. Anger surged through the ranks. Having been slain in an instant, they yearned for vengeance. One player, possibly a recent victim, charged at the Magical Spider King. But as Feng Yun shouted for him to halt, a silver web shot forth, and the player vanished in a burst of white light. At that moment, Feng Yun truly understood the terrifying might of the Magical Spider King's attacks. However, his own power was not to be underestimated. He promptly commanded the members of Longting to fall back to avoid unnecessary losses. Observing Feng Yun, adorned with the title of Special Forces guest, they complied without hesitation. As Feng Yun approached the Magical Spider King, he wasted no time and swung his sword. The speed of his strikes was fearsome. The Magical Spider King could scarcely evade. With a single blow, he severed one of its legs, provoking a furious roar. Feng Yun found it curious how unpleasant the creature's cries were. Though the Magical Spider King had many legs, losing one was undoubtedly painful. Yet, its anguished roar provided an opportunity for Longting, as many monsters began to retreat. Perhaps they were instinctively protective of their leader. Feng Yun, unwilling to wait for the lesser monsters to strike, chose to engage them directly. The Magical Spider King, perhaps intimidated by him, ceased its roars and began to retreat. In that moment, Feng Yun appeared as a god of slaughter, wielding his sword amidst the throngs of ordinary monsters. With every 2 or 3 strikes, another foe fell. Witnessing this, the members of Longting were spurred into action, unwilling to lag behind. Despite their efforts, the situation remained dire. Even with Feng Yun's prowess, only a fraction of the enemy could be vanquished. Players continued to respawn as luminous specters, and suddenly, a stirring battle song echoed across the battlefield. Feng Yun had not heard such melodies before, yet he felt a surge of passion within him. A battle song. Yes, it was undoubtedly a battle song. Feng Yun recalled a feature in the management panel of Longting that allowed for such a function. In an instant, the gang's channel reverberated with an exhilarating anthem. The rapid drum beats and intense electric guitar riffs, played with impeccable skill at a tempo of nearly 240 beats per minute, momentarily drowned out the pain and danger of battle. All rallied in unison, shouting, "Kill! Charge!" Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live broadcast shared in the experience, hearing the song and witnessing the fervor of Longting's brothers. A chorus of admiration arose. Perhaps they thought, if only I were among them. The battle raged on, and Quang Fengxing relinquished his role as commander. This skirmish no longer required direction. The battle song's impact far surpassed his vocal exhortations. The frenzied crowd, the relentless monsters, and the wild, unstoppable Feng Yun combined in a whirlwind of chaos. Feng Yun had just joined forces with the members of Longting to take down the magical Spider King. At this moment, the monsters had likely been reduced by more than half. However, the members of the Longting gang had all suffered losses, with each of them having perished at least 25 times. The battlefield was now engulfed in chaos, likely exacerbated by the battle songs sung by Feng Yun. Without these anthems, it is probable that the brothers of Longting gang would have lost their fervor to confront the monsters, given the ferocity of the enemy's assault. Soon, a group of higher-level warriors gathered around Feng Yun, having witnessed his valor in battle. Regardless of how many times they had fallen, they rushed back from the resurrection point, eager to assist. With this formidable cadre at his side, Feng Yun found it exceedingly easy to dispatch foes. His attack and speed were unparalleled, and in terms of combat skills, none could rival him. To speak brutally, they served merely as cannon fodder for Feng Yun, yet no one perceived it in such a light. It embodied a spirit of sacrifice and camaraderie. All 15 level 60 warriors were annihilated with the aid of Feng Yun and his comrades from Longting. Had Feng Yun been alone, he might have struggled to defeat even two. The power of the people is truly magnificent. As the threat dissipated, the ordinary monsters scattered in search of players to attack. Although the Longting gang lacked the commanding presence of Quang Fengxing, they were nevertheless inspired by the resounding battle songs. Regardless of whether they were fearful or timid, they were undeniably the most courageous in that moment. Gradually, Feng Yun, Quang Fengxing, along with his friends Binglian, Lieming, WNMing, SHRNFN, PZ, and Fei Qiang, even the cat-eyed one, became the focal point of the battlefield. The system's live broadcast camera captured the moment they congregated on the battlefield. Zooming in for a dramatic close-up, 9 gleaming blades were raised high as they shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Chapter 20. The siege battle of the Longting gang concluded amidst the rallying cries of Feng Yun and Quang Fengxing, successfully securing the gang's stronghold. It goes without saying that the position of leader in Longting was now temporarily secured. Following the fierce battle, the Longting gang reaped substantial rewards, with players experiencing significant level increases. On the leaderboard, aside from Feng Yun maintaining his unassailable first position, Quang Fengxing and his companions had also entered the top 20. Remarkably, of the top 100 players, a staggering 50 hail from the Longting gang, demonstrating their formidable strength. The overall prowess of the Longting gang had also seen an enhancement, with Feng Yun discovering that during the fray, he had inadvertently followed the energy flow of the TNLNju, resulting in a substantial boost to his attack and defense. This revelation plunged him into an unprecedented state of exhilaration. It was not merely the realization that the TNLNju could augment his capabilities. Rather, it was the prospect of cultivating the TNLNju within the realms of Zhu Ming or Ning to enhance his own skills. As the siege battle came to a close, various guilds within Zhu Ming or Ning began to establish themselves. After a fortnight, the guild creation mandates had likely been sufficiently collected by the players. Among the emerging factions, the Aosh Nexia guild stood out. Many players, having missed the opportunity to join the Longting gang at its inception for various reasons, were spurred to join guilds following the excitement of the siege battle. And Aosh Nexia capitalized on this surge. However, the quality of its members was undoubtedly mixed. In contrast, the other 3 ancient martial arts families were less fortunate. Whether due to the incompetence of their heirs or other reasons, they had united to form the Longhu gang. Another noteworthy guild was the Haibang Shnl Ingdigu, a formidable presence in the real world, embodying true power. Since the siege battle of the Longting gang, Feng Yun intended to continue his solitary gaming life. However, this notion was soon to be shattered. "Hey, is this you, perverted big brother?" Feng Yun answered the communicator, only to be greeted by a piercing voice that sent shivers down his spine, not from its sweetness, but from the impending trouble it heralded. Upon hearing her, Feng Yun immediately recognized it was XNR, momentarily taken aback by her address of him as perverted big brother. Why add perverted to big brother? What a mood killer. "It's me, XNR. Where are you? Take me to level up." XNR seemed oblivious to Feng Yun's discomfort, continuing with her electrifyingly relentless tone. "Oh, it's just the little rascal. I'm in BIH City. Where's your sister?" Feng Yun, for reasons he could not comprehend, boldly referred to himself as her brother and inquired about Ziyu's whereabouts. "Humph, you don't answer my question, and you just want to know about my sister." "I simply won't tell you." XNR pouted, throwing a childish tantrum, though her 16-year-old sulks were enough to rattle anyone's nerves. All right. Where are you? I'll come find you and get you some gear." "Don't you dare." XNR interrupted, her temper flaring. She shouted into the communicator as if afraid Feng Yun might not hear her. "Fine. I'll be waiting for you in the square of BIH City. Hurry up. Big brother has things to do. Feng Yun, not waiting for XNR to continue her argument, promptly hung up the communicator. After more than 10 minutes, while Feng Yun waited impatiently in the square of BIH City, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils. Suddenly, everything went dark as a pair of small hands covered his eyes. Guess who I am? XNR imitated her sister's emphasis, clearly intent on teasing Feng Yun. Relishing in his discomfort. You little rascal. If I can't guess it's you, then I've truly wasted my time. Feng Yun replied nonchalantly, discerning the familiar scent of XNR and ZU. Initially, he had thought it was ZU, but quickly realized that was not the case. ZU would never act in such a manner, and the fragrance was distinctly different. Cut it out. Stop being so smug. Bizarre brother. How is it that after just a few days, you have become so silver-tongued? XNR feigned a demeanor of a big sister, as if the truth of the matter were indeed as he speculated. Little rascal, I warn you, if I hear you call me a pervert again, you shall not be spared. Feng Yun threatened, putting on a fierce expression, while gently tapping XNR's adorable head. You hit me again, pervert. You are truly a pervert. XNR insisted stubbornly, seemingly forever convinced that Feng Yun was indeed a pervert. Fine, do as you wish. You won't change my mind. Just be careful not to provoke me, or I might just swat you, Feng Yun remarked, a hint of frustration in his voice. However, if he were genuinely angered, he would never resort to hitting XNR. Perhaps a remnant of childhood innocence lingered within him. Feng Yun's early years were spent in solitude, and with XNR, this little sprite, by his side, it was impossible for him not to embody some childlike qualities. Where are the equipment? XNR disregarded Feng Yun's expressions and extended her hand, demanding the gear. Come with me. Feng Yun grasped XNR's hand and led her onward, his grip smooth. It seemed the little rascal had quite nice skin. A stray thought crossed Feng Yun's mind. Where are we going? XNR inquired impatiently, as Feng Yun led her through a maze of houses. You will know when we arrive, so no more chatter. Be careful, or I might just dispose of you, Feng Yun warned. You rogue. I shall inform my sister, XNR exclaimed, though she showed no intention of leaving. Look, we have arrived. Feng Yun pointed to a quaint little manor before them. Before their eyes stood a charming one-story building, surrounded by an array of colorful plants and flowers. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, uplifting the spirit, resembling a picturesque landscape painting. However, 2 level 150 archers guarded the entrance, instilling a sense of dread, lest one inadvertently provoke them and meet a swift demise. This left XNR somewhat bewildered. This is my home. Feng Yun pulled XNR inside, simultaneously adding her to the list of those permitted free entry. Wow, it's beautiful, XNR exclaimed, breaking free from Feng Yun's grip, lost in her own reverie. Beautiful? Don't you have such beauty at home? Feng Yun could hardly believe it. With XNR's background, it seemed implausible that she would lack such amenities. That would indeed be rather strange. I don't have any. XNR immediately grew displeased. When it came to family matters, it was best not to speak freely, otherwise, one might inadvertently worry Feng Yun. All right. My apologies for the inappropriate question. Feng Yun recognized he may have encroached upon her privacy and graciously apologized. He then continued, Come, let me show you the gear. Feng Yun opened the door and stepped into the inner room. The house comprised only one floor with 2 rooms, a small hall, and a bedroom. Initially, it had been a pair of houses gifted with the purchase from Longting Gang, and Quang Fengxing possessed another. However, the two refrained from cohabiting overtly. Wow, this is stunning. XNR picked up a piece of armor and then examined a necklace, utterly astonished. There were 2 sets of dark gold equipment and 1 set of golden gear, all part of a set. These 2 sets were a gift for the 2 sisters, while the golden set, though lacking in attributes, was also offered as an additional gift. Feng Yun explained slowly. These items were acquired during the city defense battle, and he had left the remaining gear for Quang Fengxing and the brothers of Longting Gang. Ah, thank you, brother. XNR joyfully called out, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks as she said, Please step outside. It was evident she wished to change her attire immediately. Hee, little rascal. So fond of beauty. Feng Yun chuckled as he stepped outside. After a brief moment, XNR emerged, adorned in resplendent attire, spinning before Feng Yun and inquiring, Is it beautiful? It is indeed beautiful. However, before Feng Yun could finish his thought, XNR immediately pressed for more. But what? Hurry up and say it. However, if you could temper that temper of yours, you might appear even more beautiful. Feng Yun seized the opportunity to voice his request. Really? Strangely, XNR did not explode with anger. Truly, Feng Yun replied earnestly, fearing the little rascal might suddenly change her mind. XNR remained excited for a while before suddenly exclaiming, Oh no, I forgot my sister is still waiting for me in Qinglong City. It turned out the little girl had sneaked away to find Feng Yun, which explained everything. The dream pursuit life in Shenlong Kingdom comprises 4 major system cities: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, all delineated by the kingdom's history. Then go find your sister. Remember to take the equipment and conceal its true appearance. Upon hearing about Ziyue, Fengyun initially thought to express his enthusiasm but hesitated, feeling a twinge of fear and thus remained silent. Got it. Thank you, brother. Thank you, big pervert. XNR exclaimed before transforming into a burst of white light and vanishing back to her city, leaving Fengyun in stunned silence. Chapter 21. Awe-inspiring presence. Not long after XNR returned to her city, Fengyun's communicator began to beep incessantly. Big pervert brother, hurry. My sister and I have encountered bad people. XNR's anxious voice echoed through the communicator. Understood. Fengyun quickly hung up the communicator and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from his location. In Qinglong City, a lewd voice rang out, hee hee. This little girl isn't too shabby. Quite enchanting. The utterance was disgusting from the outset. What do you want? XNR, though mischievous, felt fear in such situations. Her sister, Ziyue, was even more timid, already shy by nature. What do we want? Hee hee, little girl, just obediently accompany us for some fun. The lascivious voice declared as a hand reached towards Ziyue. Ha ha. The accomplices nearby erupted in lewd laughter. Ah! A scream pierced the air, originating from the lascivious voice. It turned out that XNR had struck back. Despite her fear, she was determined to defend herself. The dark gold equipment Fengyun had gifted her was not merely for show. XNR was already at level 34, and with the concealed dark gold gear enhancing her capabilities, dealing with a mere lecher was a trivial matter. Ah, this little vixen has some fire, doesn't she? The lascivious voice, undeterred by the retaliation, seemed to enjoy the challenge even more, reaching out again towards XNR. Ah, XNR delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground, eliciting a piteous cry from him. Sister, we must flee. Immediately after toppling the man, XNR seized Ziyu's hand and dashed away, though she initially intended to engage the man in a prolonged confrontation. His desperate demeanor, like one who had never encountered a woman, compelled her to abandon that notion and prioritize their escape. Stop. You think you can injure me and simply run away? You little vixen, refusing to drink my toast only to accept punishment instead. Come on, bring it on. The man bellowed to his companions, realizing that one could not handle the situation alone and thus sought assistance. Don't run. Stop. XNR urged Ziyu as the two sisters sprinted fiercely, terrified that one of the men might lay a hand on them, for it was well understood that beauty should not be trifled with. Ah, perverse brother, you have arrived. Quickly, help me teach them a lesson. XNR exclaimed, noticing that Feng was ahead, searching for them. Feng. Ziyu's heart fluttered at the sight of her beloved, her cheeks flushing with anxiety. Are you both unharmed? Feng inquired, initially wishing to address Ziyu alone but deciding to include XNR, knowing well the trouble she could cause if angered. Stop. Where do you think you're going? A lewd voice called, panting with exertion. It seemed as though XNR and Ziyu were truly cornered, had Ziyu not been so bashful. That man's feeble skills would have already been subdued. After all, he ranked second among the skilled players. What do you intend to do? Although Feng understood their intentions, he felt it necessary to find an appropriate way to confront them rather than directly assaulting them. Mind your own business, kid. Get lost. The man retorted impatiently, clearly dismissing Feng's presence. Why should I mind my own business? You have a problem with that? Feng shot back defiantly, conveying his own strength. Hey, do you know which guild we belong to? I am the renowned leader of OSHTN Shi. LIH. The man boasted contemptuously, as if others were unaware of their guild affiliation, the matching uniforms leaving little doubt. In every guild, the appearance of players' attire must remain uniform, with only elders and guild leaders permitted to make alterations. However, the original attributes of their equipment remained unchanged. So what if you are OSHTN Shi? What is so special about that? Feng scoffed at the man, silently noting that he was the leader of LIH Guild, though he refrained from voicing it. Brothers, shatter this and destroy them. LIH commanded his underlings, recalling that in his past experiences, merely announcing his name had deterred anyone from challenging him. However, it seemed that this time, he had encountered a formidable opponent. With a swish, over a dozen weapons surged toward Feng. He smiled lightly and effortlessly swept them aside with his sword, remarking, "Too slow." The members of OSHTN Shi were seething with indignation. Feng's reluctance to strike first was deliberate. He must avoid provoking the system, which would impose penalties for initiating player kills. Under the current regulations, if one were to actively kill 3 or more players, they would face 3 days in a designated prison, with no time counted for logging out. Conversely, a player killed in self-defense would not incur penalties and could receive 50% of the defeated player's current experience. The potential for loot was even more enticing. LIH was truly foolish. Having relied on luck in the past, he had always bullied others as part of a group. and the system had never held him accountable. Thus, he naively believed he could repeat his past successes. FNEN observed the gathering players and thought, this presents an excellent opportunity to strike against OSHT Nshi. With a sinister smile, he leaped into the fray among the players of OSHT Nshi, swinging his sword. Instantly, a hush fell over the crowd as 5 beams of white light flashed, and those 5 individuals were utterly annihilated. Unable to even utter a cry of anguish as their shimmering equipment remained on the ground, spinning. Instant kill. The crowd erupted in excitement. What is happening? LIH thought he was dreaming, pinching his own face in disbelief. The pain confirmed reality, but he dared not contemplate further. Brothers, charge! LIH shouted, rushing toward FNEN. Yet FNEN would give them no quarter, opting for a swift resolution. He had already allocated all his attribute points to speed and attack, aware that any unforeseen attack could spell his doom. FNEN moved like a specter, darting among LIH and his crew, before returning to ZU and XNR's side. Time seemed to freeze as the stunned group stood in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Then, again, a flurry of white light erupted as another series of instant kills occurred. A piercing scream echoed from the crowd, filled with terror. FNEN paid them no mind, swiftly reallocating his attribute points before taking ZU's hand and departing, while XNR sulked behind, visibly displeased. A full 3 minutes elapsed before the crowd regained their composure, rushing towards the spot where LIH had fallen. Don't fight. It's mine. It's mine. I clearly got to it first. 5 minutes later, a post on the VRMMORPG International Forum soared to the top. Super perverse male hero saves beauty, instantly kills dozens in 30 seconds. This video, captured by an unknown source, showcased the entire sequence from the moment XNR and ZU were harassed by LIH to the ensuing chaos as players scrambled for the gear. VRMMORPG was engulfed in a storm of speculation, with many questioning whether there had been foul play or collusion. However, the official response stated, the intelligent host is operating autonomously, and there are no issues. A person of intent took the opportunity to inquire with the authorities about the true identity of an individual, but the official response compelled them to abandon this line of thought. Confidentiality. Who would wish to disclose their actual information? Meanwhile, Fengyun, the main perpetrator, remained ensconced in his abode, indulging in affectionate moments with Ziyue. In Chapter 22, titled Shocking Secrets, Ziyue curiously questioned Fengdage about the remarkable skill he had just displayed. The scene had left her utterly astonished, and though she intended to describe it as bizarre, the words caught in her throat, coloring her cheeks a deep crimson. Ziyue, are you implying that I am strange? Fengyun teased, but before he could finish, Ziyue hastily interrupted, exclaiming, no. Fengdage, that was not my intention. The young girl was evidently apprehensive about incurring Fengyun's displeasure. I was merely jesting, silly. Fengyun lightly tapped her on the head. You struck me? Just wait and see how I'll retaliate. Ziyue momentarily forgot her shyness and decorum as she playfully tussled with Fengyun. It was indeed peculiar. Despite the limited opportunities for Fengyun and Ziyue to meet, their longing for each other surpassed even their meals. Today, Fengyun seemed emboldened, and after addressing Lei Hu and his associates, he took Ziyue's hand and walked away, perhaps fueled by a surge of heroic spirit. Ziyue, though bashful and possessing a beauty that could rival the most exquisite of flowers, had a heart that trembled with fear. Yet, inexplicably, after holding hands with Fengyun, she felt no awkwardness or trepidation, as if she had been accustomed to this intimacy for lifetimes. Sister, you should check the official international forum. Xiner, feeling neglected as Ziyue and Fengyun were engrossed in each other, began to browse the game's official forum. To her dismay, the events in Qinglong City had been exposed. Fortunately, their names were concealed. Otherwise, the ramifications would have been dire. Numerous individuals and factions were now seeking to uncover their true identities. What transpired? Ziyue and Fengyun asked in unison, sharing a knowing smile as they perused the forum posts. How is this possible? Why have I leveled up? Fengyun feigned innocence. From bizarre to super bizarre, if that constituted a level up, then his progression was akin to a rocket launch. Bizarre brother, why do you still appear this way? Look, our identities have been revealed, and now others can recognize us on the street. Xiner wore a displeased expression, seemingly blaming Fengyun for being too preoccupied with Ziyue to notice her. Oh, that? It's of no concern. If anything arises, your brother will protect you. Do not fear. Fengyun assumed a protective demeanor. In truth, whether in reality or within the game, he possessed the strength to safeguard these two women. Moreover, he was aware that Ziyue and Xiner possessed extraordinary skills, though their reasons for withholding this information remained their own. Thus, Fengyun naturally chose not to dwell on the matter, remaining at ease. Enough. I shan't discuss this with you. You wouldn't understand. Xiner, feeling frustrated by Fengyun's jesting demeanor, contemplated revealing her true identity. Exiner, do not speak so. Ziyue reproached her, feeling a bit annoyed with the younger girl for her lack of discretion. If something were to happen, Ziyue, it's fine. I understand you have your reasons, but I too have matters to conceal. You need not be overly concerned. I will trust you both. Rest assured, nothing will go awry, Feng Yun reassured, wishing to relieve Ziyue of any guilt. Despite their short acquaintance and limited interactions, he had intuitively grasped Ziyue's character as if it were ingrained in his mind. Really? Bizarre brother. If you share your secrets with us, perhaps I will consider revealing our identities to you. Exiner, having already contemplated this course of action, was aware of her sister's deep affection for Feng Yun, evident from Ziyue's demeanor at home and her admiration for his prowess as the top player on the leaderboard. Now, upon learning that Feng Yun also harbored secrets, she saw an opportunity to leverage this knowledge. Do not underestimate her youth. She was quite cunning. Very well. I suppose you will all find out eventually. However, I hope we can agree that once anyone's secret is revealed, it shall remain confidential and not be shared with outsiders. All right, little rascal. Feng Yun could not help but admire Exiner's cleverness. Though she seemed playful, her intellect was sharp, often leading others to follow her train of thought without realizing it. Okay, I promise. Right, sister? Exiner readily agreed, casting a knowing glance at Ziyue, signaling her to remain silent. All right, little rascal, I will share. It's nothing grand. I know you both hail from martial arts families and possess remarkable skills. Feng Yun paused momentarily, after which Exiner exclaimed, "Ah, so, bizarre brother already knew?" She appeared incredulous. The first time she encountered Feng Yun, he seemed like an easy target for bullying. The second time, he was a pauper yet the best in the game. Now, he had transformed into a suave gentleman. Little rascal, I hadn't finished speaking, and you interrupted me. I shall say no more. Feng Yun, noticing Exiner's curiosity, feigned annoyance. As if to say, only you would do that. I would not. Then, without waiting for Exiner to respond, he began to recount tales of his childhood, his past experiences, and his vendettas. Ziyue, upon hearing this, was moved to tears. She had not anticipated the tragic nature of Feng Yun's past, nor had she realized the depth of his childhood experiences. Feng Yun held Ziyue tightly in his embrace, constantly murmuring gentle reassurances. At that moment, Feng Yun, having progressed in the Tianlong-Ju, experienced a shift in his mindset. He was no longer the reckless youth who openly displayed his animosities. Brother, I am truly sorry. I should not have made Shiner apologize, she said. However, if Feng Yun were to add a bit more fuel to the fire, it was likely that Shiner would be in tears. Don't worry. Brother knows you are sensible. Please don't be like this. Feng Yun comforted her with one hand while tending to another, busy beyond measure. He recalled a similar tale recounted by Quang Fengxing, in which he had exclaimed, "Damn. I need comfort too. All right, brother, now that you know you are a descendant of the Qiao family, we have no more secrets. The four great ancient martial arts families of our time are actually the clandestine forces of the Qiao family. For ages, the world believed the Qiao family had completely vanished. Yet they were gravely mistaken. The most significant influence of the Qiao family lies within these four great ancient martial arts families. This is a family rule passed down through generations. The reasons behind it are known only to my father's contemporaries. Furthermore, one of the four great families has clearly rebelled. The Xiao's family, which is currently represented by the AOC Tianxia Guild in the game. Originally, the strengths of the four families were relatively balanced. However, for reasons unknown, the Xiao's family suddenly became formidable. Thus, the remaining three families united to establish the Longhu Gang within the dreaming life. Shiner rambled on, her words flowing like a torrent. Feng Yun, meanwhile, was utterly lost in a dreamlike state. He was astounded and incredulous. He had never imagined that the Qiao family had not disbanded following the demise of its leader. Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, he pondered whether he should reclaim his heritage, whether he should uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths. Feng Yun was in turmoil, utterly disoriented. Beside him, Ziyue began to chastise Shiner. Little girl, can you not overwhelm him with so much information at once? How can he possibly absorb it all? How could I know? I only realized he was the sole heir of our families. Shiner replied innocently. It was understandable that upon learning of Feng Yun, Qiao Yu, being the last bloodline of the Qiao family, she would feel compelled to divulge everything she knew. Both were at a loss as to how to bring Feng Yun back to reality. Exchanging a helpless smile, they quietly waited for him to awaken from his daydream. As time gradually passed, Feng Yun began to free himself from his chaotic thoughts. Before him were two exquisitely beautiful faces, tinged with concern, warming his heart. It had been a long time since he felt such warmth. He remembered experiencing it only during his childhood, surrounded by his parents and Quang Fengxing. Big brother Feng. Ziyue gently tugged at his arm, calling him softly. Feng Yun pulled her into his embrace and planted a deep kiss on her luscious lips. Ziyue momentarily found it difficult to breathe. She had not anticipated Fingyun's boldness and shyly resisted his advances. Wow, brother is being naughty, bullying your sister, Shiner exclaimed, her mind racing with playful thoughts. Yet, Fingyun was not about to let such an opportunity slip away. He paid no heed to Shiner's protests and continued his pursuit. Zum melted into Fingyun's embrace, overwhelmed by his kiss. Humph, ignoring my presence and acting shamelessly in public. Shiner fumed, clearly dissatisfied with the pair, as if their kiss required her consent. Frustrated, she turned away, hoping to shield herself from the sight. Shiner, do you want some too? Fingyun suddenly leaned against Shiner's soft shoulder, whispering teasingly into her ear. Brother is so naughty. Shiner's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her words a jumbled protest. Hee. It is indeed brother's fault. I will continue. Fingyun teased playfully. Humph, let's see if you can resist. He thought to himself. You are a big rascal, a tremendous rascal. Shiner exclaimed, at a loss for words as her frustration turned into playful banter. With Fingyun's charm so irresistible, the trio spent a delightful day in the game, exchanging flirtations. As they logged off, Shiner leaned in close to Fingyun's ear, whispering, come to my house later. After that, the two sisters clasped hands and exited the game. Just after Qiao Yu logged off, the sisters arrived with remarkable speed. Little did he know that during his time engrossed in the game, Ziyue's new villa had already been completed, and her family had moved in well ahead of schedule. Hey, perverted brother. Shiner cheerfully greeted Qiao Yu. Shiner, come here. I have something to tell you. Qiao Yu said mysteriously, strategizing on how to deal with the mischievous girl. Oh, what is it? So secretive? Shiner asked. Curiosity piqued as she approached him. When she reached him, he leaned in close and whispered, let me share a secret with you. What is it? Shiner concentrated, eager to hear what Qiao Yu had to say, oblivious to the fact that he had already wrapped his arm around her waist. The secret is I can't take it anymore. I need to spank you, Qiao Yu quickly declared, pulling her into his embrace and delivering a light slap. Brother, let me go? Shiner exclaimed, panic setting in as she found herself in his grasp. I won't let go until you admit it. Will you still call me perverted? Qiao Yu said, maintaining his hold as he playfully threatened her. Okay, I won't call you that anymore. Good brother, please let Shiner go, she pleaded, unable to withstand the teasing any longer. Humph, that is better. Let us see if you behave next time, Qiao Yu said, finally releasing her. Big brother. He is bullying me. Help me teach him a lesson. Shiner cried out. XNR could not help but rush over to grasp Ziyu's sleeve, seeking assistance. However, to her dismay, Ziyu was deeply engrossed in a tender gaze with Qiao Yu, clearly caught in a moment of chemistry. After a playful interlude, Qiao Yu spoke with utmost seriousness. Where are your parents home? Instantly, Ziyu grasped the situation. She was not overly surprised and took Qiao Yu's hand, leading him towards her home, while XNR followed behind in displeasure. As it turned out, Qiao Yu was indeed correct. Ziyu's residence lacked even the most commonplace flora, the entire villa adorned solely with modern design. It appeared that Qiao Yu was oblivious to the extent of this disconnect. Nevertheless, even if it were not the case, he would have preferred to dwell in a quaint courtyard brimming with greenery rather than in a luxurious villa devoid of any natural essence. With a tumult of thoughts, Qiao Yu approached the hall alongside Ziyu, where he beheld a middle-aged man with bright, piercing eyes, possessing a handsome demeanor, lounging on the sofa while savoring tea. This man was evidently Ziyu's father, a figure of considerable prowess. Beside him sat a beautiful middle-aged woman, her fiery red curls cascading down her back, occasionally swaying and creating gentle waves. She seemed incapable of martial arts, likely Ziyu's mother. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Qiao Yu offered a polite bow. Ah, welcome. Young man, please take a seat. Why haven't you introduced your friend? The middle-aged man spoke in a rich, resonant tone. While Ziyu's mother smiled warmly at Qiao Yu, the couple appeared to find him quite agreeable. Thank you, uncle, but I would prefer to introduce myself. My name is Qiao Yu. I am actually your neighbor, he humbly stated, maintaining a posture that exuded respect and decorum, entirely devoid of any airs of arrogance. It was well known that Ziyu's father, Yueying X Ingi, had a strong aversion to the frivolities of spoiled rich heirs. Haha, Qiao Yu, a splendid name. Yueying X Ingi praised, the surname Qiao reminding him of the Qiao clan. Why are you dawdling? Serve the tea, he gently reminded Ziyu, who seemed lost in thought. Yes, father. Ziyu was dutiful towards her family, unlike XNR, who was simply unruly. However, her parents seemed at a loss on how to handle her, ultimately choosing to let it be. As Qiao Yu observed Ziyu standing beside him, her cheeks flushed. He hesitated to sit down. Finally, amidst the astonished gazes of her parents, he took Ziyu's hand and sat her beside him, appearing quite at ease. With a serious expression, Qiao Yu slowly wrapped a thread of his true energy around the words he wished to convey, delivering them discreetly to Yueying X Ingi's ear. Uncle, is this a suitable place for discussion? Yueying X Ingi was no fool. If he could not discern such a situation, he ought not to be in the company of others. Haha, no worries, young man. Feel free to speak your mind. He replied with a slight smile, concealing a greater astonishment beneath the surface. He did not wish to lose face, especially in front of Qiao Yu. For some inexplicable reason made him cautious in this young man's presence. Since that is the case, I shall be straightforward. I am not one for beating around the bush. My purpose in seeking you is singular, to learn everything you know about the Qiao family. Qiao Yu stated succinctly, not allowing Yu X Ingi or anyone else a moment to react before adding, rest assured. I will not inquire into any matters pertaining to your 4 great martial arts families. Qiao Yu's intent was unmistakable. He was a descendant of the Qiao family. While the 4 great martial arts families served as their clandestine allies, at this moment, he was solely interested in uncovering the truths of the Qiao family, showing no inclination towards assuming control over the 4 families. Yu X Ingi was taken aback, astonished to discover Qiao Yu was indeed a scion of the Qiao lineage. Meanwhile, Ziyu and her sister were surprised by Qiao Yu's directness. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu X Ingi knelt before Qiao Yu, exclaiming, "We of the Yu clan pay our respects to the young master." This unexpected display startled Qiao Yu. "Senior, please do not do this. If you do not rise, I, Qiao Yu, will truly." Seeing the scene unfold, Qiao Yu hastily knelt before Yu X Ingi, astonished that such traditional rites still prevailed in this modern age. Ziyu, XNR. And even Yu X Ingi's wife did not seem particularly surprised. It was as if they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Chapter 24, Digging Deeper, 2. Qiao Yu and Yu X Ingi exchanged polite refusals, ultimately supporting each other until they were both standing once more. It appeared that Yu X Ingi had a favorable impression of Qiao Yu. Although this young man exuded an air of mystery, he did not exhibit any of the negative traits often associated with the privileged class. Little did Yu X Ingi know. Despite Qiao Yu's appearance suggesting he was a child of wealth, had he known the circumstances of Qiao Yu's life over the past decade, he might have been moved to tears. While Yu X Ingi outwardly accepted Qiao Yu as a descendant of the Qiao family, he still harbored doubts that would need to be assuaged. It was hardly reasonable to accept someone claiming to be of noble blood without scrutiny. The verification would ultimately hinge upon the Tianlong-ju, the emblem of the Qiao family. As for Qiao Yu's proficiency, Yu X Ingi cared little. He merely wished to ascertain whether Qiao Yu possessed the Tianlong-ju. Initially, Yu X Ingi had not intended to pursue this line of inquiry, but the situation had grown too peculiar. He was well aware that the Tianlong-ju had been destroyed by the last scion of the Qiao family over a decade ago. Yet none could have anticipated that the young Qiao Yu possessed the gift of photographic memory. "Young master, I have a question that I am uncertain whether I should ask," Yu X Ingi inquired cautiously, for they had not yet reached the level of familiarity that allowed for open discourse. "Uncle, please do not refer to me as such. I, Qiao Yu, am not fond of such formalities. If you insist on addressing me in that manner, I shall have to assert my position as young master to counter it. Please feel free to ask any questions. I shall answer anything I know." Qiao Yu endeavored to persuade Yu X Ingi to abandon the formal address, as he found it quite distasteful. Qiao Yu shares a temperament akin to that of his grandfather and father, both of whom possess a placid disposition. However, Qiao Yu's calm demeanor diverges from that of his forebears. In appropriate circumstances, he must seize a measure of authority and assets. Otherwise, he would not have co-founded the Long Tongue Gang alongside Feng Xing while pursuing his dreams. Speaking of the Long Tongue Gang, it has not been enjoying favorable times recently. Conflicts, both grand and trivial, with rival factions have been incessant. If the members of Long Tongue Gang were to exhibit such ruthlessness, the prospect of any gang flourishing would be bleak. They could easily take advantage of the monsters attacking the city to eradicate it. "Well then, Qiao Yu, may I inquire if you have been practicing the Tianlong-ju?" Ouyang Xingyu asked tentatively, having known from the outset that Qiao Yu was skilled in martial arts, yet uncertain if it was indeed the Tianlong-ju, hence the question. "Yes, uncle," Qiao Yu replied without hesitation. Since the 4th level of the Tianlong-ju, he had entered a profoundly mysterious realm. Within this state, he could perceive the intensity of another's murderous intent directed at him. For instance, if someone harbored a desire to kill Qiao Yu but concealed such thoughts, he would still be able to sense it. The heads of the Qiao family have often navigated through numerous adversities relying on this extraordinary state. It must be said that the Tianlong-ju is indeed remarkable. Had Qiao Yu practiced to a higher level, he would have understood certain characteristics of other realms. "Oh, is that so?" Ouyang Xingyu responded with a prolonged sound of realization before suddenly launching an attack at Qiao Yu. In that moment, Qiao Yu felt as though Ouyang Xingyu had transformed entirely, exuding an aura brimming with combat fervor, yet devoid of malice. It dawned on him that it was a test of his martial prowess. Qiao Yu's mind raced. Swiftly deducing Ouyang Xingyu's true intentions. Initially taken aback, he now felt free to engage in combat with Ouyang Xingyu. Diyue, Exiner. And her mother did not intervene, but instead settled onto a nearby sofa to observe. A wave of dizziness threatened to overwhelm Qiao Yu. Yet he could not afford to succumb at that moment. Ouyang Xingyu's iron fist, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, was swiftly approaching his chest. Qiao Yu channeled his inner energy, slightly sidestepping to evade the formidable blow, and did not pause to await Ouyang Xingyu's next move. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered beside Ouyang Xingyu, launching a rapid double palm strike. The force arrived before the palms did, and Ouyang Xingyu felt the pressure even before Qiao Yu's hands reached him, causing his garments to billow backward. Due to the confined space, both Ouyang Xingyu and Qiao Yu had limited room to maneuver. Ouyang Xingyu executed a midair flip over Qiao Yu's head to attack from behind. However, Qiao Yu was not easily fooled. Although he had refrained from attacking Ouyang Xingyu previously, he understood that a master of Ouyang Xingyu's caliber could not be dealt with so simply. Indeed, Qiao Yu quickly grasped Ouyang Xingyu's intent and turned to engage him in combat. Their fists and palms clashed, resulting in a flurry of exchanges. Wow, I didn't expect my brother to be so formidable, Exiner exclaimed, clapping her hands in admiration. In her memory, she had never witnessed anyone capable of matching her father in such a manner. Well, perhaps once, but that individual was hardly worth mentioning. She recalled a time when, at the tender age of 4.5, an elderly man with flowing white hair visited their home. Upon meeting him, her father had to kneel submissively, and the old man even invited her father to attack him. Yet, her father was utterly powerless in his presence, akin to an ant being toyed with. What remained etched in Xiner's memory was the fact that the old man vanished into thin air. At that time, Xiner had been too young to comprehend the significance, but in comparison, Qiao Yu's abilities now seemed to rival those of her father. As for Ziyue, her complete attention was devoted to Qiao Yu. She believed in him and his capabilities. Suddenly, Qiao Yu noticed a crimson glow emanating from Ouyang Xingyu's hands, a manifestation of his power reaching its zenith. For many years, Ouyang Xingyu had been practicing a martial art passed down through generations within his clan, the Lian Xinquan. This art is divided into 6 levels, and he currently stood at the intermediate stage of the 5th level. Yet, this young man appeared to face no challenges, evading every attack from Ouyang Xingyu, not even allowing the edge of his garments to be touched. Ouyang Xingyu grew increasingly alarmed. Could it be that Qiao Yu had indeed cultivated the Tianlong Ju to the 4th level? The Ouyang family possessed 2 sets of cultivation techniques, the other being the HNB Sh Zhang practiced by Ziyue, Xiner, and their mother. Ouyang Xingyu's suspicions were accurate. Qiao Yu had reached the 4th level. Since discovering he could train in the Tianlong Ju through a game, he had dedicated his days to practice, mastering various techniques. Without regard for the crimson glow of Ouyang Xingyu's iron fists, Qiao Yu swiftly moved forward, firmly grasping Ouyang Xingyu's wrists. Thus, they engaged in a stalemate, exchanging blows. Yet Ouyang Xingyu could not break free from Qiao Yu's grip. Ultimately, it was Qiao Yu who spoke. "Uncle, I am nearly out of energy. Please let me off." Qiao Yu feigned weakness, granting Ouyang Xingyu an opportunity to extricate himself. This clear gesture of consideration from Qiao Yu allowed Ouyang Xingyu to save face. A courtesy appreciated even among family, for no one enjoys losing dignity. "Ah, Xiao Yu, I never would have guessed you possessed such prowess. Truly impressive for one so young." Ouyang Xingyu thought to himself, relishing the gracefulness of Qiao Yu's gesture. Yet, he was acutely aware of Qiao Yu's capabilities, and his words carried a clear implication. Prepare to take over the family legacy. "Uncle, you flatter me. Xiao Yu is merely Qiao Yu, and he certainly comprehends the implications of those words." Just as he was about to decline, Ouyang Xingyu interjected directly. "Xiao Yu, I am well aware of the aspirations of the youth today. However, in the pursuit of one's dreams within this game, it is imperative that you carve out your own path. Presently, our 3 prominent families have united to form the Longhu Gang, which will always stand as your formidable ally. As for the Xiao family, it is no longer the same as before. They have lost their standing to act as the clandestine force behind the Qiao family." Ouyang Xingyu did not press Qiao Yu. Such matters had previously arisen with Qiao Yu's grandfather and father. As long as the current head of the Qiao family does not wish to assume control over the clandestine forces, namely the 4 ancient martial arts families, they cannot be compelled. This is a long-standing family rule among the 4 ancient martial arts clans. "Uncle, I appreciate your understanding. Regarding matters within the game, Xiao Yu has his own plans. I merely wish to inquire about certain aspects of the Qiao family." Qiao Yu exhaled, feeling relieved. He was concerned that Ouyang Xingyu might force him into the role of family head. "Haha, Xiao Yu, I have a request. If you agree, I shall divulge it to you. If not, I shall remain silent." Ouyang Xingyu suddenly took on a playful demeanor. "Oh, please, uncle, do not hesitate to express your request." Qiao Yu responded generously. The onlookers saw Ouyang Xingyu whispering into Qiao Yu's ear. Then he smiled slightly and said, "This request is not excessive, is it? Come to see me tomorrow. Today, I must notify the other two families of some matters." After cheerfully concluding, Ouyang Xingyu cast a glance at Xiner before turning to leave the house. Xiner, witnessing her father speaking with Qiao Yu in such a manner, felt an overwhelming urge to shout. Yet, when she caught Ouyang Xingyu's gaze, an eerie sensation washed over her, as if some conspiracy was brewing against her. At that moment, Qiao Yu's eyes also flicked towards her, further confirming her suspicion that there was an unspeakable secret pertaining to her. Chapter 25. Brother the Fool. Hey, brother. What on earth did my father tell you? Xiner, driven by immense curiosity, could not resist questioning Qiao Yu. It seemed to be related to her. Oh well. Uncle said for me to visit him tomorrow. Didn't you hear? Qiao Yu replied dismissively, scratching his head. If this little girl found out now, it would be troublesome. Not that. I mean the part where Dad leaned in and whispered in your ear. Xiner, either confused or thinking Qiao Yu misunderstood her, patiently steered the conversation back to the crucial point. No, I'm off to play games at home. Goodbye, Auntie. See you tomorrow, Yuer. Xiner will see you another time. Qiao Yu suddenly began to act mischievously, addressing Xiner before bidding farewell to Ziyue and her mother, then leaving with a playful expression that could drive any young lady wild before he dashed away. Humph, you've infuriated me. Perverted brother, wicked perverted brother. Xiner exclaimed angrily, stomping her feet in frustration before returning to Ziyue's side. It was uncertain whether she was truly cursing Qiao Yu, with each utterance of pervert, coupled with brother. It took on a completely different connotation. Why should a girl involve herself in men's affairs? Xiner's mother interjected, seemingly aware of the truth behind the situation, directly admonishing Xiner. The two sisters stared at Lan Li in astonishment, their expressions filled with anticipation, as if waiting for her next words. However, after waiting in vain, Lan Li remained silent. Ziyue, meanwhile, kept her thoughts solely on Qiao Yu. Xiner, unable to rest easy without uncovering the mystery, promptly turned and headed for the door. Making her intentions clear, she was off to find her perverted brother, relentlessly pursuing him. Qiao Yu, believing he had successfully evaded Xiner's clutches, was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as he prepared to enter the game-chasing dreams. The melody he hummed was unmistakably the battle anthem he had played during the monster siege that day. Knock, knock, knock. Strange. There's no door at home. Qiao Yu pondered, momentarily confused by the sound that resembled knocking. He recalled that his ramshackle abode had only a doorframe without an actual door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 consecutive loud raps echoed, as if intending to shake his house to the ground. Who is it? On such a dark night, are you seeking to commit murder? Be careful, or I shall take you down first. Just as Qiao Yu was grumbling and approaching the source of the noise, upon seeing the situation, he quickly turned and fled into the inner room. Don't run, perverted brother. It was needless to say, only Xiner would incessantly call him a pervert. Qiao Yu ran, hoping to make Xiner forget her earlier tirade. Of course, there was nowhere to run in this cramped, low-ceilinged space. What's the matter, beautiful? Qiao Yu donned a cheerful expression. In truth, he wished to employ some mischievous tactics. Otherwise, it would be difficult to manage this little beauty. Are you tired of living? Confess, what did my father really tell you? Xiner demanded loudly, having caught Qiao Yu off guard. Now, she sought retribution for his earlier evasiveness. Placing her hands on her waist, she prepared to pounce. Ah, my angel. Ah, my goddess. Qiao Yu, inspired by some impulse, began to recite poetry. But before he could finish, Xiner seized his ear. Ah, what are you doing? Let go, you're going to tear my ear off. Be careful, or I shall take advantage of you. Qiao Yu yelled, not sure how he ended up cursing. You. Xiner quickly released her grip and stepped back, her hands protectively covering her chest. Her cheeks flushed adorably. The sight was undeniably tempting, evoking all sorts of thoughts. What? Are you afraid to twist my ear now? Be cautious, for I, Qiao Yu, have found a method that proves effective, and I cannot help but feel a sense of pride. Moreover, I am brimming with confidence and poised to pounce upon Xiner. Alas, Xiner quickly cries out. Hush, quiet down, look. Qiao Yu gestures for silence towards Xiner, then points a finger towards the ceiling. Following Qiao Yu's cue, Xiner gazes upwards. Yet, upon looking, the situation becomes dire, as small stones and debris begin to cascade down from the ceiling, landing directly before Xiner. Ah! Xiner screams even louder, for the roof is on the verge of collapse. Why linger in silence when escape is paramount? As Xiner runs and yells, the roof trembles ominously. Qiao Yu, seemingly in disbelief, chooses to ignore it, pondering instead. Finally, the little rascal has departed. With a rustling sound, a handful of debris falls. Qiao Yu slowly raises his head to inspect the ceiling. Upon seeing the chaos, he swiftly dons his gaming helmet and darts outside. Boom. The dilapidated house that Qiao Yu has inhabited for over a decade crumbles under Xian Air's high-pitched wails. A mischievous giggle escapes Xian Air. Ugh. Qiao Yu, now covered in dust, spits it out just as he hears a maddening voice. Little girl, don't run. This time, I shall bring you to justice. Qiao Yu shouts, hastening towards Xian Air. Xian Air, now more frightened than ever, turns to flee, disregarding the direction. Her tiny steps are no match for Qiao Yu. In no time, he tackles her onto the grass. You perverted monster. Get off me. Xian Air flails wildly against Qiao Yu's body. Despite his playful demeanor, Qiao Yu possesses the strength of the 4th level of Tianlong. Xian Air, even if she musters her energy, cannot hope to contend with him. Little girl, this time, you cannot escape. Qiao Yu grins wickedly. Yet, Xian Air perceives that this version of Qiao Yu is entirely different from the one she knows. In fact, she finds herself oddly drawn to this current incarnation. It seems she is captivated by his imposing presence, her eyes sparkling with electricity, completely unperturbed by his threats. This girl's feelings are genuine, confirming that her uncle was not mistaken. Qiao Yu recalls Ouyang Xingyu's words. I do not oppose your relationship with Ziyue. Perhaps Xian Air harbors feelings for you as well. Just be careful not to hurt this little girl's heart, or you will face dire consequences. Xian Air. Qiao Yu gently helps her to her feet, suddenly calling her name with tenderness. Brother. Xian Air impulsively leaps into Qiao Yu's embrace, weeping profusely. Love can indeed be savored over time, but there is no delay in seeking solace in the arms of one's beloved. Qiao Yu is at a loss for words, instinctively tightening his hold. In this society, the notion of men having multiple wives is hardly unusual. Besides, having just 2 is quite acceptable. Qiao Yu reassures himself. Xian Air's character is almost the polar opposite of her sister Ziyue, yet she expresses her affection for Qiao Yu in her own subtle manner. Xian Air, what troubles you? Why have you ceased your crying? Qiao Yu suddenly notices that Xian Air has stopped weeping and is now gazing earnestly at him. Her lips quiver, yet no words escape her. Qiao Yu feels a bit dazed. Her expression resembles that of a beautiful, charming doll. Brother is no good. Xian Air pouts petulantly. Oh, in what way am I lacking? Is it that you would be pleased if I brought you to justice? Qiao Yu inadvertently continues the thread of his earlier threat. However, Xian Air appears completely unfazed. Brother, you're such a fool. She succinctly expresses her thoughts. Chapter 26. Late-night conversations about the past. Xian Air. Be honest with your brother, do you like him? Qiao Yu, disregarding Xian Air's eye roll, directly inquires. This little girl is far too peculiar. I do. I like my brother. Xian Air responds without a moment's hesitation, for she has longed to express this sentiment. Oh, then why have you not told me before? Qiao Yu wishes to understand how Xian Air feels about him. It was because of the perverted brother. Upon hearing Qiao Yu's question, Xian Air instinctively wishes to respond. Yet, at the pivotal moment, she realizes that this is a matter she cannot divulge. Perhaps she feels a touch shy. Qiao Yu observes that Xian Air is guarding her secrets tightly, thus he refrains from pressing further. He understands that no matter how much he inquires, Xian Air will remain reticent about what she does not wish to share. Consequently, Qiao Yu redirects his focus to the pressing issue at hand. Xian Air, you mentioned that my house has been shaken down by you. What shall we do now? As he speaks, he raises the dusty gaming helmet in his hand. Thankful that he escaped quickly, otherwise, he would have lost his chance to play. Just stay at my house. Brother is such a fool. Xian Air playfully touches Qiao Yu's nose, giggling. The implication is clear. Both sisters have taken a liking to him. And their father seems quite fond of him as well. So where else would he stay? All right, you dare call your brother a fool. Watch as I devour you. Qiao Yu declares, tossing the gaming helmet aside and playfully tackling Xian Air to the ground, leaning in for a kiss. The gaming helmet, now covered in dust, spins nearby, seemingly displeased. Kid, you've forgotten about me with a beauty by your side. After frolicking for a while, Qiao Yu takes Xian Air's hand and heads home, though not necessarily to his own abode. Xian Air obediently snuggles against Qiao Yu, a blissful smile illuminating her face. What on earth is happening here? Lanli exclaims upon seeing the two covered in dust, with Qiao Yu clutching his gaming helmet, rushing to inquire. Although she witnesses their affectionate handholding, she is well aware. After Xian Air departed, she had discussed this with Ziyue. Yuer, mother knows you have feelings for Qiao Yu. Have you noticed that Xian Air is also interested in him? Lanli states, grasping Ziyue's hand. Mom. Ziyue replies, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. Haha, why feel shy in front of me? Lanli smiles at Ziyue, fully aware of her daughter's feelings. Mom, this situation is not as dire as it seems. Although the notion of two women sharing a man may appear unconventional, Qiao Yu is an exceptionally remarkable individual, destined to attract many admirers. Xian Air is like a younger sister, and Yu heir is capable of understanding this. Ziyu could not help but express her thoughts aloud. Good. If you can think this way, I feel reassured, she said. Why is Xian heir taking so long to return? I shall go check. As Lanli spoke, she was about to step outside when she caught sight of Qiao Yu and Xian heir in a rather disheveled state. Aunt, may I ask if I could stay here for a while since my house has collapsed? Qiao Yu hesitantly inquired. Haha, little Yu, it's no trouble at all. Stay as long as you wish. Anne is quite pleased. Lanli joyfully responded, delighted that her daughters had found a good man. After all, what does a woman desire in life if not to find a worthy partner? Her primary concern was for Xian heir. Knowing that Qiao Yu would care for her brought Lanli great comfort, as long as Xian heir did not cause too much mischief, which she was well aware of. Oh, what happened here, little Yu? Just then, Ouyang Xingyu returned and noticed the dust covering Qiao Yu and Xian heir, as well as their disarrayed clothing. However, when he saw them holding hands, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, though he refrained from laughing. Uncle, you're back. Qiao Yu greeted him, hastily explaining the situation once more. Oh, I see. No problem. Feel free to stay. Besides, these two girls are always up to something. Your presence will be a fine companion for them, Ouyang Xingyu said lightheartedly, although Xian heir and Ziyu were currently glaring at him. Haha. I apologize for the intrusion, uncle and aunt. Qiao Yu sheepishly scratched his head. He was bewildered at how his earlier boldness had vanished in the presence of his elders, making him appear like a bashful child. Come on, brother, I'll take you to your room, Xian heir said, disregarding everything else and pulling Qiao Yu inside. As they passed by Ziyu, she whispered, Sister, come here. It took Ziyu a moment to process what had just happened, astonished by Xian heir's boldness. Soon, the two sisters busied themselves in the room, attending to Qiao Yu. However, it seemed Xian heir was more of a hindrance than a help, and eventually, Ziyu had to step in to assist her. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu stood there, helmet in hand, utterly astounded by the stark contrast in the sisters' capabilities. Although he was already aware of their differing personalities, witnessing the reality was far more striking than he had anticipated. Once everything was settled, night had fallen, and Qiao Yu and the others prepared to descend for dinner. They could not go down separately. Qiao Yu was quite peculiar in that he behaved obediently as long as his father-in-law was present. After dinner, Ouyang Xingyu summoned Qiao Yu into the study. Little Yu, feel free to ask any questions you may have. I shall do my best to provide answers, Ouyang Xingyu stated plainly. Overall, although the Qiao family held a prominent position among the four ancient martial families, they were not subservient. Therefore, Ouyang Xingyu aimed to assist Qiao Yu in understanding more about his lineage, recognizing the urgency of his inquiries. Had he been in Qiao Yu's position, he would likely have reacted similarly. Uncle, could you please share the history of the Qiao family? We can discuss recent events from the past 18 years later. Qiao Yu replied. Although he had always been a member of the Qiao lineage, his father, being rather indifferent, had chosen not to divulge these matters to him. Very well. Let us begin with the earlier history. This may provide you with clearer insights, Ouyang Xingyu sighed, closing his eyes for a moment as he recalled memories, then began narrating the history of the Qiao family with a sense of nostalgia. Centuries ago, during an era that revered martial prowess, the head of the Qiao family, Qiao Shanha, through years of dedication to mastering the Tianlong Ju, successfully established a family that resonated throughout the world. All nations and factions regarded them with trepidation, primarily due to the formidable nature of their martial arts, the Tianlong Ju. There had never been a martial technique that, with each advancement in stage, not only significantly enhanced one's strength, but also bestowed an extraordinary ability. This ability resembled a superpower but surpassed it in efficacy, requiring neither mental effort nor even true energy, as if it were an innate gift. Consequently, the Tianlong Ju became a treasure coveted by all. However, no one succeeded in acquiring it despite numerous attempts at coercion or persuasion. Qiao Shanha, a master in his own right, not only mastered the Tianlong Ju but also possessed the four supreme techniques, which are now the foundational internal cultivation methods of the four ancient martial families. He decreed that the Tianlong Ju would only be passed down to one successor per generation. At that time, Qiao Shanha, considering both his interests and those of future generations, imparted the four supreme techniques to four exceptionally talented and loyal friends. The individuals who learned these techniques received considerable support from Qiao Shanha and developed their respective families. Thus, these four became the ancestors of the current four ancient martial families, secretly aiding the Qiao family in resolving various issues. Additionally, as friends of Qiao Shanha, they established a family rule mandating that all descendants must adhere to the role of the Qiao family's covert allies. Of course, there were a series of regulations that need not be elaborated upon here. Ouyang Xingyu spoke at length, and as he delved deeper into the narrative, his brow began to furrow. Initially, the Qiao family was thriving. Although there were always factions eyeing the Tianlong Ju, the family members managed to handle these threats securely. However, Recent generations, particularly with your grandfather Qiao Sihai, began to falter. Qiao Sihai, indifferent to fame and fortune and preferring a life of leisure, neglected family affairs, allowing opportunists to gradually encroach upon their legacy. This decline only worsened during your father Qiao Yun's time. Simply relinquishing the family business and retreating to a secluded place with his wife and child, not far from here, was what Ouyang Xingyu suggested. At this moment, Qiao Yu was reminded of that fateful night, a night he could not easily forget. Qiao Yu, sometimes hatred can cloud one's judgment. A true man knows when to rise and when to let go. You must know when to take action and when to release your burdens. Surely, you grasp this simple truth. Ouyang Xingyu's expression darkened as he observed Qiao Yu's demeanor, his hands clenched tightly, and he could sense the intense energy emanating from Qiao Yu. Yes, thank you for your guidance, uncle. Though Qiao Yu possessed a certain pride, he understood the value of humility in seeking wisdom from those more experienced. It is truly commendable that you, so young, can comprehend such wisdom, Ouyang Xingyu remarked with appreciation for Qiao Yu's approach. Had it been someone else, they might have vehemently declared, no, I must seek revenge. How could I ever let go of this hatred? Chapter 27, Passion at Dawn. Ouyang Xingyu continued, reminiscing. Later, someone seized the opportunity and gradually began to consume the Qiao family's assets. This led to an increased interest among many in uncovering the whereabouts of the legendary Tianlong Ju. Unfortunately, no one could locate Qiao Yun and his wife. However, as time passed, they were eventually discovered by those with ulterior motives. This culminated in a tragic incident 18 years ago, where it is said that the entire Qiao family was murdered. Alas, Ouyang Xingyu sighed deeply, his mood a mix of helplessness and sorrow. Anyone with a shred of humanity, aware of the origins of the four ancient martial arts families, would feel immense gratitude towards the Qiao family. Fortunately, fate has smiled upon us and preserved you. We once feared the Qiao family would become extinct. Indeed, the heavens are benevolent. Ouyang Xingyu seemed to brighten at this thought. Qiao Yu remained silent, listening intently. As a junior, he understood the emotions of his elder well. All right, Qiao Yu, I have probably shared with you the events from 18 years ago. However, there are matters from the past 18 years that you may be entirely unaware of, specifically concerning the four ancient martial arts families. Ouyang Xingyu inhaled deeply, his demeanor turning serious. Today, it is more accurate to refer to them as three families. The current Xiao family, due to events from 18 years ago, has suddenly gained formidable strength, leaving the rest of us at a disadvantage. The remaining three families have been investigating this matter, speculating whether the Xiao family was behind those events. Otherwise, how could they have suddenly betrayed us and gained such power? Yet, to this day, we have found not a shred of evidence. Perhaps it is up to you to uncover the truth. We are at a loss. Initially, the four families maintained a friendly relationship with the Qiao family, and our investigation was hindered by this connection. With you now stepping forward, it is indeed the best outcome. Well, let us leave it at that. Regardless of circumstances, the three families will always support the Qiao family, both in reality and in the realm of games. This is your generation now. Perhaps we old folks have become out of touch, Ouyang Xingyu concluded with a sigh. Qiao Yu, having grasped the significance of Ouyang Xingyu's words, felt increasingly convinced that the Xiao family was indeed behind the events of 18 years prior. Otherwise, how could they have suddenly grown in strength? Moreover, the whereabouts of Qiao Yun and his wife were known only to the four families, which underscored the issue at hand. Now, with a clearer understanding of the circumstances, Qiao Yu was better equipped to navigate future actions. He knew that uncovering the truth would take time. After all, the other three ancient martial arts families had been investigating for over a decade without yielding any evidence, relying solely on conjecture. Therefore, Qiao Yu was not in a hurry. As he gazed out the window, the dawn began to break. He turned to Ouyang Xingyu and said, Uncle, thank you. Qiao Yu understands what must be done. There is no need to rush. Patience is key. Please, rest well. With that, Qiao Yu turned to leave the study. Wait, Ouyang Xingyu called out, stopping Qiao Yu. Is there something else you wish to convey, uncle? Qiao Yu felt a bit dizzy, sensing a sudden shift in Ouyang Xingyu's demeanor. The change was palpable, and Qiao Yu could easily discern the playful glimmer in Ouyang Xingyu's eyes. Oh, haha, it is nothing of great importance. How are my two daughters faring? Ouyang Xingyu finally asked, having initially intended to discuss this before changing his mind. Well, it seems things are going rather smoothly, Qiao Yu replied, scratching his head with an amused smile. Good. Haha, young man, you must treat them well in the future, or else you shall face my wrath. Ouyang Xingyu feigned a fierce expression as he playfully nudged Qiao Yu towards the door of the study. Qiao Yu felt a bit perplexed. Moments ago, he had been urged to stay, yet now he was being pushed out. He shrugged and shook his head, opening the door and striding confidently outside. As Qiao Yu opened the door, he caught sight of Ziyue attempting to sneak away. Unfortunately, just as they turned, Qiao Yu called out, What are you doing here? Ah, brother. You're out. Zus stammered, her words tumbling over themselves in her haste. It was clear that the suddenness of the situation had caught her off guard. Oh, heading upstairs? Why are you going to the right? Shouldn't you be going through the hall? Qiao Yu replied, amused. It was evident they had been eavesdropping, yet they feigned innocence by claiming they were just about to head upstairs. Ouyang Xingyu's study was located at the very back of the house. There was no path leading upstairs from there. Moreover, it is not necessarily the case that they would rise so early. Ah, sister, do you not think you are rushing a bit too much, pulling someone here like this? In a turn of events, she insisted that Ziyue had dragged her along, implying that she bore no responsibility and was quite innocent. Throughout the journey, she was oblivious to the path taken by her sister. Thus, we indeed had just entered from outside. Oh, I see. Qiao Yu tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then turned to Ziyue and asked, is this true? It is true. Ziyue, feeling bashful as she lied, stammered her response. Oh, well, a careless punishment for walking, Qiao Yu said languidly, then suddenly grabbed her with one hand. Brother is naughty. Realizing that Qiao Yu had finally caught on, there was nothing to be done but to play the innocent. Ziyue, however, found a certain enjoyment in it. After all, to lean against the one she cherished was a form of bliss. Since she and T initiated the contact, why not indulge in it? Haha, really? Is brother very naughty? Qiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that at this moment, her attempt to flee was futile. Oh no, there is no escape. Then let me show you how naughty I can be. Qiao Yu teased, then, ignoring her struggles, pressed his lips against hers. Muffling her protests, her small hands flailed ineffectively against him. However, the force was indeed a bit lacking. Qiao Yu completely disregarded her, intensifying his advances. Though he felt a bit shy himself. Brother is a bad egg. Only when Qiao Yu finally released her did the little girl take a deep breath, as if she might suffocate if he did not let go. Little girl, still calling me bad, do you want more? Qiao Yu jested. Before Ziyue could respond. Qiao Yu kissed her again. Do you dare to defy me again? Qiao Yu asked, seemingly determined not to relent until he had subdued her completely. Brother. Ziyue, overwhelmed by Qiao Yu's fervent assault, shook her little head in protest. Yet, she found a certain pleasure in this experience. Qiao Yu noticed that Ziyue's body had stiffened a bit and called her softly, pondering within. The rigidity of her body was becoming more pronounced. Not wishing to press her further, he held her tightly and slowly kissed her again. So gentle with sister. He then directly walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, chattering incessantly. Do you want more? Qiao Yu suddenly pulled Ziyue closer and leaned in to whisper. Little did she expect that Qiao Yu would so boldly push her down onto the sofa. Chapter 28. Digging a great pit awaiting you after contemplating for several days outside the game, Qiao Yu finally entered. Beep beep beep. As Fengyan logged in, his communicator buzzed incessantly. Upon opening it, he found an abundance of messages from Quang Fengxing. Little brother, hurry up and log in. We have important matters to discuss in the guild. Where have you run off to? We can't find you. What on earth is going on? Why the urgency? Fengyan was puzzled. He had only been away from the game for 5 days. What could possibly have transpired in such a short span? Nevertheless, he dialed Quang Fengxing's communicator. Instantly, the anxious voice of Quang Fengxing came through. You little rascal, why haven't you been online for days? I just arrived. I had some matters to attend to in reality. What matters could possibly be so important? Get to the guild headquarters now, Quang Fengxing urged, hanging up before Fengyan could respond. It seemed that the matter at hand was quite serious, Fengyan thought. Soon, Fengyan appeared at the Dragon Rising Guild's headquarters, from afar. He spotted Quang Fengxing and others waiting at the entrance. Little brother, you have made the sisters search for you, Bing Lian exclaimed, as if fearing that Fengyan might forget her. Sorry, I had to handle a few things in reality, Fengyan said, scratching his head in embarrassment. In truth, he felt guilty that his brothers were laboring for him while he had been indulging in personal matters. Fengyan was not a paragon of virtue, but he was undoubtedly a loyal friend. All right, enough chit-chat, let us get inside, Quang Fengxing urged. Once everyone settled down, Quang Fengxing began, little brother. The situation in the guild is becoming increasingly tense. Many brothers have complained about being frequently ambushed by unknown groups while training or hunting for treasure, and sometimes even chased down. Oh, is that so? Have you determined which guild is behind this? Fengyan asked, infuriated. How could players from the top guild be ambushed by a bunch of ruffians? Currently, we have no evidence, but according to our brothers, it seems to be the work of AOC Tiantang, Malian interjected. It appeared that the intelligence personnel were more informed and accurate. AOC Tiantang again. Those scoundrels. I will deal with them. Fengyan, who had been feeling irritable due to recent events, was now even more enraged upon hearing the name of AOC Tiantang. After all, they even dared to provoke his 2 beautiful companions. What's wrong? Did you have some conflict with them? Quang Fengxing asked, puzzled. He guessed that it was the people from AOC Tiantang who had irritated Fengyan, otherwise he wouldn't be so agitated. After all, this elder brother knew his little brother well. Oh right, I just remembered. Do you recall that forum post from the other day? Binglian suddenly spoke up. Presumably, they were not particularly keen on wasting time, so they hadn't paid much attention to the happenings on the forums, only browsing occasionally when they needed information. What post? Quang Fengxing inquired, surprised that he was unaware of it. Fortunately, it was not a major issue. It was about how little brother single-handedly annihilated over a dozen members of AOC Tiantang in 30 seconds at the Qinglong City Square. Binglian explained to Quang Fengxing. Oh, I see. No wonder. But little brother, how could you possibly do that in just 30 seconds? It's simply unbelievable, Quang Fengxing exclaimed, finally understanding, as he looked at Feng Yun, now seeing him in a new light. Feng Yun had long been immune to such matters since he first encountered the likes of a psychopath known as Feng Yun. However, it remains somewhat surprising that someone managed to record the events from that time. Moreover, they accurately calculated the duration during which AOC Tiansha dealt with those dozen individuals. Feng Yun genuinely admires this group of people. They seem to engage only in such peculiar endeavors. Haha, brother, let us discuss this matter later. Shall we wait until we have devised a strategy before expressing our sentiments? It appears that Feng Yun is somewhat reluctant to reveal this secret to everyone, as it serves as his own clandestine weapon. Very well, what are your thoughts on this matter, little brother? In my view, AOC Tiansha desires to grow independently, Feng Yun asserted decisively. He had come to understand that AOC Tiansha was established by the Xiaolao family, and upon learning from reality that they belonged to the Xia family, he became even more convinced of his assessment. Oh, how can you be so certain, little brother? Quang Fengxing was quite astonished. In his recollection, Feng Yun seemed to be rather hesitant in his endeavors. This time, however, he appeared excessively assured. Haha, brother, let us not dwell on that. It is not that I do not wish to inform you, but rather, I prefer not to involve too many people in this matter. Feng Yun has his own reasons. Should he openly declare that he is the last descendant of the Qiao family, and that the Xia family has betrayed them? Very well, since that is the case, let us hasten to devise a plan to avoid prolonging the night with unnecessary dreams. Quang Fengxing has always acted with decisiveness. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve such prominence in reality. At present, we lack concrete evidence, and we absolutely cannot replicate their actions. Thus, we must first entice them to reveal their identities, providing us with a pretext to wage war against them. Feng Yun analyzed. In terms of gang strength, Longting Gang is undoubtedly the second most formidable in the realm of pursuing dreams, with no other gang daring to claim the title of the first. Hence, Feng Yun and his companions need not fear a confrontation with them. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open spear, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Their intention is to exploit this opportunity, allowing the members of Longting Gang to believe that they are unaware of the perpetrator, rendering them unable to report back to their comrades, which would ultimately lead to a loss of public support for Longting Gang. AOC Tiansha's strategy is undoubtedly cunning and ruthless. What do you all think? After Feng Yun finished speaking, he seized the opportunity to inquire. This plan is feasible. It is indeed the most direct and effective approach. Quang Fengxing was the first to affirm. To be honest, this little brother of his possesses quite a bit of insight. Even though everyone learned about Feng Yun's past upon meeting him, they certainly did not underestimate him, dismissing him as merely a parvenu. One must understand that in reality, one can easily start a business or establish a factory and amass millions. However, in pursuing dreams, accumulating wealth through selling equipment or similar means is nearly as challenging as ascending to the heavens. After all, in this realm, everyone starts from the same starting line, and those who consistently remain ahead are undoubtedly the most remarkable and exceptional. Observing Feng Yun's progression over these days, he has predominantly occupied the throne of the top rank. Moreover, Feng Yun is somewhat of a slacker, unable to match the levels of those obsessed with grinding, which speaks volumes. Very well, let us proceed according to this plan. Should anything arise, I shall handle it. By the way, just to mention, regarding that elder brother, my life-saving skills must remain confidential. As soon as Feng Yun finished speaking, he promptly slipped away, for he did not wish to remain there while they unearthed all his secrets. After all, he still desired a modicum of personal space. In truth, if Feng Yun were free from any burdens or pressures, he would prefer to live a carefree life, continually striving for self-improvement and relishing the thrill of adventure. Alas, who could deny that Feng Yun is the sole heir of the Qiao family? The enmity towards his parents is irreconcilable, and Feng Yun cannot simply forget it. Upon leaving Longting Gang, Feng Yun felt a sense of lightness. During the days spent with Xiner and Ziyue in reality, he had explained to them that it was not that he disliked practicing or battling alongside them. Feng Yun thought, and he thought deeply. Had Feng Yun not discovered that he could utilize real-life martial arts in pursuing dreams, perhaps he would have continued in such a manner. Yet the crux of the matter is that he has now made this discovery, and with such a heavy burden weighing upon him, If he does not rapidly enhance his strength, he may find that opportunities will slip away in the blink of an eye. Even though he learned from the contest with Ouyang Xingyu that his strength far surpassed that of Ouyang, the reality he may face in the future is not merely one adversary, but a multitude, an entire clan. The two sisters harbored no significant reluctance. Since they loved him deeply, they should support him. This is a manifestation of mutual respect among lovers. Thus, with two wives who are not only as beautiful as flowers, but also gentle and considerate, Fengyun's demeanor transformed into one of greater cheerfulness. It seems he has nearly forgotten those sorrowful and melancholic days. Chapter 29, The Enigmatic Dark Palace. 1. Fengyun took a deep breath, temporarily casting aside those thoughts that should not occupy his mind, and then entered the system pharmacy in Baihu City to purchase a large basket of healing potions and antidotes. As for the matters concerning Lungting Gang, Quang Fengxing would manage them well. They would discuss it further once evidence surfaced, but it would be best not to provoke me. Fengyun mused inwardly. Ultimately, Aoc Tiansha has yet to fully incite Fengyun's wrath. Otherwise, he would not concern himself with the existence of evidence, and would simply eliminate them first. Do not inquire why he requires antidotes, for at this moment, Fengyun himself is uncertain of their intended use. He merely had a sudden intuition that they would be needed today. This feeling is truly peculiar, as if he could foresee future events. This is the result of Fengyun's ancestral martial arts, the Tianglong Ju. Since using it in the game previously, he has carried this extraordinary sensation into the game. Today, let us visit the enigmatic Dark Palace. Fengyun murmured to himself. He has always been a solitary individual. He has always preferred to venture into places that others dare not tread or where no one is willing to go. It is akin to a crowd gathered around a television, while he quietly slips away to watch alone or simply refrains from watching altogether. In any case, Fengyun has never been fond of crowds. Perhaps others might perceive him as eccentric. However, Fengyun does not appear to fit that mold, as he has maintained amicable relationships with Quang Fengxing and the others. Moreover, they all hold him in high regard, treating him like a younger brother and caring for him. Due to the enigmatic nature of the Mihu N and DN, a map newly released by the system, it has been described as perilous beyond measure. One misstep could result in being instantly transported back to the Zhuan Shengdian, essentially meaning that any encounter with danger could result in immediate annihilation. The very name evokes an eerie sensation, and coupled with the system's ominous description, it is likely that this map would remain untouched without the testimony of those who have ventured within. Humans are inherently followers of trends, and Fengyun seems to embody a gust of wind himself. Thus, he strolled leisurely towards the entrance of the Mihu N and DN. As time trickled by, Fengyun gradually arrived at the grand entrance of the palace. The doors were constructed from ancient stone carvings, some intentionally marred with visible cracks. The sculptures depicted various terrifying figures, such as skulls, creating an atmosphere thick with dread and danger. With a resounding thud, Fengyun adjusted his gear and forcefully kicked open the doors. Despite being absent from the game for several days, he had ascended 5 levels after the recent monster siege, now boasting level 55. With his extraordinary level and formidable equipment, he dominated the rankings for levels, overall power, and gear. Level 55 current experience, 38 health, 1230 inner strength, 805 attack, 180615 defense, 724 reputation, 246800 good evil value, 18, obtained from self-defense against 18 opponents. Wealth 112,000 gold coins and 4 silver coins equipment, Zilong sword, Su Huan ring, and Zhan armor, Qi Yin helmet, Han Yuan necklace, Hong Yin bracelet, Emohu ring, Fei Hu boots. Currently, the majority of players in the Chasing Dreams Life game hover between levels 30 and 48. Since Fengyun jokingly revealed to Xian Air the reason behind Ziyu's exceedingly high level, he felt a pang of sympathy. At his insistence, Ziyu ultimately abandoned her grinding to enjoy life in the game with Xian Air, basking in the warmth of Fengyun's affection. Consequently, her ranking on the level leaderboard began to decline. With a fierce kick, Fengyun flung open the doors of the Mihu N and DN, causing a cloud of dust to cascade from the upper beams. As he looked up to investigate the source of the noise, the dust unexpectedly fell into his mouth, leaving him feeling nauseous as he spat uncontrollably. Such misfortune, even a simple glance, brought trouble. As he ventured further inside, he muttered curses under his breath. The Mihu N and DN was indeed peculiar. It hardly exuded an aura of enchantment, appearing more akin to an expansive room. However, this was merely the first layer. Perhaps the lower levels would truly disorient him. Observing that no monsters resided on the first layer, Fengyun boldly proceeded to the second. To his astonishment, the second layer was also a large, rectangular room, albeit smaller than the first. Wow, so many statues, he exclaimed, marveling at their lifelike detail as he reached out to touch one. Suddenly, The statue sprang to life, striking him with a fierce blow. Ding! You have been attacked by the Mo-ing statue. Health reduced by 150. Mo-ing statue level 60. Attack 688. Defense 900. Health 1500. So this is what a monster looks like. Just watch me eliminate you. Feng Yun, fueled by the shock of being startled, unleashed his fury. He had initially relaxed his guard while admiring the statue's craftsmanship, never anticipating such a reaction. Take this. Feng Yun brandished his Z-long sword and swung with precision. Boom. The Mo-ing statue fell to the ground, a testament to the strength of his strike. You're still standing? What a show-off. Feng Yun observed that the statue had only lost 104 health points, igniting his anger. He charged at it, delivering a flurry of strikes. Fortune favored him. The Mo-ing statue's speed was sluggish compared to his own. Feng Yun, fueled by rage, unleashed over 30 blows, ultimately incapacitating the statue, which he mercilessly crushed beneath his feet. Ding! Congratulations, player Feng Yun has successfully defeated a higher-level monster. Experience gained, 20,000, wealth, 150, reputation, 5,000. What a miser. Not even a single item. Feng Yun had hoped for a valuable drop, only to find the area where the Mo-ing statue had fallen completely empty. Frustrated, he kicked the ground in irritation. Next, he surveyed the remaining statues, wary of touching them again. The recent encounter lingered vividly in his mind. What to do? There were no traps to exploit, as the ground was solid stone. If only there were some machinery to assist him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a snap of his fingers, he directed his gaze towards the doorway leading to the second layer. The entrance was just wide enough for a single person to pass, and the height was ample. Feng Yun approached the entrance, swinging his sword in preparation. Perfect. As he raised his sword to its zenith, it would not strike the door, for it was sufficiently high, while its width permitted his passage. Haha, time for me to unleash my wrath upon you, statues, Feng Yun exclaimed, dashing forward. As he approached, the statues animated, filling the space with a thunderous cacophony. Once he saw the last statue come to life, he swiftly dashed towards the tested doorway and evaded outside. Boom! A horde of Mo-ing statues surged after him, brandishing their weapons as they reached the entrance. However, the current situation left the Mo-ing statues in a predicament. Feng Yun's body resided on the first level, yet he could perceive the circumstances of the second level. The Mo-ing statues wished to charge at Feng Yun, but they could only squeeze their bodies at the entrance, like needles jabbing at him. Most importantly, these Mo-ing statues could not cross through the door. This was precisely why there were no monsters on the first level, as it was inherently devoid of them. Feng Yun could not help but feel elated at the realization of his thoughts. Let us see how formidable you truly are, Feng Yun declared arrogantly. For he now possessed enough audacity to do so. Those Mo-ing statues could only stand at the doorway, receiving blows. Should anyone gaze from the second level outward, they would undoubtedly observe that the Mo-ing statues at the back had no escape. Since the Mo-ing statues could not communicate with one another, the ones in front, aware that they could not harm Feng Yun and wishing to retreat, found themselves hindered by those behind, who were unaware of the situation and pushed forward desperately. This inadvertently allowed Feng Yun to reap significant benefits. Die! Feng Yun shouted as he stood outside the door, relentlessly striking at the Mo-ing statues before him. As he continued to slash, fatigue began to set in, prompting him to close his eyes and swing his weapon blindly. With a thunderous crash, one Mo-ing statue fell, only for another to push its way forward. He counted as he struck, but soon grew weary of keeping track. His hands felt as though they might break. Yet the Mo-ing statues seemed endless. In truth, Feng Yun was obstructed from seeing the situation inside due to his position at the door. At the moment he delivered his 300 strike, he finally sensed that his sword had run out of energy. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to behold a plethora of gleaming equipment scattered across the ground, stacked upon one another. Exhausted, Feng Yun stumbled into the second level, grateful that his void ring automatically collected items within a 10-meter radius. Otherwise, he might have perished from the sheer exhaustion of gathering equipment, potentially becoming the first person in this dream-chasing journey to die from such a triviality. Chapter 30. The Enigmatic Dark Palace. 2. As Feng Yun took a moment to catch his breath, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, unconsciously tightening his grip on the Z-long sword, he assumed a combat stance. Ever since he discovered the intricacies of the Tianlong Ju, he never let his guard down upon sensing such a feeling. He recalled the system's introduction to the enigmatic Dark Palace. A moment of carelessness could lead to his transformation into white light, returning him to the Rebirth Palace. While Feng Yun scanned his surroundings, a faint sound caught his attention from somewhere unknown. However, he could not discern its origin, only aware that the subtle noise emanated from his right side. Instantly, he turned to face that direction, only for the sound to shift to his left. Thus, he continuously turned, maintaining a heightened vigilance, aware that if someone were to suddenly leap out at that moment, he would undoubtedly be startled. How cunning. Feng Yun deduced that something was lurking nearby. He tested his hypothesis by remaining still when the sound originated from his left and noticed that it grew closer. Finally, he swiftly swung his sword towards the source of the sound. Although he could not identify the creature, his assumption was validated. Time passed as Feng Yun remained locked in a standoff with the unseen entity. Perhaps it was only when his void ring had finished collecting all the items from the ground that he began to feel the weight of his exhaustion from striking over 10,000 times. Just then, he heard a rapid intake of breath, followed by a numbness in his left shoulder. Ding. You have been attacked by the Mo-ing Corpse King. Health reduced by 210. Ding. You have been afflicted by the Corpse King's corpse poison, suffering a continuous damage of 10 health points per second. Mo-ing Corpse King. Level 80. Attack. 950. Defense. 680. Health. 3,500. Skills. Stealth. Corpse poison. What a ridiculous poison. Feng Yun felt an urge to curse the heavens. Had it not been for the system notification revealing the source of his affliction, he might have remained oblivious to the cause of his demise. Frustrated, he sought to release his pent-up irritation. Feng Yun hurried to a nearby corner, pressing his back against the wall. This nook was just large enough to accommodate his form, resembling a narrow alleyway. Leaning against the wall felt immensely comforting as Feng Yun gasped for air, hastily consuming antidotes and healing potions. Without them, he would risk perishing with his remaining sliver of health. The antidote was remarkably effective, capable of neutralizing any type of poison, though the extent of its efficacy depended on the toxicity of the poison he had encountered. Once his health was restored and the corpse poison alleviated, Feng Yun resumed his focus, quietly preparing for any potential threats. In hindsight, Feng Yun realized he should have found a corner to lean against as soon as he heard that sound, thus avoiding the need to guard against threats from all directions. He felt a profound sense of frustration. Being startled for no reason was one thing, but the loss of health coupled with poison while failing to spot even a shadow of the creature was infuriating. He yearned to vent his anger, yet found no target upon which to unleash it. It appeared that this creature had the ability to become invisible. Feng Yun recalled his own unique skill, the art of stealth, which he had once exploited to great effect. Regrettably, without sight of the creature's shadow, he had no choice but to remain cautiously vigilant while enduring the circumstances. With each faint breath echoing from various directions, left, right, and ahead, Feng Yun continuously adjusted his sword's position in response to the sounds. It is truly perplexing. What is the purpose of breathing sounds emanating from a creature that is, by all accounts, a corpse king? Feng Yun cannot help but feel a mix of frustration and amusement at the game's peculiar design. Perhaps it is deliberately crafted this way, otherwise, a stealthy level monster that makes no sound would surely torment any unsuspecting adventurer to death. With a huff and a puff, Feng Yun can no longer contain himself. If this continues, he shall surely unleash his fury. In a swift motion, Feng Yun dashed out, brandishing the Zilong sword and executing a powerful horizontal sweep. Surely, he must connect with something. Admittedly, this method may seem rather clumsy, yet it proves remarkably effective in such circumstances. After a series of horizontal strikes, Feng Yun noticed a crimson number floating above the ghostly corpse king's head, indicating 98. Ridiculous. If he allows this creature to escape, it would be utterly unacceptable. With antidote and healing potions already prepared, he charged towards the blood-red numeral suspended in the air. Despite the monster's invisibility, Feng Yun could still feel the impact of his blows against the ghostly corpse king. Blood-red numbers surged forth. 88, 78, 56, 48, 102, 156, 122. While Feng Yun's own health points steadily dwindled, not from direct assaults by the ghostly corpse king, but from the poison S affliction. However, the minor loss in health paled in comparison to the substantial damage he inflicted on the ghostly corpse king with each strike. He scarcely had time to consume the antidote or healing potions. Suddenly, after dealing over 1,000 points of damage to the ghostly corpse king, Feng Yun realized that his sword no longer met with the tangible resistance he had felt earlier. He uttered a startled cry and swiftly retreated to the corner, raising his sword defensively. Only a fool would remain there, continuing to seek the invisible beast. Feng Yun dismissed any thoughts regarding how the ghostly corpse king evaded his relentless onslaught, for there was truly no need to concern himself with it. If an 80-level creature capable of invisibility could be so easily vanquished, the area would hardly be deemed perilous. It appeared to be a rather elusive type of monster. Feng Yun observed that the ghostly corpse king remained silent despite his relentless strikes. It emitted no sounds, nor did it leave any traces in the grand hall. Gradually, it seemed the ghostly corpse king had regained its breath. Familiar sounds of breathing filled Feng Yun's ears. This time, he would not allow it to escape. Feigning ignorance of the ghostly corpse king's proximity, Feng Yun deliberately swept his sword forward with a slow, calculated motion. He suspected the creature would attempt to dodge. Then, unexpectedly, he turned his back to expose himself to the ghostly corpse king. To any ordinary observer, this would appear to be a reckless act. However, Feng Yun had his own strategy. At that moment, he found himself positioned at the outer edge of a concave recess. It was a gamble, indeed. Should he miscalculate, the consequences could be dire. Ding. You have been attacked by the ghostly corpse king. Your health is reduced by 300. Ding. You have been poisoned by the ghostly corpse king, suffering continuous damage of 20 health points per second. It seemed that the ghostly corpse king had intensified its assault. Or perhaps it was merely a consequence of the circumstances, as both the physical and poison damage were effectively doubled. Yet, Feng Yun did not attempt to heal or consume antidotes. Instead, a confident smile graced his lips. Then, with incredible speed and intuition, Feng Yun leaped high and landed behind the ghostly corpse king, fully trusting his instincts. He sensed the creature's location and, with the precision of a martial artist, delivered a kick aimed squarely at the spot he believed the ghostly corpse king occupied. A successful strike. Yes. Feng Yun quietly reveled in his triumph as he noticed a blood-red numeral floating in the corner, 200. If not now, then when? He dashed to the corner, positioning his body to block the exit he had meticulously calculated, thus forming a small rectangle with the walls. The only escape route was obstructed by Feng Yun's presence, while the ghostly corpse king, though invisible, could not evade his grasp. Unless Feng Yun fell, it was trapped. Those familiar with the game know well the art of positioning, effectively cornering monsters to unleash their wrath upon them. I recall a particularly challenging encounter with a rather formidable Qin Shi Huang in a dungeon shrouded in darkness. Its sole weakness lay in the fact that it would not attack if a player or pet remained stationary. However, movement meant instant death, regardless of level or equipment. At that time, we were a mere 5 players, 2 priests and 3 warriors, strategically positioning ourselves in a right-angled corner, with 1 priest's pet stationed at the center. This created a narrow passage, while another warrior and priest prepared to seal off the exits. The final warrior would lure the beast into the corner, allowing us to confront it face to face. In unison, we swiftly sealed the passage, leaving no opportunity for escape. Ultimately, we overwhelmed it, claiming a treasure trove of top-tier equipment. Such coordination and practice were essential. Our initial attempts with 30 members resulted in utter failure. Yet, with just 5, we succeeded after countless attempts. Feng Yun fully capitalized on his long legs, delivering a flurry of kicks. Simultaneously, he quaffed antidotes and healing potions. Faced with such an outrageous monster, employing clever tactics and sacrificing health were the only means to emerge victorious. At long last, through the relentless efforts of Feng Yun. Even while he grappled with a slight cramp in his leg, he finally beheld the true visage of the ghostly Shadow King, at which point it possessed a mere 15 hit points. Its appearance was exceedingly repugnant, causing Feng Yun to instinctively exert greater force in his strikes. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully vanquishing the foe. However, Feng Yun was not preoccupied with this victory, but rather with the long-awaited skill book. Indeed, it did not disappoint him. Ding! Skill book. Invisibility discovered. Invisibility allows for unlimited invisibility without enemy contact, limited to 3 uses per day, skill cooldown, 1 hour. To his dismay, he found it to be rather trivial. Feng Yun lamented, yet he still activated the invisibility skill, and a flash of white light enveloped him, leaving him feeling utterly invigorated. Ding! Congratulations to the player for mastering invisibility. It seemed that fate had truly played a cruel joke, for such a remarkable skill was deemed trivial by Feng Yun. Nevertheless, it was true that the Shadow King did not carry such restrictions. Feng Yun had struck it countless times, and kicked it mercilessly before finally witnessing its form as it neared demise. Beep beep beep. Feng Yun's communicator rang. Hello, what is it, brother? It turned out to be Quanfeng. Brother, those scoundrels from AOC Tianxia are insidiously cunning. We cannot find any incriminating evidence against them. Everyone is asking you to lead a team to confront them. Currently, over 20 of our brothers are being pursued by more than 100 enemies at the maze grasslands. Feng Yun, weary of his incessant chatter, promptly used a return scroll to teleport to Baihu City, knowing that Baihu City had a teleportation array specifically designed for such purposes. You dogs of AOC Tianxia, clean your necks and await your reckoning. Outside the teleportation array of Baihu City, a voice filled with resentment echoed from within. Chapter 31. Blood battle on the plains. As soon as Feng Yun appeared in the maze grasslands, he heard distant howls and shouts reminiscent of a wolf pack. How audacious of them. Over 100 elite troops pursuing a mere 20 miscellaneous fighters. Feng Yun cursed in displeasure. His heart sank when he saw the brothers from the Longting gang being chased in all directions. Although he may not have met many of these individuals, they were ultimately members of the Longting gang, and Feng Yun held steadfast loyalty towards them despite his infrequent appearances. Those 20 individuals were likely a ragtag group out to hunt for treasures, comprising archers, priests, mages, and a motley assortment of others. In stark contrast, the scoundrels from AOC Tianxia were clad in splendid gear, uniformly equipped as assassins, warriors, and mages. Heh, since you relish ambushes, allow me to show you the taste of surprise. Feng Yun bit his lip and fixed his gaze fiercely upon the AOC Tianxia squad, noting that the 20 or so mages lagged behind, likely due to their waning stamina. It was laughable. Even the most physically fit mages could not withstand much punishment, while those agile assassins were indeed formidable. In an instant, Feng Yun resolved to eliminate the mage squad first. With a swift motion, Feng Yun activated the invisibility skill, and as a burst of white light enveloped him, he vanished from sight. Subsequently, he employed a strategy to redistribute all attributes, aside from agility, into his attack power. Now, his total attack power exceeded 1200, truly monstrous. Comparatively, the highest attack power among ordinary elites barely reached 500, which foretold the ease with which Feng Yun would execute his impending ambush. Your doom approaches. Feng Yun swiftly approached the rear of the AOC Tianxia mage squad, deftly drawing his sword to strike. One after another, he dispatched them without hesitation. In a mere 42 seconds, the mage squad fell silent, and Feng Yun naturally did not need to collect the discarded equipment himself. Meanwhile, the minions of AOC Tianxia seemed oblivious to the demise of their mage squad, still clamoring forward to chase the Longting gang members. With the mages eliminated, it was time to confront the warriors. An unexpected surge of bloodthirst coursed through Feng Yun, and he was unaware of why he felt such a fierce desire to kill. Observing the unsuspecting lambs before him only intensified this hunger. Little did he know that from the moment he began utilizing the Tianlong Ju in the game, his training progress had been multiples faster than usual. It appeared that the effects of training were even more pronounced within the game. Yet, he was perplexed that despite his capability to utilize the Tianlong Ju, the system failed to provide any indication of acquiring new skills or similar notifications, though his attributes had indeed improved. If Feng Yun could meticulously revisit the incantation of the Tianlong Ju, he would certainly discover that progressing from the 4th tier to the 5th tier represented a significant threshold. Should he successfully cross it, his power would undoubtedly skyrocket. Conversely, failing to do so could lead him to become a bloodthirsty demon. In the era of the first patriarch of the Qiao family, nearly the entire planet possessed a modicum of martial prowess, resulting in an unending cycle of love, hatred, and vengeance. The contemporary patriarch of the Qiao family easily transcended this hurdle, yet his descendants, as society advanced and ancient martial arts gradually faded, seldom engaged in martial conflicts, leading to a scarcity of successors capable of surpassing his level. Most of them lacked the requisite skills, while others discovered that to resolve their struggles, they would need to resort to violence. Yet, who could they possibly kill in those times? Consequently, none of the descendants of the Qiao family have managed to surpass their first patriarch. At this moment, Feng Yun found an opportunity within the game. He could employ the Tianlong Ju, and death in the game would not translate to death in reality. It seemed that Feng Yun was poised to break this record, although he remained oblivious to this possibility. Just as Feng Yun dispatched the last warrior at the rear of the group to the reincarnation hall, he was startled by an unexpected sound. What transpired? The peculiar noise prompted the leader of the assassins ahead to halt the entire team. The mage brigade has vanished. A warrior trembled as he recounted the dire situation. He had been positioned adjacent to the recently fallen warrior and had witnessed the entire ordeal. Yet he did not discern the identity of the assailant. Upon turning his head, he discovered that the mage brigade had completely disappeared. He was not a fool. He understood that death had ensued, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, fearful that he might be next. As he watched the fallen warrior dissipate into a radiant white light, a golden weapon clattered to the ground, and he hesitated to retrieve it, knowing it to be a level 35 golden weapon, but fear held him back. How could this be? The assassin leader pondered, bewildered. Surely, Feng Yun would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. He was well aware of the adage to capture the leader first. In an instant, Feng Yun, cloaked in invisibility, stealthily approached the assassin leader and struck with a swift blade. Now you comprehend the reason, Feng Yun mused. Alas, an enemy is cloaked. The assassin leader felt a sharp pain and immediately rolled on the ground, only to be met with the shocking realization that his health had plummeted to half. He shouted for the others to bolster their defenses. If I let you escape, I shall not be Feng Yun, he vowed fiercely, fueled by indignation. Never expecting anyone could withstand his strike. Had Feng Yun known that the assassin leader was of level 52, the highest for an assassin in the Pursue Dream life, he might have thought differently. Clad in a full set of golden gear, he was viewed as a formidable expert by ordinary players. Feng Yun charged forward, swiftly dispatching the assassin leader. Ding! Feng Yun noticed 3 gleaming pieces of equipment cascading to the ground, and without hesitation, he claimed them. A financial windfall. he thought gleefully as he perused the looting record. Meanwhile, the assassin leader was close to tears, after investing immense resources to achieve such a level. His precious golden assassin gear was obliterated in mere seconds. The onlookers watched in horror as the leader's health silently dwindled to zero. Followed by the emergence of several pieces of equipment, their fear was palpable. Would they be next? The players dared not dwell on such thoughts, and hastily fled. However, at that very moment, the guild AOC Tiantang, stationed in AOC Huatsong, seemed to have received news of the fallen mage brigade. They shouted in the guild channel, "Hold your ground. Reinforcements are on the way." The boss has sent help. Upon hearing the news of reinforcements, the minions of AOC Tiantang turned around and began to rally, as if their leader's arrival was a talisman of survival. Feng Yun, somewhat surprised, had initially thought that they would flee without a fight. Now, witnessing them turn back, his spirits lifted. Feng Yun shouted in the guild channel, "Everyone, come together and slay those scoundrels." In ordinary circumstances, players could choose whether to heed the guild channel's calls, but those lost in the maze plains had no choice but to comply. Seeing that the speaker bore the title of special combat guest, they rushed forward without a second thought. Although they seldom saw Feng Yun in the guild, they were seasoned players of Lungting Guild. They had heard tales of his valor in monster siege battles and respected him, regardless of his true identity. Charge! Instantly, the scattered and disorganized ranks of over 20 players turned towards Feng Yun and the AOC Tiantang members. Although their battle cry lacked the thunderous volume of 100 voices, it was enough to instill embarrassment in the remaining 90 members of AOC Tiantang. Charge! The warriors of Lungting Guild brandished their weapons, exuding an aura of dread as they surged forward, reminiscent of the fervor felt during a system monster siege. Even the weaker mages and priests waved their staffs, wishing they could join the fray with weapons in hand. Charge! Though the members of AOC Tiantang had been anxious moments ago, the rallying cry from AOC Huatsong galvanized them to put up a reluctant defense. They had previously boasted but now hesitated to act. At this point, to stand idle meant death, and to fight also meant death. Only a fool would willingly accept such a fate. Before long, the two factions clashed. Feng Yun felt a surge of bloodlust that he could no longer contain. Enough of this. He gritted his teeth and plunged into the melee. At this stage, his only recourse was relentless slaughter to assuage his fury. Undoubtedly, this approach aligned with the tenets of the Tianlong Ju. Who dares? Wherever Feng Yun passed, players transformed into streaks of white light. The members of AOC Tiantang were reminded of their assassin leader's demise, causing their scalps to prickle with fear. They could not see him, yet they shouted loudly, as if this would coax Feng Yun into revealing himself. Just as Feng Yun had dispatched fewer than 30 players, a synchronized battle cry echoed from a distance. Looking ahead, Feng Yun sensed the situation growing more intriguing. Leading the charge was AOC Huatsong, their appearance altered by new equipment. Yet Feng Yun recognized him. He had seen that face clearly at the auction in Baihu City. A regiment of 300 warriors, uniformly clad. Yet, despite his lack of fear, Feng Yun had to consider his brothers in Lungting Guild. Brothers, there are too many of them. Retreat for now. Do not worry, none shall escape this time. Charge! The players of Lungting Guild grew emboldened, as if even the frail mages and priests were transformed into warriors, brimming with fervor. Jokes aside, among the tens of thousands of players in Lungting Bang, it is likely that very few would choose to leave under such circumstances. The reason is quite simple. They revel in the game and the camaraderie shared with their brothers. In reality, many of them are affluent individuals. Here, their focus lies solely on friendship and brotherhood, a rarity amidst the materialistic excess of the real world. The original intention behind the establishment of Lungting Bang by Quangfing and Feng Yun was precisely this, to gather a large group of like-minded players through a brotherhood, and that purpose remains unchanged. However, it would be a lie to claim that a man's passionate spirit does not yearn for supremacy. Nevertheless, they would never disrupt the order of the game in pursuit of their dreams. Feng Yun was unaware that, with the arrival of AOC Huatsong and his followers, the ragtag group of over 20 players from Lungting Bang began to fall one after another. Yet, they bore no grievances. After the demise of the 20-plus members of Lungting Bang, an unusual scene unfolded in the misty plains. A continuous stream of white light ascended from among them, accompanied by cries that did not belong to the fallen, but rather came from the players adjacent to them. Fear not. Though we cannot see him, we can encircle him. AOC Huatsong proved to be a worthy leader. Despite his youth, he was a formidable character. It is no easy feat to secure the position of the Bang Master of AOC Tiantang without some substantial skill. Following his command, the over 300 members of AOC Tiantang formed multiple layers encircling Feng Yun. Although Feng Yun was in a bloodthirsty state and noticed their movements, he remained entirely unfazed. His mind was clear, unaffected by the chaotic thoughts typically associated with bloodlust. So what if I am surrounded? I can easily break free with a few leaps, he thought. observing their encirclement shrink. A wicked smile crept across Feng Yun's face as he restored his attribute points and dispelled his invisibility. Ah, there he is. Attack. Most of the players from AOC Tiantang caught sight of Feng Yun, but by this time, he was already drenched in blood. Had they not recognized his face, they might have believed they had encountered a ghost, as his clothes were soaked in blood, and his eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Resembling an enraged beast, an exceptionally ferocious one at that. Kill. Feng Yun growled, charging recklessly into the crowd of AOC Tiantang. The moment he dispelled his invisibility, he was destined to be seen as a bloodthirsty fiend. Rather than stealthily eliminating them one by one, he found greater exhilaration in engaging them directly. In that moment, Feng Yun felt invincible. He moved like a seasoned warrior through the throngs of AOC Tiantang, dispatching an enemy with nearly every 2 strikes. However, surrounded by so many opponents, he inevitably sustained some injuries. Ah! Feng Yun roared, swiftly sweeping his sword backward. Ah! He heard the stunned cries of 4 players who had intended to seize the opportunity to ambush him. Their throats were cut by the sword's tip, and they fell lifelessly to the ground, vanishing in a flash of white light. Ding! Critical hit, damage doubled. Kill him. At all costs. Quickly. AOC Huatsong could no longer contain himself, witnessing Feng Yun, covered in blood and with blood still dripping from him. He looked like a demon, an absolute demon. He had never seen anyone capable of such ferocity, not even in a horror film. Ah! Feng Yun let out a skyward howl, reallocating half of his defense points to agility, maintaining his attack power. A ghost. The onlookers could only see Feng Yun's form darting about like a phantom, barely believing that anyone could move with such speed. 5 minutes. Neither long nor short. Within this brief span, Feng Yun had reduced the over 300 members of AOC Tiandang to just Xiao Huatsong and the assassin leader who had led the charge. This displayed the sheer extent of his prowess. Xiao Huatsong, I do not wish to kill you this time. But do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your frequent schemes against Longting Bang. As long as I am here, you shall have no respite. Do not force me to erase the name AOC Tiantang from this world of dreams. Next time, do not let me see you. Feng Yun delivered this commanding statement before logging out. Humph. Quite the bravado. What can you do to me in the game? Humph. I will uncover your true identity. AOC Huatsong stood there, fuming. Chapter 33. A shopping excursion. 1. With a sigh, Qiao Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he logged out. The slaughter he had just experienced in the game weighed heavily upon him, almost rendering him unrecognizable. However, he soon felt the abundant energy of his Tianlong Ju surging within him. Suddenly, Qiao Yu was struck by an overwhelming desire to eradicate all living beings in the world. It was an unsettling sensation, and he struggled to control himself against this bloodthirsty urge, employing Tianlong Ju to gradually channel it. Yet, the effect seemed minimal. Haha. Qiao Yu quickly ceased his practice. If he continued, he might lose control entirely. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to the impulse to destroy everything nearby. What's wrong? Exiner rushed in upon seeing Qiao Yu. Nothing. Just a little, not at all considerate. She replied, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrowful sobbing. All right, do not cry. Ah, Exiner, you know I cherish you the most. Qiao Yu could not resist the onslaught of her tears. After all, a woman's tears are a potent weapon against a man. Looking beautiful. Qiao Yu stammered awkwardly, as Exiner's increasingly mature figure ignited a surge of desire within him. Fortunately, upon catching a glimpse of Ziyue's smile, Qiao Yu quickly regained his composure. What has been troubling you these past few days? You seem quite worn out. He gently grasped Exiner with one hand and took Ziyue's hand with the other, speaking tenderly, as if he feared that something might happen to Ziyue. I'm fine. No need to worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Ziyue replied with a radiant smile, secretly feeling a sense of neglect from him, though she would never voice it. It seems that the Ziyue sisters are quite dissatisfied with Qiao Yu, who is holed up in his room all day. If this continues, the sisters will inevitably transform into aggrieved wives. Haha, that's just fine. Qiao Yu chuckled foolishly. Alas, one truly cannot fathom a woman's thoughts. No matter how much one speculates, it remains elusive. Although Qiao Yu was aware that the sisters harbored a slight grudge against him, he could only shrug in resignation. While it is true that Qiao Yu often indulges in gaming within the confines of his room, today, he was coaxed out by Exiner to accompany them on a shopping excursion, which turned out to be quite delightful. Not only did he gain a formidable bodyguard, but also an additional pair of hands for carrying their bags. It goes without saying, wherever the sisters go shopping, they invariably encounter a multitude of people. It is truly perplexing how the world is teeming with so many individuals. However, the sisters are not to be underestimated, taking advantage of a moment's distraction. They swiftly delivered a kick, demonstrating their fierce nature. Shall we visit Jianyuan City today? It has been ages since we moved, and we haven't been there. Xian'er still fondly remembers the beautiful garments in Jianyuan City. After all, it is the very street where Qiao Yu often received relief supplies. In comparison to Jianyuan City, this place seems rather insignificant. Very well, Xian'er, I shall accompany you. What about you, Yuer? Qiao Yu turned to seek Ziyue's opinion. Chapter 34. Shopping with Beauties. 2. Xian'er drove their private car as the group sped towards Jianyuan City. Unexpectedly, Qiao Yu was startled along the way. This young lady was actually racing. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. Despite Xian'er's petite appearance, when she gets serious, anyone would be intimidated. Qiao Yu sat in the car, his hands and feet growing cold, as this girl recklessly sped along the highway. Hurry! Brake! Qiao Yu quickly raised himself in the seat, pointing ahead and shouting, for he noticed they were nearly about to collide, yet Xian'er remained unfazed. Suddenly, Qiao Yu felt a soft, delicate hand pulling him back firmly. Yuer! He caught a glimpse of Ziyue, smiling silently. Alas! Qiao Yu sighed helplessly, resigning himself to the thought that if they were to perish, they would do so together. Ultimately, Qiao Yu had never seen Xian'er brake. Perhaps he had only heard of it somewhere. They sped along the way without incident, and at last, he relaxed. Though his mind pondered, surely this little girl is seeking revenge. Once they return, she will make you pay. Hee. Qiao Yu couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. Yuer, has she always driven like this? Qiao Yu inquired of Ziyue, gesturing towards Xian'er, who was focused on driving. Indeed, I used to be quite afraid of her driving, but after a while without any incidents, I grew accustomed to it. I see. It's surprising that this little girl possesses such skills. Uffed. Ziyue couldn't contain her laughter, as if she had just met Qiao Yu. What is so funny, Yue? Qiao Yu suddenly pulled Ziyue closer, gazing intently at her lovely face. Nothing, hee. Ziyue giggled, unable to suppress her mirth, utterly oblivious to the fact that Qiao Yu had firmly wrapped his arms around her waist. Ah, brother. Ziyue was startled by Qiao Yu's sudden move. However, the term brother brought a pleasant sensation to Qiao Yu. Hee. Qiao Yu felt joy in his heart. Ziyue was pulled into Qiao Yu's embrace and kissed passionately. Humph. Pervert brother. Xian'er, while driving, caught sight of Qiao Yu and Ziyue's antics in the rearview mirror, and she couldn't help but feel displeased, cursing them silently. Suddenly, Xian'er slammed on the brakes. Both Qiao Yu and Ziyue were taken aback, fearing something had gone awry. Fortunately, it was merely a minor issue. Xian'er was a bit irritated. Following that, Xian'er abruptly accelerated, speeding ahead even faster than before. Her small mouth pouting as she devilishly thought, "Let us see if you dare to lay hands on your sister again." Two screams echoed within the car, one from Qiao Yu and the other from Ziyue. Even though Ziyue had grown accustomed to Xian'er's reckless driving, she had never witnessed her drive this fast. The two were terrified, flailing their arms, while Xian'er remained utterly composed, dismissing their fear with a huff. The car raced along the highway, with Qiao Yu and Ziyue screaming incessantly. At that moment, they resembled two individuals experiencing a roller coaster for the first time, exhilarating yet filled with trepidation. Half an hour later, the car came to a steady halt in the heart of Jianyuan City. Brother, sister. When Xian'er turned around, she found Qiao Yu and Ziyue tightly intertwined. The little girl was at a loss. Xian'er, come here. I have something to say to you. Qiao Yu said to Xian'er with a mischievous grin. Humph. I want to pay attention to you. Are you trying to hit on Xian'er again? Xian'er waved her hand dismissively, feigning indifference. That is not. Qiao Yu chuckled bitterly, realizing this little girl was quite clever. Let us go. Ziyue took Qiao Yu by the hand as they exited the car. The three of them walked hand in hand into the largest clothing boutique in Jianyuan City. Among the bustling crowd, countless piercing gazes were directed at Qiao Yu, making him feel somewhat anxious. If they were to approach him, it could lead to trouble. Not to mention, the beauty of Ziyue and Xian'er, each with their own unique charm, was enough to draw attention. How could one not steal a few glances? As for Qiao Yu, tall and handsome, his physique surpassed that of many celebrities, evoking feelings of jealousy in those who beheld him. If those gazes could kill, Qiao Yu would have undoubtedly perished countless times. Wow, so beautiful. Xian'er bounced around the store, eagerly exploring every nook and cranny, her lively demeanor delightful to behold. Let us go, Yuer, let us take a look around. Qiao Yu urged Ziyue to follow Xian'er's lead, slowly admiring the artistic garments on display. Yuer, how about this outfit? I think it would suit you perfectly. Qiao Yu pointed to a lovely pink dress ahead. Although he lacked expertise in selecting clothing, he certainly had a discerning eye. He felt that this outfit was quite suitable for Ziyue's personality and figure. Without questioning the reason, Qiao Yu's wolf-like gaze could discern that Ziyue's measurements harmonized perfectly with the ensemble. Furthermore, the design of the attire entirely complemented Ziyue's classical temperament. Perhaps thanks to the influence of the Tianlong Ju. Really? Ziyue shyly remarked, yet an unmistakable excitement subtly shone through. Countless times in the past, Ziyue had attempted to don more vibrant clothing, only to be met with disappointment. Consequently, her usual attire consisted of softer hues, aligning with her classical aura. Hearing her beloved assure her with such confidence that it suited her, she felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. Well, give it a try. Brother Yu's judgment is infallible. Qiao Yu encouraged, sensing from Ziyue's words that she had experienced similar disappointments before. Ziyue bashfully nodded, looking incredibly alluring. Waiter, kindly take this outfit to the fitting room for this young lady. Qiao Yu instructed, gesturing toward the pink ensemble, and then to Ziyue. One need not wonder why Qiao Yu was so familiar with such scenes. He had witnessed countless similar moments on television. After a while, the waiter emerged, guiding Ziyue, who seemed hesitant to step out, fearing embarrassment. Sir, you possess exceptional taste. This color is typically unsuitable for someone of such elegance, yet you have discerned its extraordinary charm. And on your girlfriend, it truly showcases the essence of the outfit. You are indeed fortunate. The waiter praised Qiao Yu profusely after bringing Ziyue out. From the very moment Qiao Yu had entered the store, the waiter had taken note of him, admiring his handsomeness and the presence of such a beautiful girlfriend. Inciting a pang of envy. Brother Yu, Ziyue softly called, blushing. Yuer, turn around so brother you can have a look. Qiao Yu could hardly believe that Ziyue, in that outfit, resembled a celestial being. Ah, brother, I want one too. Xer suddenly appeared from nowhere, jumping with envy at the sight of Ziyue in her pink attire. All right, Xiner, wait a moment, and brother will help you pick one out. Qiao Yu responded joyfully, feeling immense happiness in being able to bring them joy. Chapter 35, Shopping with Beauties. 3. Yuer, how do you find this outfit? It suits you perfectly and is quite beautiful. Qiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Ziyue, already a beauty with a classical essence, appeared divine in the pink ensemble that perfectly matched her temperament, making her seem untouchable. I love it, Ziyue replied, delighted by the enthusiastic reactions of those around her. But it was primarily the praise from her beloved that filled her with sweetness. She nodded shyly in agreement. All right, we'll take this one, waiter, Qiao Yu declared, proceeding to settle the bill. He then took the sisters by the hand and began to leave. Oh, brother Yu, I haven't changed yet, Ziyue exclaimed in a fluster, unwilling to exit so hastily. Yuer, listen to brother Yu. You look more beautiful this way. Why hide your radiance? Let your heart be free. Qiao Yu noticed Ziyue's reluctance and gently embraced her, soothing her with tender words. I will listen to brother Yu. Ziyue, in her delicate demeanor, nestled closer to Qiao Yu, igniting a fire within him. He couldn't help but think how he longed to take her right then and there. If only he had found a suitable place to resolve his yearning, he felt a sense of anticipation. All right, let us proceed and help Xiner with her outfit. Qiao Yu suppressed his desires, taking Ziyue with one hand and Xiner with the other as they moved forward. Xiner, why are you pouting? Be careful. You might bump into something. Qiao Yu teased. Every time he saw that expression on Xiner's face, he realized she was likely feeling jealous. It was indeed perplexing how this pair of sisters could be so close, yet Xiner would still feel envious of her sister. Mind your own business. Hurry up and help me pick out clothes. Xiner stubbornly pulled away from Qiao Yu's grasp, her heart brimming with frustration, feeling neglected while her sister received all the attention. All right, my little wife. Husband will help you choose the most beautiful outfit. Qiao Yu replied good-naturedly, leaning in to whisper in Xiner's ear. Let us find an outfit that makes you even more stunning than your sister. Hee, you know how to please me. Xiner beamed, her smile blooming like a freshly opened rose, vibrant and captivating. She then skipped over, linking her arm with Qiao Yu's, her head gently resting on his shoulder. The sweetness in Xiner's heart was indescribable. With the affectionate words of her beloved, all previous discontent was forgotten. Indeed, for those in love, the sweet words of their partner could easily overshadow any worries. Brother, what do you think of that outfit? I love it, it's so beautiful, Xiner exclaimed, continually drawing close to Qiao Yu, pointing at the lovely garments with unabated enthusiasm. No, let me help you find the best one. Qiao Yu chuckled softly, realizing he had yet to find an outfit that truly suited Xiner. Sometimes, wearing clothes is not merely about aesthetics. Different garments can evoke various qualities in a person. At that moment, Qiao Yu was on a quest for the perfect attire for Xiner. Although she was often mischievous, her charm was undeniable, radiating a youthful vibrancy that enchanted him. Instead of searching, it felt more like he was scanning, assessing each piece of clothing while glancing back at Xiner, discerning that while some outfits might suit her essence, they would either be too small or too large for her figure. At this moment, Qiao Yu felt quite helpless. Despite wandering for so long, he still had not found a suitable outfit. To put it bluntly, Qiao Yu's standards were rather high. Brother, what is wrong with that outfit? I think it's quite nice. Xiner, feeling a bit bored, had her enthusiasm nearly worn thin. If it weren't for Qiao Yu's gentle words of comfort along the way, Xiner might have already exploded in frustration. You despicable pervert. How could you deceive me like this? Boo-hoo, you have no conscience. Xian Air might have cursed in such a manner. Xian Air, that outfit is too gaudy and does not suit you. Moreover, considering your measurements, it seems a bit small. Qiao Yu patiently explained, pointing to the outfit Xian Air had mentioned earlier. This remark made Xian Air feel a tad uneasy. She circled Qiao Yu as if she had just met him. And then a piercing scream echoed throughout the mall. Ah, sister. Xian Air shouted loudly, embracing Ziyu. At that moment, Xian Air felt somewhat intimidated by Qiao Yu, as if she were exposed and being scrutinized by a pack of wolves. What on earth? What kind of nonsense is this? Ziyu, noticing the attention they attracted, wished she could peel Xian Air alive. Naturally shy, Ziyu felt the weight of many eyes upon her and Xian Air's alluring figures, and she directed all the blame towards Xian Air. Sister, how could he possibly know our measurements? Xian Air quietly said to Ziyu, surprisingly not acting petulant. Measurements? Ah, big brother you must be mistaken. Ziyu, lost in her blissful thoughts, had not caught on to Qiao Yu's implication until Xian Air brought it to light, leaving her utterly astonished. Did that mean Ziyu thought Qiao Yu possessed X-ray vision? Seeing the expressions on the two sisters' faces, Qiao Yu felt a bit exasperated. After returning the fiery gazes of the onlookers, he shrugged and said, Please, do not misunderstand. I assure you I see nothing. It's merely a feeling, just a feeling. He realized that further explanation would only complicate matters, so he decided to play it off. All right, no need to make a fuss. This is just a situation that arose after practicing the Tianlong Ju. I am not entirely clear on the specifics. Qiao Yu thought that perhaps explaining it through the Tianlong Ju would be a better approach. Believe you? Not a chance. The sisters exchanged glances filled with skepticism. All right, let's go. I truly see nothing. Look at that outfit. It's so beautiful. Xian Air. Qiao Yu, feeling helpless, shifted their focus to the lovely garments, knowing that Xian Air eagerly anticipated his selection. Wow. Xian Air exclaimed, following Qiao Yu's gaze, where she spotted a pristine white, fitted leisure outfit in her eyes. It seemed to glow. It completely captivated her attention. Let us hurry and take a look. In truth, Qiao Yu had merely caught sight of that outfit by chance, and it matched Xian Air perfectly. Wow, I can't believe such an outfit exists. Xian Air, unlike the bashful Ziyu, was thrilled at the prospect of wearing beautiful clothing for all to see. At that moment, she donned the angelic ensemble and stepped before everyone. Wow. Oh, what a beauty. The passers-by and those in the vicinity marveled in awe. Xian Air exuded an aura of purity, yet also radiated youthful vigor and a mature charm that would stir a reaction in any man. The allure was indescribable, and the enchantment was palpable. What do you think? Brother has good taste, right? Qiao Yu admired Xian Air, unable to contain his admiration. Humph. The sisters simultaneously shot Qiao Yu a disapproving glance. His words reminded them of his so-called X-ray vision. Chapter 36. Flirtation. Confronted by the sister's gaze, Qiao Yu suddenly felt his words falter. Wow, that sister's outfit is so beautiful. Could you tell me where you bought it? Just after Qiao Yu finished purchasing clothing and had taken a few steps with the two sisters, a melodious voice, reminiscent of celestial music, rang in their ears. It was not only pleasant, but also carried a hint of wild charm. Turning around, Qiao Yu beheld a stunning beauty, about the same height as Ziyu, clad in a floral leisure outfit. Her graceful form approached them with delicate steps. As she drew near, her long, slender face revealed a hint of surprise, and her arched eyebrows captivated the imaginations of many. With a perfectly proportioned figure, she was undeniably mouth-watering to behold. She then took Xian Air's hand and spoke. Sister, could you tell me where you bought that outfit? I absolutely adore it. Let me think. Xian Air, displaying her playful nature, hesitated. However, her demeanor in the angelic ensemble made it evident. She was clearly reluctant to share the information. All right then, little sister. Take your time. I'll be right here waiting. The beauty, noticing Xian Air's hesitation, understood that it was Qiao Yu who helped her choose the outfit, and as Xian Air contemplated, her eyes betrayed her. She couldn't help but chuckle. It was Big Brother Yu who picked it for me. You can ask him. Xian Air suddenly pointed her delicate hand toward Qiao Yu, as if she had remembered something. She was clearly trying to pass the dilemma on to him. Hello. I'm Piao Shui. Could you assist me in selecting an outfit? As Piao Shui turned to Qiao Yu, she couldn't help but notice his handsome and charming demeanor. Her cheeks flushed, and she stammered slightly. Although Piao Shui was relatively bold, the sight of Qiao Yu made her heart race with excitement. I'm Qiao Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful Piao Shui. In a moment of eagerness, Qiao Yu complimented Piao Shui. To him, a beauty was simply a beauty. He suppressed the pain in his arm and greeted her with a warm smile. Alas, poor man, his woman was already feeling jealous. Really? That is wonderful. Even though Piao Shui noticed Ziyu's delicate hand gripping Qiao Yu's arm, her joy could not be contained as she cheered inwardly. It seems I almost forgot that beside Qiao Yu stood two stunning beauties, equally captivating as she, who were on the verge of pouncing on him. The first, Piaoxue, lived up to her name, embodying purity akin to snow and the carefree essence of the wind. Unlike Ziyue, who was shy and demure, Piaoxue would stop at nothing to acquire whatever caught her fancy, even if it meant sharing a piece of the pie. Beneath her seemingly delicate exterior lay a fiercely untamed spirit. Indeed, to serve such enchanting ladies was a privilege for me. I must express my gratitude for their radiant presence. Ziyue and Xiner were nearly fainting. How could Qiao Yu dare to flirt with another beauty in front of them? If Xiner's hand hadn't been firmly grasped by Piaoxue, she would undoubtedly have rushed forward to give Qiao Yu a good thrashing. It is rare to find someone like Qiao Yu, audacious enough to tease beautiful women in front of his beloved. Giggles escaped Piaoxue's lips. She found Qiao Yu quite charming. Watching Ziyue and Xiner twist his arm, she couldn't help but wish for Qiao Yu to face some embarrassment. Ah, dear beauties, please forgive my wife's excessive adoration. I must apologize for the amusement I have caused. Qiao Yu stammered, feeling utterly awkward. Nevertheless, he let his desires take the lead. For such was the nature of society, be it Shenlong or Yinghua, as long as one possesses the ability and the other willingly reciprocates. One could have hundreds of wives without a care. How could I miss the chance to admire such rare beauty? Qiao Yu mused joyfully. Piaoxue had never encountered a man so audacious, flirting with beauties right before his wives. Well then, lovely ladies, shall we proceed to shop for clothes? If you decline, I must take my leave. I fear my wife may become upset. Qiao Yu skillfully sought to please his two wives, yet it seemed their hearts were not swayed. Come on, you are truly impatient, Piaoxue exclaimed, suddenly reminded of her purpose for coming. Let us go. Qiao Yu had already thoroughly admired Piaoxue's devilishly alluring figure. He merely needed to find suitable clothing for her. Xiner, what troubles you? The two sisters walked on Qiao Yu's left while Piaoxue was on his right. The sight of three breathtaking beauties alongside a remarkably handsome man drew the attention of everyone in the mall. Yet, Qiao Yu remained unfazed. What troubled him was Xiner, the little girl who was particularly prone to jealousy. Humph. It seems my sister will soon have another sister. Xiner grumbled, her displeasure unmistakable. At a loss for words, Qiao Yu pondered. He merely had a penchant for flirting and did not genuinely believe Piaoxue would take an interest in him. Piaoxue, what do you think of that dress? Go try it on. I must leave. Time is of the essence. Qiao Yu exclaimed, having found a suitable outfit for Piaoxue and hastily leading the sisters away. Should he linger any longer, he was certain the sisters would return home to impose their own form of justice upon him. Piaoxue watched Qiao Yu's sudden departure with a twinge of disappointment. Her raised hand fell back down. Shaking her head, she approached the dress Qiao Yu had pointed out. You err, please do not behave this way. Qiao Yu called after Ziyue, who swiftly walked ahead, dismissing him with a flick of her hand as they exited the mall. Although Xiner remained by his side, her little hand never left his arm, tightly gripping it. Ouch! Xiner, you're hurting me. Can you please let go? Qiao Yu pleaded. Realizing he could not catch up to Ziyue, and focusing instead on comforting Xiner, who was close at hand. Not a chance. Who told you to be such a lecher? Xiner shouted, drawing the attention of passers-by, who murmured disapprovingly, suggesting that this young man must have deceived such a fine girl. What a shame she was being mistreated by him. Chapter 37. Daring to kidnap our wife strangely. How could they vanish in such a short span? They were not even in the car. Qiao Yu muttered to himself, feeling a wave of regret wash over him. If only he had captured Piaoxue's heart earlier. Timing would not have been an issue. Unfortunately, his attempts had backfired, leading to a rather unfavorable situation. A sense of danger enveloped him. Suddenly, a familiar cry for help pierced the air, followed by an eerie silence. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Yu grasped Xiner and vaulted over the high wall before them, heading towards the source of the cry. Stop! Upon their arrival, they saw a group of black-clad figures fleeing in the distance, all exceptionally skilled. Among them, one carried a black bag, unmistakably containing Ziyue. Qiao Yu shouted in alarm. After them, the group of black-clad individuals, numbering around a dozen, noticed Qiao Yu's intent to pursue, and the one carrying the bag barked a single command, prompting the others to block Qiao Yu's path to allow their leader to escape. It would not be that simple. Ignoring them, Qiao Yu seized Xiner and leaped over the heads of the black-clad figures, landing directly in their midst. They were taken aback, astonished that this young man possessed such prowess. Release her. Qiao Yu's voice was icy. When confronting enemies, he would never show mercy. Thus, if those black-clad figures dared to resist, he would not hesitate to eliminate a few of them. On what grounds? The leader of the black-clad figures, seemingly the mastermind behind Ziyue's abduction, eyed Qiao Yu with a mix of fear and defiance. Though intimidated by Qiao Yu's skill, they were a group, not alone, and did not fear two mere children, one of whom was a girl. On these grounds, Qiao Yu exclaimed, shoving Exiner behind him as he charged towards the black-clad leader. Come on. The leader, still unsure of Qiao Yu's abilities, realized he was not a fool, as Qiao Yu launched a left punch towards the leader clad in black. His right hand transformed the punch into a palm strike aimed at the man's right shoulder. The true energy of the Tianlong Ju surged forth, accompanied by a howling wind, reminiscent of the ominous aura of death that envelopes the Grim Reaper. This relentless assault forced the black-clad leader into a precarious position from which escape seemed impossible. It was the first time Qiao Yu employed such a combat technique. Although he had practiced it occasionally, those sessions had lacked the essence of true confrontation. How could he have anticipated that the black-clad leader would be caught off guard by his remarkable prowess, cornered within a mere exchange? Feeling the immense pressure radiating from Qiao Yu, the black-clad leader faltered, allowing Qiao Yu to swiftly deliver a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, causing the black fabric bag on his shoulder to slip slowly from the air. With a swift motion, Qiao Yu ascended into the sky, catching the black bag before hastily opening it. These actions transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the leader's subordinates utterly unprepared. The disparity in strength was stark. Sometimes, one could only watch helplessly as an attack unfolded, unable to evade it. You err, Qiao Yu called out softly, yet at that moment, Ziyu's acupoints had been sealed by the enemy, and he remained oblivious to her plight. Consequently, he assumed that Ziyu had sustained some form of injury. Exine air. Catch. Qiao Yu tossed Ziyu to Exine air, and then unleashed a formidable aura, coldly declaring, You are courting death. He would not allow any harm to befall his loved ones, for he felt as though he had no family left. Ziyu and Exine air brought him a sense of belonging, and he would not permit anyone to threaten them. The black-clad figures before him were audacious enough to provoke Qiao Yu, and for that, they would pay the ultimate price, death. With a fierce motion, Qiao Yu spread his arms wide, rapidly gathering a silvery sphere of light at his chest before hurling it towards the assailants without a moment's hesitation. This demonstrated the marvelous application of the Tianlong Ju. With sufficient training, one could transcend traditional martial arts principles, manifesting true energy as a form of external energy, truly an extraordinary phenomenon. Boom. The wretched assassins did not even graze a single hair of Qiao Yu. They were all swiftly dispatched, leaving only the black-clad leader, who was now gravely injured. Speak. Who sent you? Why did you attempt to abduct? Qiao Yu stormed forward, sealing the leader's acupoints to prevent him from taking his own life. Having watched enough television, Qiao Yu understood that captives often resorted to this when overpowered. He then delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, the black-clad leader remained silent. I know you wish to keep your lips sealed, but I possess ways to make you understand the gravity of my resolve. Qiao Yu produced a small dagger, waving it menacingly before the leader's eyes. I shall see how long you can endure before you relent. I intend to slice your flesh piece by piece, sprinkle some salt, and then rub it in vigorously. As Qiao Yu's words grew increasingly fervent and vicious, the black-clad leader trembled with fear. With a swift motion, Qiao Yu made a cut across the leader's cheek. It seems disfigurement could be quite interesting. Alas, what a pity to mar such a handsome visage. It was at that moment Qiao Yu noticed the leader's striking features, matured by the allure of manhood. You are truly ruthless, the black-clad leader exclaimed, his scalp tingling with dread. To him, Qiao Yu was nothing short of a madman, having mastered the art of villainy from the screen without any tuition fee. Ironically, the black-clad leader found himself resembling a good person in comparison. Humph. Had it not been for your abduction of my girlfriend, I would not be this furious. Qiao Yu scoffed. It was Xiao Aotian who requested my assistance. The leader, resigned, knew that if he withheld information, he could not predict Qiao Yu's next move. But why would he do such a thing? Qiao Yu pressed on, eager to uncover the rationale behind Xiao Aotian's actions. I cannot say. I only handle the tasks for which I am paid, the leader replied, helpless. In truth, when Xiao Aotian initially sought his aid, he had not divulged the reasons, only instructing him on when and where to carry out the abduction. It seemed that Xiao Aotian was well aware of Qiao Yu's movements and had yet to realize that Qiao Yu was the very storm he sought to control. Scoundrel! Xiao Aotian. A glimmer of cold fury flashed in Qiao Yu's eyes. He then spoke slowly. Today, I shall spare your life. Relay a message to Xiao Aotian. I intend to obliterate his ambitions to dominate the world and pursue dreams. With that, Qiao Yu released the leader's acupoints and kicked him away. Humph. You shall learn the consequences of crossing me. Qiao Yu thought fiercely. Those who dared to offend him could expect no favorable outcome. Even if they belonged to one of the 4 ancient martial arts families, he would annihilate them. Exine air. How is Yu faring now? Qiao Yu approached, inspecting Ziyu, who remained unconscious. Don't worry, brother. Sister is merely frightened and in no real danger. Exine air replied earnestly, unlike Qiao Yu, who had been so agitated moments prior that he had forgotten everything. Very well, let us return home. Qiao Yu gently took Ziyu from Exine air, cradling her in his arms as they made their way to the vehicle. At the home of Ouyang Xingyong, Ziyu slowly awoke. "Ah, you are awake." Qiao Yu, who had vigilantly watched over her, immediately offered soft words of comfort upon seeing his beloved stir. You go, I was so scared." Ziyu sobbed, throwing herself into Qiao Yu's embrace, clearly shaken by the abduction. It turned out that she had been displeased by Qiao Yu's earlier actions in front of her sisters and sought a moment of solitude, only to be kidnapped while lost in thought. Having never encountered such a dire situation, her fear was entirely understandable. "Do not fear, Yu. I am here." Qiao Yu reassured her, patting her back while internally contemplating. "Xiao Ao Tian, you shameless fiend, I shall ensure you face the consequences of your actions." In the evening, Qiao Yu awaited Ouyang Xingyu's return home to disclose the matters at hand. Qiao Yu now sought the support of the other three prominent families. Relying solely on the Longting gang might allow for the annihilation of AOC Tianxia, yet the associated damages would be considerable. Upon hearing Qiao Yu's explanation, Ouyang Xingyu readily acquiesced. Perhaps the end for AOC Tianxia truly approached. Chapter 38. Only those with capability can be masters. Xiao Yu. I truly did not expect this. Ouyang Xingyu exclaimed, suddenly appearing decades older, shaking his head repeatedly, sighing deeply. Indeed, how could he have anticipated such a revelation? The principal figure of the illustrious Dream Pursuit Society had been realized through a young man barely 20 years of age. Ouyang Xingyu, having lived for a substantial part of his life, had never encountered a youth as remarkable as Qiao Yu. It seemed that the young talents from the other two families paled in comparison to Qiao Yu's exceptional attributes. His appearance, character, martial skills, and capabilities were all unparalleled. Thankfully, he had not rashly introduced Qiao Yu to the other families. Otherwise, a wave of inexplicable emotions might have surged within him. Should he confide in him? Ouyang Xingyu found himself embroiled in an internal struggle, grappling with feelings of nostalgia, excitement, and melancholy, leading to a moment of indecision. "Uncle, is there something troubling you?" Qiao Yu inquired with understanding. He was aware that the three prominent families had acknowledged the lineage of his Qiao family. However, this did not guarantee that all their resources would be entrusted to him. Regardless, he intended to leverage the support of the three families to facilitate the downfall of AOC Tianxia. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. The destruction of AOC Tianxia was inevitable. This was Qiao Yu's principle. He would not allow anyone to bully his kin. Not to mention someone like Xiao Ao Tian, whom Qiao Yu had only encountered a few times and could hardly claim to know. Yet, he could sense that Xiao Ao Tian was certainly not a benevolent individual. This was the twisted nature of the Tianlongju. While Qiao Yu was not a saint, he harbored a profound disdain for those with ulterior motives, perhaps stemming from childhood traumas. "Yuer Xiner, I am truly grateful to you both." At that moment, Qiao Yu reminisced about Ziyu and Xiner. Since meeting the two sisters, the cold demeanor he once exhibited had diminished significantly. They had warmed his lonely, angered heart. What a bunch of useless fools. What are you all doing? How could so many of you fail to even touch a hair on him, and yet perish? While Qiao Yu and Ouyang Xingyu sat in silence, lost in their thoughts, Xiao Ao Tian was unleashing a torrent of curses, directed at none other than the black-clad leader whom Qiao Yu had sent back with a message. "Young master, you do not understand. That individual is truly terrifying." The black-clad leader trembled at the memory of the tangible energy emanating from Qiao Yu's hand. "Oh, you, the infamous Iron Rooster, are frightened?" This individual, known far and wide, had earned his notorious moniker due to his relentless perseverance. However, he was no longer the iron figure he once was. "You don't understand. He only used one move. And where is the former bravado of the Iron Rooster? He has become nothing more than a defeated rooster." "What? One move? Is it truly just one move?" Xiao Ao Tan was astounded. As if he had stumbled upon a momentous secret, disbelief coursed through him. It appeared that even his father, Xiao Batian, could not so easily incapacitate the Iron Rooster's subordinates in a single strike. Indeed, and throughout the encounter, I did not even graze the hem of his garment. The Iron Rooster dropped another bombshell. The Tianlongju. Xiao Ao Tian suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Quick! Summon my father. Hurry, it must be done swiftly." He shouted frantically, even foregoing the usual punishments for his subordinates' failures. The Iron Rooster, uninterested in his turmoil, simply sought to escape this predicament and rushed off to summon Xiao Batian. At this moment, Xiao Ao Tian was preoccupied with the Tianlongju, as he sensed that AOC Tianxia might soon vanish from the realm of Dream Pursuit Society. It could be said that AOC Tianxia encompassed nearly all of the Xiao family's enterprises. In other words, both Xiao Batian and his son had invested their entire fortune into Dream Pursuit Society. "Xiao Yu, there is something I must confess to you," Ouyang Xingyu said, emerging from his chaotic thoughts, letting out a deep sigh as he spoke earnestly. "Uncle, I am no outsider. What is it that you cannot share with me?" Qiao Yu assumed Ouyang Xingyu must have encountered a significant issue or some form of trouble. Qiao Yu, you misunderstand. There has been something I have concealed from you all this time. Ouyang Xingyu felt a tinge of guilt. Had Qiao Yu not possessed such strength, he likely would not have felt this way. Uncle. Before Qiao Yu could finish, Ouyang Xingyu interrupted. Qiao Yu, listen to me. In truth, the four ancient martial arts families do not merely serve as a mutual support system for the Qiao family. This regulation has existed since the first head of the Qiao family. However, it was specifically directed at the four ancient martial arts families, and the direct descendants of the Qiao family are not meant to be aware of it. Ouyang Xingyu took a breath, stating, among the four ancient martial arts families, there has long been a rule, passed down only among the heads of the families. That is, until the character and capability of the Qiao family's heir are confirmed. The forces of the four families shall never be granted to the contemporary heir of the Qiao family. Do you understand what I am saying? Uncle, are you suggesting that Qiao Yu is indeed lacking? Listening to Ouyang Xingyu's words, if the character and capability of the current Qiao family heir fall short, then they shall never hope to gain control over the four great families. Ultimately, until the heir of the Qiao family earns the recognition of the four great families, the relationship between the Qiao family and these families remains one of alliance. However, once the heir has received their acknowledgement, the Qiao family will assume control over the four great families. That is precisely what you mean, uncle. Ouyang Xingyu could not help but beam with delight. Indeed, he is a teachable child. So, does this imply that you, Qiao Yu, have passed their scrutiny? Ouyang Xingyu's intent is to convey that Qiao Yu has gained their endorsement, and now he can begin to command the four great families. Yet, one point remains. It has now devolved to three families, as the Xiao family has already defected. How is it that Qiao Yu has never considered the ambition to control the four great families? Ouyang Xingyu was somewhat taken aback at this moment. Neither in Qiao Yu's gaze nor in his tone did he detect any urgency to embrace the four great families. Well, uncle, to speak frankly, if Qiao Yu did not have certain matters requiring your assistance, he would never desire any power. Moreover, I have already mentioned to you, uncle, that the rightful leader of the Longting gang is Qiao Yu. Since its inception, if I did not reveal it, you would have never guessed it was me, right? Indeed. But Qiao Yu, have you ever contemplated that there may come a time when you must utilize the family's strength? Ouyang Xingyu endeavored to analyze the pros and cons, attempting to persuade Qiao Yu to seize their family's power. At this moment, disregarding the Xiao family, the strength of the remaining three families is already formidable. If Qiao Yu, a powerful presence, were to take charge, it is likely that the glory of the Qiao family could be realized through him. What magnificence that would be! Ouyang Xingyu dared not dwell further on what has been passed down through countless generations and awaited for years. Dreams unfulfilled by his ancestors might finally come to fruition through him. How could Ouyang Xingyu not be excited? Uncle, regarding the matter of taking over the three families, let us set it aside for now, shall we? Allow Qiao Yu some time to adapt and contemplate, if you would. Qiao Yu found himself compelled to placate. After all, once the issues are resolved, he could simply take his two sisters and escape far away, ensuring they could not find him. Really? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xingyu sensed a glimmer of hope and eagerly grasped Qiao Yu's arm. Realizing Qiao Yu's expression was somewhat peculiar, he became aware of his own overexcitement and awkwardly released his hold. If others were to misconstrue him as having ulterior motives, it would be quite the predicament. Well then, let us settle on this. Tomorrow, I will trouble you, uncle, to discuss matters with the other two families. You may send your representatives to either engage with me in the game or visit me at your residence. In any case, we must meticulously plan this operation. I intend to obliterate AOC Tiantang from the realm of dream pursuit. Qiao Yu declared with great fervor. Very well, I shall inform them tomorrow. Let us leave it at that. Rest early. Ouyang Xingyu ushered Qiao Yu out of the study. Yes, uncle, do get some rest as well. Qiao Yu replied courteously. However, he had no intention of sleeping. He was now online for extended hours, surpassing others, and he could not comprehend how the system was functioning. Yet his time spent in the game was increasing day by day. At this moment, it was likely that Kuang Fengxing and the others were also online. Chapter 39. The Beautiful Snow Dancer. Brother, where are you? As Feng Yun logged in, he immediately contacted Kuang Fengxing. It was the perfect opportunity to relay the situation to him, to avoid any blame later for not clarifying things. Little brother, where have you been dying today? Why are you so late? Kuang Fengxing appeared increasingly irritable, struggling to comprehend how this globally renowned player managed to achieve such status. Brother, please refrain from mocking me. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you, but I cannot come over at the moment, so I will keep it brief. Feng Yun wore an expression of exasperation, but Kuang Fengxing seemed oblivious. Speak then. Whether it be a significant matter or a trivial one, I shall assist as long as brother can manage it. His grandiose demeanor made Feng Yun reminisce about their initial encounter at the blacksmith shop. Although he appeared rough and uncouth, with the demeanor of a brutish man lacking ambition. It was quite the opposite. Little brother? Why are you behaving like a timid maiden? If you have something to say, just say it. Huang Fengxing was growing frustrated. This little brother was commendable in every regard, yet he was excessively hesitant. Brother, please do not disparage me so. Feng Yun sensed a slight shift in Huang Fengxing's demeanor. However, before he could continue, Huang Fengxing interrupted, saying, if you're acting like a girl, then you truly have. All right, hurry up and speak. I can hear your sister-in-law in the background. Feng Yun distinctly heard a different voice emanating from Huang Fengxing's end. All right, once I finish my tasks, send a few people to my residence to collect the equipment. There's quite a bit this time. Then notify the other brothers and sisters to prepare for battle. I intend to eradicate AOC Tiantang from the realm of dream pursuit. Feng Yun could not help but hasten his speech. Understood. Huang Fengxing responded with a chuckle. Feng Yun shook his head and entered the small estate within Baihu City, dumping the previous equipment inside. After all, Huang Fengxing would have the management rights here, so he was not inclined to fuss over it. Just as Feng Yun stepped out of the small estate, a notification chimed. Player Qiao Yu requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Qiao Yu? Feng Yun was perplexed. Could it be a representative sent by the three families? Wasn't he that a female-s name? Suddenly, another notification rang out. Player Jingtian requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Accept. Feng Yun could only numbly agree. He would soon find out the truth. And now was not the time for inquiries. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent communication sounds erupted. Hello, may I inquire if you are the young master? I am Sikong Jingtian. Jingtian found himself in a rather dismal mood, as he never anticipated that the young man he encountered that day would be the heir of his own family. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. After all, his lineage mattered little. However, matters took a turn when Ouyang Xingyu suddenly informed them that the leader of the Longting gang was none other than Feng Yun. This revelation compelled the elderly gentleman to acknowledge Feng Yun's status, thereby cornering Jing Tian into making contact with him regarding the assault on AOC Tianxia. In short, Jing Tian was thoroughly vexed, having been reprimanded by the elders, who lamented about the heir's accomplishments since childhood, contrasting them with his own perceived shortcomings. It was rather infuriating, given that it was Feng Yun who had been covertly observing him while he honed his skills against monsters. Jing Tian could only muse silently about this, daring not to voice his thoughts in the elder's presence. Call me Feng Yun, please, and refrain from referring to me as the heir, replied Feng Yun. Where are you now? Is there someone named Shui Wu with you? Yes, Feng Yun, Shui Wu is with me. Where are you? We will come over, Jing Tian responded, relieved that they wouldn't have to address him as the heir today, which was quite unexpected. Nonetheless, he hesitated to let Feng Yun seek them out, fearing that the elders would be furious if they discovered this. Very well, I will wait for you at the Baihu City Square. It seems we are already acquainted. Do not claim you cannot find me later, Feng Yun concluded, hanging up the communicator. Yet, no sooner had he done so than the device began beeping incessantly. Hello. Did I not instruct you to find me at Baihu City? Feng Yun assumed it was Jing Tian. Hello? Speak up, he urged, growing frustrated when he realized it was Shui Wu on the other end. Unfortunately, the moment he misidentified the caller, she fell silent. Humph, what an insufferable attitude, Shui Wu retorted. At Baihu City Square, Feng Yun anxiously awaited Jing Tian's arrival. What is taking him so long? He pondered, feeling bored as he sat on the stone steps. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, suggesting the presence of a beautiful woman. Intrigued, Feng Yun inhaled deeply, wondering who it could be. Why is she standing in front of me, hiding from the sun? He muttered irritably. A soft and somewhat annoyed voice replied. What do you want? As Feng Yun's gaze traveled upward, he was taken aback by the sight of a stunning figure. What audacity! You rogue! Qiao Xue exclaimed, both furious and amused. Having approached the heir, Qiao Xue was unaware that he had been assessing her appearance. Fortunately, he refrained from making any inappropriate comments, or she would have surely retaliated. However, when Feng Yun finally met her gaze, he was utterly astonished, recognizing her as the handsome young man who had assisted her with her clothing that day. How could it be you? Qiao Yu stammered, utterly shocked to learn that Qiao Xue was from one of the 4 prominent families. What do you mean? Humph, you lecher, Qiao Xue shot back, never expecting that the handsome man from the mall was actually this fellow, who seemed to hold numerous top rankings and was renowned as a prominent figure in the pursuit of dreams. Qiao Xue, overwhelmed by the realization, could not help but conclude that Feng Yun was indeed infatuated. However, Feng Yun appeared innocent, having barely touched her, yet he found himself unjustly labeled a lecher. Qiao Xue, stunning beauty. How am I a lecher? He protested, feeling quite disheartened. You are indeed a lecher. Humph. Qiao Xue stamped her foot, causing the very ground of Baihu City to tremble. Enough of this banter. You are Shui Wu, are you not? I don't know, she replied, feigning indifference. Had she not encountered Feng Yun previously, she would not have treated him this way, but she could hardly proclaim that he had flirted with her that day. Qiao Xue, Magnificent beauty. Can you truly disregard the handsome man before you? Feng Yun boasted, striking a pose. Handsome? Humph, a lecher is a lecher. Where have I been lecherous? Am I lecherous towards you? Qiao Yu was rendered speechless, her beautiful face flushed with indignation. What do you mean? If I am not lecherous, then do not call me a lecher. If you continue to call me a lecher, I shall demonstrate lechery to you, Qiao Yu declared, pulling her into an embrace and securing her tightly. Let go of me. Qiao Yu protested, her cheeks reddening further, astonished by Feng Yun's audacity. How about this? Lately, I have been in a foul mood, plagued by accusations of being a lecher. If you agree to cease calling me a lecher, I shall let you go. Otherwise, well. Feng Yun grinned mischievously. Fine, I won't call you that. Qiao Yu relented, her voice softening as she succumbed to the allure of his masculine embrace. Excuse me? Did I hear you correctly? Repeat that. Feng Yun exclaimed, surprised. I said I won't call you that anymore. Qiao Yu whimpered, her eyes glistening with tears. A woman's tears are indeed the most potent weapon against a man, and Feng Yun recognized this truth. All right, do not cry. We wouldn't want you to ruin your beauty, he said soothingly, wrapping one arm around her waist while the other reached out to wipe her tears. The intimacy of the gesture palpable. Suddenly, an unexpected presence disrupted the moment as Jing Tian approached, coughing from a distance. Feng Yun, caught off guard, inadvertently released Qiao Yu from his embrace. Curse you, Jing Tian, for ruining my moment. Where have you been? Feng Yun glared at him. Apologies. I ran into a friend, so I let Qiao Yu come first. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Feng Xiong. Jing Tian replied. Although Feng Yun preferred not to be called the heir, he felt it acceptable to be addressed as Feng Xiong, as it was far less formal than his full name. In truth, Jing Tian had been observing from a distance, but he did not dare to speak up, fearing that Feng Yun would toss him into the sea to feed the fish if he discovered this. Enough of this. Did you think I was unaware? Feng Yun dismissed him outright. Who caused this fellow to sabotage his good fortune? It is fortunate that I have not dealt with you more harshly. Ha ha. Hee. Jing Tian felt somewhat embarrassed and chuckled foolishly. At that moment, he no longer bore his usual aloof demeanor. Rather, he found warmth in the company of Feng Yun. All right, you Dead Sea too. Just watch as I teach you a lesson. Qiao Yu exclaimed, her anger causing her to stomp her feet. It seemed this fellow had just been peeking at her. She wondered why Jing Tian had been following her for so long without showing himself. Oh no, Sister Shui, did we not agree in front of Uncle not to quarrel? Jing Tian quickly pleaded for mercy, knowing Qiao Yu's wild nature all too well. The Ming Yu family and the C2 family had always been close, and their residences were not far apart. Hence, Jing Tian was quite familiar with the temperament of this young lady. If he did not seek forgiveness now, he might not have another chance. Humph, at least you know your place. Qiao Yu replied haughtily. All right, you two, stop the bickering for now. We need to discuss something important. Feng Yun intervened, momentarily forgetting his own troubles. Humph, the accounts are yet to be settled, young lady. Qiao Yu approached Feng Yun directly, the alluring scent of a woman wafting into his nostrils, igniting a surge of desire within him. This young lady dared to come so close. Could it be she wished to throw herself into his embrace again? Feng Yun mused delightfully. If you dare to bully me again, you shall face the consequences. Humph. Do not think that merely helping me choose a beautiful outfit makes you remarkable. Qiao Yu twisted Feng Yun's ear. At that moment, Jing Tian perceived Qiao Yu as a quintessential wife. That hurts. All right, dear wife, please let go. I know my mistake. Qiao Yu exclaimed, but he inadvertently called her something inappropriate. It was only then that Qiao Yu realized how she had been compelled to twist Feng Yun's ear. Their current posture was indeed amusing. All right, lovely lady, truly, do not cause a ruckus. Feng Yun said, rubbing his sore ear seriously. Come, let us go to my home for a visit. Qiao Yu led the two towards his small estate. Feng Shui and Qiao Yu were at a loss as to how to address Feng Yun. Feng Yun felt too distant. Yin was too intimate. Brother Feng, well, that seemed to make Qiao Yu feel a bit nauseous. Let us just call him Feng Go, she thought, noting that she should be older than him. Humph, I want to call you that, you lecher. Qiao Yu retorted, seemingly having ruined his suave and charming image. Someone lamented inwardly. Heavens, oh great deity. Why do you not respond to my calls? Boss, could it be you accomplished that task already? Jing Tian was filled with surprise, recalling the absurd task concerning property acquisition. What task? We purchased it. Feng Yun replied candidly. As the esteemed leader of the Long Tongue Gang, he had to provide a residence. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Jing Tian was left speechless. It appeared that one could not easily purchase property these days, and he had never heard of anyone doing so. Feng Yun guided them along winding paths for about 10 minutes. All right, we have arrived. Please do not wander about. Qiao Yu cautioned, then proceeded to add them to the list for unrestricted access. Why not wander? Qiao Yu inquired curiously, but upon seeing the two guards at the entrance, she began to feel apprehensive, realizing her life would only withstand a brief encounter. Jing Tian seemed unperturbed. He recognized this as a private establishment. Although it appeared he had yet to acquire a residence of such caliber, the system's regulations dictated that aside from the leaders of certain factions, anyone seeking a property would need to complete an exceedingly challenging task, which seemed no one had yet managed. All right, let us go inside, Feng Yun said, giving Piao Shui a gentle push. It seemed that the girl was rather naive. Ah, Piao Shui exclaimed, noticing the guards making movements and assuming they were targeting her. This is the end, she thought. Welcome, master. The two guards respectfully nodded towards Feng Yun. Feng Yun began to sweat coldly. When had the guards learned to speak? He had never seen them converse before. Was it because of the stunning Piao Shui? But wait, Xiner had come here last time too. Alas, those who seldom visit the forum would not know that the system had been updated, granting all property owners guards with basic intelligence. Feng Ge, this place is so beautiful, Piao Shui exclaimed enviously. To be honest, one would be hard-pressed to find many places in the new realm that still boasted such lush greenery. Perhaps this was why so many sought to acquire property. It truly was a splendid place for rejuvenation. Yet, in Feng Yun's eyes, it was nothing special, as he resided in a similar locale and thus found it unremarkable. Beautiful lady, if you like it, you are welcome to visit often, though it seems no one stays here for long. Oh, why is that? Haha, I do not know, asked the system deity. Qiao Yu replied with a hint of frustration, as the reason lay in an incident where he had taken a nap in the house, waking up with only a sliver of health remaining, causing Feng Yun to avoid lingering too long ever since. Go to hell. Piao Shui kicked Feng Yun, causing him to stumble. Oh dear, all right, I beg for mercy. Feng Yun genuinely began to suspect that Piao Shui possessed a violent streak. She appeared so alluring and innocent. Yet she was indeed quite the fierce girl. Bingo, you got it right, but it seems there is no reward. You lecher, just spouting nonsense. How would you know what the system deity looks like? I have seen them. Qiao Yu suddenly became exceedingly serious. Really? What do they look like? Are they temperamental? Are they male or female? Piao Shui, upon hearing that he had indeed encountered the system deity, bombarded Feng Yun with a barrage of questions. Wait, lovely lady, could you please pause for a moment? Feng Yun quickly interjected. Let me first introduce you to the system deity. A stunning beauty with an exceptionally slender and graceful figure. I recall the time when, quite inexplicably, she took to twisting my ear, revealing her rather aggressive nature. Moreover, she possesses a profound fondness for our quaint little manor. Yet, the tempestuous winds have not settled, and the sound of snowflakes cascading down, potent enough to trigger an avalanche, echoed through the air. Feng Yun, you lecherous scoundrel, she exclaimed. With remarkable agility, Feng Yun swiftly made his escape. Jing Tian found himself momentarily bewildered, questioning whether this child was indeed the young master, displaying such juvenile behavior. Stop right there, you vile scoundrel. I shall make you pay. Bai Shui relentlessly pursued Feng Yun. Though it appeared she was unable to catch up, enraged, she vented her frustration skyward. Come on, beautiful. Catch me if you can. Feng Yun suddenly pivoted on the spot. Bai Shui, unable to halt her momentum, collided directly with him, their lips fortuitously meeting. She gazed incredulously at the scene before her, fixated on Feng Yun's slightly raised eyebrows, his expression radiating an unexpected charm that rendered her momentarily speechless. The thrill of their kiss must have been delightful. Jing Tian observed from the sidelines, relishing the spectacle. Feng Yun smiled subtly, his ebony eyes twinkling as if to say, little girl, are you not satisfied yet? A shrill scream erupted from Bai Shui, echoing throughout the expanse of Baihu City, jolting her back to reality. Her fair face flushed crimson, and she turned away, fidgeting with her clothing. One could hardly believe that Bai Shui, the fierce woman, was capable of such bashfulness. I apologize, Bai Shui. Feng Yun found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. Was it intentional? Alas, time slips away, and we still have tasks to attend to. At that moment, Jing Tian stepped in to diffuse the tension. How about we retreat inside to discuss military preparations? Qiao Yu seized the opportunity to approach Bai Shui from behind, gently taking her delicate hand and leading her indoors. Chapter 41. Whispers and Schemes. 2. Recently. I trust you have all heard about the numerous players from the Longting gang who have fallen victim to unknown assailants? As Feng Yun addressed Bai Shui and Jing Tian, they had settled into their seats, the earlier awkwardness having dissipated. It seems the entire player base of Dream Chasing Life is aware of this. It's all over the forums. Jing Tian nodded in agreement. The primary reason for summoning you here today is to unite the Longting gang with your three families to eradicate the Aoshi Tianxia. Feng Yun spoke with a simmering anger, recalling the abduction of his beloved Ziyue, which ignited his fury. Brother Feng, is it truly you? Bai Shui inquired, bewildered. Though she had long been aware of Feng Yun's reputation and met him today, she could hardly believe he would utter such words. Did Uncle Ouyang not inform you? Feng Yun glanced at Jing Tian, whose expression mirrored his own surprise and skepticism. Inform us of what? They inquired in unison. Foolishness. You deserve a smack. Feng Yun leaned in, playfully delivering a playful tap to each of their heads. Why strike us? Bai Shui protested, her displeasure evident. Honestly, do you think we cannot defeat Aoshi Tianxiao without your assistance? Feng Yun remarked, perplexed by their disbelief. It was no wonder that Xie Batian kept their 3 families in check. However, he thought, now it was time for him to take charge and settle the score. Perhaps your parents simply forgot to mention that I founded the Longting gang. Feng Yun stated earnestly, perhaps wishing to shield them from undue pressure. What? Their eyes sparkled with astonishment, as if they were about to devour Feng Yun whole. We understand your feelings, but there's no need to gaze at us so earnestly. Look, beautiful, you're drooling. Feng Yun boasted, aware that without such moments, their growth would stagnate. He understood the significance of mastery for those practicing such techniques, akin to the essence of cultivation. Cut it out. They simultaneously gestured with their middle fingers, a long-standing habit. Especially as Jing Tian seemed to have grown up under Bai Shui's fierce demeanor. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Although I am the leader of the Longting gang, this achievement is also due to the hard work of those brothers. Therefore, I do not wish for the Longting gang to be entirely consumed in this conflict. Do you comprehend? Oh, Brother Feng is concerned that the Longting gang cannot bear the loss. Bai Shui offered a knowing look. Dear beauty, do you not consider the current landscape of dream-chasing life? Besides the Longting gang and Aoshi Tianxia, there are your Longhu gang and that rather arrogant faction? Feng Yun replied, exuding a sense of resignation. The Black Gang, as if we were unaware. Bai Shui shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. Indeed, the Black Gang, which reportedly shares a similar nature in reality. Thus, should the Longting gang invest heavily, while victory over Aoshi Tianxia might be possible, the cost would be exorbitant. What if the Black Gang seizes the opportunity to attack? That would spell disaster. Do you possess such unwavering confidence in defeating Aoshi Tianxia? Then why do you need our Longhu gang as assistance? Bai Shui retorted, pouting as if Feng Yun had already experienced defeat. All right. The Longting gang cannot handle Aoshi Tianxia alone. We require the cooperation of the Longhu gang. Is that acceptable? Feng Yun patiently aligned his thoughts with Bai Shui's, eager to avoid further conflict with her, lest he face dire consequences. Exactly. If you cannot win, then why sugarcoat it? In the midst of the snow, Qiao Shui wore an expression that could make the very winds and clouds bend in indignation. Yet, deep within his heart, Feng Yun could only suppress Qiao Shui beneath him. At this moment, he dared not voice his thoughts, but he mused that on the day when Aoshi Tianxia was annihilated, he would have his revenge on the little girl, relishing the chance to execute her on the spot. With a vigorous nod, Feng Yun declared, then let us just say it outright. If you want our Longhu gang to intervene, just say so. Indeed, Qiao Shui retorted. Why did you speak so highly of the Longting gang then? You fool, perverted wolf. Haha, you little minx. Feng Yun replied, feigning a drooling demeanor as he leered at Qiao Shui's chest. Humph, are you looking for a fight? Qiao Shui huffed, delivering a swift kick that sent Feng Yun tumbling. Suddenly, a system announcement echoed. Ding. System notification. Player Mu Zhu will climb the tree to complete the level task 4 parts and 5 pieces. The territory of Dream Pursuit Life will split based on the gang. With each gang represented by a city, the size of the city will depend on the size of the gang. System update in 1 day. Please log off immediately. Countdown. For minutes, 59 seconds. The notifications continued, each reiterating the same urgent message, causing Feng Yun to awaken in alarm. Why now? This complicates matters with Aoshi Tianxia, he exclaimed, bewildered. Ah, the system deity is up to something. He sighed. Well, Brother Feng, since this is the case, let us log off and discuss it. It has become reality, Qiao Shui suggested. All right, my lovely beauty, are you trying to invite me out for a meal? Go away, you pervert. She shot back, delivering a popcorn slap to his face. Very well, Brother Feng, let us meet in Jiangyuan City. Once we log off, my uncle will inform you of the location. With that, Jing Tian logged off. Haha, little girl, you have 2 minutes to log off. There shouldn't be anyone else around now. Today, I shall take action against you, and we shall see if you dare call me a pervert again. Feng Yun, embodying a rogue demeanor, charged toward Qiao Shui. Ah, pervert. Realizing the mischievous glint in Feng Yun's eyes, Qiao Shui screamed and hastily logged off. She left me in the dust. Feng Yun lamented, brushing off the dust from his clothes, surprised that Qiao Shui was so prepared. System deity. Of all times for an update, and what is this about a pig climbing a tree? With a thunderous crash, a bolt of lightning struck, enveloping someone in smoke. This individual, looking disheveled, scrambled to rise, their weary form dissipating into a flash of white light. Chapter 42. A painful beating for Xiao Ao Tian. 1. What nonsense is this? Even cursing the system comes with a penalty. Upon logging off, Xiao Yu seethed with frustration, imagining how he might have been obliterated had he cursed a little more. Little Yu, you're down. Jing Tian from the Situ family just called. asking you to visit the Hao Di Hotel in Jiangyuan City, Ouyang Xingyu announced as he entered the room. Oh, understood, uncle. Did you not inform them that the Long-Tongue Gang was founded by me? Or do you wish to keep it a secret? Qiao Yu felt compelled to clarify this matter. How could I forget? I was too caught up speaking with those two old fellows. After that, I just brought them over. Ouyang Xingyu chuckled, somewhat dazed. All right, I see. What about you, Heir and Xian Heir? Are they all right? Qiao Yu suddenly remembered that due to Ziyu's situation, they likely hadn't logged in today. Well, I'm not sure. It seems Xian Heir has caused quite a stir. Ouyang Xingyu laughed heartily as he left the room. This little girl, oh dear. It's only been a day, and I missed them already. Should I invite them along? Qiao Yu pondered as he made his way to Ziyu's room. I knew it. My brother has no good intentions. Had I known, I wouldn't have paid him any mind. Such a fickle heart. Xian Heir fumed. Xian Heir, stop being jealous of you go. Little girl, don't think I don't know what you're really thinking, Ziyu teased, tapping Xian Heir on the nose. Ugh. Sister, don't you feel jealous? You were purposely angry that day. Xian Heir protested, shaking Ziyu's arm in a playful manner. Ahem. May I enter, esteemed ladies? Qiao Yu, having listened outside for a while, realized the sisters were aware of the situation he had been contemplating sharing with them. No way, he thought, sensing that Xian Heir was up to her mischief again. Poor Qiao Yu, he worried that one day, even if he were to marry, he wouldn't be allowed in the room. What about you, Heir? Shall I enter? Seeking the opinion of the elder sister seemed more prudent. Yes. Yuga may enter. Qiao Yu could hear Ziyu's shy voice even from outside. That won't do. I must ensure she is more open and cheerful, he resolved. Thus, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Sister, Xian Heir exclaimed, shaking Ziyu's arm vigorously. The little girl simply loved to be pampered. Yu Heir, how are you feeling now? Qiao Yu approached, enveloping Ziyu in his arms. Much better. She nodded shyly, her delicate face flushed. Such a beautiful visage. It truly tugs at one's heartstrings. Xian Heir, come here, Qiao Yu said with an air of displeasure. Ugh, brother. Xian Heir, seeing Qiao Yu's expression, grew anxious, fearing he might discipline her again. Sit down. Qiao Yu pulled Xian Heir into his embrace, relishing the delightful sensation of having both beauties in his arms. Yu Heir, Xian Heir, I sincerely apologize. It seems I have not been attentive to you both, and perhaps I have been rather fickle, haven't I? Qiao Yu inquired with a hint of melancholy. In the past, he would have remained indifferent to such matters. However, recently, he found himself inexplicably drawn to beautiful women. Perhaps it is the influence of the Tianlong Ju at play. Yes. No. The two sisters replied in unison, but with differing answers. Qiao Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, momentarily at a loss, as he had anticipated a unified response from the sisters. Oh well, Xian Heir, I know you are mischievous. Today, I shall not hold it against you. Come here, let me give you a kiss. As Qiao Yu spoke, he leaned in and placed a kiss on Xian Heir's cheek. You Heir too, a kiss. All right, Xian Heir, take good care of your sister at home. I have serious matters to attend to today. I will return to keep you company in the evening. With that, Qiao Yu disregarded their longing gazes and turned to leave. At the Hao Di Hotel, Jing Tian, are you just arriving? Just as Qiao Yu approached the entrance, he spotted Jing Tian stumbling out of a car. I was caught in traffic. Really? How come I didn't encounter any? You must have been busy charming the ladies. Perplexed, Piao Xue appeared out of nowhere. Oh, Piao Xue, you look stunning today. Qiao Yu couldn't help but compliment her. In fact, Piao Xue was wearing the outfit he had helped her select that day. Let us go? You two rascals. Piao Xue was not particularly shy, shrugging off the remark and leading the way into the hotel. Jing Tian, are you really courting beautiful women? No way. Don't listen to her nonsense. Really not. Absolutely not. Are you sure? Oh, isn't that Piao Xue? You seem different today. While the two bantered, an annoyingly familiar voice echoed from within. Step aside, don't block my path. Piao Xue would not entertain any pleasantries with Xiao Outyin. Oh, Piao Xue, don't rush off. I'm treating you to dinner today. How about giving me a moment of your time? At that moment, Xiao Outyin presented himself as a gentleman, causing the newly arrived Feng Yun and Jing Tian to feel an involuntary shiver. Who cares? Little sister, why do you still exhibit such a fiery temper? Does your elder brother truly vex you so? Xiao Outyin remarked, feigning a pitiful expression. Elder brother, my foot. Who is your little sister? Don't think you're so impressive. Piao Xue ignored him entirely, her disdain for Xiao Outyin palpable. The once harmonious four great families had become estranged due to the betrayal of the Xiao family, leading the other three families to disregard the Xiao clan altogether. Yet, even without the betrayal, Piao Xue would likely still harbor a dislike for Xiao Outyin. After all, she was not easily swayed. Little sister, why won't you listen to your elder brother? Come, let me take you out for a meal. Noticing the onlookers, Xiao Outyin, unfazed, directly grasped Piao Xue's hand and headed towards the hotel exit. Let go. You'd best not overstep. I have a boyfriend. Qiao Yu yanked her hand away and immediately approached Qiao Yu and Jing Tian upon spotting them. Boyfriend? Is it this gentleman? Xiao Outyin, recognizing Jing Tian as an old acquaintance, pointed at Qiao Yu and asked. It seemed he had not seen Qiao Yu before. However, upon seeing Qiao Yu's ruggedly handsome face, jealousy swelled within him. Qiao Yu, embarrassed, hoped that Qiao Yu would assist in dealing with this nuisance. Indeed, greetings. I am Qiao Yu's boyfriend. My name is Qiao Yu, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Qiao Yu responded sincerely, wrapping his arm around Qiao Yu. Humph. Don't you recognize me? Just wait. You'll regret it. I hope this dandy does not shy away from a confrontation. Qiao Yu thought to himself, eagerly anticipating the moment Xiao Outyin would receive his comeuppance. Oh, I never would have guessed. Where did little sister find such a rather beautiful boyfriend? Akin to a delicate flower? Xiao Outyin mocked with a sneering tone, emphasizing the word beautiful. If referring to a woman, it would be a compliment. However, applied to a handsome man like Qiao Yu, it bordered on insult. The atmosphere turned sour as Jing Tian and Qiao Yu exchanged glances, wondering why Qiao Yu was being so courteous. Surely he did not believe that Xiao Outyin was Qiao Yu's elder brother, did he? Haha, young Master Xiao, you flatter me. I am but a humble admirer in the presence of your exquisite beauty. I am humbled. Qiao Yu replied with a serious demeanor, exuding an air of classical scholar charm. Ha! Jing Tian and Qiao Yu erupted into laughter, leaving Xiao Outyin's face a mixture of embarrassment and fury, wishing he could vanish into the ground. The onlookers, all affluent individuals, observed the unfolding drama. Xiao Outyin, it seemed, was not bold enough to act out in such a prestigious establishment. Ha! Young Master Qiao, you truly possess a way with words. I could never accept such praise. It would be best if you refrained from such modesty. Xiao Outyin wore a smug expression, relishing the situation as he subtly insulted Qiao Yu while tossing the ball back into his court. Ha! Qiao Yu laughed heartily, leaving the crowd bewildered. Perhaps he was attempting to divert attention from his predicament? Chapter 43. A painful beating for Xiao Outyin, too. Huh? Young Master Xiao is the elder brother of my girlfriend. So he is essentially my elder brother as well. I shall graciously relinquish this esteemed title to you. Let us not delay any further, lest we appear distant. Qiao Yu disregarded the gazes of the crowd, intent on ensuring that Xiao Outyin faced the consequences of his audacity. Humph. The show was far from over. My account with him would not be settled so swiftly. You truly do not know your place. Xiao Outyin, at a loss for words, resorted to curses. Unable to contain himself. In Xiao Outyin's eyes, Qiao Yu at that moment could only be described with two words, deserving of a beating. Go on. Bark at me again. Qiao Yu's expression turned cold, as he felt no inclination to show leniency to someone like Xiao Outyin. Hee. I'm just waiting for you to lose your temper. How could you not know your own limitations? What is it? Laozi's laughter echoed through the air as he reveled in the audacity of his opponent, only to later realize that Xiao Yu was merely toying with him. Enraged, Xiao Outyin felt a fiery wrath surging within him, wishing fervently to tear Qiao Yu apart, roast him, bury him, steam him, and boil him. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. All right, you little pretty boy. Xiao Outyin fumed, his indignation flaring as he swung his fists toward Qiao Yu, declaring, You're nothing but a vase. Just wait until I knock your teeth out. Otherwise, I shall not carry the surname Xiao. Humph. You brought this upon yourself. On the surface, Qiao Yu spoke with the utmost grandeur, but in truth, he sought to provoke Xiao Outyin's anger to justify a well-deserved thrashing. With the opportunity at hand, Xiao Outyin could not blame him for lacking compassion. In a swift motion, Qiao Yu enveloped Xiao Outyin's incoming punch with his palm, pulling it towards his left side. Xiao Outyin, caught off guard, nearly stumbled clumsily. Not bad. I see you possess some skill, he thought. Today, you shall learn the consequences of igniting my wrath. Initially, Xiao Outyin underestimated Qiao Yu, perceiving him as a mere third-rate character, and thus did not employ his internal energy during the confrontation, falling right into Qiao Yu's trap. With that, Xiao Outyin unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes aimed at Qiao Yu's chest, eager to eliminate him on the spot. Alas, Xiao Outyin, how pitiable you are. Qiao Yu swiftly pivoted, evading the frontal assault and maneuvering to Xiao Outyin's side, delivering a decisive blow to his right shoulder. Unwilling to relent, Xiao Outyin launched another attack, disregarding his previous failure as if he would not find peace until Qiao Yu lay defeated. He executed a rapid series of kicks, embodying the prowess of the Xiao family's heir, each move executed with remarkable skill and precision. Is this all you've got? Prepare to pay the price for angering me. Qiao Yu mused, taken aback by Xiao Outyin's limited abilities. It was time to teach him a lesson, and thankfully, he remained unaware of Qiao Yu's true identity as Feng Yun. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to madness. Xiao Outyin was baffled as he continued his relentless assault, only to find Qiao Yu charging straight through his barrage of kicks, effortlessly shattering his rapid-fire technique. Meanwhile, The onlookers at the Hao Di Hotel were captivated. Such a thrilling display of martial prowess was exceedingly rare, far surpassing the mediocre performances seen on television. They had always dismissed the existence of true martial arts. But witnessing the clash between Qiao Yu and Xiao Outyin was undeniably exhilarating, far more appealing than any cinematic portrayal. Piao Shui and Jing Tian, upon witnessing the duel, realized Qiao Yu had a purpose behind his actions, their perception of him shifting dramatically. As they observed the depth of Qiao Yu's abilities, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. It was no wonder Jing Tian's father claimed he could not hold a candle to Qiao Yu. The truth was now evident. Jing Tian acknowledged Qiao Yu's extraordinary qualities, both in intellect and capability, recognizing the anomaly he truly was. Piao Shui, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Qiao Yu, felt an overwhelming admiration, as if she wished to consume him entirely. She had long forgotten her earlier proclamation of Qiao Yu as her boyfriend, a statement made out of necessity, now overshadowed by her admiration for his prowess. Otherwise, her fierce demeanor would have led to his demise. As Piao Shui and Jing Tian pondered their own thoughts, Qiao Yu had already sent Xiao Outyin crashing to the ground multiple times. Following a swift palm strike, Xiao Outyin found himself colliding with a wall. Seizing the moment, Qiao Yu advanced, lifting Xiao Outyin effortlessly and unleashing a flurry of powerful punches. I'll make you unrecognizable. As thoughts of Ziyue fueled his determination, Qiao Yu relied solely on his physical strength to deliver a savage beating to Xiao Outyin. Half an hour later, panting heavily, Qiao Yu discarded the defeated figure, accompanied by Piao Shui and Jing Tian as they exited with flair. Why leave? One might ask. Why stay and wait for him to send someone after us? With the main actors departed, the audience seemed unsatisfied, flocking toward Xiao Outyin to inquire. Is this young hero a martial arts star? What a robust physique. Another remarked in envy, noting how Xiao Outyin appeared unscathed despite the beating. Wow, the new generation's martial arts star, Zhu Beiji. Get lost. You lunatics. Xiao Outyin screamed in a fit of rage. Qiao, if I do not avenge this, I shall no longer bear the surname Xiao. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the Hao Di Hotel, filled with venomous hatred and despair. Chapter 44. Boundless spring colors. Xiao Outyin had never been as frenzied as he was today. If one were to compare, it might only be to his childhood when his father forced him into rigorous training, leaving him on the verge of tears. Yet, all that effort bore fruit, as he excelled among his peers in both academics and martial prowess. However, today, Qiao Yu, his lifelong nemesis, had stripped him of all confidence, humiliating him publicly at the Hao Di Hotel, reducing him to a laughingstock. As he walked away, Xiao Outyin seemed utterly lost, as if his spirit had been shattered. Upon returning home, a sense of dejection enveloped him. It seemed that if he, Xiao Tian, could not escape this shadow in this lifetime, his cultivation would forever be hindered. This illustrates the limitations of a cultivation method focused on heart cultivation. Once the realm is disrupted, self-confidence is rendered obsolete. Young master, we have found out. A subordinate rushed into Xiao Tian's chamber, exclaiming urgently, Young master, I have discovered that the figure known as Feng Yun in reality is called Qiao Yu. He was the one who slaughtered a dozen of our men in Baihu City. The subordinate appeared oblivious to Xiao Tian's current state, eagerly claiming credit. Get out. Xiao Tian shouted with all his might, filled with frustration. He had not anticipated that this young man was indeed Feng Yun. Thus, he thought of Tian Longju, Qiao Yu, from the Qiao family. Suddenly, everything became clear to Xiao Tian. He had been manipulated. Brother Feng, that was truly gratifying just now. Thank you. Piao Shui, seemingly reluctant to address Qiao Yu as brother in reality, uttered, Oh, that? It's nothing. By the way, beautiful Piao, did you not just say that I am your boyfriend? Come, let us share a kiss. Without regard for Piao Shui's willingness, Qiao Yu seized her for an audacious kiss. I'm off, returning home. With a mischievous hum, he strode ahead. Feng Yun, you lecherous scoundrel. I shall not forgive you. Piao Shui panted heavily as she chased after Qiao Yu, landing a flurry of blows. Come on. Utilizing his martial prowess, Qiao Yu deftly maneuvered around Piao Shui. Fortunate that this area was relatively deserted. Otherwise, onlookers might think they had encountered a ghost. Ah, perverted scoundrel, let me go. Piao Shui, unable to catch Feng Yun, suddenly felt an exceedingly warm body. Without a doubt, she had fallen victim to Qiao Yu's advances once more. Stop. Qiao Yu called out as he noticed Piao Shui preparing to retaliate. What more is there to say, you lecher? Release me at once. Piao Shui appeared infuriated, yet her actions suggested she harbored no desire to escape Qiao Yu's embrace. Oh, beautiful Piao, is this how you treat your boyfriend? Qiao Yu remarked, unflustered, casually sniffing his finger. Piao Shui, fidgeting and uncertain how to respond, seemed to have forgotten she was still in Qiao Yu's arms, as if everything felt perfectly natural. By the time Qiao Yu returned home, it was already past 9 in the evening. Oh, brother, why do you smell so wonderful? Excian air circled around Qiao Yu. Inhaling deeply. Oh, it's nothing. Haha, nothing at all. Qiao Yu stammered awkwardly, unable to confess. Your husband was out charming women. Humph. I knew you were up to no good, flirting around outside. Big lecher. Excian air's keen perception caught on. How could she overlook such a detail? You air. Excian air. Qiao Yu suddenly realized that words were no longer necessary. He saw both Ziyu and Excian air adorned with expectant expressions. Their beautiful faces flushed with a rosy hue, and Excian air had just left Ziyu's room. Qiao Yu had, in parting, promised to return and keep them company, which had only served to elate the two sisters, rather than feeling abandoned. Observing their demeanor, Qiao Yu could not help but discern their intentions. Like a ravenous wolf reborn, he swiftly pulled Ziyu onto the bed. After a tender encounter, Ziyu transitioned from agony to ecstasy, and soon succumbed to a sweet slumber, blissfully unaware of the world around her. Chapter 45. The War Token 1. Chirping. Chirping. Outside the window, birds nestled together, serenading sweet love songs, anticipating a beautiful future. The emerald grass glistened with dewdrops, radiating happiness. The white clouds danced beneath the azure sky, caressed by gentle breezes, whispering the sweet nothings of lovers. A cool breeze wafted through the window, and a soft murmur stirred Qiao Yu from his dreams. Cautiously, he pressed a reassuring kiss upon his wife, realizing that the gentle sound had been Ziyu's response to the chill. Qiao Yu stood before the window, unable to resist stretching luxuriously, gazing at the picturesque scenery and savoring the sweetness of love, relishing every moment of joy. Perhaps this was the exhilaration of feeling like a true man. I believe today should be the day to take action, Qiao Yu mused, entirely unfazed by any discomfort from last night's indulgences. Confident in the invulnerability bestowed by Tian Longju, he left a note for his two still sleeping wives and hurried online. Standing on the vast and beautiful misleading prairie, Feng Yun's thoughts were remarkably clear. First, let me check the official website for updates. He contemplated. The latest update for Dream Pursuit. All system cities and territories within the game will be redefined. All gang residences will be renamed as cities, based on the gang's name. The system will reward gang cities with shops, sized according to the gang's actual scale. The Guild War system will be activated, allowing guilds to engage in warfare. The main combatant must provide a war token and a deposit of 50 million. If the main combatant fails, they will not only lose the deposit to the opposing side, but also bear all losses incurred by them. What nonsense! Feng Yun grumbled, closing the forum. The Long Tongue gang already possessed a system shop. What further use was there for this? In truth, within Dream Pursuit, Feng Yun was unaware of the multitude of small and large gangs that existed. His Long Tongue gang had initially thrived due to its ample funds and was the first gang in Dream Pursuit, thus receiving preferential treatment from the system. It was worth noting that those smaller gangs had only a few thousand members, and their residences were typically modest and lacked security. Now, with the system's update, they must be overjoyed to finally possess their own gang cities. Indeed, some would rejoice while others would lament. The recent system update primarily targets relatively smaller factions such as Longting Bang, Aoshi Tianxia, Longhu Bang, and Haibang. In contrast to these formidable factions, the update seems to have little to no impact, providing them with no tangible benefits and seemingly reinforcing their adversaries' positions. Additionally, the faction war system appears to possess a foresight, as if it is aware of Feng Yun's intent to attack Aoshi Tianxia. Upon realizing this, Feng Yun couldn't help but curse under his breath. Hello, is this Brother Feng? Yes, it is. What should we do now? Where can we obtain a war token? What? You know where? Hurry, tell me. Hello? Hello? Feng Yun felt faint as he realized that Kuang Fengxing was being excessively coy. After merely inquiring about the situation, the man had piqued Feng Yun's curiosity yet refused to divulge any answers, which was infuriating. After pondering for a considerable time, Feng Yun resolved to visit Longting Bang in person, especially since he found no information regarding any war tokens in the forum. A flash of white light enveloped him as he returned to Baihu Cheng. Damn it, this is Baihu Cheng, Feng Yun exclaimed in frustration. The once grand Baihu Cheng now consisted merely of symbolic structures and system shops. Fortunately, the plaza remained intact. Otherwise, he would have struggled to locate a place for teleportation. It was not entirely the case that the original Baihu Cheng was enormous. Its sudden reduction in size naturally left Feng Yun feeling disoriented. Feng Yun stepped into the teleportation array, and after a surreal experience, he found himself at the stronghold of Longting Bang. No, it should be referred to as Longting Cheng now. Surely, this meant Feng Yun had become the lord of Longting Cheng. Wow, is this Longting Bang? So powerful, so vast, so outrageous. Feng Yun exclaimed, eagerly looking around, touching everything, and unintentionally uttering odd phrases. Longting Cheng was adorned with numerous artistic structures, and at the center of the plaza stood the emblem of Longting Bang, a galloping golden dragon soaring high, as if attempting to break through the clouds, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. Hey, what are you doing? As Feng Yun approached the entrance of the faction's council hall, the guard, observing Feng Yun's demeanor, questioned him as if he were a thief. I am a member of Longting Bang. Don't you recognize me? Feng Yun replied, revealing the faction emblem on his chest. My apologies, please don't take offense. The guard wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that only elders or those of higher rank could casually change their faction attire. Although it was his first day on duty, he was no fool. He was well acquainted with the elders and Quangfixing. Thus, he surmised that Feng Yun might indeed be their leader. That's all right. Feng Yun gently patted the guard's shoulder with a slight smile and entered the council hall. Do you think this kid will show up? Came Quangfixing's voice. With his personality, he certainly will. You know his equipment is quite exceptional, and he is so eager to wipe out Aoshi Tianxia. Since you are the only one aware of the war token's whereabouts, he must be rushing here. Binglian chimed in with a laugh. Just as Quangfixing was about to respond, Feng Yun appeared at the door, wearing a mischievous grin. Here I am, brother. He greeted with the same sly smile. Little brother, your timing is perfect. We were just discussing how to obtain the war token. Quangfixing exclaimed, pulling Feng Yun in warmly. Is that so? Feng Yun asked with a tone of deep curiosity, having just overheard them discussing why he had not arrived at the faction stronghold. Let me tell you some good news first. Well, I just have a little matter to consult you about, Quangfixing stammered, scratching his head. He found it somewhat difficult to read Feng Yun's mood. All right, brother. Just say what you need. I was right outside and heard your conversation. Feng Yun rolled his eyes at Quangfixing, who sometimes had a tendency to be overly cautious. Laughter erupted among the group. Little brother, it seems you still don't have a girlfriend, right? My wife has a younger sister who wants to meet you. Quangfixing blurted out in one breath, hoping to avoid Feng Yun's direct refusal. Oh, your sister-in-law's younger sister? Sure, I'd love to meet a beauty. If she is not a beauty, well, brother, I can't give you face. Feng Yun replied, adopting a picky demeanor, as he had just experienced some frustration. I thought someone was impressive, but it turns out to be a big lecher. A melodious voice emerged from within the council hall. Subsequently, Feng Yun saw a stunning woman clad in a form-fitting black outfit, which accentuated her slender figure, making it quite difficult for him to believe such beauty existed. She rivaled the likes of Ziyue and the sisters of Piaoxue. She possessed Ziyue's delicate appearance, Xaner's playful spirit, and Piaoxue's fierce demeanor. Feng Yun felt lightheaded. The woman's flawless, porcelain-like skin paired with her perfectly shaped face radiated a natural beauty that could only be deemed a divine creation. Perhaps due to Feng Yun's earlier comment, her cheeks flushed slightly, evoking a feeling of enchantment in those who beheld her. Hey, are you the renowned Master Feng Yun? The woman blinked her eyes at him, seemingly eager for his response. Her expression adorably captivating. It's a pleasure to meet you, sister. Please take care of me. Feng Yun extended his right hand toward the enchanting lady. Lecher, she retorted, ignoring Feng Yun entirely and whispering into Quangfixing's ear. At that moment, Feng Yun felt an overwhelming desire to find a hole to hide in. As he stood before so many brothers and sisters, he never imagined that a distinguished gentleman like himself could find himself in such an embarrassing predicament. Sighing inwardly, he thought about the fickleness of human nature. Little brother, what are you thinking about? You seem so dazed. Qingf suddenly noticed that the eyes of Feng appeared somewhat dazed, and he wondered if something was amiss. He hurriedly inquired, while the beautiful woman stood beside him. MSHDG. By the way, it seems that the WHNLNGP has piqued Feng's interest, he mentioned with a hint of difficulty, his gaze occasionally darting towards the lady. Look at this memory of mine. Little brother, this is our wife's younger sister. Why you are you? And this gentleman is the esteemed leader of the LNGT, Ingbi Ying, the foremost master of the Zhu Ming, or NSH Ying. Did you not once idolize him and constantly pester me to introduce you? Why are you silent now? Qingf Ing introduced. Well, he is bullying me, big brother. Tell sister. Why you are you pouted playfully, startling Qingf Ing into quickly comforting her. This Qingf Ing excelled in many areas, yet he was somewhat fearful of his wife. Though he often proclaimed otherwise, he was indeed quite intimidated. Alas, what a sad predicament for a man. Yet perhaps such men are more appealing to women. All right, my little ancestor, spare your elder brother. Qingf Ing thought anxiously. Feng was taken aback. Was this truly his usual elder brother? Chapter 46. WHNLNGPI. 2. Little brother, I am truly sorry. But matters regarding the WHNLNGP may be a bit challenging for me. Qingf Ing feigned a pitiful expression, causing Feng to regard him with disdain, almost wishing to confront him for being such a coward. As Feng observed why you are you whispering into Qingf Ing's ear, He had already activated the T and L Ingju to eavesdrop. Big brother. I don't care. You must take me with you. It turned out that Ku NGF NGX Ing had informed YURU that F Ingi In preferred to play games alone. YURU was merely acting coy. All right. Little ancestor, I concede to you. I shall inform him. But if he refuses, you must at least tell him about the WH and L NGPI. Otherwise, my life will be quite difficult. Ku NGF NGX Ing remained oblivious to F Ingi In's instantaneous annihilation skills. Genuinely worried that one day F Ingi In might decide to dispose of him, leaving him in the dark. Big brother, if you have something to say, please speak. But I must state beforehand, I have always operated solo in this game. F Ingi In declared directly, for he had grown weary of Ku NGF NGX Ing's deceptions. Ku NGF NGX Ing was at a loss for words. His younger brother was increasingly enigmatic, seemingly aware of everything. What is so impressive? If I can't go, then I 1T. I alone know where the WZH and L NGPI is. YURU's temper flared, unbothered by the first master's reputation. My dear little ancestor, please don't leave. Ku NGF NGX Ing pleaded desperately, fearing that if YURU were to abandon him, F Ingi In would undoubtedly take drastic measures. Big brother, where is the WZH and L NGPI? Do tell. F Ingi In feigned ignorance. I shall ignore you both. Where is the WZH and L NGPI? I'm leaving. Stop. You all stop right now. Ku NGF NGX Ing was nearing frustration, caught in their childish quarrel. Little ancestor, could you let your younger brother have this one? I promise to give you some pocket money later. No. Sister has already given me. YURU insisted, appearing resolute. Come on, little brother, just this once. Take YURU out for some fun. Absolutely not. You lecher. Do you think I would simply allow you to annoy me? YURU shouted at F Ingi In, her resentful gaze softening F Ingi In's resolve. Well, all right then, little sister, I shall take you out just this once. But you must listen to your elder brother. That's more like it. Let us hurry, or we'll be late. Upon hearing F Ingi In's agreement, YURU wasted no time, seizing his hand and sprinting forward. Wait, little sister, what do you mean by late? Oh, I forgot to tell you. It appears every 5 hours at random. And I think I saw it 4.5 hours ago. How much longer until we arrive? F Ingi In felt faint. Probably at least 40 minutes. Wait, stop. F Ingi In shouted as he contemplated. What on earth? YURU exclaimed, puzzled by this handsome man's odd behavior. How about I carry you, little sister? No, pervert, trying to take advantage of me at a time like this. Not happening. The clever little beauty retorted. Then tell me where it spawns. In the SW Ingshi, just keep running straight ahead. What are you doing? Let me go, you lecher. A piercing scream echoed outside of BIHCH Ing, along the path leading to the leveling area. YURU struggled and playfully slapped at F Ingi In, yet it seemed there was something nice about being held by a man. F Ingi In paid little mind to the details and poured all his attributes into agility, sprinting wildly. Whoa, did someone just pass by? One player remarked. You must have overdone it last night. Are you feeling unwell? Crazy. Another player mocked. Strange, I distinctly heard someone shouting. That was probably your wife. You lecherous fool. Always so inappropriate. F Ingi In darted through the terrain, cloaked in shadows. YURU felt as though she were in a dream. Was this truly human speed? Pervert. She silently scolded. So, little sister, how do you find my speed? F Ingi In boasted as he ran. If not for the trickery, you wouldn't be boasting here. She thought, feeling somewhat irritated. At that moment, YURU had no mood to respond, as being swept away by F Ingi In had her cheeks flushed and breathless. Hey, little sister, why aren't you answering me? Who is your little sister? She retorted, recalling how he had abruptly scooped her up and dashed off. Her heart brimming with indignation. How dare he treat me like this? All right, little sister, my elder brother was indeed in the wrong. Had he not acted in such a manner, we would have surely run out of time. At this moment, Fengyun paused, still cradling Yura in his arms. The delightful sensation of holding a beautiful woman was too pleasurable for him to relinquish, and they had now reached their destination. How much longer do you intend to carry this young lady? Yura shot Fengyun an exasperated glance. Well, today's weather is simply splendid. Fengyun seized the opportunity to divert his gaze, gently setting Yura down, while inwardly chuckling at the thought of savoring such exquisite tofu. You lecher. Today is overcast. Fool. Yura retorted, her expression one of utter defeat. This left Fengyun feeling quite vexed. It was enough that she knew. Why did she have to vocalize it? Fortunately, there were no outsiders around. Otherwise his esteemed image would have been tarnished by this little girl. Aren't you in a hurry? Why are you still lingering here? We only have a minute left. She playfully reminded him. Indeed, what splendid weather we have, Fengyun mused, still caught in the awkwardness of the previous moment. When he suddenly jolted at the realization of the time left. Only a minute. We must hurry. The two swiftly found themselves in a narrow canyon, flanked by towering mountains. The Death Valley, as it were, was merely a slender gap between two mountain ranges. Ah, the war token. I have arrived. Feng Yun shouted, having spotted a humanoid creature ahead. Be careful, that monster is formidable. Yuruo called out, struggling to keep up with Feng Yun's rapid pace, nearly exasperated to the point of jumping in frustration. However, she still expressed concern for him, shouting a warning from behind. Calm down. Why do you sound like a nagging old woman? Feng Yun's voice echoed back to her. You lecher. I won't let you off easily. Yuruo cursed at the distance, but eventually adjusted her mindset and hurried to catch up with Feng Yun. Otherwise, it would be a shame to let him benefit from the tofu he had enjoyed for so long without any regard for her. How outrageous that someone could be so inconsiderate. Ah, by the gods, a level 70 humanoid, and highly intelligent. Do you want me to perish? Yuruo heard Feng Yun howling in distress ahead. What's wrong, you lecher? She inquired, finally catching up to him. Little sister, it seems I may be in trouble. I've encountered a level 70 humanoid high-intelligence monster. Feng Yun replied with a wry smile, standing at a distance as he observed the creature. Typically, ordinary monsters were easier to deal with, but humanoid ones were considerably more challenging, and this intelligent creature posed an even greater difficulty. It appeared that Feng Yun faced quite the formidable challenge. No worries, I shall assist you, Yuruo declared confidently. Forget it, what level are you? It's best if you remain at a distance and observe. Otherwise, I may have difficulty ensuring your safety. Hurry up, or we shall be late. Feng Yun's tone grew firm and serious, shedding the earlier playful demeanor. To Yuruo, this sudden transformation in his demeanor was striking. Humph. The lecher has been pretending to be a fool all along. You're doomed, Yuruo thought to herself, vowing to make Feng Yun pay for deceiving her. Unaware that she had already become ensnared in his romantic whirlwind, a story for another time. At this moment, adhering to Feng Yun's advice, Yuruo kept her distance, observing the unfolding events. Feng Yun, upon closer inspection, realized that the creature was indeed quite monstrous. The mighty general, level 70, health 5000, attack 999, defense 888, skill, Nimbus Cloud. What absurd attributes. How could this be? And what on earth is this skill Nimbus Cloud? Feng Yun cursed under his breath, but did not pause. Drawing out his purple dragon sword and adjusting his attributes before charging forward, determined not to lower his defenses this time. A balanced approach would serve him better. Ah, you shall perish. Feng Yun seized the opportunity to strike while the creature was still unaware of his presence. Foolish little shrimp, how dare you disturb this god's peaceful slumber? A sudden explosion reverberated through the quiet Death Valley, prompting Feng Yun to retract his sword. Ah, it can talk. Am I dreaming? Feng Yun pondered, perplexed as to whether this was indeed a monster. Humph, ignorant fool, what significance does my ability to speak hold? The mighty general seethed with anger, affronted that this insolent boy dared to belittle him. What of this so-called war token? It seems far from imposing. In my mind, a general should be a commanding figure, robust and imposing, yet this mighty general appears more like a scholar, wielding a sword that resembles embroidery. A crab? What is a crab? The mighty general's eyes lit up, as if he had never before encountered such a flattering term. He refrained from mentioning the war token. This is promising, Feng Yun thought. A crab is a metaphor for your powerful presence. O general, it simply means you are remarkable. Feng Yun, having never received formal education, spun a web of nonsense. Remarkable? I can comprehend, but what does remarkable imply? The mighty general appeared quite oblivious, leading Feng Yun to wonder if he had indeed lost his wits. This remarkable quality suggests that you possess the potential to be an emperor. Indeed, you would be perfectly suited for the throne. Humph, you insolent child, dare to slander me. I once led thousands to rescue the throne. How dare you insinuate that I harbor ambitions for the imperial seat? I shall cleave you in two. The imposing general, exuding an air of righteousness, left Feng Yun feeling utterly disheartened, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Stop right there, general. I truly did not mean it that way. Please, consider my humble words. My knowledge is limited, and I misspoke. I beg you, do not take offense. A wave of disgust surged through Feng Yun. How dare he endure such humiliation? Once he acquired the war token, the general would surely regret this encounter. When had he ever suffered such indignity? Given your arrogant demeanor, I shall not hold it against you. Begone. The general's impatience was palpable. Feng Yun inwardly scoffed at the general's self-importance. Oh, esteemed and valiant general, might I inquire if you possess a certain token? Indeed, I am here by the emperor's decree to safeguard the war token. Do you wish to obtain it? I advise you to leave at once to avoid dereliction of my duty. The general's expression radiated moral integrity, but it only fueled Feng Yun's frustration. Might the general have any interest in beautiful women? Feng Yun feigned trepidation, attempting to entice him further, unwilling to believe the general would refuse. How dare you? I am no lecherous scoundrel. I have a virtuous wife awaiting my return. I would never stoop to such filth. It seems you covet the war token, do you not? The general's demeanor grew increasingly stern. Feng Yun realized he had struck a nerve. Forgive my ignorance, noble general. I hope you do not take offense. He stepped forward, feigning submission, ready to kneel. The general, sensing Feng Yun's intent, remained nonchalant, awaiting his capitulation. However, Feng Yun had other plans. Suddenly, the general found himself incredulous as Feng Yun drew his sword and thrust it toward his heart. Feng Yun executed the maneuver with precision, catching the general completely off guard, and swiftly withdrew his blade. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Feng Yun expected the blow would be fatal. Yet the general still retained over 1,000 points of health. What is this? I approached you seeking the token, and you behaved like a coward. How can you expect to keep it? Feng Yun's expression morphed into one of realization, driving the general into a frenzy. Ah! The general howled, his form flickering with white light. Where had he gone? Just as the thought crossed Feng Yun's mind, he was struck violently in the chest. Ah! Feng Yun cried out, blood spilling forth as he was knocked backward, crashing to the ground. The general, barely clinging to life, trembled where he stood, likely suffering from the lingering effects of Feng Yun's critical strike. Feng Yun, in desperate need, hastily consumed a high-grade healing potion, narrowly escaping death. He had merely 12 health points remaining. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to survive. However, the pain in his chest was excruciating, making it difficult to rise. In mere seconds, he went from being flung away to drinking the potion, while in the distance, Yu Ruo rushed toward him. Big brother. Upon hearing her voice, a wave of joy washed over Feng Yun, but he thought, let me die? I cannot let Yu Ruo come closer. Stay back. He attempted to rise and warn her, but the agony in his chest rendered him nearly speechless. Nevertheless, he could not stop her, and she was soon at his side. Just then, the general, having regained some strength, charged at Feng Yun, weapon aimed at his heart. In that moment, Feng Yun's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. The pain felt as though it were tearing his heart apart, instilling a profound sense of loss. No. With all his might, he pushed Yu Ruo aside and raised the Zilong's sword high, shouting, I will end you. Ultimate skill, Zilong Break. In that critical moment, Feng Yun recalled the sword's special ability, Zilong Break. He could not allow Yu Ruo to perish in her attempt to save him. Though it was merely a game, it meant far more to him. From his humble beginnings, reliant on government rations, to his transformation through the game, he realized it had altered the course of his life. With a resolve akin to a desperate gamble, he unleashed Zilong Break. In the world of chasing dreams, Feng Yun no longer concealed his feelings. He raised the Zilong sword, which radiated with a magical glow, sending forth a massive purple dragon-shaped energy toward the general. Boom. In an instant, the once mighty general was reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. Ding. Congratulations to player Feng Yun for defeating the general beyond his level, earning 100,000 experience points, a sum of gold, and 50,000 prestige. Feng Yun's gaze was remarkably keen, as he noticed 3 items quietly resting at the spot where the formidable general had once stood. Ding. Congratulations to player Feng Yun for obtaining the war token. Ding. Congratulations to player Feng Yun for acquiring the skill book Crossing Thousands of Miles. Ding. Congratulations to the player for receiving the sun shooting bow. At this moment, Feng Yun was too preoccupied to pay heed to the system notifications, for he was no more than 10 meters away from the fallen treasures. His thoughts were solely occupied by Yu Ruo. Chapter 48. The sun shooting bow. Yu Ruo. Yu Ruo, wake up. Feng Yun vigorously shook Yu Ruo in his arms, having forgotten that she was merely in a brief state of unconsciousness, oblivious to the fact that this was merely a game. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing that he had caused her injury. You must wake up. Do you realize how heart-wrenching it was for my brother to see you recklessly shield me? Though they had only met that day, the moment would forever be etched in his memory. Yu Ruo, do you know? As a child, I discovered that you seemed to show no signs of awakening, and my heart ached with sorrow. Unbeknownst to him, a tear slipped down his arm. You must awaken. I am deeply concerned for you. Feng Yun thoughtlessly expressed his innermost feelings, recounting his childhood and the hardships he had endured over the years. Brother Feng, please stop. Please stop. Yu Ruo could no longer bear it. In truth, she had awakened the moment Feng Yun had lifted her. She merely wished to ascertain whether he would take advantage of this opportunity. As he held her, her heart raced with anxiety, but his subsequent words eased her tension. When Yu Ruo first became acquainted with Feng Yun, she had heard numerous praises about him, yet as a woman, she understood that men often shared similar traits. In the conference hall of the Lungting gang, her first remark was a critique of Feng Yun's lecherous tendencies. She had initially believed him to be nothing more than a handsome but hollow figure. However, upon witnessing his bravery in the face of the formidable general, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. Feng Yun's facade of humility concealed a strength that had already captured her heart. When she saw him on the brink of demise under the general's assault, she summoned an uncharacteristic courage and rushed to his side, willing to sacrifice her life for him. As she listened to Feng Yun confess his true feelings, Yorua understood that this was his genuine nature. "Ah, Yorua, you have awakened," Feng Yun exclaimed with excitement. Perhaps he should have scolded himself for being foolish. Had he not noticed her tears soaking his clothes, he might have remained oblivious. Yes, Yorua softly nodded, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. Yet, she recognized that Feng Yun's character would never allow him to desire anyone's pity. What did it matter that his parents had been murdered? He could seek vengeance. What did it matter that he had spent over a decade in solitude? He had persevered. Thus, despite her longing to sympathize, Yorua could not. Then, does that mean what I just said? Feng Yun felt a bit embarrassed, recalling his earlier confession, which made him blush to think of revealing such personal matters to a girl he had only just met. I heard everything. Brother, I apologize, it was not intentional. Yorua quickly extricated herself from his embrace, now feeling unencumbered. Why linger in his arms, blushing and fidgeting with her clothing? Well, haha Yorua, now that you have heard my heartfelt sentiments, shouldn't you take responsibility? A mischievous smile returned to Feng Yun's face. Ugh, how annoying, I'm not coming. Yorua playfully recalled Feng Yun's roguish behavior and deftly evaded him. By the way, Yorua, choose any item you like. It's a gift from your brother. Seeing no chance of romance, Feng Yun presented the equipment dropped by the formidable general, realizing that the young lady had grown wary. Ah, this one. I want this. Yorua's eyes sparkled upon spotting the sun-shooting bow. It was a divine artifact, and coincidentally, she was an archer. Absolutely. However, you must kiss me first, Feng Yun said with a mischievous grin. Humph, you scoundrel. Ultimately, Yorua kissed him, perhaps feeling compelled to make amends for having overheard his private thoughts. Ah, what a delightful sensation. Feng Yun savored the warmth of Yorua's lips, acutely aware of her nervousness, and he feigned enjoyment for effect. I won't talk to you anymore. Give it to me. Yorua snatched the sun-shooting bow from Feng Yun's hands and skipped away. Ah, Yorua, I forgot to tell you that it hasn't been identified. Feng Yun sighed, realizing there was no need for such haste. He understood that Yorua felt embarrassed by the kiss. Had he chosen to press his advantage, he might have succeeded. But Feng Yun wished for the woman he adored to never experience discomfort during their shared journey. Affection could be cultivated gradually, and thus he sought to win Yorua's heart through his charm. What should I do? The sun-shooting bow is a divine artifact and requires a hefty identification fee. Yorua suddenly returned, looking dejected. Why do you look down on your brother? Am I truly so incompetent? Feng Yun playfully pulled Yorua closer and playfully smacked her cheek twice. Ah, brother, you rogue. Yorua blushed, adopting a demure stance that was irresistibly charming. Haha, Yorua, come here, I will help you identify it. I am quite the appraiser, Feng Yun proclaimed with a hint of arrogance. Humph, I don't believe you. Yorua stamped her foot, feigning indifference to his advances, looking utterly adorable. I truly am. Yorua, come quickly. Ugh, I want tea. Yorua shook her head. Very well, you may watch. In a moment of helplessness, Feng Yun found himself in a situation reminiscent of the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Consequently, he retrieved an item requiring identification from his void ring for Yorua to observe. Then, with a swift incantation, he cast an identification spell. A dazzling light flickered, and the properties of the equipment became apparent. Ah, is it really true? Brother, please assist me in identifying it. Yorua, brimming with excitement, disregarded Feng Yun's previous mischief as she eagerly approached, presenting the sun-shooting bow. All right, keep your eyes on it. Feng Yun, aware of the gravity of the moment, dared not jest further, lest Yorua lose her faith in him. Under the successive identification spells cast by Feng Yun, the sun-shooting bow erupted in a brilliant, blinding radiance. Instantly, its attributes were laid bare before them. Sun-shooting bow, divine artifact, attack 100 to 300, defense 224, durability 100, special skill, sun arrow technique, usable 3 times a day. Range 10,000 meters, 5 ignore defense attacks, 1 paralysis attack, bloodbinding, cannot drop, cannot steal. Regarding the sun-shooting bow, it is well known as the treasure of the great deity Ho-E, and the sun arrow technique essentially conjures a magical arrow without the need for drawing the bowstring. Wow, what a treasure! Feng Yun couldn't help but drool, especially considering his own purple dragon sword only had an attack of 125. Truly, divine artifacts are remarkable. The 5 ignore defense and 1 paralysis effects left Feng Yun feeling dizzy with longing. How wonderful it would be to possess such a weapon. Alas, nevertheless, this gift could serve as a suitable meeting present for his future wife. Although Feng Yun considered material possessions trivial, Yorua, being an archer, would find it immensely useful, making it a fitting gift indeed. Hehe, brother, are you eager to return? Yorua equipped the sun-shooting bow and, noticing the glint in Feng Yun's eyes, decided to tease him. No, absolutely not. Feng Yun shook his head vigorously, resembling a wave in the sea. Hehe, then I shan't be polite. I initially thought this precious sun-shooting bow should be returned to you, but I never expected you to be so generous, so I shall reluctantly accept it. Yu Ruo gazed at the bow, wearing a somewhat helpless expression. Watch out, you little girl. Do you think I won't chase you? Feng Yun declared as he lunged toward Yu Ruo. Ah, help, pervert. Yu Ruo shrieked and sprinted away in alarm. Chapter 49, Declaration of War. Early the next morning, Feng Yun hurriedly logged into the game and made his way to Longting Gang. It was the same guard as before. Feng Yun nodded slightly and entered the conference hall. To his dismay, not a single soul was present. Bored, Feng Yun recalled that he had acquired a skill book titled Teleportation the previous day, so he decided to use it. Teleportation, combat skill, allows random teleportation across the entire landscape of Dream Pursuit, with no limit on usage. A burst of white light enveloped Feng Yun, followed by a system notification, ding. Congratulations, player Feng Yun has learned the skill teleportation, earning 20,000 experience points, 50 gold coins, and 10,000 reputation. Hidden task, Hunter Advancement task initiated. You may select the start time for the task. Would you like to begin now? No. Feng Yun felt euphoric. He had recently found the hunter skills increasingly cumbersome. Now, with a hidden task that allowed him to choose the timing, it was simply delightful. However, the immediate priority was to eradicate the Gang Ao, Shi Tianxia, and erase them from Dream Pursuit. I was wondering who had arrived so early. It turns out to be my little brother. Good morning. At that moment, Kuang Fengxing entered, noticing Feng Yun lost in thought, seated alone in contemplation. Ever since the previous day, when Feng Yun and Yu Ruo had shared a subtle connection, his wife had been exceedingly attentive, catering to his every need. It seemed Feng Yun's efforts had not gone unnoticed. Brother, can't my little brother arrive early? Are you afraid I'll see how obvious your feelings for sister-in-law are? Teased Kuang Fengxing. Come on, you rascal. Stop thinking such sordid thoughts. Feng Yun silently derided him, recalling how he had been chuckling during their previous communication, leaving the communicator on, which had allowed Feng Yun to overhear. Brother, you're mistaken. Remember that day when we communicated? I nearly fainted, and you intended to embarrass me? Kuang Fengxing retorted. Thankfully, it was just the two of them in the conference hall. Had others overheard, the gossip among the players of Dream Pursuit would have been insufferable. Stop, little brother. What is up with you, Ruo? Kuang Fengxing swiftly interrupted Feng Yun's musings, redirecting the conversation. What have you, Ruo? Feng Yun inquired, hastily pushing aside his previous thoughts. Nothing. Just kidding. Kuang Fengxing waved dismissively, his intent clear. My little brother, arriving so early. Are you perhaps missing your sister? At that moment, a mature, alluring fragrance wafted from outside the door. Without a doubt, it was Bing Lian. Feng Yun mused. When shall I win her heart? Age is but a number. The allure was undeniable, particularly with her curls partially obscuring her captivating eyes. If she were a stranger, she would certainly captivate passers-by, causing them to collide with one another or even run into lampposts, as Kuang Fengxing had often recounted. I've missed you all so much. Feng Yun nodded repeatedly, noticing the other brothers in the hall gradually manifesting a glow, logging in one by one. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, each began to settle into their seats. Kuang Fengxing broke the silence. Little brother, have you secured the war token? I have it. Now, all that remains is to declare war. Feng Yun replied with a slight nod. Very well. Will you be joining us for this battle? Kuang Fengxing was aware that Feng Yun typically preferred to operate discreetly. Yes. Not only will I join, but I will do so with great fanfare. Feng Yun suddenly released a formidable aura, his eyes emanating brilliant rays of light. Little brother, what are you doing? Kuang Fengxing instinctively retreated a few paces, for at that moment, Feng Yun appeared truly terrifying. Kuang Fengxing could scarcely endure such an oppressive presence. My apologies. Big brother, I momentarily lost my focus. You lad, I truly find you increasingly inscrutable. Upon seeing Feng Yun retract his formidable aura, Kuang Fengxing approached and patted him on the shoulder. Finally, after Feng Yun had shared the detailed battle plans and engaged in discussion, the entire realm of VRMMORPG erupted with excitement due to the system announcements. Ding. System notification. Longting Bang has successfully declared war on Aishishiangxia. Ding. System announcement. Longting Bang's leader, Feng Yun, has successfully used the war token to declare war on Aishishiangxia. The battle between Longting Bang and Aishishiangxia will commence in 3 days. Ding. World announcement. The leader of Longting Bang, Feng Yun, warns all those harboring ill intentions against Longting Bang that the consequences of offending them will manifest upon Aishishiangxia. Feng Yun had thoroughly stirred the pot of VRMMORPG, making an audacious threat, a blatant and naked intimidation. Who is this? Such arrogance. TCH. Brother, you may not know this, but it is said that Feng Yun is secretly the foremost expert in the entire VRMMORPG. Although his name does not appear on major rankings, it is because he concealed it. Just a few days ago, he claimed the top spot on all leaderboards, and his name is no longer hidden. Just imagine. Someone so formidable, being the leader of the largest gang, is no small feat. It is only natural for him to be a bit arrogant. Oh, is that so? Impressive. I admire this person, exclaimed a hall master of the gang. I already knew that, scoffed the gang leader disdainfully. So, should we intervene? Otherwise, once Longting Bang devours Aishishiangxia. Enough. How can you be so cowardly? Do we really need to contend with him in this game? Do you even realize our gang's standing in Shenlonghua? When the time comes, if we can control the leader of Longting Bang, it would mean the entire gang is ours. The gang leader expressed exasperation, his tone laced with indignation. Yes, the leader is indeed wise. It was this scoundrel who dared to be so arrogant. Xiao Weishan was cursing vehemently in the conference hall. If Feng Yun's declaration of war had already left him feeling quite displeased, then the world announcement from Feng Yun incited even greater fury. Contempt, absolute contempt. Feng Yun's actions undoubtedly intended to issue a direct threat to all the factions within Zhueming Rensheng by employing the annihilation of Aishishiangxia as a pretext. So what if he declares war? Fortunately, I was already prepared. Xiao Weishan had previously planned to gradually undermine Longting Bang, and had already transferred at least half of his clan's assets out of the game as a precaution. Now, it seemed fortuitous enough to prevent being left with nothing by Longting Bang. Furthermore, who is to say who will win or lose? After venting his frustrations, Xiao Weishan logged off. Father, trouble is brewing. Longting Bang has declared war on us. Xiao Weishan rushed into his father Xiao Beishan's study to report. Oh, Longting Bang? What? Have they quickly traced it back to us? It was this old rascal who had instigated the idea of sending assassins to disrupt Longting Bang's players while they leveled up. No wonder. But they have no evidence, do they? The key is that the leader of Longting Bang is Feng Yun, the very person I mentioned to you, who might possess the Tianlong Ju. His name is Qiao Yu. Chapter 50. The Killing Intent Humph. Let him attack Aishishiangxia. We shall see if he can wait for that day. I will gather my forces and pay him a visit tonight. Tianlong Ju. How intriguing. I did not obtain you 18 years ago, but today, fortune smiles upon me, granting me an opportunity. The time for my conquest of the world is drawing near. Ha! Xiao Beishan laughed maniacally before continuing. Have we ascertained where he resides? Yes, that young man is living in the home of the old scoundrel Ouyang, entangled with his two beautiful daughters. The thought of the two enchanting beauties he had long desired being won over by Qiao Yu filled Xiao Weishan with jealousy. Oh, I see. This complicates matters. Tian, let the old butler contact the group of assassins we encountered back at Xiao's house. I want to reenact that scene from years ago. It has been far too long since I've experienced the thrill of being a bandit. Xiao Beishan mused nostalgically, yet his eyes gleamed with a fierce ambition. 18 years ago, in his failed attempt to seize the Tianlong Ju, he had become acquainted with the leader of those assassins. Perhaps it was a case of mutual recognition through conflict, as they had formed a bond thereafter. However, what puzzled Xiao Beishan was how that assassin leader would know the whereabouts of the Qiao family. Understood, Tian will handle it. Wait, let them feel the pressure tomorrow. We will refrain from any action tonight. Let that young man live another day. Yes. Qiao Yu. Little did you expect that the Tianlong Ju eluded me back then, but today, I have caught this opportunity. After his son left, Xiao Beishan chuckled to himself in the room. Had Qiao Yu been present, he would have undoubtedly rushed out to confront the father and son duo directly. Clearly, the murder of Qiao Yu's parents 18 years ago was orchestrated by Xiao Beishan in collusion with that very gang of assassins. Qiao Yu had been occupied in the game for 2 consecutive days and was utterly exhausted as he finally logged off. Initially, when Quang Fengxing and the others logged off, Qiao Yu found himself inexplicably reluctant to leave the game, but unexpectedly, he had stayed for 2 continuous days. I never anticipated this would be so tiring. Qiao Yu finally felt the weight of the burdens that come with leadership. He had always known that Quang Fengxing and the others struggled with gang matters, but he never realized it could be so exhausting. Stretching his stiff neck, Qiao Yu leaned out the window for some fresh air. Why does something feel off today? It feels rather strange. Qiao Yu pondered. At that moment, he felt a soft object press against his back, followed by a pair of smooth, delicate hands encircling him tightly. Is that you, Yuer? Qiao Yu inhaled the fragrance of the person behind him and inquired. He could easily distinguish the scents of Ziyu and Xian. Ziyu favored a subtle and elegant fragrance, while Xian preferred a much stronger aroma. Ziyu responded softly and fell silent, gently resting her head on Qiao Yu's shoulder. Yuer, what is the matter? Qiao Yu asked in surprise, if all was well. He believed Ziyu would not be so forthcoming. He released his embrace and turned to hold her in his arms, questioning her further. It's nothing. I just missed you a bit. She replied. Really? Qiao Yu seemed skeptical. Yes, truly. You haven't been online for 2 days, so I was a little worried about you. Yuer, you've become more beautiful. Come, let brother you take a good look. Qiao Yu said, lifting Ziyu onto the bed. You're so annoying. You bad boy. Ziyu playfully punched Qiao Yu's chest. Xiao Tian, you stay home and watch over the house. Don't go anywhere, understand? Xiao Tian, now dressed in a fitted black outfit, was followed by dozens of similarly attired experts. One of them stepped forward and remarked, the Xiao family head is indeed very cautious. Not at all. You flatter me, Davis. My son is just a child and doesn't he know better. I am merely concerned he might wander off. Xiao Tian said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, secretly scornful of the man. If he did not keep his son home, he might not even notice when they cleared out the place. The man speaking was Davis, a foreigner who had worked with Xiao Tian on a certain matter a year prior. Judging by his fluent Mandarin, he had been in Shenlonggua for at least a decade, which indicated that Davis had spent years as a mercenary. It was evident that Xiao Tian was quite familiar with his disposition, otherwise he would not have set such precautions. Let us go. Xiao Tian and Davis led their group of experts away. Chapter 51. The Falling Leaf of Tianlongju Xine Air. Are your parents home? Qiao Yu suddenly sensed the presence of several experts approaching from miles away, prompting him to ask casually. No, I don't know where Dad took Mom today. Don't you remember it's Saturday? They do this every week. Xine Air replied. Brother, what's wrong? Why the sudden inquiry? She questioned, puzzled. Did you forget the date while playing games? Oh, no, brother, you was just asking out of curiosity. Qiao Yu hurriedly covered up. Well, brother, I'm so sleepy now. I want to go to bed. Without waiting for Qiao Yu to respond, Xine Air and Ziyu each snuggled against him, claiming his body as their own. It appeared that Ziyu had already fallen asleep. What should I do? Qiao Yu pondered with closed eyes. He was aware that the group he sensed earlier was definitely targeting him. No way. Qiao Yu repeatedly dismissed his own thoughts, uncertain of how to proceed. His primary concern was for Ziyu and Xine Air. If he were alone, he wouldn't be afraid of so many adversaries. He could simply flee. But the crucial issue was the two sisters. Eureka! With a snap of his fingers, Qiao Yu swiftly sealed the acupoints of both sisters, then quickly dressed them and concealed them in the wardrobe. This was the only way to temporarily shield them. After all, if anyone attempted to touch them, they would awaken automatically. He could only hope that the group was solely focused on him. In fact, Qiao Yu's intuition was entirely correct. Those individuals were indeed fixated on him alone. Had Xiao Tian brought his son along, the situation would have been far more complicated. Xiao Tian was not only mischievous, but also exceedingly despicable. Whoosh! Approximately 200 meters from Qiao Yu's location, he heard the distinctive sound of sleeves slicing through the air, prompting him to hastily leap out of the window and feign a leisurely stroll in front of the door. Oh, Xiao family head, there seems to be someone ahead, Davis remarked to Xiao Tian, clearly designating him to take the lead. It appeared that Davis was indeed a cunning old fox, yet this time he had been summoned by Xiao Tian. Haha, after being a killer for decades. Do you really need me to answer such a question? Xiao Tian replied with a sinister grin, gathering his internal energy, preparing to strike as soon as he reached the individual. Humph, don't think I can't hear your whispers. Qiao Yu silently derided the man. Still unaware that it was Xiao Tian, he continued to pace back and forth at the villa entrance, seemingly deep in thought. Xiao Tian was the first to dart forward, launching a palm strike toward Qiao Yu's back as Qiao Yu turned around at that moment. Xiao Tian believed this was the perfect opportunity, but in reality, Qiao Yu had intentionally allowed him the chance. Humph, you shall witness my prowess. Qiao Yu quietly awaited Xiao Tian's attack, measuring the distance. 8 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter, bang. Qiao Yu suddenly pivoted, unleashing both hands with a surge of power directed at Xiao Tian. At that instant, Xiao Tian realized he had fallen into a trap. But the distance was too short, and he had no intention of evading, believing a mere child could not contend with him. Bang! The two struck each other as palms. Qiao Yu stood firm, while Xiao Tian was sent flying back, spewing blood. It was then that Xiao Tian realized the magnitude of his error. That mere child was the very target he had intended to confront. Qiao Yu. You all, get him. It's him. Xiao Tian exclaimed in haste, causing him to cough up another mouthful of blood. Little did he expect that a youth could inflict such grievous harm with just a single strike. The culmination of his life's training had crumbled before this boy in an instant. Absurd, utterly absurd. From the moment Xiao Tian launched his attack to when he was sent crashing to the ground, only a few seconds had passed. Davis was aghast. Was this the power of Tianlongju? Could it be that Xiao Tian's claims were true? Davis recalled that when Xiao Tian had summoned him, the intention was for them to collaborate, each obtaining a copy of what they sought. Yet, Davis could not believe that Tianlongju still existed. He refused to accept it, unable to fathom it. After all, he had witnessed it being destroyed by that child with his own eyes. Regret surged within Davis at that moment. However, Dawei Si is not a fool. If he were to obtain the Tianlongju, he would seize it from Xiao Batian, whether by force or otherwise. One cannot help but admire Dawei Si's cunning. No wonder Xiao Batian entrusted Xiao Outyin with guarding the house when he left, for he was indeed guarding against Dawei Si. Dawei Si stood firm, waving his hand, and the skilled fighters behind him surged forward, surrounding Qiao Yu and preparing to strike. He was no fool. Even Xiao Batian struggled against that individual, let alone himself. It was better to send his subordinates to act as cannon fodder. After all, one never knows when an ant might take down an elephant. Dawei Si calculated silently as he watched from a distance, indifferent to Xiao Batian's fate. Humph! How dare you brazenly trespass the Ouyang family? Qiao Yu bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the 50 or so men before him to tremble in unison. Enough of this nonsense. Kill. Dawei Si, being an experienced killer, remained composed in such scenarios. The opposing side was merely trying to ascertain who he was or who was pulling the strings. He had witnessed such situations countless times before. You bunch of scoundrels. Do you wish to die? Do you understand where you are? Qiao Yu shouted again, eager to determine whether Xiao Outyin was behind this. Kill. Dawei Si continued to roar, leaving no room for his subordinates or Qiao Yu to contemplate their next move. Suddenly, Qiao Yu felt a jolt in his head. That voice seemed somewhat familiar. He swiftly leaped over the heads of the assassins and landed gracefully before Dawei Si, his voice icy as he spoke. Are you seeking the Tianlong Ju? Humph. It is good that you know. Dawei Si believed there was a turning point in the situation and made a gesture to halt. Boss, it's bad. The Tianlong Ju has been burned. Qiao Yu imitated the voice from his memory. What? You fool. Dawei Si suddenly realized the gravity of his mistake. He often exclaimed this phrase whenever his subordinates failed in their tasks. You fool. Now, he had inadvertently exposed his identity. Only then did he awaken to the fact that the youth before him was Qiao Yun's son. Only just realizing now. You bunch of treacherous dogs. Today I will avenge my parents. Qiao Yu's voice brimmed with fury, his once clear eyes now filled with a crimson hue. His fists clenched tightly, trembling with rage. Indeed, having lost his family at a young age and endured over a decade of desolation, all of it was due to the very man before him. It was impossible for Qiao Yu not to be enraged. Humph. Indeed, I am the one who killed your parents back then. What of it? 18 years ago, I was able to slay Qiao Yun, and today I can do the same to you. Come at me. Dawei Si, realizing the situation was irretrievable, summoned his long-standing experience as a killer to suppress his fear. However, he completely overlooked Qiao Yu's current state. Had he taken a moment to glance, he might not have been so impetuous. Today, I demand blood for blood. Come and take your lives. Qiao Yu could no longer suppress the hatred that had been festering in his heart for over a decade. He shouted loudly, extending his hands outward, and suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, causing a vortex to form around him. The leaves swirled in the air, hurtling violently towards the assassins. The air was filled with the sounds of agonizing screams, and in the blink of an eye, the throats of the 50 or so assassins were severed by the leaves. Some perished without even uttering a cry, a testament to Qiao Yu's overwhelming wrath. You are not human. Dawei Si, having never witnessed such swift and formidable killing prowess, was incredulous. 50 elite assassins fell to leaves. Few would believe such a tale, yet he witnessed it with his own eyes. Qiao Yun had never possessed such strength. How could this mere child wield such immense power? No, this cannot be real. Dawei Si attempted to dispel the terror that Qiao Yu instilled in him. Humph. Only now do you understand? Qiao Yu coldly scoffed, grasping Dawei Si by the throat. Speak. Who else was involved in the murder of the Qiao couple? Qiao Yu unleashed an overwhelming pressure upon Dawei Si, seeking to extract a confession. Dawei Si, known for his obstinate nature, was typically hard to crack, yet today, he divulged everything clearly. Why? Perhaps Dawei Si now loathed Xiao Batian. Had it not been for Xiao Batian's pursuit of the Tianlong Ju back then, he would not have ended up in such a predicament. Xiao Batian. Dawei Si pointed towards the dazed figure of Xiao Batian, who had been severely injured by Qiao Yu and was attempting to regain some advantage. Little did he know that Qiao Yu had effortlessly annihilated over 50 experts in mere moments. It was truly horrifying. Given Xiao Batian's understanding of the Tianlong Ju, he estimated that Qiao Yu had already reached the 6th level of cultivation. Thus, he had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he was engulfed in a wave of bitterness. Is it him? Qiao Yu followed Dawei Si's finger and realized that the first man who had attempted to ambush him was indeed the old scoundrel. Chapter 52. Abduction. You come here too. Qiao Yu regarded Xiao Batian's pitiful appearance and, with a flick of his hand, summoned him towards himself. Listen closely. I will ask a question, and you will answer. If there is a word that displeases me, the consequences will be severe. Qiao Yu spoke coldly, his aura fluctuating as he lifted a foot and struck a nearby ancient tree. With a thunderous crash, the ancient tree, which would require 5 or 6 adults to encircle, was utterly obliterated by Qiao Yu's gentle kick. To Xiao and Dawei, this was nothing short of monstrous. First, tell me, why did you spy on my Qiao family's Tianlong Ju? Who gave you the audacity? Qiao Yu's eyes glinted coldly as he questioned Xiao Batian. Humph, there is nothing to discuss. I merely wish to obtain the Tianlongju. What is Qiao Yun? A coward who dares to step on my Xiao family's head? Xiao Batian wore a demeanor of indifference, resigned to his fate. He preferred to die gloriously rather than beg for mercy. You scoundrel! You are nothing in my eyes. Killing you is akin to crushing an ant. Qiao Yu flicked his right hand, sending Xiao Batian crashing violently against a tree. Coughing, Xiao Batian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, followed by an incessant fit of coughs. Just as he thought Qiao Yu's anger had subsided, he was unexpectedly pulled back into Qiao Yu's grasp by the same immense force. Qiao Yu flung him again, causing another collision with the tree. This back and forth continued for a total of 8 times, leaving Xiao Batian on the ground, barely clinging to life. Davis watched the young man with a chill running down his spine, terrified by the boy's extraordinary strength and ruthless demeanor. Do you still wish to be defiant? I have plenty of ways to deal with people like you. Wanting to die? Humph, it won't be that easy. As Qiao Yu sealed all of Xiao Batian's pressure points, preventing him from even taking his own life, he recalled the tactics often employed by captors of assassins in movies. Xiao Batian lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping faintly, as he hovered near the brink of death. It's your turn. Qiao Yu coldly glanced at Xiao Batian before lifting Davis by the throat. Once he saw the desired effect, he finally released Davis, allowing him to breathe. What's wrong? You have nothing to say? Qiao Yu noted Davis's silence, which was no different from someone standing in a latrine without relieving themselves. I'm just a hired killer. I was merely tasked with stealing the Tianlongju back then. I never had any intention of coveting it, Davis hastily declared, though Qiao Yu was not easily deceived. He could sense the lies in Davis's words. Then who hired you? Qiao Yu sneered inwardly, recognizing that Davis still thought he could lie. I forgot. Davis felt dizzy. If he ended up betraying his employer to save himself, how could he continue being a killer? Qiao Yu tightened his grip, simultaneously crushing Xiao Batian beneath his foot. It was the leader of the gang who hired me, Davis exclaimed, realizing the gravity of his situation. It seemed he had no choice but to confess. Which gang? It's the gang based in Jianyuan City. No, their headquarters is in Jianyuan City. Their influence stretches across the entire Shenlong kingdom. Davis spoke in a disoriented manner. It was no surprise, as anyone witnessing Qiao Yu's lethal method would be petrified. Is there anything else you haven't disclosed? Speak honestly, or if I discover anything later, you will regret it. Qiao Yu continued to pressure him, his eyes glinting with cold determination. He vowed silently that those who offended him would never meet a good end. I have nothing more to tell. Davis frantically shook his head. Then let me ask you, do you know who took the Qiao family's assets and property after the murder of the Qiao couple? I know that very well. It was Xiao Batian. Upon hearing this question from Qiao Yu, Davis blurted it out without hesitation, seemingly excited. Oh, just a moment ago, I asked if there was anything else you hadn't said, yet you claimed there was nothing. Now, when I ask you, you suddenly know. It seems you are not being truthful, Qiao Yu said slowly, tightening his grip. With a snap, he broke Davis's neck, silencing him forever. Qiao Yu suddenly collapsed, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. Mom and Dad, Xiao Yu has avenged you. After a rumble of thunder, heavy rain began to pour down. He knelt in anguish, his voice hoarse and heart-wrenching. Soon, he regained his composure. His revenge was only half complete. Ignoring the torrential rain beating down on him, he gazed into the distance, murmuring, "A gang? Humph. One day, I will bring you to your knees." With that, Qiao Yu, drenched, entered the villa, leaving behind a scene of carnage washed by the relentless rain. Upon returning to the villa, he pretended as if nothing had happened, cleaning all traces of himself before enjoying a hot shower. After changing clothes, he even spritzed himself with an expensive air freshener. Wow, this air freshener smells amazing, Qiao Yu remarked, inhaling the scent as he quickly ascended the stairs, eager to find his 2 lovely wives hidden in the wardrobe. With a creak, he opened the wardrobe, only to be alarmed to find no sign of the 2 beauties. Damn it, Qiao Yu slammed the wardrobe shut, pacing anxiously around the room. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and rushed back to the wardrobe, taking a whiff of the air. Indeed, he realized that the air freshener he had used was actually Xiner's perfume, and only then did he remember that she had mentioned changing her fragrance a few days prior. At the time, she had teased him, saying, "If you forget Xiner's scent, I won't let you off easy." A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he quickly left a note in the living room, briefly explaining the situation and his current whereabouts. With a swift motion, Qiao Yu vanished, following the direction of Xiner's lingering scent. Although he had seen Ziyu and Xiner being taken away, he knew he must remain calm and composed. Utilizing his keen senses, Qiao Yu tracked down the exit of the civilian area, observing the ground that had clearly been disturbed by a vehicle. Damn, Qiao Yu cursed, realizing he had arrived too late. He quickly scanned the area before sprinting to a nearby car, throwing open the door and urgently calling out, "Taxi, Jianyuan City. Hey, can't you see this is a private vehicle? Where did a taxi come from? Get out." The owner of the car was busy whispering sweet nothings to his lover. Upon seeing a brash young man storm in, he grew impatient and attempted to push Qiao Yu out of the car. Are you leaving or not? A cold glint flashed in Qiao Yu's eyes as he seized the man's throat, threatening him. At that moment, Qiao Yu was unconcerned with legality. Saving a life was paramount, and any delay could mean suffering for his two beloved wives. The car owner, who had intended to shout for the police, found himself gasping for air, unable to make a sound due to Qiao Yu's grip. Are you going or not? Qiao Yu applied more pressure, making his intentions clear. Refuse, and he would meet a dire fate. I'll go. The owner, realizing he was not dealing with someone to be trifled with, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Chapter 53. Rescuing the wife on the highway. Just as Qiao Yu was threatening the taxi driver on his way to Jianyuan City, he soon discovered the place where Xianer and Ziyu had struggled, abruptly halting a sleek black luxury car. Bang! As one person exited the vehicle, he slammed the door shut, complaining, "Wife, I tell you, women really have this strong sixth sense. Can you not be so emotional?" To his surprise, it was Ouyang Xingyu, dressed in a tailored suit, who had come to the club with his wife for a gathering. He appeared rather flustered. "Husband, quickly help me open the door." Lan Li anxiously banged on the car window. "Oh, come on, my dear wife. Can you change this habit? It's been years. You always make me open the door for you." Ouyang Xingyu grumbled, but still opened the door for her. Thud, 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 thud. Lan Li, in a state of panic, rushed along the concrete path. She couldn't fathom why she felt such urgency tonight, as if a piece of her flesh had been brutally torn away. Being a woman with few close friends, her only concerns were her two precious daughters and her future son-in-law, Qiao Yu. "Hey, dear wife, wait for me. Will you?" Ouyang Xingyu chuckled ruefully as he chased after her, unable to believe that his wife could sense something amiss. It was only through her relentless insistence that he drove her back, and he couldn't help but find the situation absurd. Just as Ouyang Xingyu pondered whether to walk back slowly, he heard his wife Lan Li's piercing scream. In an instant, he dashed to her side. What happened? Ouyang Xingyu looked at the bodies, washed pale by the rain, and felt a wave of panic. Xiao Batian? As he moved forward, he stumbled upon the gruesome sight of Xiao Batian's lifeless body. Lan Li, don't come over. I need to go home for a moment. Ouyang Xingyu quickly instructed Lan Li before darting into the villa. Moments later, Lan Li saw Ouyang Xingyu emerge and rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Husband, what is going on? I'm so scared." "Don't be afraid. These people were killed by Qiao Yu. Yuer and Xianer were taken while Qiao Yu was engaged with them. Don't worry, he is chasing after them. We need to contact our men and prepare to move towards Jianyuan City." Ouyang Xingyu reassured Lan Li, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Who dares to harm my Ouyang family's daughters? They will pay dearly for it. Lan Li, let us go." Ouyang Xingyu pulled Lan Li back to the car and began making calls to mobilize their elite clan members, targeting the Xiao family estate in Jianyuan City, as only he could deduce who was behind this so swiftly. "Hey, can you drive any faster?" Qiao Yu, growing impatient, watched the trembling driver slowly navigate the steering wheel. "Please, brother, this is as fast as I can go." The driver was on the verge of fainting, realizing he was already pushing his limits, and it seemed he had been running red lights. Perhaps it was due to Qiao Yu's previous experience riding in Xianer's car that made him feel the current speed was agonizingly slow. His urgency to catch up only intensified his frustration with the slow pace. "Get out of the way, I'll drive." Qiao Yu, exasperated, insisted on taking control of the vehicle. "Oh, thank goodness. You drive. That way I don't have to worry." The driver was relieved but barely settled into his new position when Qiao Yu's words sent him into further panic. "How do you drive this thing? Big brother, I can't let go of the car. Please spare me." The driver was horrified. If he couldn't drive, his life was at stake. "Come back here. Teach me quickly." Qiao Yu pulled the driver back, irritated. "This is the brake, and this is the accelerator," the driver stammered, taking over a minute to explain the basic controls and offering a plethora of common driving tips. After growing impatient, Qiao Yu finally pushed him aside, declaring, Fine, fine. Just let me drive fast. Enough of your rambling." In the beginning, Qiao Yu's driving was perilous. However, being a quick learner, he soon handled the vehicle with the finesse of a seasoned driver, perhaps even surpassing them in skill. "Hey, stop. Stop." The driver's heart raced as he had never witnessed such reckless driving. Qiao Yu pressed the accelerator to the floor, leaving no regard for others on the road. Thankfully, aside from swerving left and right, he had not collided with any other vehicles. Meanwhile, in a white van heading towards Jianyuan City, Xianer was struggling loudly. The kidnappers had been audacious enough not to gag them, allowing their cries for help to ring out. Perhaps due to their negligence, Xianer and Ziyu exchanged glances and simultaneously hurled themselves against the windows, attempting to draw attention to their plight. With a crash, the glass shattered, followed by their desperate screams for help. The kidnapper, unable to withstand the pressure from above, finally dragged Ziyue and Xiner over, silencing them. The sisters, resigned to their fate, hoped that Qiao Yu and their parents would soon learn of their plight and come to their rescue. They were still confused about the situation, having been abruptly awakened and subsequently restrained from using their powers. After that, they were forcibly taken away. What scent lingered in the air? Qiao Yu slowed his vehicle, keenly inhaling. After a thorough examination, he was certain that the kidnappers had taken the path before him. With a screech, he abruptly slammed the brakes, the sharp sound piercing the tranquil night sky. Before him lay shattered car windows scattered across the road, and Qiao Yu's heart raced as he realized something. If they dared to harm a hair on their heads, he would make them regret ever coming into this world. With his foot pressing hard on the accelerator, he seethed with anger. The driver beside him felt an increasing fear under Qiao Yu's intense gaze. If given the choice between facing Qiao Yu's wrath or riding in his speeding car, he would prefer the latter, though he was already in it. Following the scent for a considerable time, the desolate highway echoed only the roar of the engine, devoid of any other sound, signifying that it was nearly midnight. As Qiao Yu gazed at the seemingly endless road ahead, his heart grew more anxious. Suddenly, his heightened senses detected the distant sound of a revving engine. It must be them, Qiao Yu thought to himself. However, as he approached the vehicle, he realized he had been mistaken. With a sense of urgency, Qiao Yu overtook car after car. Just as his patience was wearing thin, the familiar scent of perfume wafted back into his awareness. His spirits lifted as he fixated on a white van ahead, following it closely. Abruptly, the white van came to a sudden halt. The tires screeched against the pavement, creating a cacophony of distressing sounds. Seizing the moment, Qiao Yu parked his vehicle a short distance behind, quietly observing and waiting for the opportune moment to act. At last, when the white van came to a complete stop, two individuals emerged, cursing as they moved to the back of the vehicle to investigate. How could the tire blow out now? What do we do? One of the scrawny, shifty-eyed men asked the other. How should I know? Asked the boss. The other replied. His mouth twisted. The scrawny man, realizing his subordinate was intimidated by him, approached the window to ask, Boss, the tire blew. We can't move. Oh, look around and see if there are any other vehicles nearby. The boss replied indifferently, just as he caught a glimpse of Qiao Yu's car in the reflection. Siggy, the boss wants you to check for other available vehicles. It turned out that the man with the twisted mouth was called Siggy, which explained the scrawny man's deference. Idiot. Do we even need to look? There's one right there. Siggy slapped the scrawny man and strode towards Qiao Yu's car. Hey, get out. Get out. Siggy shouted as he pounded on the car, startling the driver inside. As he looked around, there was no sign of Qiao Yu. Terrified, he hastily rolled down the window and stammered, Big brother, please have mercy and let me go. Get lost. Get out of here. Who's going to let you go? Siggy yanked the driver out of the vehicle, dragging him towards the van. Boss, we have the person here. Let's switch vehicles. The boss replied, moving towards the small car. Meanwhile, his accomplices continued to emerge from the vehicle, each pairing up to restrain Ziyue and Xiner. Suddenly, before they could stretch their limbs on the road, Qiao Yu charged towards the group, revving his engine. Hey, get out of the way. Why are you just standing there? The boss shouted in panic, realizing Qiao Yu's target was Ziyue and Xiner, and fearing the impending collision. With a crash, Qiao Yu slammed on the brakes, causing the car to skid sideways and send the scrawny man flying. Silence fell. Everyone was bewildered, having found no one inside the car. Am I just this unlucky? What the hell? The boss thought, his heart racing with fear. Who? Show yourself. Who? Show yourself. His voice trembled, despite being a skilled fighter. He felt immense dread in the strange circumstances. Are you human or a ghost? The boss suddenly struck the vehicle with his palm. The car shook violently, the hood flipping open. As the hood flew up, momentarily obscuring their view, Qiao Yu silently appeared, swiftly freeing Ziyue and Xiner from their restraints. Brother Foam. The sisters rushed into Qiao Yu's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all right, I've got you. I'll avenge you, Qiao Yu assured them, releasing their restraints and instructing them to stay put. Who ordered you to do this? Qiao Yu approached the boss, who had yet to react, and kicked him to the ground. Who do you think you are? Brothers. Take him down. The boss shouted. Humph. Take me down? None of you will leave here alive today. Qiao Yu's eyes glinted with cold fury as he vanished from sight. The boss soon heard a series of thuds, and upon turning around, saw his men fall, defeated by Qiao Yu. You devil, don't come any closer. I know martial arts. The boss stammered in a panic, overwhelmed by Qiao Yu's ghostly agility and ruthless tactics. Get back here. Qiao Yu extended his hand, and the boss was involuntarily pulled towards him. Release me, you devil. The leader, overwhelmed by astonishment at the sudden display of skill, felt an icy dread enveloping him the moment he was lifted by Qiao Yu. The chilling sensation was inescapable. Silence. Qiao Yu delivered a series of slaps, jolting the leader back to a semblance of consciousness. What are you planning? Speak. Who sent you? He demanded, his gaze piercing into the leader, momentarily flickering towards the lifeless bodies he had just dispatched. I was desperate for money and thought of kidnapping for ransom, the leader stammered. Qiao Yu responded with 2 swift slaps. Yes, yes, he cried out, but was met with 4 more resounding slaps. It's Xiao Tian. Please, stop. The leader suddenly broke into tears. Take me to him. Quickly. At that moment, Qiao Yu was overwhelmed by a fierce urge to eliminate Xiao Tian immediately, fueled by the fear he had witnessed in the 2 sisters. No need. At that instant, a dozen luxury cars had gathered at the scene, with Ouyang Xingyu stepping forward, followed by 2 individuals dragging a bloodied man from the vehicle and discarding him onto the ground. Mom. Mommy. The 2 sisters rushed towards Lan Li, who was descending from the car. Humph. Upon recognizing Ouyang Xingyu and his wife, Qiao Yu forcefully tossed the leader beside the bloodied figure. Uncle. Xiao Yu. I've brought the person. Ouyang Xingyu gestured towards the injured man on the ground. Get up. Without hesitation, Qiao Yu lifted the man. You old scoundrel. The bloodied figure, awakening from Qiao Yu's energy, began to curse without assessing his surroundings. Upon seeing Qiao Yu's furious expression, his tone shifted to one of arrogance. Huh. So it's you, brat. Had I known, I would have ruined your 2 enchanting ladies. No words? Afraid? Xiao Tian noticed Qiao Yu's silence, his audacity growing as he remained oblivious to the transformation within Qiao Yu. Take him back. Tend to his wounds. Eliminate the other one. Qiao Yu coldly commanded before embracing his 2 lovely companions and driving away. Why are you still standing there? Just do as instructed, Ouyang Xingyu remarked humorously, likely having guessed Qiao Yu's intentions, secretly admiring his methods. Don't cry, Exiner. It's my fault for letting you suffer. I shall ensure that Xiao Tian will not have peaceful days ahead, Qiao Yu reassured as he drove back, cradling Exiner while Ziwa leaned against him. The 2 women remained silent, seeking solace in his presence. Despite their martial prowess, they had never encountered such peril and were genuinely terrified. Chapter 54, Under Scrutiny Ding. System Announcement. The countdown to war between Longting Gang and Aoshi Tiantang has 59 seconds remaining. Ding. System Announcement. The countdown to war between Longting Gang and Aoshi Tiantang has 55 seconds remaining. Ding. System Announcement. The countdown to war between Longting Gang and Aoshi Tiantang has 50 seconds remaining. This is going to be entertaining. Let them tear each other apart. In the conference hall of the gang's headquarters, a figure obscured in black spoke in a voice that sent chills down spines, likely in his mid-40s. The current leader of the gang, Lei Shuesha. Brother, why hasn't my subordinate arrived yet? The war is about to commence, and he hasn't even shown up. How can we fight? Bing Lian paced anxiously in the Longting gang's conference hall. Suddenly, a sensational system announcement ignited chaos. Ding. System announcement. Aoshi Tiantang has collectively surrendered and merged into Longting gang. What? Bing Lian gasped in shock, realizing that the battle had not even begun and Aoshi Tiantang had already surrendered. It must be my subordinate's doing. I'll check, Huang Fengxing asserted confidently. Knowing his subordinate all too well, though often inscrutable at the outset, by the end, it was clear it was his handiwork. Useless. I don't know why he turned off the communicator. The rogue had already initiated contact. Almost simultaneously, the previously silent figure leaped up, shouting, Blood Wolf. Brother, what are your orders? Blood Wolf responded respectfully. Investigate the background of the Longting gang's leader and why Aoshi Tiantang chose to surrender. Remember, do not alert them. We cannot jeopardize our plans, or the consequences will be dire. The man's voice resonated with authority, causing Blood Wolf to avert his gaze. Having followed this enigmatic brother for 18 years. Yes, brother, I will handle it immediately. Blood Wolf exited the conference hall, discreetly wiping away a bead of sweat. Perplexed by the fear this brother instilled in him. Now over 30, Blood Wolf held a significant position in the gang, yet in front of this brother, he felt like a mere novice. Hey, you two, come here, don't just stand there. Blood Wolf called to his subordinates. Brother, is there a new mission? They seemed quite familiar with Blood Wolf, lacking any trace of fear. Shut up. You two weren't busy with women last night, were you? Be careful not to get them pregnant. There's a mission from above. Focus and execute it, understood? Especially you, Xiao Yu. Blood Wolf delivered a sharp tap to each of their heads. Got it, what's the assignment? Xiao Yu, rubbing his head where Blood Wolf had struck, asked, looking slightly dazed. You all heard the system announcement, right? I need you to investigate the Longting gang leader's origins and the reasons behind Aoshi Tiantang's surrender. Remember to act discreetly. No problem, brother. We'll log off now, Xiao Yu replied before he and another subordinate disconnected. Xuelang's significant regard for the 2 individuals primarily stems from their unparalleled ability to acquire intelligence. Their methods surpass even those of Xuelang himself. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect is that they possess an innate supernatural ability to traverse walls. Chairman, do you think the recent commotion caused by Longting gang might harbor a deeper conspiracy? inquired a rotund man, eager to curry favor. Xiaofeng refrained from making unfounded speculations. It appears that the members of Longting Gang have employed some underhanded tactics against the formidable leader of AOC Tianxia. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for them to achieve victory without a fight. Do you not recall the uproar from the last forum? Replied Mo Ziying, the current chairman of Xinlong Nation, who appeared aged beyond his 40 years due to recent exertions. Indeed, the chairman is correct. The finance minister, with a rather unseemly expression, drew an irritated glance from the defense minister standing beside him. Longtai, what are your thoughts? The burgeoning power of Longting Gang presents both advantages and disadvantages to our administration. It all hinges on how we choose to exploit this situation. It is likely that Longting Gang will soon reach a level of strength comparable to that of a nation. When that time comes, we will be compelled to confront Sakura Nation. Mo Ziying was acutely aware of the dynamics between the two aides and chose not to dwell on them further. Chairman, I believe we should first investigate the key figures within Longting Gang before devising a strategy, Longtai suggested, casting a challenging glance at Finance Minister Xiaofeng, as if to imply, old fellow, you cannot compete. Yes, this approach is indeed feasible. As for the leaders of Longting Gang, I have gathered some insights. Their chief is the son-in-law of the Ouyang family, a remarkably youthful man. Exercise utmost caution when dealing with him. Do not provoke his sensitive spots. Similarly, be wary of the core members of Longting Gang, as they constitute the pillars of our Xinlong Nation's economy. Xiaofeng, the majority of the taxes you collect originate from them. I trust you can deduce their identities. Thus, you must be even more vigilant, Mo Ziying stated in a tone laden with mystery. This revelation left his two capable aides momentarily at a loss, realizing that the chairman was already privy to much information while they had been squabbling ineffectually. Furthermore, it became evident that each of them was a formidable character in their own right, capable of causing a stir in Xinlong Nation with a mere stomp of their feet. Chairman, what about the background of that son-in-law from the Ouyang family? Longtai inquired, striking at the crux of the matter. If my conjectures are correct, he is the last scion of the Qiao family, Mo Ziying replied, pursing his lips. Both Xiaofeng and Longtai were taken aback. They were well aware of the Qiao family's history and its implications. I too am puzzled, but based on the intelligence received and Ouyang Xingyu's consistent modus operandi, it seems likely that he has a firm grip on his daughter's affairs. Otherwise, he would not allow them such liberties, Mo Ziying mused. Chairman, I believe I have a strategy. Longtai whispered conspiratorially in Mo Ziying's ear, which ignited a wave of jealousy in Xiaofeng. Perhaps it could work. However, take care not to suffer losses while attempting to gain something, Mo Ziying jested. Rest assured, I have complete faith in my daughter, Ziying, Longtai assured confidently. At this moment, Xiaofeng observed Mo Ziying and Longtai engaged in light-hearted banter, feeling a surge of resentment towards Longtai's cunning nature. Does the finance minister share the same sentiment? Mo Ziying smiled. Yes, indeed, Chairman. That is precisely my thought, Xiaofeng replied, unwilling to lose face, despite his uncertainty regarding Longtai's precise intentions. Yet, he was convinced it must be advantageous. That is your assertion, mind you. You may leave now and confer among yourselves. I shall take a brief respite, Mo Ziying remarked. Bemused, reflecting on the audacity of those who would treat their daughters so cavalierly, he secretly admired the bond between the two men, who had grown up together and now occupied high positions. It was unexpected that both had fathered daughters, leading to a situation of rivalry and frustration over each other's perceived inadequacies. Let us depart. Longtai stifled a laugh, aware that Xiaofeng was particularly protective of his daughter, treating her as if she were a fragile treasure. Now, with Longtai's suggestion in play, it could lead to some embarrassing moments for Xiaofeng. I am going, Xiaofeng retorted, storming out in a huff. Hey, old family member, wait a moment. Longtai called after him. A dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. Xiaofeng grumbled, incensed. Are you not concerned about fulfilling the chairman's directives? Longtai adopted a serious tone. Speak. Longtai whispered to Xiaofeng, then burst into laughter as he departed. Xiaofeng exclaimed, regretting his earlier thoughts, realizing that Longtai's proposal involved sending his own daughter to charm the leader of Longting Gang, essentially resorting to seduction. Sighing, he felt as deflated as a frost-bitten eggplant, pondering how to explain this to his precious daughter. Meanwhile, as various factions in the pursuit of dreams kept a watchful eye on Feng Yun and Longting Gang, Feng Yun instructed his subordinates to attend to the aftermath of the recent events before taking his sisters, Ziyue and Shiner, to Huaxiang Valley for a leisurely respite. Brother, look over there, it's so beautiful. At this moment, Feng Yun had led his sisters to a picturesque spot he had previously discovered. Shiner, adorned in the golden attire gifted by Feng Yun, bounced about exuberantly, her effervescence akin to that of an angel. Shiner, I think you are even more beautiful. Feng Yun sincerely complimented, admiring how the golden outfit accentuated her charm. I won't accept that. Brother, you are just flattering me. Sheener feigned reluctance, her face alight with joy. You error, come adjudicate this matter. Did you go speak untruthfully? Feng Yun affectionately inquired, wrapping an arm around Ziyue. Indeed, Yu Gu is a notorious liar. Ziyue chimed in. Ziyu hurriedly broke free from Feng Yun's embrace and rushed to Xin'er's side, wearing a mischievous smile as she glanced back at Feng Yun. Beep beep beep. Who could that be? Can't they see that I am engrossed in a playful moment with Feng Yun? Upon answering the communicator, he spoke bluntly. However, upon hearing the voice on the other end, he abruptly halted. Humph. Are you out there chasing after girls again? Qiao Shui remarked candidly. How did you know? I was at Huaxianggu. No, I was feeding. That person must have already hung up the communicator, probably off to find him. Bad brother. Now it's all set. The wicked sister is coming. Sister, let us go. Let us ignore brother. Xin'er tugged at Ziyu, attempting to leave. But Feng Yun was not about to let them escape. Although he had inadvertently let something slip, Qiao Shui still had quite a distance to cover to reach them. Hee. Think you can run away? Little lamb, big brother is coming. Qiao Yu, resembling a hungry wolf, chased after the two sisters in Huaxianggu, occasionally teasing them, yet deliberately letting them slip away. At first, the sisters laughed merrily, but as Feng Yun grew bolder, their laughter transformed into flirtatious glances. Feng Yun realized he had miscalculated. Surely, he wouldn't be so brazen as to pursue such antics in the game. All right, my dear, big brother will keep you company tonight. How about that? Feng Yun found himself entangled with the two sisters, unwilling to let go. Oh no. Xin'er plopped down onto the grass, pouting and shaking her head. Her little feet playfully kicking about. It truly made Feng Yun sometimes entertain thoughts of abducting underage girls. Xin'er, be good, okay? The bad sister you mentioned is coming soon. You wouldn't want to perform in front of her, would you? Feng Yun smirked as he pinched Xin'er's smooth little face. Fine, I promise you. Xin'er rolled her eyes at Feng Yun, appearing to concede that he had finally found the right approach. You should be good too. Take your sister offline first. And brother, you will come down to join you later. Feng Yun gently patted Ziyu's fragrant shoulder, speaking softly. No, I want tea. Ziyu huffed defiantly. Oh, I knew it was you, Xin'er, who was up to no good, leading your sister astray, right? Feng Yun feigned a stern expression, gazing at Xin'er. Initially, he believed things would proceed smoothly. Once he dealt with Xin'er, he could easily manage Ziyu. Little did he know that Xin'er had already figured out his intentions to target her, so she obediently let Ziyu take the opposing stance. Truly, she was a clever little sprite, full of tricks. Humph, it's all that wicked sister's fault for ensnaring big brother's heart, abandoning us. Xin'er declared as she turned her back on Feng Yun, choosing to ignore him. Hee, is the little sister referring to her sister? Qiao Shui's voice suddenly chimed in. Humph, I don't know. Xin'er stubbornly refused to turn around. Feng Yun felt a twinge of annoyance at the thought that Qiao Shui was somehow ruining their perfect family dynamic. After all, Feng Yun wasn't even married yet. Haha. Don't mind her, beautiful lady. My Xin'er simply has that temperament. By the way, what brings you to find me? Is it wrong to seek you out if there's nothing urgent? Qiao Shui struck a flirtatious pose, causing Ziyu to mimic Xin'er and turn her back, as the two sisters secretly whispered to each other. Well, let us go over there to talk, shall we? Qiao Yu had initially intended to say, is the beautiful lady missing this handsome guy? However, considering that the two beauties were likely plotting against him, he decided it best to refrain from speaking, lest he find himself embroiled in yet another round of persuasion. Sure, let us sit over there. Qiao Shui graciously pointed toward a smooth stone not far ahead, which appeared just large enough for two people to sit closely together. Xin'er frowned. Bad brother. You can't go. At that moment, Qiao Yu was genuinely at a loss for how to proceed. Can I call you little sister, Xin'er? Your sister won't eat your brother. What are you afraid of? Qiao Shui attempted to coax her, treating her like a child, though her words were quite shrewd. No way, you will eat my brother. Qiao Shui broke into a cold sweat. This wretched lecher, it would be fine if he didn't eat me. Why am I even thinking this? Yujia, may I invite Fenggu over there for a chat? Qiao Shui began her advance on Ziyu. Absolutely not. Are you trying to date my Yugo? Ziyu shot her a knowing look, nearly causing Qiao Shui to faint. Yet, such an implication only ignited Qiao Shui's desire to converse romantically with Feng Yun. Yes, I have developed feelings for big brother Feng. Sister, you must agree. Qiao Shui suddenly adopted an overly sweet tone, leaning her entire body against Feng Yun. Feng Yun, with a roguish disposition, felt momentarily shy. The two sisters cast wary glances at Qiao Shui. All right, you two may converse. You go, kiss her. Ziyu blurted out unexpectedly. Qiao Shui felt as though she had boarded a pirate ship. Are you afraid? Humph, if you are scared, then hurry and leave. We still want to enjoy the scenery here. Ziyu asserted with a commanding presence, pressuring Qiao Shui. Who said this lady is afraid? Qiao Shui's voice trembled slightly. Humph, Then let Yuga give you a kiss, hee. Ziyu wore a triumphant smile, as if her scheme had succeeded. Go ahead and kiss. Come on, Fengge. Piao Shui clearly intended to make Feng Yun stand out in her eyes, referring to him as Fengge, while Ziyu called him Yugo. After all, one was a game name, and the other was his real name. Really? Beautiful lady. Feng Yun was more than willing to seize the opportunity. And Ziyu's words ignited an idea in his mind, to enlist his wife's help in wooing girls. Haha, come on. Piao Shui boldly leaned in. Her ears flushed red. This is what you asked for, beautiful lady. Feng Yun would not maintain a polite demeanor, with a mischievous grin. He pushed Piao Shui down onto the ground, and began to kiss her fervently, seizing the opportunity that had been presented to him without hesitation. Well, is this all right now? Piao Shui did not reprimand Feng Yun for his actions, directly inquiring. No way. The two sisters exclaimed in unison, and then they transformed into white light and logged off. Hee, beautiful lady, big brother is coming. At this moment, Feng Yun is profoundly grateful for the understanding of his two wives. Chapter 56, a bad experience to show you. Oh. Piao Shui screamed, realizing that she had fallen into someone's trap from the very beginning. Alas, how fortunate Feng Yun is to have taken advantage of her. Yet, Feng Yun remains indifferent to Piao Shui, determined to win her heart. Why is she unresponsive? Feng Yun pondered, then inquired, what is the matter, beautiful lady? Is that enough? Piao Shui retorted. Suddenly, Feng Yun realized he might have overstepped his boundaries. Step away. Piao Shui pushed Feng Yun aside, lowering her head and sobbing softly. Beautiful lady, please don't cry. I was wrong. Can't we just forget about it? Feng Yun gently grasped Piao Shui's delicate hand, soothing her. Don't touch me. Piao Shui turned away and continued. Feng Yun, don't get too carried away. I admit I have feelings for you, but that does not give you the right to act recklessly. Feng Yun's mind was suddenly engulfed in confusion. Shui, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I promise it won't happen again. However, I must confess, I truly love you. Realizing his mistake was not trivial, he spoke with a heavy heart and logged off. Perhaps today he had taken advantage of the situation too much, Feng Yun thought to himself. I'm sorry, I truly love you. Piao Shui numbly reflected on Feng Yun's words after he departed. What is wrong, brother? Why do you look so pale? Qiao Yu, who had just logged off, was approached by the two sisters, Xian being the first to speak. Oh, it's nothing. Qiao Yu lied. Though even the usually slow-witted Ziyu could see through it, as it was written all over his face. Really? You're not lying, are you? Ziyu asked with a mischievous smile, her keen intellect easily discerning Qiao Yu's predicament. Hee, you seem to enjoy opposing me more and more. Let us see how I deal with you. Qiao Yu teased, playfully pushing Ziyu onto the bed. Ah, you rascal! Ziyu exclaimed, though she always prepared herself. She could never shake off that thrilling sensation. Who is there? Qiao Yu turned and shouted out the window. Stay inside, I'll check it out. Be careful, he warned the sisters before swiftly darting out through the window. Oh no, how could he have spotted me? Thought the person hiding in the nearby tree as they quickly vanished. Damn it, Qiao Yu cursed as he chased after the figure, but after a long distance. He could no longer sense their presence, prompting him to return grumbling. What happened? The sisters anxiously inquired. It's nothing, just a false alarm. Let us head downstairs. Qiao Yu reassured them before descending. Young master. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were approached by two middle-aged men clad in black, their faces obscured. Did you uncover something? Qiao Yu asked nonchalantly, recognizing them as Ouyang Xingyu's subordinates, Shadow and Night. Yes, young master. We discovered someone had sneaked in here, but we could not trace their whereabouts. Shadow reported regretfully. It's all right. I just went out and didn't find anything. You're not to blame, Qiao Yu said, waving his hand to prevent the two from kneeling. Thank you, young master. They replied in unison. All right, you may leave now, but remember to stay vigilant. Yes. They echoed as they retreated. Xian, from tomorrow on, you'll stay by my side at all times, okay? Qiao Yu stated. Ziyu nodded in agreement. Yay. Does this mean we can accompany you to level up and hunt for treasures, brother? Xian exclaimed. Indeed, little one. Qiao Yu smiled at Xian's enthusiasm. And the two began to playfully banter. Chapter 57, Leveling Up 1. Hey bro, are you there? As Feng Yun logged on, he dialed up Quangfeng's new communicator. You little rascal, where have you been? Are you going to explain yesterday's events? Quangfeng immediately inquired. No need for explanations, just manage things well. Our situation isn't looking good. Feng Yun replied bitterly, noting that there had been persistent surveillance around his home lately. Oh, do you need my help? Quangfeng assumed Feng Yun was in financial trouble. It's not as dire as you think. We aren't lacking in funds. Here is the truth. I'm Feng Yun. He briefly explained his identity to Quangfeng. Haha, I didn't expect my little brother to be the head of the Qiao family. How impressive. Although surprised, Quangfeng felt elated. He had always hoped Feng Yun would be a remarkable figure, and it turned out to be true, though Feng Yun had yet to make his mark. Come on, bro. Can't you be a bit more serious? Whatever, I won't keep you long. In a few days, I'll apply for the guild management system, and you'll be freed up. I assume you've been waiting long enough. Feng Yun explained his recent discovery of an automated guild management system that communicated via text or voice to the administrators, who would merely need to announce the outcomes or relay them to subordinates. It significantly eased the burden on the guild's upper management. Nevertheless, few guilds were willing to invest in this system, but Feng Yun, even without relying on other families, had amassed billions from Longting Gang alone. Of course, players still needed to safeguard the guild's base. Really? Wow, that is fantastic. The brothers can finally show their skills, Quangfeng exclaimed, dancing in the guild's conference hall. Look at you, trying to show off again. Spill it. Have you gotten involved with that vixen? Feng Yun frowned, finding the voice oddly familiar. It was melodious, yet the tone was rather off-putting. Oh, the pain, my wife. No, it is merely the communication device of my younger brother. Quangfeng is crying out amidst the howling winds, for his wife has twisted his ear. Really? Little brother, come and speak with your sister-in-law. As Quangfeng spoke, he tossed the communicator to his wife, you see long air, and scurried away to rub his ear. Hello, sister-in-law, greetings. Feng Yun's voice sounded somewhat unnatural, stirring his thoughts as the melodious tone was akin to celestial music. Oh, very well, little brother, when will you have the time to visit your elder brother's home? My younger sister is. Your brother is complaining about you. All right, sister-in-law, please spare my elder brother for now. I shall find some time to come by, if that is agreeable. Now that is obedient. Very well, let it be so. You see, Long Air said as she cut off the communicator, casting a glance of disdain at Quangfeng. Phew, it is indeed a challenge. Feng Yun finally understood why Feng Yun feared his wife. It was not merely her temper, but her voice alone was enough to captivate one. You go, we have arrived. At that moment, Ziyue pulled Xiner online together. All right, my precious darlings, let us depart. Today, I shall take you to a splendid place for leveling up, Feng Yun said mysteriously. But I haven't bought any potions yet. We cannot go now. Xiner protested. Here, brother has plenty. Feng Yun replied, trading a large supply of healing potions. He then turned to Ziyue and asked, Yue, do you need any mana potions? No, you go. I still have some from last time. Ziyue recalled the frenzy she experienced while striving for Feng Yun. Ever since their relationship solidified, she had not engaged in leveling up again. Yue, what troubles you? Feng Yun inquired softly, wrapping his arm around Ziyue's waist. It is nothing. Ziyue found herself increasingly unable to resist Feng Yun's physical touch. Very well, let us set off. Feng Yun drew his Zilong sword and called out. The sunset plains, with its picturesque scenery and abundant ferocious beasts, was where Feng Yun led the two sisters, forming a party to slay their way through. The sisters hardly needed to lift a finger, as all the beasts they encountered were vanquished by Feng Yun alone. Watching their experience points soar, the sisters were overjoyed, never anticipating that leveling up alongside Feng Yun would prove so effortless. All right, you two rest here for a moment. I shall prepare some traps. Remember not to enter. Feng Yun guided the sisters to the entrance of the sunset plains and then ventured deeper into the area. Be careful, brother. Xiner called out, watching Feng Yun's receding figure. Do not worry. The soil here is quite firm. Feng Yun grumbled as he squatted in a pit digging traps. I dig. Blast it. Just as Feng Yun completed one trap and began digging the second, he sensed something amiss and leapt from the pit. What is this? Feng Yun exclaimed as he spotted a thick tail protruding from the trap, unable to discern what it was. Hiss. A spotted snake surged from the depths of the trap, its tail swinging and knocking Feng Yun far away. Ding. You have been attacked by a spotted snake. Spotted snake. Level 60. Attack 750. Defense 230. Damage. Snake venom. Blast it. Thankfully, I am not poisoned. Feng Yun swallowed a healing potion and rolled aside, dusting himself off, while keeping a wary eye on the spotted snake. Hiss. Another spotted snake slithered out from the trap. Blast it. Did I unearth a nest of snakes? Feng Yun was exasperated. The previous encounter had cost him a significant portion of his health. Boom. A massive ice howl struck just as Feng Yun was about to charge at the snakes, landing on the heads of the two spotted snakes. You shall be stunned, Feng Yun. That ice howl was cast by Ziyue. Brother, are you alright? Xiner called from a distance. Do not come over. Yue, stay back and attack from there. Feng Yun knew their presence would not aid him, and it was better for Ziyue to cast magic from afar. Boom. After Ziyue's ice howl, Feng Yun seized the opportunity and swung his sword down at the spotted snake that had previously struck him. Hiss. The spotted snake writhed in pain, thrashing its long body violently. Feng Yun's sword did not sever its tail, but pierced its body instead. The other spotted snake, witnessing its companion's injury, would not let Feng Yun escape, hissing and lunging at him with its bloodied fangs. Blast it. Feng Yun dodged the snake's body and struck its tail with his sword, with a sharp sound. The snake's massive tail was severed. Hiss. The spotted snake, seemingly undeterred by the loss of its tail, spun around and exhaled a cloud of crimson mist towards Feng Yun. At this moment, Xiner's perspective aligned with Feng Yun's, and upon seeing Feng Yun about to be enveloped by the snake's red mist, she screamed. Xiner. Feng Yun was momentarily thrown off balance by Xiner's cry, inadvertently inhaling several breaths of the toxic gas. Brother. Xiner dashed towards Feng Yun. Xiner, do not go. Ziyue seized her. Realizing that Xiner's approach would only burden Feng Yun further. I shall take your life. As the spotted snake leaped high towards him, Feng Yun fought through the dizziness brought on by the toxin, maximizing his attack power, and roared, advancing instead of retreating. Feng Yun thrust his sword upwards. And torrents of crimson snake blood flowed down the Zilong's sword, staining his white attire a vivid red. Hiss. Feng Yun then delivered a powerful kick, sending the spotted snake crashing to the ground, lifeless. His strike had perfectly pierced through its vital point. Roar. The other spotted snake emitted a howl akin to a wolf's and lunged at Feng Yun without hesitation. Humph, you two shall meet your end. Feng Yun seemed invigorated by the vibrant crimson blood, his eyes ablaze once more, unwavering and unflinching. He leaped into action, delivering a decisive slash that severed the enormous serpent's head from its body, the splattered serpent's blood coating Feng Yun's visage. With a thunderous crash, the decapitated body of the spotted serpent thudded to the ground. How infuriating! What a miserly creature! Not even a single scale was left behind. Feng Yun seethed with rage. These two serpents were excessively stingy, not yielding a single coin. As his brother dispatched the two serpents in a mere minute, Xiner shrieked and dove into Feng Yun's embrace, disregarding the blood that drenched him, which reeked horridly. Xiner, it is all right now. I just startled you, Feng Yun reassured, patting her delicate shoulder as they made their way towards Ziyue. Is Yuga all right? Ziyue hurried over, inspecting Feng Yun's body anxiously. I'm fine. You two should stay here. Yuga will return shortly. Feng Yun was determined not to squander such a splendid opportunity for leveling up. The expansive setting sun plains teemed with monsters, presenting a rare chance. At that moment, Ziyue grasped Feng Yun's arm. What is it, Yue? Feng Yun queried, perplexed. Why don't we refrain from training? Ziyue suggested. Visibly shaken by the blood that stained Feng Yun, momentarily forgetting her own capability to wield water magic. Do not worry. Yuga is very strong, Feng Yun reassured, gently patting Ziyue's shoulder. By the way, can you perform water magic? I forgot just now. Ziyue suddenly recalled her ability to cast Water Dragon Break. Will Yuga be all right? She pondered, her doubts surfacing. What if she accidentally harmed Feng Yun? Haha, fear not. We are currently in a team state, so there will be no harm, Feng Yun said. Oh, that is a relief. Ziyue responded, then began chanting a spell, conjuring a transparent water orb that grew larger and soared above Feng Yun's head. Break. Ziyue directed the orb towards him, drenching Feng Yun and washing away the blood that had stained him. Now, remember, you must not come over, understand? Otherwise, it will disrupt Yuga's plans, all right? Feng Yun reiterated earnestly. Yes, we understand. The sisters nodded fervently, recalling how frightened Xiner had been moments ago. All right, soon Yuga will call for you. With that, Qiao Yu dashed away swiftly, circumventing the recently dug traps before heading to the far side. He dared not dig further in that spot. Encountering a few more spotted serpents would be troublesome. How unfortunate. As Feng Yun selected a location and dug a few times, he despondently realized that his clothes, soaked by Ziyue's Water Dragon Break, were now caked with filthy mud. Thus, he decided to strip off his shirt, digging fervently bare-chested, resembling a laborer. Damn it, I hope I don't summon any more spotted serpents. Feng Yun silently prayed. If more serpents emerged, he would likely be driven to despair. Finally, he felt a semblance of relief. As he finished digging the last trap, he surveyed his handiwork and exhaled deeply. Feng Yun's trap was meticulously crafted, resembling a southern rice paddy from a distance. In his words, this design would better protect himself, as those wild beasts lack the capacity for thought. Yue or Xiner, come here. Feng Yun called to the sisters in the distance. Brother. Xiner, I thought you had gone off to forage for food. Well, my shirt got wet and was covered in mud. Remember, you must not enter here. Stay put while I lure the monsters in, understood? Yue, you can cast some spells, Feng Yun instructed hastily, without waiting for their response, and charged into the throng of monsters. Damn it, I'm coming. Feng Yun shouted excitedly. Most of the monsters here were around level 60, and Feng Yun himself was level 63, making it manageable. In an instant, as Feng Yun recklessly plunged into the horde of monsters, he utilized his remarkable agility to evade attacks, becoming a phantom that darted nimbly. The monsters, provoked by Feng Yun, roared and bellowed, chasing after him. Feng Yun excelled at leading the monsters now. He would not be foolish enough to repeat the previous incident where a wolf nearly bit his backside off. The cacophony of sounds reverberated. The setting sun plains were a chaotic mix of creatures, creating an incessant clamor, as if the earth itself trembled. What bravado! Soon you shall lament. Feng Yun scoffed at the simplistic-minded monsters before adjusting his speed towards the trap. Xiner, remember not to come over. Feng Yun warned, noticing Xiner seemed eager to follow. If she ventured too close, chaos would ensue. As he sprinted ahead, he suddenly turned around and bellowed at the approaching monsters before scampering away. You two remain where you are. Ziyue, attack with magic. Feng Yun cautioned again, anxious that the sisters might inadvertently jeopardize his carefully devised plan after hours of labor. Oh well? He howled excitedly, imitating a wolf as he ran, with the ability to freely adjust his attributes. This time, leading the monsters felt exhilarating. Watching the throng of creatures trail behind him was a delightful experience. With a splash, he leaped over the trap, cautiously navigating the narrow path of the trap. Turning left and right, the clumsy monsters fell into the pit one after another. Occasionally, a fortunate creature sprinted before Feng Yun, only to be kicked into the trap by him. The icy roar of Ziyue, accompanied by a fierce wind, howled through the throng of monsters, causing a cacophony of roars and wails to erupt across the sunset prairie. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. Under the deft maneuvering of Feng Yun, the creatures metamorphosed into experience points and equipment, generously bestowed upon him and his companions. Both Ziyue and Xiner wore expressions of exhilaration, their gazes towards Feng Yun transformed, as they had each ascended over 10 levels that day, a feat unprecedented for them. Currently, Ziyue stood at level 59, Xiner at level 55, while Feng Yun had only advanced by 5 levels. Just as Feng Yun finished collecting the spoils of battle and intended to return with the two women, a distant clamor of battle cries reached his ears. Do not let them escape, followed by an even more peculiar shout. Ah, it seems we've stumbled upon a group embroiled in a chase, Feng Yun mused. Let us keep a low profile regarding our own affairs, he decided, recognizing that sometimes, matters one wishes to avoid can unwittingly draw near. As Feng Yun exited the sunset prairie, a slender figure almost collided with him. I'm sorry, the voice exclaimed hurriedly before darting back towards the prairie. Due to the swift movement, Feng Yun could not discern the individual's features, but he knew it was a woman. Hey, did you see a woman pass through here? A burly man with a thick beard, accompanied by several underlings, approached Feng Yun, his gaze fixed on him with his bare torso, and the two lovely ladies flanking him. He appeared momentarily taken aback, then bluntly inquired. An all-too-familiar trope from television, Feng Yun thought, casually gesturing behind the man. That way, how ungrateful, the burly man exclaimed, clearly surprised by Feng Yun's response. No, I truly saw a woman head that way, Feng Yun replied earnestly. Really? The man seemed somewhat befuddled, evidently taken in by Feng Yun's solemnity. It appeared that Feng Yun possessed a certain knack for deception. Why would I dare deceive you, big brother? Feng Yun smiled slightly. Boss, he's lying. I clearly saw her run inside. One of the underlings protested. Friends, please step aside. This is a matter concerning the gang. Unrelated individuals should move aside. The burly man suddenly adopted a serious tone, as if realizing something. Ah, my good sir, therein lies your error. With such a wide path, how could I possibly obstruct your passage? Feng Yun shrugged, spreading his arms in a feigned display of helplessness. You brat, when told to leave, there should be no unnecessary chatter. Do you not know the rules of the gang? The underling shouted, revealing a lack of wisdom. Despite the bloodstains still adorning Feng Yun's body as he emerged unscathed from the sunset prairie, this locale bore a notorious reputation in the realm of dream pursuit. It was said that hundreds had ventured in together, yet only a handful emerged in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, Feng Yun stood there with two seemingly delicate beauties. The gang? Oh, what rules? Upon hearing the mention of the gang, a glint of cold light flashed in Feng Yun's eyes before he resumed his usual demeanor and inquired. Enough of your nonsense, the burly man commanded, seemingly intent on rallying his comrades for an assault against Feng Yun. Stop! A commanding voice rang from behind Feng Yun. A beautiful woman stepped into view, her features exuding a masculine elegance rather than the typical softness of a lady. This does not concern you. You ought to seek me out, she declared, her tone firm. Humph! You audacious woman, do you dare to snatch something belonging to the gang? Hand it over quickly, or you shall face dire consequences. The man's anger flared upon seeing the beauty, which piqued Feng Yun's curiosity. It was remarkable that, despite the gang's fearsome reputation, the man was merely seeking retribution for a theft rather than holding the woman accountable. How intriguing, Feng Yun remarked, his demeanor that of a charming rogue. Regrettably lacking even a single elegant garment to complement his appearance, leaving onlookers feeling somewhat awkward. Brat, step aside, this is not your concern. Best keep to yourself. The burly man spoke up. Seemingly unfazed, Feng Yun flashed a captivating smile and addressed the beauty. May I inquire about the circumstances at play, miss? The woman suddenly burst into laughter, teasingly replying, You, sir, are quite the rogue. Why the scholarly demeanor? She appeared utterly unconcerned with the menacing figures surrounding them. Oh, Are you so certain that I am a rogue? Is it not preferable to exhibit a touch of decorum? Feng Yun continued to jest. You are indeed a rogue. Even your girlfriend is getting jealous. The beauty remarked, pointing to Feng Yun's waist where someone had been pinching him. Ouch! It hurts, Hugo. Feng Yun cried out dramatically. Humph. Xiner fumed, her frustration evident. This is your flaw, Feng Yun. Your penchant for charming women is excessive. If you continue to pursue every pretty face, where will it lead us? As your second partner, I bear the responsibility to keep you in check. Are you finished yet? The burly man, unable to endure Feng Yun's playful banter any longer, erupted in anger. Not yet. The four of them retorted in unison. Brothers, smash this punk and chop him up. The burly man, driven to fury, realized that Feng Yun had always intended to intervene, while he foolishly squandered time arguing. You error, Xiner, step back, Feng Yun declared, leisurely unsheathing the Zilong sword, breathing gently upon its blade, and said, It has been a while since I experienced this thrill. This time, Feng Yun chose not to employ trickery. After all, he surmised that these individuals were not particularly formidable. Clang. Feng Yun lightly raised his sword and coolly remarked, Not enough force, big brother. He then thrust the blade mercilessly into the burly man's left shoulder. Ah! Feng Yun glanced back to see one of the burly man's lackeys wielding an oddly shaped weapon, shouting as he swung it toward Feng Yun's head. Damn! The winds of fate swiftly turned as Feng Yun executed a precise kick to the waist of the underling, sending him crashing to the ground with a muffled grunt. The clashing of weapons resonated in melodious echoes, while Feng Yun skillfully evaded attacks with an air of calm, countering with equal vigor. His remarkable martial prowess was evident, captivating the beauty who had never witnessed such exquisite tactics and swordplay even during her time in the special forces. With a powerful leap, Feng Yun struck each of the 5 approaching underlings in the face before sheathing his Zilong sword and dusting off his hands, signifying the matter was settled. Have the courage to reveal your name. The burly man observed Feng Yun's restraint in not eliminating them all completely, understanding that some skilled individuals disdain the act of taking lives. But he also knew provoking them could yield a different outcome. Begone! Feng Yun suddenly bellowed, his tone frigid. Thank you for sparing my life. But crossing paths with the underworld is unwise. We shall take our leave. The burly man called to his underlings, uttering a perfunctory remark before retreating in disgrace. However, Feng Yun perceived this as more than mere platitude. He had been thoroughly briefed by Ouyang Xingyu about the history and common practices of the underworld. It was said that they were not the thugs people typically imagined. Their darkness stemmed from the nature of their business, yet most of their members exhibited exceptional decorum. Hey, wake up! Feng Yun chuckled at the beauty who was gazing at him in a daze, thankfully not swooning, for that would have been burdensome despite her stunning appearance. Oh, my apologies. Thank you for your assistance. I am Long Yinyan. She promptly regained her composure, greeting him with a bright smile. No need for thanks. Allow me to introduce my 2 wives, Ziyue and Shiner. I am Feng Yun. Feel free to call me Feng Ge if you don't mind. It was then that Feng Yun learned her name and felt an odd discomfort as he held her delicate hand. Will you take me along to level up in the future? Long Yinyan asked shyly after greeting Ziyue and Shiner. Of course. No problem at all. Feng Yun replied without hesitation, relishing the opportunity to grow closer to a beautiful woman. However, he realized he must carefully navigate the dynamics between himself and his 2 wives. All right then, thank you. I will wait for you here at 8 tomorrow. Long Yinyan said with a mischievous smile, adding Feng Yun as a friend before logging off. Wives, should we log off here as well? Feng Yun inquired, feeling a bit uneasy. Humph. I won't bother with you anymore. Sister, let us head back. Shiner replied, stepping on Feng Yun's foot before she and Ziyue vanished in a flash of white light. Hee. Little girl, do you think I am unaware of your feelings? Feng Yun mused to himself, standing in place for quite some time. He understood that Shiner and her sister were not genuinely upset. They simply found his tendency to flirt with every attractive woman rather intolerable. Chapter 60. This girl turns out to be a soldier the next day. Feng Yun logged in on time, and Long Yinyan had been waiting for quite some time. Hey, you're late, she remarked with a slight smile. Hee, I hope you don't mind. Feng Yun scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless, as he had only managed to log in after ensuring his wives were well fed. Not at all, Feng Ge. May I ask you a question? Long Yinyan tilted her head, leaning closer to Feng Yun's face. Go ahead. Feng Yun found himself momentarily entranced, nearly losing himself in the alluring fragrance she exuded. What do you think of Yinyan? She is lovely and beautiful. Feng Yun replied earnestly, nodding his head. Is that all? Long Yinyan appeared somewhat disappointed. Well, that's about it. Suddenly, she leaped into his embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, her breath fragrant. Feng Yun, startled, quickly pushed her away, unaccustomed to such forthrightness. Aren't you fond of me? Long Yinyan's expression turned sorrowful. No, it's not that, Feng Yun stammered, unsure of how to respond. Saying no would hurt her feelings, yet he believed that such affection should be nurtured gradually. He was not yet ready to delve into such depths with someone he hardly knew. Then why? Long Yinyan stamped her foot in embarrassment, turning her head away. Yinyan, please tell me what you need me to do, Feng Yun suddenly blurted out. She nearly lunged at him, barely restraining herself from biting his neck. Don't tell me you fell for me at first sight. I may not know the details of yesterday's events, but I can guess you orchestrated this play, correct? Feng Yun's words seemed to douse Long Yinyan with cold water, leaving her feeling chilled. Fine, you know everything. Did I do something wrong? Long Yinyan said playfully. It's not a question of right or wrong. Just tell me your intentions. Feng Yun fixed his gaze on Long Yinyan, his tone resolute. Sigh. Long Yinyan sighed deeply. Her excitement suddenly deflated. Speak. Perhaps I can assist you. Can we sit over there for a moment? Long Yinyan pointed to a slightly cleaner rock a short distance away. All right. Feng Yun agreed, walking over to brush the dust off the stone, indicating she could sit. Now can we talk? You are quite meticulous. Why the sudden urgency now? Long Yinyan teased, secretly pleased by his attentiveness, as such detail-oriented men were rare these days. All right. I won't rush you. You are the commander of the district. Long Yinyan said proudly, having earned her position through sheer effort without any connections. Really? You are the commander of a military district? Feng Yun was taken aback. Humph. Believe it or not. Long Yinyan expressed her displeasure, questioning the absurdity of such doubt cast upon her. Fine. I shall believe. What more is there? A few days ago, my father approached me, urging me to find a way to get close to you and seek your assistance. This indeed was a genuine revelation. Oh. Does the illustrious Shenlong state truly require the aid of mere commoners like us? Feng Yun remarked, somewhat bewildered by the situation. Humph. If it weren't for your status in the dream pursuit, I wouldn't even bother with you. Long Yinyan pouted, causing Feng Yun to feel somewhat awkward. Oh, is status in this dream pursuit truly of such significance? Feng Yun couldn't help but scoff. You are such a simpleton. How could you not comprehend how your position as the leader and foremost expert of the Longting gang has been attained? It is not just our Shenlong state. Other nations mirror this phenomenon, with nearly 2/3 of their economies invested in it. Moreover, your Longting gang recently subdued AOC Tianxia. Tell me, does that not indicate that your gang's strength is approaching the standards required to establish a nation? Can you fathom the magnitude of power you would wield then? Long Yinyan shot Feng Yun a disdainful glance. Even if it is great, it is merely a virtual power. Feng Yun retorted. You are utterly foolish. Long Yinyan exclaimed in exasperation. How am I foolish? Do you not have wealthy entrepreneurs and tycoons within your Longting gang? Their presence naturally ensures their allegiance in the real world. Long Yinyan rolled her eyes at Feng Yun once more, reaffirming her opinion of his ignorance. Oh, I see. Now it dawns on me, Feng Yun acknowledged. Realizing he should refrain from further commentary, as it seemed the Longhu gang was also under his influence. And the likes of Kuang Fengxing and Binglian were indeed the type Long Yinyan had alluded to. Now he comprehended the magnitude of the power he held. What do you wish me to do? Feng Yun continued to inquire. It's quite simple. Just refrain from engaging in actions that would embarrass the nation. Long Yinyan replied curtly, astonished to encounter such an exceptional man. What constitutes actions that embarrass the nation? For instance, you appear quite naive, Feng Yun remarked. I am utterly defeated by you. Long Yinyan nearly lost her composure, exasperated by his sheer innocence. Do enlighten me, for if we inadvertently commit such actions in the future. Feng Yun teased, not anticipating that Long Yinyan's intellect would be so sharp. Long Yinyan pointed at Feng Yun, momentarily at a loss for words, her hands trembling. Hey, Yinyan, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Feng Yun thought to himself, amused by this endearing side of the military district commander. Humph. Long Yinyan turned away, her quiet sobs betraying her. Oh, Yinyan. I nearly forgot something. Feng Yun leaned closer, whispering in her ear, but she remained turned away. You are truly incorrigible. Long Yinyan playfully pouted, lightly striking Feng Yun's chest, the proximity causing an unexpected collision. Oh, is that so? Oh dear, this is bad. Feng Yun exclaimed in a flurry. Chapter 61. The Return of the Qiao Clan. 1. What should I do? Long Yinyan fretted, pacing anxiously. What is there to do? Feng Yun tilted his head in confusion. It's about that matter of yours. Long Yinyan pointed at Feng Yun's lower body, then hastily turned away. I forgot there is something I needed to handle. Feng Yun scratched his head as he spoke. What is wrong today? Are we still leveling up? Didn't you achieve your goal? Feng Yun laughed heartily as he logged off. Go see if my uncle has returned. Just tell him I have a matter to discuss. Qiao Yu entered the living room, poured himself a refreshing cup of tea, and called out toward the door. Yes, young master. Ning responded. After a moment, Ouyang Xingyu ambled in. Xiao Yu, life seems quite comfortable for you. Ouyang Xingyu exclaimed before even settling down. Uncle, please refrain from teasing me. I brought you here to discuss something. Oh, what is it? Can't you make decisions for yourself now? Ouyang Xingyu regarded him with an expression that implied, you are the leader. Why ask me? Not at all. Today. Someone from the Ministry of National Defense approached me in the game, urging me to prioritize national interests. I believe it is necessary to strategize regarding my power. The Ministry of National Defense is insignificant. Why would the illustrious Qiao clan fear such a trivial entity? Ouyang Xingyu's anger flared. He recalled the grandeur of the Qiao clan in its heyday. Uncle, please calm down. Since AOC Tianxiao was integrated into the Longting gang, I believe no other factions in Shenlong State can rival us now. I am contemplating whether to eliminate this somewhat threatening gang. Moreover, as you are aware, the true mastermind behind my parents' deaths was a gang. Qiao Yu remained unfazed by Ouyang Xingyu's demeanor and articulated his thoughts candidly. That is not entirely unfeasible. However, gang members are notoriously cunning, and if we wish to suppress them in dream pursuit, we cannot completely obliterate them, as their real-world strength remains formidable. Are you suggesting we must deal with them in reality? Qiao Yu was taken aback. Haha, this child can be taught. Ouyang Xingyu chuckled heartily. But where am I to find such funding? Qiao Yu, have you not yet grasped the true power of the four great families? Is it not merely what we see on the surface? Indeed, if we were to pool our resources from the four families, we could likely hold sway over half of Shenlong State. Ouyang Xingyu's eyes sparkled with ambition. Is it truly that formidable? I can hardly fathom it. Qiao Yu felt overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend. What is so surprising? In the days of the first generation of the Qiao clan, we were a sight to behold. Every nation looked to the Qiao family for guidance, and the world as currency was issued by our clan. No way. Qiao Yu's mouth gaped wide open. Although he was previously aware of the formidable influence of the Qiao family in the real world, he never anticipated it to be to such an extent. The fact that the Qiao family even issues the world's universal currency is astonishing. It seems they are indeed akin to a superpower. Qiao Yu, do you not wish to recreate the brilliance of the past? Recreate the brilliance of the past? Qiao Yu remained somewhat dazed, lost in thought as he murmured to himself. Indeed, to revive the glory of the Qiao family. Ouyang Xingyu echoed with a hint of anticipation. All right, I have made my decision. Not only shall I restore the former glory of the Qiao family, but I shall elevate it even further. Qiao Yu suddenly rose, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes radiating unprecedented confidence. Boom. The energy of the Tianlong Ju within Qiao Yu surged in response to his exhilaration, coursing powerfully through him. Often, an elevation in mental state leads to a corresponding enhancement in one's abilities. Indeed, at this moment, the newly generated energy within Qiao Yu flowed ceaselessly, circulating through his meridians. His Tianlong Ju successfully advanced to the 7th layer, achieving this feat at an astonishing speed. Ouyang Xingyu, seemingly unable to believe that the person before him was still Qiao Yu, stared intently, as if trying to see through him. He had never witnessed anyone enhance their abilities so rapidly, especially considering that Qiao Yu was practicing the notoriously difficult Tianlong Ju. In truth, the perception that the Tianlong Ju is exceedingly challenging to master is somewhat exaggerated in the eyes of the public. From the cultivation experiences of previous heads of the Qiao family, it is evident that their progress was largely influenced by the circumstances of their time, particularly the brutal trials Qiao Yu had just overcome. Thus, many assumed the Tianlong Ju was difficult to practice. Qiao Yu regulated his energy, exhaling heavily, feeling immensely refreshed. Uncle, Qiao Yu, it seems this world will soon belong to the youth. Ouyang Xingyu remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Uncle, please refrain from excessively praising Qiao Yu. Otherwise, you will elevate him to the heavens. Qiao Yu laughed heartily. Ever since overcoming the trial of slaughter, he had discovered that his speed of cultivation in the Tianlong Ju had significantly increased. Come now, Qiao Yu, do not be modest with your uncle. What are your true thoughts? I have no specific thoughts. Since you say the four great families possess such immense power, let us gradually unite. Qiao Yu pondered aloud. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall assist you in managing matters tomorrow. I understand you are busy with the game and have little time for management. Thank you so much, uncle. Ouyang Xingyu's assistance was truly remarkable. Not only did he announce the Qiao family's resurgence, but he also propelled Qiao Yu, the sole descendant of the Qiao bloodline, into the limelight, garnering him significant attention. Rest assured, focus on conquering the underworld in the game. We old fellows will take care of matters in reality. Farewell. No need to see me off. Ouyang Xingyu was in high spirits today, delighted that Qiao Yu had finally awakened. After Ouyang Xingyu departed, Qiao Yu reclined in the center of the living room, which was adorned with a thick carpet. Even after all this time, he still enjoyed lying in the living room, resting his head on his hands and gazing at the sky. The newly designed living room of the villa allowed Qiao Yu to directly view the scenery outside the door and the vast expanse of the sky above. The sea is vast enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to soar. Qiao Yu thought, now is the time for me to embark on a grand undertaking. Although the four great families are powerful, I must forge my own path in life. Given the current circumstances, eliminating the underworld is only a matter of time, But what significance does that hold? I will not tread the path paved by others. I shall carve out my own domain. Qiao Yu mused. Suddenly, two soft forms nestled against him on either side, remaining silent. Yuer Exiner. What do you think I should do to find greater meaning? Qiao Yu did not move, his gaze fixed on the expansive blue sky, watching birds flit in and out of the clouds. Brother Yu, please do not ask us. Wherever you go, we shall follow. Whatever you do, we shall do alongside you. Ziyue climbed onto Qiao Yu's chest, obstructing his view of the sky, her eyes filled with tenderness as she spoke. What more could Qiao Yu say? He could only hold his two sisters tightly. Right after Ouyang Xingyu left, he immediately summoned the heads of the other two families to discuss the details of forming the Qiao group. These old fellows had waited so long for this day. In just 3 short days, Ouyang Xingyu and the others managed to unite the vast 4 great families, and on the same day, they held a press conference, proclaiming that the Qiao family would make a grand return. This news was akin to launching thousands of missiles upon the tranquil planet, nearly obliterating it. In an instant, not only the upper echelons of the Shenlong nation, but also various factions within the nation and other countries turned their attention to this so-called Qiao family. More precisely, to Qiao Yu. Chapter 62. The Qiao family's return. 2. Qiao Yu, hurry and prepare for the afternoon press conference. Do you hear? Do not embarrass yourself. Ouyang Xingyu said shamelessly, eagerly anticipating Qiao Yu's public debut. He was confident that Qiao Yu would not disappoint them. What in the world? Uncle, what is this? How could you do this? Qiao Yu exclaimed with a grimace, flinging the newspaper in his hand onto the coffee table. The headline boldly proclaimed, "The most brilliant Qiao family flourishes under the leadership of contemporary genius Qiao Yu. Tomorrow at the Jianyuan City Exhibition Center. A press conference will announce the Qiao family's return." The date on the newspaper was yesterday. Well, haha, I momentarily forgot to inform you. Please do not hold it against me. Ouyang Xingyu hastily slipped out through the front door, likely realizing that if he lingered, Qiao Yu would certainly become agitated. Humph. You were quick to flee. Qiao Yu sulkily sank onto the sofa, grumbling. Brother, you look so handsome in that suit. Ziyue was busy adorning Qiao Yu, while Exiner watched with a gaze akin to that of an art connoisseur, utterly entranced. Go play, you little one. Stop daydreaming. Ziyue reprimanded, as she focused on fastening the buttons of Qiao Yu's white shirt. Sister, you are so bossy. Exiner protested, pouting as she perched on the edge of the bed, her legs crossed, eyes never leaving Qiao Yu. All right, you go. Do you think I look handsome? Ziyue finally secured Qiao Yu's tie, then nestled against him, both gazing into the mirror's reflection. Kiss. Not bad. Qiao Yu wrapped his arms around Ziyue and planted a kiss on her, expressing his satisfaction. Come here, Exiner. Give me a kiss too. Qiao Yu approached Exiner and pulled her up. Hurry, brother, or you'll be late, and Dad will get angry. Exiner was quite pleased with Qiao Yu's demeanor, gently caressing his cheek as she reminded him. Right. I almost forgot. There's only half an hour left. You two stay at home and don't go anywhere, understood? Anya and Anying will protect you here. Be good, and I'll come back to keep you company tonight. With a farewell to his sisters, Qiao Yu sped off in Exiner's sports car towards Jianyuan City. Perhaps influenced by Exiner, Qiao Yu finally understood the thrill of driving fast. He honked his horn on the highway, pushing the car to its limits. Several times, he nearly lost control and crashed. However, relying on his extraordinary reflexes and physical prowess, he expertly maneuvered the vehicle, narrowly avoiding disaster. At the largest public venue in Jianyuan City, the Convention and Exhibition Center, throngs of people filled the space, both reporters and onlookers encircling the plaza. Oh, Qiao Yu, why did you arrive so late? Hurry up. As Qiao Yu reached the backstage, Ouyang Xingyu was conversing with 2 young men of similar age, who immediately called out upon seeing him. Uncle, no need to rush. I'm here now, Qiao Yu replied, slightly irritated after the arduous journey. Haha, it's your fault for arriving so late. Couldn't you have come a bit earlier? Let me introduce you. This is Xikong Hai, the head of the Xikong family, and this is Mingyue Huaiwei from the Mingyue family. Ouyang Xingyu pointed out the 2 men as he introduced them. Hello, gentlemen. Qiao Yu greeted politely, aware that although they had never met, they were allies of Ouyang Xingyu, and he needed to be respectful, especially since Mingyue Huaiwei might one day become his father-in-law. Mingyue Huaiwei, Xikong Hai, pays respects to the young master. The expressions of the 2 men shifted dramatically, astonished by how swiftly Qiao Yu had approached them. They were taken aback. Despite Ouyang Xingyu's previous assurances that this son-in-law was easygoing, the initial meeting still felt somewhat awkward. Oh, please, no need for such formalities. I am but a junior. This is only natural. Let us skip the pleasantries. Qiao Yu waved his hand, causing the 2 men to freeze mid-bow. They exchanged glances, their thoughts unspoken yet understood. Haha, then we shall follow old US lead and address you as Qiao Yu. How about that? Although Mingyue Huaiwei's name sounded poetic, his demeanor at that moment was anything but. Qiao Yu was delighted by Mingyue Huaiwei's straightforwardness. All right, gentlemen, shouldn't we make our entrance? If we linger here any longer, this press conference might not happen. Qiao Yu smiled gently, reminding them. After all arrangements were in their hands. He had no intention of micromanaging. Ah, yes, old Yu, let us go? The group chatted and laughed as they exited the backstage. Just before stepping out, Ouyang Xingyu made sure to pin a vibrant rose lapel pin on Qiao Yu's left chest and instructed him to call for him when it was time to come out. As they stepped into the plaza of the Convention and Exhibition Center, cameras were set up everywhere, and numerous reporters holding microphones or recording devices clamored to conduct interviews. Those familiar with the four prominent families recognized that the three individuals before them were the current heads of the Ouyang, Xikong, and Mingyue families, while the leader of the Xia family had recently passed away, leaving them as the three remaining families. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gathering today. I have an important announcement to make. I believe you are already aware of the matter, aren't you? Qiao Yu stood backstage, listening to Ouyang Xingyu's voice. Surprised at the transformation he underwent during critical moments, becoming an entirely different person. Indeed, the audience echoed in agreement. The advertising had been so loud that it would be hard not to notice. Yet it was clear that the audience's curiosity was directed towards the helm of the Qiao family. Well then, let us first discuss the current state of the Qiao family, which has been restructured from the combination of the four families. If anyone has questions later, feel free to ask. Noticing that some attendees seemed eager to jump in with questions, Ouyang Xingyu quickly suppressed the urge. Thus, under Ouyang Xingyu's encouragement, Mingyue Huaiwei and Xikong Hai took turns sharing insights on the restructured Qiao family and their future plans. After a lengthy discussion, Ouyang Xingyu finally took the microphone again, exclaiming, "Now, please welcome our contemporary genius head of the Qiao family, Qiao Yu, to the stage." Upon hearing his name called, Qiao Yu stepped forward with a composed gait, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he emerged from backstage. "Wow, so handsome," was the initial impression of the crowd below. "Oh, how youthful." This sentiment is often expressed by individuals of a more advanced age. Qiao Yu observed everything keenly, silently contemplating how to navigate the situation. Now, let us invite our esteemed Qiao Shodangjia to greet everyone and address their inquiries, Ouyang Xingyu suggested with a flourish. Sure enough, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, their cheers echoing through the venue. In another corner of the exhibition center, a group was engaged in animated discussions. Among them were Long Tai, Xiaofeng, and Long Yinyan, all dressed in civilian attire. Behind them loomed a considerable number of individuals in plain clothes, clearly soldiers, as no one dared to linger in their proximity. This created a striking contrast, making them feel somewhat out of place. Hello everyone, I am Qiao Yu, the head of the Qiao family and the chairman of the newly formed Qiao group. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I believe many of you have questions. However, I must unceremoniously inform you that I do not have the answers. After all, the Qiao group comprises four prominent families, and their current heads are present here. Therefore, it would be more appropriate for you to direct your inquiries to them. What do you think? Suddenly, a voice interjected. I would like to ask Chairman Qiao. How old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? Are you married? Have you had children? How many? The audience clearly would not let him off so easily. And a barrage of questions ensued. As Qiao Yu began to respond, an unexpected silence enveloped the venue. In that instant, a horde of approximately 100 individuals clad in black and masked surged into the hall from all directions, some leaping over the heads of the crowd, others seemingly flying through the air, all converging upon Qiao Yu. The atmosphere turned chaotic as the audience, bewildered by the arrival of these masked figures, erupted into a cacophony of frightened shouts. "Do not be afraid. They are coming for me," Qiao Yu declared, channeling his inner strength with the Tianlong Ju, his voice resonating with assurance. No sooner had he spoken than the first wave of black-clad attackers launched themselves at him, their fists and kicks a blur of motion. Qiao Yu thought to himself, it seems these fighters possess extraordinary skills and exhibit a cohesive combat technique. With no time to ponder further, he took to the air, surprising the assailants who anticipated his descent, readying themselves to deliver a lethal blow as he landed. To their dismay, Qiao Yu soared higher instead, launching a flurry of powerful strikes from above. The sound of bodies hitting the ground resounded like thunder as several opponents fell, revealing the formidable nature of Qiao Yu's prowess. This sequence transpired in mere moments, leaving Ouyang Xingyu, Xikong Hai, and Mingyue Hua momentarily stunned. As nearly 100 more masked fighters joined the fray, the situation intensified. The stage appeared too small to accommodate such a crowd, forcing many spectators to flee amidst the turmoil. Ouyang, Xikong, and Ming simultaneously shouted and leapt from the stage to confront the advancing masked figures. Prepare to meet your end. As Ouyang, Xikong, and Ming engaged in their initial assault, Qiao Yu seized the opportunity to launch a series of sweeping kicks at the remaining attackers. The sounds of impact echoed as bodies collided with hard surfaces, culminating in several adversaries succumbing to their injuries. With an elegant flourish, Qiao Yu descended into the heart of the conflict, intercepting the onslaught aimed at Ouyang Xingyu. "Uncle, you must return swiftly," he urged. Without a word, Ouyang Xingyu deflected the incoming strikes, using one assailant's head as a springboard to leap higher. Making his way behind the stage, he was acutely aware that his loved ones, Xiner and Ziyue, might face similar dangers. Even though two capable subordinates were there to protect them, his anxiety lingered. The only way to feel at ease was to see them safe, even amidst overwhelming odds. "Today, all of you shall perish." With Ouyang Xingyu having departed, Qiao Yu felt a semblance of calm, knowing that someone was safeguarding the two women. However, he was resolute that he would not let the day's events conclude without retribution. With a resounding battle cry, Qiao Yu accelerated once more. To the onlookers, he appeared as a blur of gray, weaving through the chaos. As the melee ensued, adversaries were hurled away, some soaring toward the stage, others crashing to the ground. Yet, they all shared a singular fate: death. "Father, should we not assist?" Long Yanyan, who had not yet departed, questioned, along with the disguised soldiers who remained. "Do you not see the current situation? Do they require your assistance?" Long Tai, the Minister of Defense, retorted without turning back, bemused by his daughter's sudden concern. He shook his head and returned his focus to the unfolding battle, pondering the extent of Qiao Yu's abilities while carefully observing each of his movements. "Hey, my friend, that young man seems to lack any martial skills. Look at that kick. I could do that too. And this punch, is it not like this?" The Minister of Finance commented, scrutinizing Qiao Yu's seemingly elusive movements, completely oblivious to Long Tai's indifference. Long Yanyan discerned the underlying truth at that moment. Qiao Yu had reached a level of mastery where he could triumph without employing any formal techniques. Each of his strikes was executed with impeccable precision, devoid of any ostentation. On the battlefield, the most formidable maneuvers are those that vanquish the enemy rather than those intended for spectacle. This was the very first lesson Long Yanyan had absorbed upon her entrance into the military. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Qiao Yu dispatched a multitude of adversaries. Upon noticing Xikong Hai and Ming Yuehua, he realized they were struggling and had sustained various injuries. "Damn it!" Qiao Yu exclaimed, angrily sending flying the two masked assailants who had intended to ambush Xikong Hai. Subsequently, he placed his hand on Xikong Hai's back, channeling a pure stream of vital energy into his palms, allowing Xikong Hai to explosively disperse the encircling black-clad figures. Seizing the opportunity, Xikong Hai swiftly maneuvered to position himself behind Ming Yuehua, the two of them engaging in a synchronized offensive and defensive strategy. Suddenly, two lithe figures soared into the fray. Qiao Yu, nearly taken aback, was astonished to recognize Long Yanyan and Yu Ruo. "What are you two doing here?" he inquired while simultaneously fending off approaching black-clad attackers. At that moment, he was perplexed as to how these two had become so formidable and how Long Yanyan and Yu Ruo were acquainted. "Ungrateful! How dare you say that?" Yu Ruo retorted with a hint of indignation, her hands deftly executing Wing Chun, rendering the assailants incapable of advancing. Qiao Yu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, they were here to assist him. But did he truly require assistance at this juncture? "Hey, should we let them join in?" Xiao Feng, observing the two daughters of Long Tai and himself entering the battlefield, felt a surge of urgency. "Not necessary," Long Tai replied dismissively, his gaze fixed on the unfolding spectacle. He had not witnessed such remarkable young talent in a long time. Xiao Feng, seeing Long Tai's demeanor, chose to remain silent, unwilling to press against his cold indifference. With a booming shout, Qiao Yu extended his arms, channeling a tempestuous force of vital energy as he swung his palms. The cacophony of bodies hitting the ground echoed around him, splattering him with the blood of the fallen adversaries. With each successive command, he exerted a powerful gravitational pull on the remaining black-clad figures, causing them to spiral outward. "Go!" he bellowed, and those ensnared by his energy were hurled in all directions. Crashing to the ground, some lifeless, others gravely injured. The spectators, rendered speechless, were left in awe. What kind of skill was this? It was not Tai Chi, for it lacked such magnificent and overwhelming energy. Chapter 64. Comfort. As the chaos subsided, Qiao Yu maintained a stoic posture after casting the black-clad figures aside. The audience, regaining their composure, erupted in applause, declaring it far more exhilarating than any martial arts film. Those unacquainted with martial arts felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, having witnessed firsthand what they had only seen on screen. "You too, get on the game tomorrow and contact me," Qiao Yu commanded Long Yanyan and Yu Ruo. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Feng and Long Tai, his intent unmistakably demanding an explanation. Qiao Yu was well aware of the finance minister's identity. Having seen him on television countless times, despite their disguises, his keen eyes could easily penetrate the faade. Feeling the weight of Qiao Yu's icy gaze, Long Tai and Xiao Feng shivered. The earlier scene was still vividly etched in their memories, and Qiao Yu's expression bore an ominous intent. Had it not been for his trust in Long Yinyin and Yu Ruo, he might have charged at them in his fury. Following Qiao Yu's departure, Long Yinyin and Yu Ruo stood dumbfounded, pointing at one another while exclaiming, "Do you know him?" They simultaneously turned their backs to ponder how to respond, recalling their previous vow to marry the same man. After concluding the battle, Qiao Yu swiftly drove Xian Air's sports car back home. Upon arriving to find numerous black-clad bodies sprawled at his doorstep, his heart raced with trepidation. "Please, let nothing be amiss," he fervently muttered, moving swiftly as a shadow. In the blink of an eye, he stood at the threshold of his room. There he noticed several more bodies, indicating that Ouyang Xingyu had likely encountered the assailants as they ascended the stairs. "Aning, what is the situation?" Qiao Yu inquired, spotting the Aning brothers standing nearby. "Young master," they respectfully greeted, remaining silent. As Qiao Yu quickly grasped the situation, Ouyang Xingyu was comforting the two sisters. "Brother, you go," the sisters exclaimed, leaping into his embrace upon his return. "It's all right, don't be afraid, Yu Gu is here." Qiao Yu's heart ached at the sight of the two beautiful girls so visibly shaken. He resolved fiercely within himself. He would not let them go unpunished. "Uncle, do you know who is behind this?" he asked, still holding the sisters tightly. "The gang," Ouyang Xingyu replied curtly, his anger palpable. When had the criminal underworld dared to encroach upon the four great families? No, it was now the Qiao family. "Tomorrow, gather our forces and head to their headquarters," Qiao Yu declared, feeling the sisters tremble in his arms, his heart nearly shattering. "No, we cannot act recklessly now," Ouyang Xingyu firmly rejected. "Why not?" Qiao Yu glared at Ouyang Xingyu, doubting whether he truly valued his precious daughters. "Alas, Qiao Yu, you have misunderstood my intent. Yuer and Xiner are my daughters, and I am undoubtedly filled with rage over their predicament. However, have you considered that today you might be their target? This is discernible from the number of individuals present. Please, do not act so impulsively. If you rush in like this, you might fall victim to their entire scheme. Humph, they would gladly welcome you right to their doorstep." Ouyang Xingyu is also somewhat enraged. As a romantic like Qiao Yu might inadvertently jeopardize significant matters in his pursuit of his daughters. "I apologize, uncle. I, Qiao Yu, have just realized that I nearly made a grievous mistake. Enough of this. I can understand your feelings. Rest assured, I will arrange for personnel to gradually ensnare them all." With a wave of his hand, Ouyang Xingyu interrupted Qiao Yu's words. "Very well," Qiao Yu replied. Chapter 65. Entering the tent as soon as Feng Xiaoyan came online, his communicator began to ring incessantly. Who could it be at such a precise moment? As he pondered, he answered the call. "Hello, is this Brother Feng?" "Yes. It is I, Long Yinyin." "What? You're with Yuruo? Where are you?" "Oh, understood. We will come right over." Long Yinyin's enchanting voice came through, tinged with urgency. "Is my charm truly that compelling?" Feng Xiaoyan mused narcissistically in the square of Baihu City. Just a few minutes later, he detected the distinct fragrances of two beautiful women, and it was clear who they were. It appeared that Long Yinyin and Yu Ruo had reached some sort of agreement, hand in hand, looking quite intimate. "Brother Feng, what are you doing? Why are you sitting on the ground?" Yu Ruo asked with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing." Brother Feng was deceived and, feeling disheartened, decided to sit here and await his demise. Feng Xiaoyan replied suddenly in a dejected tone. The implication was clear. "You have concealed your identity from us." "Really? You truly wish to die?" Long Yinyin's skeptical expression made Feng Xiaoyan cast a sharp glance at her. How dare she say such a thing? "Brother Feng, let us talk as we walk. Could you take us to level up today?" Yu Ruo suggested, glancing around and noticing the numerous wolfish gazes scanning their curvaceous figures, prompting her to make this request. Let me think about it," Feng Xiaoyan said, tilting his head in a mock-serious manner. "All right then," Yu Ruo replied somewhat glumly. However, Long Yinyin couldn't help but burst into laughter, her merriment blooming like a flower, as she observed Feng Xiaoyan's subtle attempt to suppress his laughter. "Yinyin, what are you laughing at?" Yu Ruo questioned, puzzled by her sister's unusual demeanor upon seeing Feng Xiaoyan. "Not at all." Long Yinyin feigned indignation, playfully scolding. She suddenly felt a sense of connection with Feng Xiaoyan. Could it be that they were united in purpose against outsiders? The thought made Long Yinyin's face flush even more. "Hey, Yinyin, why is your face as red as a monkey's bottom?" Yu Ruo exclaimed unexpectedly. "It's not." Long Yinyin truly jumped in surprise. For being caught red-handed was quite embarrassing. "It is," Yu Ruo insisted firmly. "No, it's not." Long Yinyin obstinately denied. "Enough, both of you. This is tiresome." Feng Xiaoyun suddenly slumped, and the two bickering companions fell silent, turning their gazes toward him. "This is all your fault." Yu Ruo shot a glare at Long Yinyin. "No, it's your fault." Long Yinyin shot back, equally indignant. "Brother Feng, what's wrong? Did Yu Ruo upset you?" "It's Yu Ruo's fault. She should not have concealed her true identity," she said, her large eyes brimming with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. Humph. Why bother explaining so much? That ungrateful scoundrel. Long Yin recalled Feng Xiaoyun's earlier gesture, feeling a surge of anger as her temper flared, her hands on her hips. She adopted a posture of indignation. He does have a point. I must admit, the jest has gone too far. Yin, Yu Ruo interjected, discontent with Long Yin's fiery temperament. Let me handle this. Long Yin pulled Yu Ruo behind her, continuing her tirade. Feng Xiaoyun, let me tell you. Do not act ungratefully. Do you dare claim that your earlier demeanor was not feigned? Do you understand that Yu Ruo has been an orphan since childhood? Do you comprehend that she has always lived under the roof of others? Don't hold me back. Let me speak. Yu Ruo stood aside, sorrowfully despondent, attempting to intervene. Unexpectedly, Long Yin shook her off and continued. Feng Xiaoyun, do not be oblivious. You should recognize Yu Ruo's feelings for you. Do you think that yesterday, at the convention center, when someone disrupted the Qiao family's press conference, it was right for you to take it out on Yu Ruo? Understand this. At present, Yu Ruo is not yours to treat in such a manner. Even if she were your girlfriend, I would still have the right to speak. What? No words left? Do you feel guilty? Humph. Yu Ruo, let us go. Long Yin's anger surged, questioning whether her feelings were not evident to him. Wait. Qiao Yu suddenly stood, speaking with a heavy tone. He had not anticipated that what he thought would be light-hearted banter would unfold into such a serious matter. Humph. No waiting. Long Yin shot him a disdainful look, but her body remained rooted. Meanwhile, Yu Ruo fell silent, her heart heavy with sorrow. She never expected that after only 2 encounters, no, to be precise, just one, the occasion when he had taken her to battle for the war token, she would find herself unable to let go of him. This dream had become an undeniable reality, and she could no longer release him from her heart. Listen to me. Please do not be so stubborn. Feng Xiaoyun assertively turned Long Yin to face him, drawing close to her face. Long Yin fell silent, unsure of what to say, as she found herself unable to resist Feng Xiaoyun. Yu Ruo, I'm sorry. Feng Xiaoyun sincerely addressed Yu Ruo. No, don't say you're sorry. Yu Ruo could no longer contain the anguish within her heart, bursting into tears as she collapsed into Feng Xiaoyun's embrace. She felt that his arms were her sanctuary. As if without Feng Xiaoyun, the world lost all its color. She was uncertain why she felt such emotions towards Feng Xiaoyun. Yet she realized that if he were unhappy, her heart would ache, and if he were displeased, even if she possessed the entire world, she would feel no joy. Yu Ruo felt a gentle touch as Feng Xiaoyun cradled her cheek, tenderly calling out to her. Brother Feng. Upon hearing his soft voice, Yu Ruo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She never imagined that this man, who occupied her thoughts day and night, would express such tender affection toward her. Even more surprising was that he had appeared so cold during the fierce battle at the press conference the previous day. Yu Ruo discovered that she had fallen deeply in love with Feng Xiaoyun, as deep as an unfathomable abyss. Yu Ruo, Brother Feng truly did not expect this. Rest assured, Yu Ruo, Brother Feng likes you. Promise me you will be my woman for life. Long Yin nearly choked on Feng Xiaoyun's sweet words. Recalling how he had seemed like a fierce demon just yesterday, yet now he was exuding such tenderness. However, did she not secretly enjoy this? Long Yin pondered. Feng Xiaoyun's passionate affection flowed through his lips and reached Yu Ruo's heart. Goodness, are they actually kissing? Long Yin's palms began to sweat. Did they not consider her feelings? Were they leaving her here all alone? No. She must stop them, but they were willing participants. What did it have to do with her? Long Yin's heart was tumultuous. What was this sensation? How comfortable, how blissful. She clearly felt the fervent love, yet it was laced with gentleness. As Long Yin contemplated, she involuntarily closed her eyes, oblivious to the fact that she had melted into Feng Xiaoyun's embrace. Beside them, Yu Ruo watched her with a playful smile. Ah, you bad guy. Long Yin suddenly came to her senses, having initially thought this was a rather vivid dream, only to realize it was an undeniable reality. What are you doing? You silly girl. Yu Ruo has already promised to be my wife. Have you forgotten your vows? Feng Xiaoyun smirked mischievously, looking at Long Yin with a teasing glint in his eyes, making her shyly lower her head, her cheeks flushed. Who wants to be your wife? Long Yin protested playfully, though her demeanor betrayed her. Really not going to do it. Feng Xiaoyun leaned in closely, a smirk playing on his lips. You're quite stubborn, but you want to escape my grasp. It would be best to comply. Feng Xiaoyun thought to himself. Humph. Dream on. Really? Is that your final decision? Yes. Will you be my wife? Yes. Long Yin maintained a defiant expression, as if daring him to do something about it. Feng Xiaoyun laughed heartily, while Yu Ruo leaned against his shoulder, stifling her giggles. What are you laughing at? Long Yin asked, confused. Let us go, my wife. Feng Xiaoyun wrapped an arm around each of them and started to head back. What are you doing? Let go of me. Long Yin was bewildered by how Feng Xiaoyun acted like a rogue, utterly unreasonable. Ah, you've agreed to be my wife. So is it not permissible to hold you close? You cannot escape. Feng Xiaoyun replied with a teasing tone. When did I ever agree? How thick-skinned you are. Long Yin felt a bit timid, her bravado wavering as she spoke, fearing that Feng Xiaoyun might take drastic measures against her. Even though she still felt a tinge of longing. Chapter 66. Battling the Underworld. 1. Think carefully about what you just said. Feng Xiaoyun pointed a finger at his temple. How could this carefree man captivate her so? She mused. What are you talking about? I never said anything. Long Yin protested. Oh dear, how could I be so deceived? After realizing this, Long Yin wished she could put an end to Feng Xiaoyun. Humph. That doesn't count, she said, her cheeks flushed. Oh, what would count then? Weren't you enjoying it just now? Feng Xiaoyun couldn't help but laugh, his joy evident. You jerk. Humph, I'm ignoring you. Let us go. Yu Ruo, we're going home. Long Yin thought that by taking Yu Ruo with her, she could leave, but she found herself unable to budge her friend. Yu Ruo, have you forgotten your husband? You're ignoring me too. Long Yin's expression conveyed her exasperation. But Yu Ruo stubbornly refused to leave. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming urge to take matters into his own hands, and without a second thought, he pushed Long Yin to the ground, disregarding the bustling crowd around them. Long Yin stammered, overwhelmed by Feng Xiaoyun's fervent passion, as he kissed her forcefully. In mere moments, her face turned crimson, and her body felt weak. She gazed at Feng Xiaoyun with sultry eyes. So, will you be my wife? Feng Xiaoyun asked, adopting a more domineering stance to circumvent her stubbornness. Long Yin capitulated, perhaps finding an excuse for her previous obstinacy. All right, my wife. Let us go home. Feng Xiaoyun pulled his two new wives along, instructing them to move in with him. Long Yin was all right with this arrangement, as she was a military commander and had a task to justify her stay. However, Yu Ruo faced a more challenging situation. The finance minister, Xiao Feng, felt a pang of anguish. Although Yu Ruo was not his biological daughter, he had longed for a daughter ever since his beloved had passed away. Now, heaven had finally granted him the opportunity to adopt such a wonderful daughter, only for her to leave with her husband. How could he not feel anxious? Yet, there was no remedy. A daughter must not be kept. Ding ding ding. Just as Qiao Yu was embracing his wife in a delightful dream, a flurry of urgent doorbell rings interrupted him. Qiao Yu, at ease in his comfortable life, had even managed to fit a supersized mattress into his room to accommodate 4 wives. However, the person ringing the doorbell was not enjoying the same fortune. Who are you? Just as Kuang Fengxing and his group of buddies arrived at Qiao Yu's doorstep and pressed the doorbell, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, coldly asserting their presence. Kuang Fengxing was sweating. He hadn't expected his little brothers to be so fearful. Let them in. In the midst of the tumultuous winds, as they attempted to articulate their concerns, the figures of an Ying and an Yi remained indifferent. It was at this moment that Qiao Yu's voice resonated. Fortunately, these 2 brothers followed the principle of do not provoke me, and I shall not provoke you. Otherwise, it seemed that Kuang Fengxing and his companions would find themselves in dire straits. Little brother, it seems I need to gather everyone for a serious discussion. Something grave has occurred. Kuang Fengxing's opening sentence was indeed alarming. Eldest brother, please, come in and take a seat. Now that something has transpired, there is no use in hurrying. It is far wiser to sit down and deliberate. Qiao Yu beckoned to the guests, and upon seeing Ziyu dressed appropriately, he added, little brother, you are indeed fortunate. Kuang Fengxing's attention was immediately diverted to Ziyu, momentarily forgetting the urgency of their situation. Eldest brother, eldest sister. Ziyu greeted each of them before pouring tea. Now what is the matter? Qiao Yu began to speculate. Could it be that another faction had grown weary of their existence? Alas, little brother, our elder brothers have been captured and cannot escape. For these past few days, no one has managed the affairs of the gang. As Kuang Fengxing recalled the seriousness of the situation, he spoke in haste. What? You have all been captured? Qiao Yu was taken aback, for it seemed that only those whose names had turned crimson in the game would face such a fate. Little brother, you are unaware of the full story. This began the day you implemented that gang management system. Alas, we ventured out to level up and hunt for treasures, only to be ambushed by 1,000 adversaries, trapping us completely. Moreover, we could not return nor log off. It was only when we were confined in a prison-like chamber that we could log out to seek your help. Inside, we exhausted every conceivable method to communicate, whether through text, images, or voice, yet nothing could be transmitted. Now, whenever our characters log in, they are stuck in one place, driving us to the brink of despair. I fear they may resort to nefarious tactics against the Long-Tongue Gang, and that would spell our doom. As Kuang Fengxing continued, his agitation escalated. Suddenly, they all sensed a chilling drop in the air. Qiao Yu was enveloped in an aura of cold, a tangible frost even adorning his brows. Brother Yu, what is wrong? Ziyu exclaimed, dropping the teacups in her hands as she rushed to his side, disregarding the icy aura that surrounded him, her concern palpable. Little brother, little brother? Huang Fengxing and the others were taken aback, unprepared for such a reaction from Qiao Yu. They recalled he had mentioned that intense anger would manifest as coldness, though they had been skeptical at the time. Qiao Yu exhaled deeply, loosening his clenched fists. "You do not fear. I am fine." He comforted Ziyu with a gentle embrace. "Oh dear brother, we worry about you, and you seem unconcerned." Haha. Huang Fengxing and his companions erupted into laughter. "I apologize for the spectacle. I shall ascend and investigate." Feng Xiaoyun, who had been sharing laughter with Huang Fengxing and the others offline, suddenly appeared with a grim countenance upon logging in. He quickly repaired his equipment and cleared out the high-grade healing potions from the shop. The resonant beats of war drums echoed, reminiscent of the battle songs he had previously employed during monster sieges. Now, he intended to rally himself. With the rhythm of the drums, Feng Xiaoyun elegantly transported himself to the stronghold of the gang. At this hour in the realm of Jimeng Rinsheng, it was nighttime, and surprisingly, the number of players from the gang had not diminished but seemed to have increased. As Feng Xiaoyun approached the gates of their stronghold, several individuals, startled by his arrival, fled in panic. Unperturbed, he unsheathed his Z-long sword, effortlessly dispatching nearby players, leaving behind a few glimmering pieces of equipment. "Prepare for battle. Feng Xiaoyun has arrived." The gang members recognized him instantly and cried out in alarm. Why did they all know Feng Xiaoyun? It was because a bounty had been placed on his head, and every member possessed recordings or screenshots of him. With an air of invincibility, Feng Xiaoyun surged toward the gang, causing an increasing number of players to retreat in fear. "Bring forth your leader," he commanded with an icy demeanor. Yet the gang members hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances, none daring to step forward. His voice, even colder, rang out. "Bring forth your leader. Are you afraid? Who do you think you are to demand an audience with our boss?" One defiant gang member shouted. "I, Feng Xiaoyun of Long Tongue Gang, am more than qualified," he retorted, his presence growing more formidable, pressing down upon them like a heavy weight. "What business do you have with our leader? It is indeed a rare honor for you to visit, Feng Gang Master." At that moment, as the gang members whispered among themselves, Shui Lang emerged from the council chamber. Adopting a formal tone, "Who are you?" Feng Xiaoyun inquired. "Ha ha ha, this fool does not even recognize our Warhome Master." One member could not suppress his laughter. But before he could finish, a blur passed, and he was instantly slain. The moment from jest to death transpired in a mere heartbeat, leaving the remaining gang members in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces. They had not anticipated the legendary king of instant kills to possess such terrifying prowess. "It seems this individual is not to be trifled with," Shui Lang observed, refraining from commanding an assault and instead contemplating the situation seriously. "Who are you?" Feng Xiaoyun inquired coldly, returning to face Shui Lang after dispatching the previous member. "I am Shui Lang, the Warhome Master, as they just mentioned." Shui Lang felt a chill run down his spine under Feng Xiaoyun's scrutinizing gaze. Having spent years within the gang, he had never encountered such a piercing stare, making him feel as though he had committed some grave error, stirring an inner sense of apprehension. "Summon forth the true leader of your gang. There is no need for me to elaborate on your misdeeds." Feng Xiaoyun displayed a demeanor of utter indifference, indeed regarding the Hall Master as merely an inconsequential figure. "Oh, might I inquire if Feng Bang Zhu could elucidate the nature of our transgressions?" Shui Lang, undeterred by Feng Xiaoyun's disdain, posed the question earnestly. "You lack the authority to question. Summon your leader to speak." Feng Xiaoyun's tone grew colder, his gaze contemptuously directed at the Zilong Jian resting on the ground, which he subtly lifted. "Feng Bangzhu, must you speak so harshly? I am, after all, a Hall Master. In the absence of our leader, I am fully capable of addressing matters." A flicker of trepidation swept through Shui Lang, silently hoping that this fellow would not discern his unease. "Surrender the person." Feng Xiaoyun restrained his frustration. "Surrender whom?" Shui Lang tilted his head in contemplation, questioning. Truly unaware? Feng Xiaoyun's eyes blazed like lightning, fixating intently on Shui Lang. Under the weight of Feng Xiaoyun's piercing gaze, Shui Lang felt a bead of sweat form in his palm, yet recalling his superior's instructions, he steeled himself, claiming ignorance. "Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With a swift flick of the Zilong Jian, a flash of white light surged forth, and a figure was instantly vanquished. "Brothers, let us extend a warm welcome to the leader of the Long Tongue Gang, Feng Xiaoyun." Recognizing the futility of further discussion, Shui Lang waved his hand, rallying the gang's underlings to engage, retreating himself to observe from the doorway of the conference hall. "Charge!" At Shui Lang's command, the gang members surged forth, clamoring as they surrounded Feng Xiaoyun. The numbers swelled. "Kill!" Feng Xiaoyun bellowed, the Zilong Jian a blur in his hands. Sending forth sprays of crimson, his ethereal movements darted amongst them, causing chaos as many collided or mistakenly struck their own. The scene was a true maelstrom. Feng Xiaoyun carved his way from the conference hall to the plaza, the chaos escalating, his body adorned with wounds from blades and poisons alike. Fueled by ample healing potions, he pressed on, undeterred. You perish. Feng Xiaoyun cursed as he endured a barrage of toxins that left him itching, his irritation mounting. He retaliated, dispatching his assailant. Feng Xiaoyun gradually felt the toll of the battle, overwhelmed by thousands. There was only so much stamina he could muster. Opening his interface, he gritted his teeth, slightly lowering his defenses while amplifying his attack. He thought it prudent to consume healing potions along the way. After adjusting his attributes, Feng Xiaoyun roared, disregarding his myriad injuries, rekindling his vigor to continue the slaughter. This fellow is nothing short of a god of death, a madman. Xuelang observed Feng Xiaoyun's every move from a distance, having never witnessed such valor and ferocity. Alas, it seemed the gang had wasted their efforts. Xuelang sighed inwardly, secretly wishing that Feng Xiaoyun could be their leader. Is that even possible? Would he accept such a role? Breathless, Feng Xiaoyun retreated to a corner, gasping for air. Everyone, attack! He is nearing his limit. The gang members, witnessing Feng Xiaoyun's state, clamored eagerly. Unaware of their imminent doom, Feng Xiaoyun scoffed coldly. He then raised the Zilong Jian Hai, proclaiming, Supreme Divine Technique, Zilong Pu. The violet blade radiated with formidable energy, swirling in concentric circles, surging towards the heavens, culminating in a silver dragon-shaped energy that charged towards the gang members. In their attempt to retreat, it was too late. The silver dragon howled and twisted through their ranks. The piercing dragon's roar reverberated throughout the gang's stronghold. Boom! The dragon-shaped energy erupted amidst the gang members. A torrent of violent energy crashing into them, blinding white light flashing in an instant before vanishing into the distance. Breathless, Feng Xiaoyun collapsed to the ground, his gaze helplessly fixed on the darkened sky. Forgive me, elder brother. I am powerless to rescue you, Feng Xiaoyun lamented, his eyes vacant as he beheld the throng surrounding him, a solitary tear cascading to the ground. Ding! Feng Xiaoyun seemed to hear the sound of his tear falling. With a forced smile, he looked upon the gang member who had plunged a weapon into his chest, his despairing thoughts fading within the gang's stronghold. Oh yay! The gang members rejoiced, having finally slain the king of instant kills. Ding! System notification. Due to your profound emotions that resonate through the very fabric of existence, you have inspired the system deity, granting you a special reward of 1 day's invincibility mode, with the cost of resetting your level to 0. Do you accept this reward? As Feng Xiaoyun remained in a daze, the system notification reignited a fervent glow in his eyes. Yes. Without hesitation, Feng Xiaoyun declared, for my brothers, I would forsake all, for my beloved, I would sacrifice everything. At that moment, he was oblivious to the implications of touching the system deity's heart. Could the system truly be divine? Just as the gang members reveled in their triumph, Xuelang breathed a sigh of relief. A blinding white light suddenly flickered above the gang's stronghold. Captivated by the dazzling radiance, they looked up to witness a shimmering figure at its center. Ah, it is he! Xuelang gasped in astonishment, realizing the source of the light was none other than Feng Xiaoyun, who had chosen the invincibility mode for 1 day. His form radiated a sacred white light, with the Zilong Jian in hand, a violet dragon swirling around its blade. Silver-white dragon-shaped energy currents flowed around his attire. Not only Xuelang, but all players within the gang were struck with awe. If Feng Xiaoyun were to be deemed a deity, what did that make them? Feng Xiaoyun soared through the air, akin to the Monkey King riding a cloud, brandishing his golden staff, and bellowed, You shall all perish. Boom, boom. The Zilong sword in Feng Xiaoyun's hand continuously unleashed powerful gusts of energy, fiercely striking the gang's players. This surge of energy was even more formidable than the previous Zilong break, and at this moment, Feng Xiaoyun felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. This night, he vowed to rescue Kuang Fengxing and the others at all costs. Chapter 68, A Trap. Everyone flee. The gang members, witnessing their futile attempts to subdue Feng Xiaoyun, shouted in a panic as they scattered. Their disorganized formation hindered each other, leading to a comical scene of chaos. Evoking exclamations of disbelief, they couldn't even manage a proper escape. None shall escape, Feng Xiaoyun roared, releasing a violent gust of energy towards the players at the forefront, causing a series of explosive sounds as they were obliterated into white light, vanishing into the inky night sky. The blood wolf began to panic. Observing Feng Xiaoyun's current state, which resembled that of a frenzied demon, mercilessly slaying, as if possessed. If he continued this way, the boss's plans would surely be thwarted. He had to stop him. Blood Wolf pondered anxiously, pacing back and forth at the entrance of the council hall. As time ticked away, his mind remained ensnared in tension. Such is the nature of humanity. In moments of stress, even the simplest thoughts can elude one's grasp. Will you not release them? Just then, Feng Xiaoyun's ethereal voice reached Bloodwolf's ears, rendering him momentarily stunned. Was that a martial skill? Remarkably, Feng Xiaoyun was still amidst the slaughter of the gang's players, 200 meters away from the council hall entrance, yet to Bloodwolf. It felt as if the voice was ringing directly in his ear. Humph! Let them all perish. Feng Xiaoyun bellowed. The tip of the Zilong's sword angled skyward as he frantically disregarded all attacks, weaving through the crowd to harvest their health points. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyun received a text communication from Kuang Fengxing, informing him that their restraints had been lifted and directing him to the coordinates 667, 877. In an instant, Feng Xiaoyun vanished like a wraith, leaving behind a throng of bewildered gang players. Oh no! Bloodwolf exclaimed, realizing that the time limit on the item imprisoning the senior members of Long Tongue Bang had expired. Follow me, he shouted, leading the remaining few hundred towards the room where Kuang Fengxing and the others were held. Bloodwolf understood that if several thousand could not handle Feng Xiaoyun, a mere few hundred would be utterly inadequate. Nevertheless, driven by the task bestowed by the boss, he had no choice but to give his all, even if it meant death. Upon finding Kuang Fengxing and the others, Feng Xiaoyun noticed them confined in a room. As he broke through the door, he was surprised to find only Kuang Fengxing and a few others inside. He had expected some items to be present, but found none. Big brother. Little brother. Oh, little brother, you finally made it. After a brief exchange of camaraderie, they recounted the events that had transpired. Suddenly, a cacophony of beeping erupted from their communication devices. Ding. System alert. The gang is using special ops tokens to forcibly attack Long Tongue Bang. Your faction is under attack. The messages received by several members were essentially consistent, differing only in rank. It's a trap, Kuang Fengxing shouted. Let us go. Feng Xiaoyun uttered succinctly. Realizing the gang's ruthless approach meant their plans had been meticulously prepared, equipped with every necessary item. First, the tool used to kidnap the senior members of Long Tongue Bang, preventing any form of communication, followed by the special ops tokens for the assault. Feng Xiaoyun felt a bead of sweat forming. He was still in a passive position. Boom. He struck the city wall with his sword, unleashing a powerful flow of energy that cleaved a gap in the solid structure. How is this possible? Kuang Fengxing and the others gawked, speechless. Is this a concept? Could he be a deity from the realm of cultivation, capable of emitting energy shockwaves? Nothing much. Just an item with a time limit. What did you expect? Feng Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly, rolling his eyes at Kuang Fengxing. Yet, who could fathom that after enduring an entire day of invincibility mode for their sake, he would have to start anew? The price of invincibility was paid with all levels attained. Oh, then let us hurry. Those scoundrels from the gang. Kuang Fengxing exclaimed vehemently. However, as Feng Xiaoyun and his companions emerged into the teleportation array of Long Tongue Bang Square, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of players who, without a word, attacked them. Die. Kuang Fengxing was the first to draw his weapon and charge forward, followed closely by Bing Lian and the others. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, the bitter taste of betrayal was unbearable, and the Long Tongue Bang headquarters lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. As Feng Xiaoyun and his companions fought their way inward, a group of several thousand players burst forth from the opposite side of the square, and their attire unmistakably marked them as members of Long Tongue Bang. Boss, you finally arrived. Our brothers can't hold on any longer. This gang has allied with traitors to attack us, and we have no idea what items they are using to prevent our communication. The leading warrior gasped, panting heavily. It turned out that the gang's abduction of Kuang Fengxing and the others was merely a ploy to buy time against Feng Xiaoyun. Meanwhile, the gang's leader had seized the opportunity to launch an assault on Long Tongue Bang. Feng Xiaoyun couldn't help but admire the cunning of the gang leader, truly sly. Brother Kuang Long, you've worked hard. Just as Feng Xiaoyun intended to speak, Kuang Fengxing interjected. Kuang Long was indeed a man of honor. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he was fiercely loyal. If anyone dared to slander him, it would not end well, as he would fight to the death. Don't mention it, boss. We are brothers. Look, our comrades behind us are all willing to risk their lives, and we shall never utter a word of fear. Ku Ing, with an air of righteous indignation, spoke resolutely and produced a wine gourd from his person, drinking heartily. It seems that the so-called wine immortal of the Longting gang must indeed be him. Feng Xiaoyun, observing this, made a guess. Good brother. Feng Xiaoyun exclaimed as he approached and patted his shoulder firmly, then retrieved a blood-red broadsword from his spatial ring and presented it, saying, This is what I just acquired. Take it. The weapon, Bloodslaughter, of the Golden Tier, boasted an attack power of 45, 120, defense of 5, 050, durability of 30, and an additional skill, Blood Ring. Ku Ing was momentarily stunned. Such a precious weapon. Who is this person before him? He seemed vaguely familiar. I remember now. You are our great leader. Ku Yingling suddenly cried out in excitement. Hee. Feng Xiaoyun smiled slightly, but then his expression turned grave, and he coldly declared, "Brothers, for our honor, for the very essence of the Longting gang, let us slay. Kill, kill, kill." The once weary thousands, worn from battle, found a renewed vigor in Feng Xiaoyun's words. Charge. Though only a few thousand remained, they were undaunted, courageously following Feng Xiaoyun into the fierce fray. They would respawn and regroup, while the players of the rival gang faced a more arduous fate. Upon death, they returned to their own faction. The fighters grew increasingly valiant, with more and more Longting gang players returning from the reincarnation point joining the ranks, swelling their numbers. Though the system dictated that players would transform into white light upon death and return to the reincarnation point, the scene within the Longting gang was still harrowing, with blood pooling everywhere as evidence of the carnage. Eventually, the forces led by Feng Xiaoyun swelled from thousands to over 30,000, converging upon the gang token area, the very lifeblood of the Longting gang. There, more than 20,000 Longting players had gathered, yet they paled in comparison to the many rival players attacking them. The rival gang had deployed over 200,000 members. Although the Longting gang had greatly increased in numbers from recent mergers, the actual online presence was far less. Had it not been for the unity of the Longting players and a slight geographical advantage, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Feng Xiaoyun and his comrades to withstand the onslaught. Brothers, hold strong. Our leader Feng has arrived. Let us dispatch these foes. Ku Yingling shouted. Though not a hall master or elder, he was nonetheless a skilled player and well regarded within the gang. He appeared fierce and valiant, and with the blood slaughter bestowed by Feng Xiaoyun, he resembled a vengeful deity. Brothers, let us crush and cleave these intruders. Today, it shall be their demise or ours. Do you wish to live as slaves? Kill, kill, kill. Feng Xiaoyun, witnessing his brothers struggling, was determined to ensure the enemy's downfall. His fury toward the rival gang reached a fever pitch, nearly bordering on madness. I cannot allow my brothers to suffer. I will not. Feng Xiaoyun cried out internally. Charge. Ku Yingling raised his weapon high and plunged into the ranks of the rival gang. At that moment, the Longting gang's channel resonated with the exhilarating sound of war drums, a rousing battle rhythm set forth by Feng Xiaoyun, echoing in the ears and hearts of all Longting members. They would forever remember this day. Charge and kill. The players of the Longting gang seemed to have gone mad, each one a fierce and merciless warrior. It felt as if the rival gang was assaulting not just a mere virtual faction, but their very homeland. Kill. Ku Yingling followed closely behind Ku Yingling, bringing down his blood slaughter upon the brow of an approaching adversary, causing a gruesome splatter of brain matter. Bah! Ku Yingling spat, his face splattered, yet continued his relentless advance. I'll make you a eunuch. Ku Yingling delivered a kick to the side of a foe who had dared to strike at him, landing precisely where it hurt most. Though this was a virtual realm, the sensation of pain felt all too real. Good job, brother. I'll promote you to elder tomorrow. Brothers, let us slay with fervor. The one who slays the most shall be awarded not just coins, but the title of elder. Ku Yingling, glancing back at Ku Yingling, was heartened by his ferocity and encouraged their brethren to charge forth with abandon. The battle raged on, the rhythm of the war drums accelerating. Dare to touch my mother? I'll end you. A reckless member of the rival gang, thinking to seize an opportunity, reached towards Bi Ying with ill intentions, only to meet her blade, severing him at the waist. It seemed the number of potential eunuchs among the rival gang would only increase. Bi Ying wielded her slender jade blade with remarkable skill, cutting and slashing as if she bore a massive sword, executing her moves with aplomb. Humph! Who says women are inferior to men? Anyone who dares utter such words will find themselves cursed to a life of servitude. Observing Ku Yingling and his fellow commanders of the Longting gang, they utilized the gang channel to command their subordinates to concentrate their efforts, surging into the ranks of the rival gang. At that moment, they resembled wolves amongst sheep, decimating the so-called elite of the rival gang. Seeing the members of the Longting gang transform into fierce warriors, with bloodied visages and gritted teeth, the rival gang, despite their experiences in real life, had never encountered such a terrifying spectacle and were filled with dread. Kill. Feng Xiaoyun, moving with incredible speed and invincibility, carved a bloody path through the rival gang. Wherever he tread, within 3 paces, none dared approach. It was as if he possessed boundless strength, ensuring that any rival who ventured within his vicinity met a most tragic end. The members of the Longting gang, steadfastly clutching their guild tokens, beheld Feng Xiaoyun, the hero in their hearts, as he disregarded the menacing gangsters and forged a bloody path to rescue them, evoking tears of gratitude from all. How could this be? A sudden voice cried out as an assassin from the gang appeared beside Feng Xiaoyun, brandishing a gleaming golden dagger aimed directly at his chest. To his astonishment, the dagger could not penetrate, as if Feng Xiaoyun's body were impervious to harm. Are you done? You wretched fool. Feng Xiaoyun twisted the assassin's arm, seized the dagger, and sent him flying with a kick, only for him to meet an unfortunate fate at the hands of his own comrades. Who needs this golden dagger? Feng Xiaoyun raised the weapon triumphantly and shouted, "Boss, give it to me." At that moment, a figure emerged from nearby, gazing at Feng Xiaoyun. What's the matter? Are you all cowards? Feng Xiaoyun mocked as he noticed the gangsters retreating in fear, maintaining a cautious distance. Take it, brother. Feng Xiaoyun approached the assassin and handed him the dagger, encouraging, go forth and vanquish them. Thank you, boss. The assassin vanished with a whoosh, and Feng Xiaoyun observed as gang members continued to fall, eliminated in an instant. Call your leader out. Did you hear me? Feng Xiaoyun, frustrated by the difficulty in securing kills, noted the gangsters retreating as if they had seen a ghost. Humph. A mere child dares to claim leadership? At that moment, a figure swiftly approached from Feng Xiaoyun's right. Are you the leader of the gang? Feng Xiaoyun inquired, licking his dry lips and tilting his head in confusion at the masked figure's mysterious demeanor. He considered whether his invincibility mode could overcome this foe. Humph. You have discerning eyes. The gang leader looked at Feng Xiaoyun with disdain. What business does a child have with the Longting gang? You'll meet your end. Feng Xiaoyun spat defiantly and lunged forward with his Zilong sword, while the gang's players scattered in all directions, setting the stage for a grand clash between the two gang leaders. Come at me if you dare. The gang leader disregarded Feng Xiaoyun's invincibility mode, skillfully evading his strikes with fluid movements that kept Feng Xiaoyun's sword from landing a blow. Damn it! Feng Xiaoyun refused to yield, determined to strike with all his might. Yet, the cunning gang leader swiftly dodged, delivering a powerful blow to Feng Xiaoyun's chest. What is this? Feng Xiaoyun was taken aback, as his invincibility mode was exceedingly formidable. Did this man possess a similar power? Undeterred, Feng Xiaoyun continued to attack, but the gang leader effortlessly avoided his every strike, leaving Feng Xiaoyun reeling from the impact. Invincibility mode. This is what true invincibility looks like. Feng Xiaoyun cursed the system in his mind, frustrated at being unable to land a single hit. Although the invincibility mode granted him limitless health and defense, the pain he felt was still very real. When had he ever faced such a setback? Resolutely, Feng Xiaoyun stood still, waiting for the opportune moment, his gaze fixed intently on the gang leader. Noticing Feng Xiaoyun's stillness, the gang leader paused as well, secretly admiring his cleverness. Meanwhile, both the Longting gang and the gang players halted their conflict, forming two opposing factions to witness which leader would prevail. Observant individuals began recording the encounter, confident that regardless of the outcome, it would capture significant interest. Suddenly, a shout erupted from within the gang. Ah, this is... As the scene unfolded, Feng Xiaoyun began to spin rapidly, his speed increasing until, in an instant, his Zilong sword struck the gang leader's right shoulder. Realizing he was in invincibility mode, Feng Xiaoyun, emboldened by the knowledge of his safety, had decided to test his limits by reallocating all his attribute points to speed, and to his surprise, it worked. What is happening? Feng Xiaoyun was astonished to see the gang leader standing still, allowing him to strike. Heavens! System, what are you doing to me? Feng Xiaoyun internally berated the system, realizing that his invincibility mode had already posed a challenge to ordinary players, yet now he faced someone seemingly even more terrifying. The gang leader exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Let me show you true power. The gang leader, noticing Feng Xiaoyun's expression, began to demonstrate his prowess. With hands moving in swift, circular motions before his chest, he appeared slow, yet in reality, he was extraordinarily swift. Thunder Palm! He exclaimed. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyun felt as if he were suffocating. And had it not been for his invincibility mode, the impact would have surely crushed his chest. The speed of the Thunder Palm was indeed reminiscent of a thunderclap. Thunder Palm? Could it be? Feng Xiaoyun's thoughts raced. Reality. Yes. Could this person be a master in real life? But that cannot be. My Tianlong Ju is a supreme martial art. It shouldn't be outmatched. Another strike. Diamond Palm. The notorious gang leader, Ben Lei Zhang, retracted his hand, and with it, an overwhelming force surged forth, striking Feng Xiaoyun. Feng Xiaoyun was sent soaring into the air, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Although his health points would not deplete entirely, it was akin to sustaining internal injuries in reality. One might survive, yet be left grievously impaired. Boss, keep fighting. You can do it. The brothers of the Kuang Long cheered fervently as Feng Xiaoyun fell to the ground. In response, the players from the Long Tongue gang echoed their support. However, the gang members, witnessing their leader's plight, felt a surge of exhilaration and were unwilling to tolerate the shouts from Long Tongue's players. Thus, while Feng Xiaoyun battled the gang leader, the atmosphere was charged with the roars of tens of thousands from both factions. Silence. The gang leader, seemingly unaccustomed to such raucousness, snorted disdainfully. In an instant, the sounds of the Long Tongue players dominated the arena. How could Feng Xiaoyun, in such a dire moment, display such a lack of spirit? With a subtle wave of his right hand, he made his intention clear. The members of Long Tongue immediately quieted. They gazed at the gang members as if to say, "See how our boss treats us with such kindness." In a fit of indignation, Feng Xiaoyun could no longer endure the gang leader's mockery and shouted as he launched a desperate attack. "Humph! Futile." The gang leader regarded Feng Xiaoyun as nothing more than a mere plaything, displaying no concern for the threat he posed. How could this be? How could it be like this? Feng Xiaoyun's heart cried out in disbelief. He was in invincible mode. Was there truly a more formidable presence? Humph. Do not rejoice too soon. In an unexpected turn, Feng Xiaoyun stripped away all his equipment, donning only a novice's coarse garment, an item he typically kept on hand. Is he mad? The spectators observed as Feng Xiaoyun appeared to grow weaker, yet he chose this moment to remove his gear, which seemed tantamount to courting death. Did he not notice that the gang leader's masked appearance was a privilege of his status as a guild leader, perhaps even clad in legendary armor? Ignoring the clamor surrounding him, Feng Xiaoyun fixed his gaze coldly upon the gang leader. The Tianlong Ju began to circulate within his body. Ever since he activated the invincible mode, he had not utilized the Tianlong Ju even once. Now he relied solely on his intuition. From the gang leader's every strike, Feng Xiaoyun deduced that the gang leader was employing martial arts entirely reminiscent of those in the real world. This realization astonished him. He recalled his own attempts, which, despite enhancing his attributes, could not replicate the invincible mode's prowess. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of martial arts. Feng Xiaoyun coldly addressed the gang leader, slowly articulating his intent. Since he had no means to counter him, he resolved to take a leap of faith with the Tianlong Ju. Oh, then I shall witness this for myself. The gang leader expressed his surprise, not expecting Feng Xiaoyun to possess martial arts knowledge. Humph, you will understand once you try? Feng Xiaoyun regarded the game as a reality, and with a fierce roar, he initiated the Tianlong Ju, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. The gang leader was taken aback, recognizing the depth of Feng Xiaoyun's newfound power. The Tianlong Ju. The gang leader was visibly astonished, as Feng Xiaoyun's strength had evidently surged. Tell me, how did you come by the Tianlong Ju? Humph, why should I tell you? Can't you deduce it for yourself? Feng Xiaoyun, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed all his pent-up resentment upon the gang leader. Both the gang members and the long-tongue players felt as though they were witnessing a martial arts film. The agile figures soaring and the phantom-like shadows of their strikes surpassed even those in televised dramas. Consequently, more individuals activated their recording functions. Where did you acquire the Tianlong Ju? If you refuse to answer, I shall turn hostile, the gang leader declared, incredulous. Humph, when have you not turned hostile? From the very beginning, it seems the long-tongue gang has done you no wrong, yet you have stirred chaos in both the real world and this game. Die. Today, I shall ensure you pay the price you deserve. As Feng Xiaoyun's anger escalated, memories of the frightened expressions of Ziyu and Xinair, of the captured Kuang Fengxing, and of his brothers from Long Tongue being pursued without mercy flooded his mind. You shall witness the might of the Tianlong Ju. He disregarded any concerns about the potential leak of the technique, having never feared anyone throughout this ordeal. With that, Feng Xiaoyun embraced Yuan Shui, channeling his true energy. Then, as if propelling a Bagua diagram, he unleashed a tempestuous wave of energy towards the gang leader. The eighth layer? Impossible. The gang leader gasped, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The violent force Feng Xiaoyun unleashed toppled him to the ground. As the swirling vortex of energy encircled Feng Xiaoyun, a fierce wind swept aside the gang leader's mask. How could this be? Feng Xiaoyun gasped in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. The crowd, regardless of their allegiance, erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the gang leader's appearance mirrored that of Long Tongue's leader so closely, prompting speculations about their possible connection. Who are you? Feng Xiaoyun, suppressing the tumult within, pointed a trembling finger at the fallen gang leader. Qiao Yu. The gang leader slowly rose from the ground. His eyes reddened as he gazed at Feng Xiaoyun, yearning to approach yet hesitant to do so. No, it cannot be. Feng Xiaoyun cried out to the heavens, his voice filled with profound sorrow, stirring a wave of emotion among the onlookers. I am indeed your father. Qiao Yun candidly confessed that he had nearly forgotten his own appearance over the years while practicing the Tianlong Ju. It was not until he saw Feng Xiaoyun demonstrating the Tianlong Ju, which bore a familiar resemblance, and heard his own name eliciting such a strong reaction that he suddenly realized the sorrowful young man before him was indeed the son he had long yearned for. What are you doing? Stay back. Feng Xiaoyun cried out, tears streaming down his face. He could hardly believe, nor did he wish to accept, that the leader of the gang could be his biological father. Who then are my true parents? Heaven, you are truly cruel. Feng Xiaoyun murmured in despair. Chapter 71. Secrets of the past. Do not be afraid. I am your father. Qiao Yu nearly cried out loud, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion at the thought of seeing his son in his lifetime. He remembered that after learning of a certain incident, he had never seen his son again. Leave. Why? Why is this happening? Feng Xiaoyun yelled in anguish. Is this truly my father? Is this the man who has plotted against me, the one responsible for the countless deaths of my brothers in the Longting gang? Why? Heaven, I disdain you. The dark night sky seemed to resonate with Feng Xiaoyun's rage and sorrow as a fierce wind began to howl, blurring the vision of those present and causing tears to flow freely. I believe that anyone in this situation would find it unbearable to endure such an unexpected blow, no matter how resilient they might be. For the past 18 years, Qiao Yu had longed for Qiao Yun and his wife, only for a figure like Qiao Yun, his enemy, to suddenly emerge. Who could bear such a revelation? Do not even speak of enmity. Even if Qiao Yun were not an adversary, Qiao Yu would still struggle to accept him. Alas, even a father has his own burdens. Qiao Yun lamented inwardly. I understand that you may loathe me, but you must save your mother. Mother? Huh, how ridiculous. Was she not the one you caused to die? Feng Xiaoyun scoffed. Listen to my explanation, Qiao Yun attempted to argue fervently. I do not wish to hear your so-called explanations. What's done is done. There is nothing to conceal. Feng Xiaoyun interrupted angrily, gesticulating wildly, overwhelmed with emotion. They are not your biological parents. Qiao Yun stated plainly. Yet in my heart, they are. Feng Xiaoyun retorted, imagining the relatives he had known throughout his life were the very ones Qiao Yun claimed were not his true parents. After enduring years of loneliness, to suddenly have a man claim to be his father was laughable. How absurd. Even if he were indeed his biological father, what difference did it make? Feng Xiaoyun believed that bonds forged by love surpassed mere blood relations. Very well. Indeed, you are a descendant of the Qiao family. Impressive. Qiao Yun replied with a smile. Not angered, but rather pleased. Though he yearned for Feng Xiaoyun to acknowledge their kinship, he prioritized his son's feelings and refrained from further hindering him. Regardless of whether you accept me or not, I must tell you the truth behind everything. Your biological mother is not dead. I only wish for you to save her. At this point, his voice began to choke with emotion. I give you one last chance. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, do not expect anything from me. Feng Xiaoyun, unwilling to lose face before Qiao Yun, hardened his resolve. The entire story begins with your mother giving birth to you. After your birth, she fell ill with an inexplicable ailment, often lost in her thoughts and speaking incoherently. At that time, I mobilized nearly the entire Qiao family to seek a remedy. Yet no physician could provide clarity. Qiao Yun paused, noticing that Feng Xiaoyun was beginning to ponder, which filled him with quiet joy. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Yun continued. I was on the brink of despair. However, one day, as if heaven had finally taken pity, your mother's affliction flared up. In my desperation, I unexpectedly managed to use the Tianlong Ju to suppress her condition. Yet, this was only temporary, and every time I channeled my energy, I felt my strength waning. I could not sustain this indefinitely. At that moment, an old sage with flowing white hair appeared, informing me that only the 8th level of the Tianlong Ju could cure your mother's ailment. When I sought his assistance, he claimed that the secrets of heaven could not be revealed. Thus, I had no choice but to take your mother to a safe location and seal her using the Tianlong Ju. However, I also had the Qiao family to maintain. In my desperation, I painfully expended a layer of my power to enhance the abilities of 2 loyal subordinates, altering their appearances to resemble my wife and me. I entrusted the Qiao family to their care, allowing it to gradually fade from the public eye, while you were left in their guardianship. At this moment, not only was Feng Xiaoyun entranced, but even the onlookers had become engrossed in the unfolding tale. The dialogue between Qiao Yun and Feng Xiaoyun was transmitted through their respective channels, captivating all present. I instructed them to safeguard the Tianlong Ju for you to practice once you grew up. Little did I anticipate that Xie Batian, the then leader of the gang, would catch wind of this. You must be aware of what transpired that night and the pain I felt over their demise. In the aftermath, I discreetly sought news of you for a long time, but found no trace. You must understand. What parent could bear to leave their child to suffer alone in the world? In desperation, I practiced the Tianlong Ju and inadvertently ascended to the leadership of the gang, hoping to temper my murderous intent through its influence. Though I succeeded, I struggled to reach the 8th level all these years. Just now, when I saw you wield the Tianlong Ju, I knew you had achieved it, had you not? Indeed. Feng Xiaoyun nodded in affirmation. Could you, for the sake of your mother, lend your aid to save her? At this moment, Qiao Yun's tone was akin to a heartfelt plea, and it was precisely due to his profound affection for his wife that later generations spoke of him with such admiration. As for the relationship between Feng Xiaoyun and Qiao Yun, and how they managed their affairs, the public had no need to be privy to such details. Come find me tomorrow. You should know the place, for I have never left there. Feng Xiaoyan stated coldly before stepping forward to address Quang Fengxing brother. The future of the Long Tongue Gang now rests upon your shoulders. I must take my leave, and it is possible I shall never return. As he spoke, Feng Xiaoyan could no longer hold back the tears that streamed down his face. Although it is said that a man does not shed tears lightly, it was evident that his heart was deeply wounded. Why? Younger brother, why must you leave? Speak up, Quang Fengxing and the others shouted, their voices filled with reproach. Are we truly so unworthy of your companionship? Is it merely because your father has slain many brothers of the Long Tongue Gang? You owe us an explanation. I shall not explain. You need not know. You are unworthy to be my brothers. Feng Xiaoyan, suppressing the pain that felt as if it were tearing at his heart, replied harshly. Unworthy? What are you saying? Am I unworthy to be your brother? Quang Fengxing retorted softly before erupting in fury. So it appears that the young master of the Qiao family looks down upon us common folk. How absurd. How laughable. At that moment, a notification echoed through the air. Player Feng Xiaoyun, having ventured alone into the gang, has moved the heavens and touched the deity of the system, thus earning a day of invincibility at the cost of his entire level. The time has now expired, and player Feng Xiaoyun's level has returned to 0. Subsequently, all equipment that did not meet the required level fell away from Feng Xiaoyun's body, leaving a collection of brightly shining, high-grade dark gold equipment lying abandoned on the ground, glowing with a solitary brilliance, yet receiving no glances from anyone. Notification: the leader of the Long Tongue Gang, Feng Xiaoyun, has automatically relinquished his position, transferring the highest administrative authority of the Long Tongue Gang to the vice leader, Quang Fengxing. Stunned, the onlookers were left in a state of disbelief, particularly Quang Fengxing. It became clear that this was the true reason behind Feng Xiaoyun's earlier remarks. The system seemed to have an odd sense of humor, almost as if it was conspiring against Feng Xiaoyun. However, at that moment, Feng Xiaoyun had no inclination to dwell on it, and simply logged off. Brother, Quang Fengxing and the others lunged toward Feng Xiaoyun. But all they grasped was the fleeting shadow left in his wake as he logged off. Darling, why are you like this? In the room where Feng Xiaoyun was gaming, a beautiful woman, Qiao Yu, was sobbing inconsolably. Chapter 72, A Moment of Solace. 1. Coughing, Qiao Yu suddenly awoke, feeling an overwhelming ache throughout his body and a heaviness in his chest. Brother. You go. Brother Feng. The concerns of the women around him finally bore fruit, filling them with excitement. As long as Qiao Yu was unharmed, they could endure a bit more discomfort. Qiao Yu felt an immense gratitude within. Now, what did he have besides his wife? A sense of despair washed over him. Although he had exchanged his entire level for invincibility to save Quang Fengxing and the others, the original intent of the game weighed heavily on his heart. With a forced smile, Qiao Yu said, "What are you all doing? I am not about to die just yet. Now please step outside. I need to think about a few things, alright? Brother, can I stay here with you?" Xian Air asked sweetly, hearing Qiao Yu's intention to send them away. She clung tightly to him. Qiao Yu spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Alright, Xian Air can stay and talk to her brother. Perhaps conversing with one person is simpler than addressing four at once. Seeing that Xian Air remained, Ziyu and Yu Ruo exchanged glances and chose not to say more, filing out while reminding Qiao Yu to take care of himself and resolve any issues properly. Qiao Yu repeatedly assured them he would. Brother, can you tell Xian Air what happened in the game? Xian Air lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Qiao Yu once the others had left. Qiao Yu thought to himself, here it comes. He had anticipated that Xian Air's stay was not merely for companionship. He gently caressed her delicate face and played with her hair, yet remained silent, lost in thought. Brother, Xian Air is eager to hear what transpired. Why you are like this, she implored, but Qiao Yu remained quiet, absorbed in his own thoughts, prompting her to ask again. Little girl, are you intentionally seeking punishment? Qiao Yu teased as he playfully reached toward her. Brother, you are bullying Xian Air, she replied, her voice soft and tearful. Sighing, Qiao Yu turned to gaze out the window at the majestic ancient trees standing guard outside the villa, resembling wise mentors encouraging him. At that moment, Xian Air grew tired and shifted her position in Qiao Yu's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering in his ear, Brother, did Xian Air do something wrong? Qiao Yu inhaled the faint, sweet scent emanating from her, realizing she had changed her perfume. Xian Air, here's what happened, he began, enduring the pain still lodged in his heart as he recounted his experiences in the game. Brother, Xian Air clung to him, weeping without end. She could hardly fathom how Qiao Yu could withstand such overwhelming turmoil. Perhaps if the roles were reversed, it would feel as if the world had collapsed, rendering everything insignificant and forgotten. She would prefer to never awaken again. Do not worry, Xian Air, there is no need to fret about your brother. Qiao Yu gently reassured her, cradling her tear-streaked face, feeling that she deserved protection more than anyone. Why must fate torment me? Am I truly so easily defeated? Qiao Yu questioned himself internally, growing increasingly agitated. In a hazy state, Qiao Yu felt a surge of emotion. Then a voice, as sweet as an infant's cry, reached his ears. No, more accurately, it resonated within his heart. Who are you? Qiao Yu demanded inwardly. Who are you? Speak. Lousy, I just heard you speaking. Qiao Yu shouted once more. What is happening? Could it be that I misheard? After much back and forth, Qiao Yu ultimately found himself enveloped in silence. The tranquil morning was adorned with glistening dew upon the grass at his doorstep. However, an urgent ring of the doorbell jolted him awake. Could they have arrived so swiftly? An undercurrent of anxiety coursed through Qiao Yu's mind. The events of yesterday were abundantly clear. Could he truly attempt to evade them? Little brother, your sister has come to see you. Upon hearing the voice, Qiao Yu's taut heart immediately relaxed. It was Bing Lian. Sister, must you be so intrusive? Please don't come in. Just as Qiao Yu felt a sense of relief, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed through the hallway. Bang! Bing Lian, indifferent to his pleas, forcefully kicked open the door to his room. Two piercing screams resonated throughout Qiao Yu's villa. One belonged to Xian, and the other to Bing Lian. I told you not to come in. Sister, could it be that you have taken a liking to your little brother? Qiao Yu never anticipated that Bing Lian would actually scream, and furthermore, her face was flushed with a lovely hue. You naughty boy, hurry and get dressed. Bing Lian hastily concealed her crimson ears and turned to leave. Qiao Yu, feeling a chill run down his spine, coughed lightly to seize the moment, then descended the stairs with purposeful strides, inquiring, Sister, what brings you here? Oh, daffodils. Upon mentioning them, Qiao Yu's eyes scanned the floor strewn with flower petals. Oh, this was an accident. Little brother, please don't take offense. I'll bring you 10, 100, or even 1,000 next time. Bing Lian, believing that Qiao Yu would take his time to come down, let her peculiar emotions flow freely. However, his words rendered her flustered. Never mind, if it comes to it. I can always let my wife give me a good beating. Qiao Yu waved his hand nonchalantly, then asked, Sister, are you here to deliver over 1,000 daffodils? Is it not permissible for your sister to come and check on you? In an instant, Bing Lian regained her usual demeanor, throwing flirtatious glances at Feng Xiaoyun. All right. If you like it here, sister can stay at my house. Qiao Yu shrugged casually, a bemused smile gracing his face as he observed Bing Lian, who seemed unusually out of character today. May I accompany you for a stroll to lighten your spirits? Bing Lian finally spoke. Sure. Where to? Qiao Yu rose, ready to depart immediately. Sister will take you to a wonderful place. Let us go. With excitement, Bing Lian seized Qiao Yu's hand and dashed towards her sports car. It was evident that the fiery personality of Bing Lian suited the limited edition crimson vehicle splendidly, reflecting her vibrant character. As they settled into the car, Qiao Yu turned to her and asked, Sister, you don't have a penchant for street racing, do you? With a playful kiss imprinted on his cheek, Bing Lian giggled. Little brother, you're quite astute. Buckle up. Her nimble fingers danced over the steering wheel, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the car roared to life, shattering the morning's tranquility. Did you often race before, sister? Qiao Yu could not suppress his curiosity. Judging by Bing Lian's driving skills, she surpassed Xian considerably. Without his Tianlong Ju as an advantage, he doubted he could keep up. Of course. Have you forgotten who your sister is? Bing Lian exuded a commanding aura, contrasting sharply with her earlier demeanor. The crimson vehicle sliced through the empty expanse of the highway, and Qiao Yu, seated beside Bing Lian, felt a wave of exhilaration as the scenery blurred past. Would you like to take a turn, little brother? Observing Bing Lian's delight, Qiao Yu couldn't resist the urge to request a chance to drive. Are you capable? Little brother, don't push yourself. Bing Lian teased, seemingly unaware that Qiao Yu had experience behind the wheel. Nevertheless, to maintain his enthusiasm, she parked the car and switched seats with him. Why, do you underestimate me? Just wait, I'll impress you, Qiao Yu declared, eager to avoid any awkwardness. Really? I'll be watching for your grand performance. Bing Lian laughed, casting aside the previous tension. No problem. Sister, hold on tight. Qiao Yu exclaimed like a child, excitement bubbling over. Watching him, Bing Lian recalled the previous night at Long Gang, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. With a roar, Qiao Yu floored the accelerator, launching the car forward at breakneck speed, embracing the thrill of the ride. Ah! Bing Lian screamed as she clung tightly to him. She had never dared to push her car to such limits before. Her limited edition sports car, equipped with specialized modifications, was renowned for its limitless speed, contingent upon the driver's skill. Yet here was Qiao Yu, pushing it to extraordinary speeds, neglecting to sound the horn, and while his maneuvers appeared clumsy, he handled the vehicle with remarkable steadiness. Bing Lian felt a bead of sweat form. What a peculiar fellow he was. The crimson car sped along the highway, Qiao Yu reveling in the rush of adrenaline. Ignoring the blaring sirens echoing through the city, he executed daring stunts, leaping and rolling, nearly sending Bing Lian into a state of faintness as she gripped his shoulder tightly. Sister, are you scared? Qiao Yu shouted over the rush of wind. Not at all. Bing Lian tightened her embrace around him, shouting back. Haha. Qiao Yu laughed heartily, discovering an endearing side to Bing Lian he had not noticed before. He had assumed she was merely mature and alluring. What are you laughing at? Bing Lian quipped, sensing his mischievous grin. Nothing. I just find it amusing that you're holding onto me so tightly. Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you? Qiao Yu called out jovially. Bing Lian's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she exclaimed, Go to hell. How dare you? She promptly released Qiao Yu. Charge. Qiao Yu shouted, flooring the accelerator and speeding off. Only for Bing Lian to cling to him once more. Amused, Qiao Yu paid little heed to her protests, focusing solely on accelerating. Suddenly, the red sports car came to a screeching halt. Little brother, what's the matter? Bing Lian felt a wave of discomfort as the abrupt braking rattled her senses. Qiao Yu's face turned ashen. Take a look for yourself. Before them stood a line of luxurious cars, all identical to Bing Lian's limited editions. Each guarded by an individual, 7 in total, with Kuang Fengxing leading the group. The vibrant colors of the cars starkly contrasted with the dull asphalt, making Qiao Yu's pallor even more pronounced. Little brother, get out. You'll have to face this eventually. Don't say I brought you here on purpose, Bing Lian stated solemnly. Bang. After exiting the car, Qiao Yu slammed the door shut and walked forward. Ah, you little rascal. That's my Vegas limited edition. Bing Lian cried out in exasperation. Qiao Yu chuckled, finding her reaction amusing. With his laughter, Kuang Fengxing and the others joined in, alleviating the initially awkward atmosphere. Listen, that's the sound of the wind. Qiao Yu said seriously as he approached Kuang Fengxing, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply. The sound of the wind? Hey, little brother, are you itching for trouble? Bing Lian, oblivious to the concept of the wind's sound, yanked Qiao Yu's ear, scolding him. Sister, I am not your little husband. Please don't tug my ear. Qiao Yu feigned innocence, prompting another round of laughter from the group. What are you laughing at? Did you hear the sound of the wind? Qiao Yu's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on Kuang Fengxing. Kuang Fengxing was momentarily taken aback by Qiao Yu's comment. Where is this wind coming from? If it weren't for the fact that Qiao Yu seemed normal, he might have thought he was possessed. Little brother, what kind of joke is this? There's no sound of wind. Stop fooling them. Big brother knows he misunderstood you. Can we just move on? He continued, moreover. Big brother has already entrusted the Long Tongue Gang to you, and all the brothers are aware and in agreement. The gang has merged with the Long Tongue Gang. And yes, the Long Hu Gang has joined as well. They have established their own kingdom. Bing Lian looked at Kuang Fengxing and the others with a mix of helplessness and sadness, feeling as though the bond among siblings was being strained unnecessarily. I am not joking. I truly heard the sound of the wind. I will wait right here today, and if any of you hear it, I will forgive you. Qiao Yu declared, pulling Bing Lian close and kissing her forcefully. Are you trying to kill me? You little rascal, taking advantage of your sister. Bing Lian quickly broke free. Pouting. Who told you to pull my ear earlier? If I don't collect some interest, how can I face myself? Qiao Yu feigned a pitiful expression. You little rascal. You think you have a right to complain? Bing Lian exclaimed, flustered, and then chased after him, tugging at his ear while repeatedly scolding him. Little brother, come here, I hear the sound of the wind. At that moment, a rogue shouted, waving at Qiao Yu. Is that so? Bing Lian looked at the rogue in surprise. The usually taciturn, yet somewhat eccentric individual. Could there really be a sound of wind now? She released Qiao Yu's ear, pondering. Rogue, come over here. Little brother is apologizing to you. Haha. As for the others, well, let us just forget about them. Let us go sit over there. Qiao Yu called the rogue over, shrugging helplessly at Kuang Fengxing and the others. Due to the secluded location, there were no vehicles passing on the highway where Kuang Fengxing and his companions stood. Thus, Qiao Yu felt at ease allowing them to stand there and listen for the sound of the wind while he took Bing Lian and the rogue to a nearby patch of grass. Rogue, what does the sound of the wind feel like? Qiao Yu asked as he settled down. I can't describe it, but I can hear it, the rogue responded, feeling helpless as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, for he was indeed lying. Ah, how refreshing. Qiao Yu leaned back, stretching leisurely as he gazed at the azure sky. The sound of the wind is omnipresent. As long as your heart is still enough, you will surely hear it. As for the sensation, well, that is merely a personal experience. Hey, little brother, are you itching for trouble again? Bing Lian, hearing Qiao Yu's nonsensical words, assumed he was just trying to fool them, and reached out again to tug his ear. Ah, now you've learned to dodge? Just as Bing Lian's hand was about to touch Qiao Yu's ear, he mysteriously moved away, something she couldn't perceive. She thought he was deliberately avoiding her, while the rogue watched closely, having noticed that Qiao Yu hadn't physically moved. Rather, he had momentarily shifted in a subtle manner. Then come catch me, Qiao Yu said lazily, closing his eyes. All right, you little rascal, if I catch you today, I will make you pay, Bing Lian declared, approaching with her hands outstretched, but Qiao Yu always managed to evade her grasp just as her fingers neared. Sister, you missed? Qiao Yu laughed heartily. Ah, you little rascal. Bing Lian shrieked, rushing away. Haha. Qiao Yu continued to laugh. Huff, puff. Bing Lian felt as if she might faint. Her little brother was becoming increasingly audacious. Ah, little brother, what is happening to me? Bing Lian cried out in fear, flailing her arms helplessly. Sister, are you very angry but also very helpless, not wanting to upset your little brother? Qiao Yu ignored Bing Lian's cries, slowly drawing her toward him from a distance, allowing her to savor the sensation of floating in midair. How do you know? Bing Lian felt her thoughts laid bare, and although her body remained suspended in midair, she quickly adapted to this peculiar state. I knew it all along, and I'm quite aware that you, dear sister. Bing Lian's cheeks flushed, for she realized that if Qiao Yu were to voice her subsequent thoughts, she would indeed wish for a hole in the ground to hide herself. Sister, come here. Come here, Qiao Yu teased, his fingers beckoning her in the air with a mischievous grin. Little rascal, put your sister down. This is unbearable. Bing Lian pouted, her heart racing at the sight of Qiao Yu's playful smirk. Very well, I reluctantly agree. Qiao Yu grinned wickedly, swiftly curling his fingers inward, causing Bing Lian to fly directly into his embrace. Ah, sister, you're crushing me. Qiao Yu feigned suffering. Humph, you little brat, taking advantage and then playing coy. Bing Lian quickly rose, adjusting her disheveled appearance while pouting. Surely they must be able to hear the wind by now. Ignoring Bing Lian, Qiao Yu turned to the group of rascals, but upon seeing their similarly mischievous expressions, he realized he was in for trouble. He had not anticipated their clever maneuver. You little scoundrel, I'll flatten you. Quan Fengxing and the others shouted in unison, surrounding Qiao Yu and launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Ouch! You dare to fight back? Brothers, give him a beating. Quan Fengxing felt the sting of pain across his face. Ah, big brother, was that really necessary? I admit my fault. Qiao Yu yelled from the periphery. However, Quan Fengxing showed no mercy. If it weren't for the group noticing the rascal's signal, they would have stood there foolishly, merely listening to the wind. Despite their intentions, they felt as if Qiao Yu was still retaliating, prompting them to strike harder while chanting. How will you explain letting us all down? Ah, big brother, I'm tired. I think I'll take a nap. Qiao Yu yawned and then reclined on the grass, observing their antics. Little brother, tell me how you accomplished that. Bing Lian inquired as she lay beside Qiao Yu, gazing up at him. Hee, would you like to learn? Qiao Yu playfully poked Bing Lian's nose with a grin. Oh dear, your smile is quite revolting, she replied. What, do you not like it? Qiao Yu said earnestly. Enough with the self-admiration. Bing Lian pinched his nose, her ample bosom now presented before him, prompting Qiao Yu to exclaim, Wow, sister, you're so voluptuous. Stop that. You only know how to tease your sister. Bing Lian seemed unfazed, perhaps accustomed to it by now. Looking at Quan Fengxing and the others, Bing Lian could hardly believe that the once dashing group now looked utterly disheveled, their cheeks and eyes a sight to behold. Big brother, do you know why this happened? Qiao Yu asked seriously. Why? Quan Fengxing was defeated. First, he had been tricked, and then, in their attempt to beat Qiao Yu, they ended up fighting amongst themselves instead. Qiao Yu smiled silently, sitting up with his arms crossed over his chest, and commanded, Rise. Wow, no way, little brother has this talent? Quan Fengxing seemed thrilled. Ignoring their howls of excitement, Qiao Yu quickly formed hand seals. Do not question why. Having practiced the Tianlong Ju since childhood, he suddenly found clarity in his mind regarding these techniques. Life as owed manifest. Even Qiao Yu was slightly perplexed. Recently, certain concepts had flashed vividly in his mind. Profoundly so. A warm, soothing breeze swept through, refreshing everyone as their pores opened wide, greedily inhaling the air. At that moment, they pointed at each other's faces, exclaiming, Hey, your eyes were swollen just now. How come yours look the same? Look at your face. There are no scars left. The group joyfully exchanged words, reveling in their newfound vitality. Hey, how could you all forget about me, the one who worked the hardest? After the healing session, Qiao Yu spread his legs apart, exclaiming, How dare you speak? The group chimed in unison. Qiao Yu seemed intent on inviting trouble, wearing a teasing expression, had they not already suffered at his hands. They might have rushed forward to give him a sound thrashing. Yet, they couldn't help but see him as a master. All right, enough of the banter. Gather around and sit down. Qiao Yu adopted a serious demeanor, beckoning the group to form a circle. I do not wish to revisit the past. Since you, big brother, have entrusted the Long-Tongue Gang to him, it is your decision, and I have never held it against you. I believe you all understand my identity. Thus, I shall not say much more. I intend to continue playing the game, but I am aware that you are all significant figures in reality, international focal points. So you must carefully consider how to handle these matters. Let me be clear. The pursuit of dreams has transcended mere gaming. I have been cultivating the Tianlong Ju since childhood, and this morning, a wealth of knowledge suddenly emerged in my mind. I anticipate that the challenges ahead in the game will become increasingly perilous. Therefore, I will impart the Tianlong Ju to you all today. How much you learn depends on your own fortunes. Qiao Yu gathered his somewhat chaotic thoughts, unaware that his ramblings today would help him evade considerable troubles in the future. Peril? I don't understand. Bing Lian shook her head. It's just a game, albeit with occasional emotional elements. But surely it can't be dangerous, right? Sister, do not interrupt. Qiao Yu waved a hand at Bing Lian, causing her to rise and then settle back down in place. I am being serious. In reality, martial arts indeed exist, as you have witnessed today, and there are many skilled practitioners. The future holds countless uncertainties, which you should be aware of. As for the dangers I mentioned in the game, let me first ask Big Sister about her earlier experience. Turning to Bing Lian, Qiao Yu asked, Sister, did you not feel that all your thoughts were accurately guessed by me? Yes. Observing Qiao Yu's solemn expression, even Bing Lian, no matter how naive, understood the gravity of the situation. Allow me to speak candidly. This is not mere speculation, but rather an assertion I can substantiate, declared Qiao Yu with a serious demeanor. He believed that the members of Quang Fencing were more informed than he was, and he anticipated that this summer would be somewhat chilly. Ah, Bing Lian gasped, hastily clutching her chest. How could this be? Qiao Yu must have discerned her previous thoughts without her uttering a word. What was to be done? This wretched lad had pilfered her innermost sentiments. In that moment, Bing Lian felt as though she had been stripped bare, exposed to a chilling breeze. Do not worry. My dear sister, I do not possess the penchant for stealing others' thoughts. Qiao Yu reassured her. If Bing Lian were to entertain such notions, it would be a wonder how many thoughts Qiao Yu's mind could contain without bursting. Well, that is more like it. I can see that you possess a modicum of conscience, for you are aware of how to comfort your elder sister. Bing Lian sighed in relief, playfully rolling her eyes at Qiao Yu. All right, let us conclude this matter. Are you all prepared? I shall commence our lesson now, Qiao Yu summarized, having conveyed the essential points. Any uncertainties he harbored could be clarified later. Little brother, wait a moment. We must first deliberate on how to handle the affairs of the company. Quang Fencing addressed Qiao Yu. Very well, I shall rest for a while. Do awaken me when you are ready, Qiao Yu replied, reclining and closing his eyes, unexpectedly succumbing to slumber. He was utterly exhausted, though he feigned composure. His heart bore the weight of immense fatigue. Bing Lian, how much money does your family possess? No one anticipated that Quang Fencing would open with such a query. Fengxing, why do you ask this? Bing Lian regarded him with a perplexed expression, questioning the relevance of his inquiry. Do not be impatient. What I wish to convey is that we have all reached a level of satisfaction regarding our material needs, have we not? Are we truly content to remain ensnared in this commercial mire for eternity? Quang Fencing, the elder brother, surveyed the group before continuing. It seems my younger brother's intention is clear. We have achieved considerable success in our earthly endeavors. Yet what significance does it hold? To be frank, I have grown weary of it all for some time now. Otherwise, I would not have sought your company to engage in gaming. Quang Fencing succinctly articulated his perspective, then turned to the others, inviting them to share their thoughts. Elder brother, are you forsaking your life? Will your wife not have your head? Bing Lian, though already aware of Quang Fencing's desire to relinquish such a grand enterprise, was taken aback by his bluntness. Hee, Bing Lian, you are not a child anymore. Why not seek a suitable husband and marry? Do not emulate those wealthy women who choose to remain single and unattached. I perceive that our younger brother is quite exceptional. Perhaps you should contemplate him, Quang Fencing mused, winking at Bing Lian while gesturing toward the peacefully slumbering Qiao Yu. How dare you? Fengxing, I shall inform your wife of your infidelities one day, Bing Lian retorted, genuinely perturbed by Quang Fencing's remarks, resorting to threats to counter him. Go ahead if you must. I have forewarned you. My wife has been exceedingly kind to me lately. Your threats are in vain, for I have you Ruo supporting me, Quang Fencing responded with a smug demeanor, further inciting Bing Lian's ire. Never mind, I tire of this conversation. None of you are commendable, Bing Lian declared, adopting an expression of disappointment that left the others speechless. Enough of jesting, let us discuss serious matters. I plan to entrust my company to my father-in-law for management, as he is the Minister of Finance and has a strong affinity for wealth. Very well. To whom shall I delegate mine? It appears there is no one, Bing Lian mused, her tone growing somber. Having toiled alone, she felt quite solitary. If necessary, she might consider involving her younger brother, casting a fleeting glance at the still sleeping Qiao Yu, her cheeks flushing anew. Observing the fluctuating emotions on Bing Lian's face, Quang Fencing refrained from further comment and turned to the others, stating, You are free to decide your own affairs. Haha, I shall seek out my younger brother. I shall join you, Bing Lian said, rising to follow Quang Fencing toward Qiao Yu. We should also depart. If worst comes to worst, we can sell the company. After all, have we ever lacked for money in these years? Moreover, we are eager to learn our younger brother's skills, so let us go and study martial arts. Lu Meng chimed in, standing up as well. The remaining individuals, witnessing Lu Meng's somewhat unsavory demeanor, felt a pang of embarrassment and chimed in, if we must sell, so be it. What is the big deal? Humph, we shall sell. On the surface, they appeared to be grappling with their decision. Yet who among them could resist the allure of Qiao Yu's extraordinary skills? They were merely searching for a suitable opportunity, contemplating the immense value of the Tianlong, which their younger brother was willing to impart. Could they not hesitate for a moment? Have you all made your decisions? Qiao Yu stretched, rising to inquire of the group. As they nodded in agreement, he continued, excellent. Now, everyone, please form a circle and place your palms against those of the individuals beside you. The group, silent and attentive, followed Qiao Yu's instructions diligently. Close your eyes, calm your minds, and free yourselves of distractions. I shall begin imparting the incantation. Do not inquire just yet, but rather take note. In that moment, Qiao Yu resembled a learned instructor, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, reciting the incantation. Now, I have shared the incantation of the Tianlong with you. Next, I shall utilize my vital energy to guide you in its practice. Pay close attention to the pathway of the vital energy within your bodies, Qiao Yu instructed, placing his palms upon Kuang Fengxing's back and gradually settling down. At that moment, a cerulean aura of the Tianlong began to circulate within Kuang Fengxing's body, leaving just enough energy for him to sustain. It then transferred from Kuang Fengxing's right hand to Bing Lian's left, and subsequently to the next individual. Within a matter of moments, everyone had successfully absorbed the vital energy of the Tianlong, diligently following the prescribed path. Chapter 76. Baby. Just as Qiao Yu was about to regulate the internal qi of the crowd using the Tianlong, a sudden voice echoed, Daddy, Daddy. It almost made Qiao Yu believe he had truly become a father. This time, Qiao Yu felt no impulse. Instead, he calmed his mind and gently spoke within his heart. He was certain that last time, he had frightened the little one who called him Daddy. I am the baby. Daddy. The voice was exceedingly childish, yet one could sense that this so-called baby must be exceptionally adorable. Baby? Qiao Yu pondered in bewilderment, nearly choking on the absurdity. Could a man truly give birth? And what a nauseating name, baby. Yes, Daddy, I am the baby. If you don't believe me, look, the baby is eating. The baby continued to innocently declare, but Qiao Yu felt a sense of caution. Sometimes, the young could be surprisingly clever, and one must be wary. Qiao Yu cursed inwardly, wondering why he hadn't simply checked inwardly to resolve the issue. But upon looking, he nearly fainted on the spot. Unfortunately, this so-called baby had taken him for a nurse. In his dantian, Qiao Yu beheld a small golden figure, resembling him closely, seated at the center. The qi of the Tianlong that flowed within him appeared like fluffy cotton candy, drifting around the baby. The baby eagerly grabbed a piece and popped it into his mouth, occasionally bouncing up and down, behaving like a little imp. Hey, baby, don't eat Daddy's qi. We can discuss this. Qiao Yu shouted in his heart, flustered. What a predicament. He found himself puzzled about what the baby was consuming in his dantian, only to discover it was the qi of the Tianlong. At this rate, the baby would surely devour him completely. Qi. Daddy, is this really qi? The baby's confused voice resonated in Qiao Yu's mind. Hearing such an innocent tone, Qiao Yu couldn't help but respond. Yes, baby, be good, you cannot eat this. It is Daddy's qi. He thought it best to soothe the situation first. Daddy, are you going to starve the baby? The baby suddenly inquired. Well, what? Before Qiao Yu could grasp the situation, the baby continued. Daddy, if I don't eat candy, I will starve. The baby began to whimper softly, making Qiao Yu feel as though he were committing a crime. Wasn't this akin to child abuse? Baby, can't you eat something else? Why must it be this candy? He asked. Candy is the best. The baby cannot live without it, replied the baby, grabbing another piece and sending it to his mouth. Stop, baby. Clearly explain how you came out, or Daddy will not give you any. Qiao Yu realized that despite their lengthy conversation, he still had no clarity on the baby's origins. It was indeed frustrating. After all, cultivating the qi of the Tianlong was no easy feat, and he would not allow this little one to squander it. Daddy, the baby grew up on this candy, don't you know? The baby gestured downwards with his thumb in Qiao Yu's dantian. This little rascal even looked down on him. At that moment, Qiao Yu felt a strong urge to rush in and give him a good thrashing. Baby, be good and tell Daddy what is going on. If you satisfy Daddy, I will give you plenty of candy. Qiao Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. What a strange world it had become, where he had to cater to a child. Really? Oh yay, candy. The baby sang joyfully, bouncing around. Ah, children are truly delightful. Qiao Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Humph, Daddy is a liar. Just now, you were thinking the baby was disobedient. Humph, Daddy is a bad guy. Upon hearing this, the baby immediately sprawled out in a dramatic fashion, throwing a tantrum. All right, Daddy is at fault. Hurry and tell me. If you don't, Daddy will go to sleep. Qiao Yu thought to himself, feeling quite sleepy. and he suspected the baby could sense it too. Okay, fine, the baby will tell Daddy. Actually, the Tianlong Ju that Daddy cultivates is not a martial art, but a method of cultivating immortality. The baby reluctantly agreed, sitting up straight and speaking earnestly. Qiao Yu was utterly flabbergasted. What was this? He had heard that those who cultivated for immortality were typically ascetic monks or Taoist priests. How could he, with such wild ambitions, also be cultivating? Daddy doesn't understand this, right? Hee, the baby is very clever. The baby knows more than Daddy. The baby couldn't help but jump up with glee. If I were really carrying you, it would be a miracle if you didn't kick me to death. Qiao Yu muttered under his breath. Then, baby, please tell Daddy, okay? Sure. Daddy, listen up. The Tianlong Ju is the method for cultivating immortality, and due to its unique characteristics in the early stages, it appears similar to the martial arts spoken of by ordinary people. The Tianlong Ju is powerful. The baby only appears when one reaches the 8th level of cultivation, and everyone who reaches that level will have a baby appear. Is that true? Qiao Yu seemed skeptical. The baby is the best, and does not lie. How do you know so much? Qiao Yu pondered the crux of the matter. It was impossible. He had only unconsciously grasped a little. Yet he had no idea that the Tianlong Ju was actually a method for cultivating immortality. The baby doesn't know why. The baby just knows. Daddy, please don't pressure the baby. The baby whimpered, wiping his nose and grabbing another handful of candy to stuff into his mouth, chewing with a contented expression. All right, Daddy won't pressure you. But you must be obedient in the future. Otherwise, Daddy won't give you any candy. Qiao Yu glanced at the approaching figures of Feng Xing and the others, intending to conclude the dialogue quickly. He had also come to accept that having a child could be advantageous, as long as the baby didn't consume all his qi. Yes, the baby will be good. Daddy, look, the people outside are waking up. The baby exclaimed with a mischievous grin. Got it, little rascal. Be good and don't wander out. Do you hear me? As Qiao Yu returned to the outside world, he reminded the baby, though he was still unsure whether to believe the little one's claims. At that moment, everyone opened their eyes simultaneously, exhaling deeply. Big brother, how do you feel? Thrilled. Absolutely exhilarating. Huang Fengxing replied, and observing his demeanor, Qiao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to punch him a couple of times. He truly was insufferable. All right, enough of you all, full of hot air. Qiao Yu stood up, intending to head home. Hey, little brother, are you just going to leave us like this? Huang Fengxing exclaimed, astonished as he sat on the grass. Never before had he encountered such a master, one who could simply dust off his pants and walk away. What is there to discuss? Haven't you all learned it? Qiao Yu feigned ignorance, momentarily taken aback. Well, little brother, it's hard to articulate. All right, return home and ponder it well. I'll elucidate further when time permits. Just a hint, the Tianlong Ju is indeed a cultivation technique. Make sure to keep it a secret, you all are aware. Qiao Yu stated solemnly. Humph. The crowd collectively responded with a dismissive gesture. Chapter 77. The System Deity, Xiao Yin, 1. Hey, darling, come out. Daddy has something to ask you. Qiao Yu cruised leisurely along the highway in his crimson sports car, initially intending for Bing Lian to drive him home, only to find himself behind the wheel. What is up, Daddy? Baby wants to sleep. Be careful, or baby might not grow well. A drowsy voice echoed in Qiao Yu's mind. All right. Sleep tight, baby. Qiao Yu grumbled. Could it be that baby's words are truly deceiving me? Not deceiving you. It's genuine. Did you hear what your father spoke that day? When he saved your mother, didn't he an old immortal come down? The baby suddenly articulated with an air of maturity. An old immortal? Oh right. I recall Xiner once mentioned seeing a white-bearded old man vanish from her home during her childhood. Qiao Yu mused thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. It's astonishing. I was so engrossed in thought while driving. A voice, innocent and naive, sighed. If someone had been beside Qiao Yu at that moment, they would have seen him reclining in the driver's seat, with 2 golden threads guiding the steering wheel, maintaining a steady and safe course. Suddenly, a screeching halt jolted Qiao Yu awake. He realized he had been so absorbed in thought that he had dozed off. Oh dear, brother, why are you only just returning? Everyone has been waiting for you for ages. Hurry up, we're frantic. Xiner anxiously called from the doorway. Had it not been for the seemingly indifferent presence of an Yi and an Ing nearby, Qiao Yu might have thought something dire had occurred. Xiner, what is the matter? Don't pull at me. I was just on my way. Qiao Yu replied, feigning reluctance, which only intensified Xiner's impatience, nearly prompting her to rush over and nibble on him. A crisis has arisen. Sister Yin suddenly disappeared while playing a game. Disappeared while playing a game? This is getting peculiar, Qiao Yu remarked, his curiosity piqued. It's true. We were all together, but then Sister Yin insisted on exploring the Immortal Pavilion. We didn't think much of it at the time, assuming she would return shortly. However, after a long wait, we found the place empty, devoid of anything. Xiner gasped for breath before continuing. We logged off to fetch Dad, but when we arrived at Sister Yin Yan's room, she was nowhere to be found. Even those 2 ice blocks didn't see her leave. You must log into the game and check. We're all on edge. As she spoke, she shot a fierce glare at the 2 dozing figures of an Yi and an Ning leaning against the wall. All right, I understand. Tell the others not to worry. I'll log in right away, Qiao Yu declared as he dashed toward his room. With a whoosh, he donned the helmet, and with a chime, welcome to Dream Pursuit. Goodness, it's only been a day since I last logged in, yet it feels like years. Qiao Yu pondered as he entered the game. Upon entering, Feng Xiaoyun immediately checked his gear and level. He remembered losing several dark gold items that night, and a wave of dread washed over him. After all, that was a fortune. No way. How could this happen? Feng Xiaoyun nearly wept, realizing he possessed only a purple dragon sword and a phantasmal ring. Everything else, skills and levels, had vanished, leaving him in a dismal state. The most egregious part was that even his hidden class had been stripped away. How could this be so severe? Heavens! Are you toying with me? Where's my money? Who stole the gear from my ring? Feng Xiaoyun exclaimed, bewildered. What a disaster. I'm utterly exposed. Standing in the midst of a crowded plaza, shouting like a lunatic, he quickly sought refuge, fearing the embarrassment if someone he knew happened to see him. Daddy, Baby knows someone has meddled with your treasures. Just as Feng Xiaoyun wallowed in despair, Baby spoke mysteriously. This wretched baby, I will unearth everything you know. You ought to behave while residing within, Feng Xiaoyun thought to himself. Quickly, Baby, tell me who it is. It's that system deity you keep mumbling about. Baby replied, casting a condescending glance at Feng Xiaoyun. System deity? How do you know? Have you met him? Never met him. Why should I? He should come to meet me. Then how do you know he is the one who wiped my possessions? Feng Xiaoyun exclaimed, astonished. Could there truly be a system deity? Daddy, do you trust Baby? My abilities are considerable. Last time, I played with him, and he was as dull as a pig. I couldn't be bothered with him. Baby retorted from within Feng Xiaoyun's dantian. With a sigh, Feng Xiaoyun found it hard to fathom the audacity of the little one, exclaiming, are you merely boasting, Baby? When did you ever play with the system deity? Humph, everything Baby says is the unvarnished truth. If you don't believe me, I shall summon him to speak for himself, asserted Baby, clenching his tiny fist in a show of defiance. Upon finishing his declaration, Baby swiftly traversed through Qiao Yu's form and appeared right before Feng Xiaoyun, proclaiming, Father, you must keep a watchful eye, for Baby is about to bring him forth. With that, Baby darted down to the ground and began to stomp his diminutive feet with fervor. To everyone's astonishment, the very ground of Baihu Chung trembled. Feng Xiaoyun could feel his own body sway with each of Baby's determined stomps. Big brother, what is the commotion? I was asleep. Is there something entertaining happening today? A voice, equally juvenile, emerged in response. Soon, a small figure radiating silver light burst forth from the earth. He appeared somewhat more presentable than Baby, adorned with a modest cloak and a white band around his forehead, fluttering in the breeze, reminiscent of a miniature superhero, though his true resemblance remained elusive. A bemused Feng Xiaoyun noted the resemblance to the legendary son Wukong, who summoned the earth with a stomp. Little brother, I must inquire, have you pilfered anything belonging to my father? Baby approached the small silver figure, twisting his nose in inquiry. No way, big brother. How could I dare? It must be the doing of the officials. The little silver being quickly protested. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyun finally caught sight of the silver figure's turned visage, revealing the words the capable one emblazoned upon his forehead.